Nelly, I walk in here, I try and get things set up, and I just spill everywhere. It's a hell of a start. When you walk in and you're trying to get your desk in order, whether you got a coffee, whatever you have, and you just do an old tipperoo, it's a bad start to the morning. So hopefully that's not an indicator of what the rest of the show and what the rest of the day is going to be.
Was it a single or was it a double tipperoo?
It was just a single, but now I have a wet, sticky desk with a laptop on here that's already hanging on by its last leg. Like, this thing is on the brink of death. And it's like, if it senses water around it, I think it's going to shut down. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. There's actually a lot that I want to talk about today, despite there not being a game last night. I want to get to some of the Nuggets stuff in a little bit because I thought that Michael Malone was really candid yesterday with the PhD guys, and I could sense a little bit of frustration, and we'll get to what kind of frustration that is in a minute. Bill Belichick takes over for UNC. Like, that's an actual thing. Belichick is now a college football coach, which I feel very weirded out about. Just never would have imagined that that's the case, especially with the brand of college football players that you're going to be dealing with. But starting with the Broncos. When Denver has a position like this that feels so foreign, because if you're not from here and you don't watch the history, people nationally, people on that roster right now, don't care about how great your run has been basically from the franchise's inception for the next, 40 years. They don't care. It's kind of like how college football is. College football, you get the benefit of tradition and you're playing for a storied franchise, but that stuff changes over time. Notre Dame probably was the peak of the place that you wanted to go to if you were a high-end college recruit, a couple decades ago. And now Notre Dame is still a fine school. But if you want to go someplace to really make your name, maybe you go to one of these Clemson-type schools now. That's, again, in the college football playoff, produced a whole bunch of NFL talent, but really have only done that in recent history. The Broncos in recent history have been a disappointment across the league. I believe they are on the longest active playoff drought that the NFL has, I believe.
The New York Jets exist, so thankfully they have the crown.
The
14
Jets do.
years.
But after the Jets, I believe it's the Broncos because they're sitting there at 8, 9, whatever that number is. Again, don't got it in front of me. But you have the opportunity to change something. The way that a fan base feels like their team should be compared to what the reality is can sometimes be wildly different. Trust me, I lived in Omaha, but worked in Lincoln, Nebraska for more than a few years. I know perception doesn't meet reality of what you feel like your team should be as opposed to what they are. And for years now, Broncos fans have had the expectation of this is how this should be as opposed to what it is at the current moment. The Broncos have an opportunity, especially with the game this weekend, to change that. You can change what you feel like this team should be and what the reality is to having them meet now. And you've had to shift it a little bit. But what makes it even better is you didn't think it was happening now. I think most people, when they looked at this roster before the season started, and they tried to evaluate what they thought a realistic expectation for this team would be, rookie quarterback, you lost a whole bunch of talent in the offseason. How are you going to deal with that? Year 2 of a new coach, whole bunch of moving parts. It would have been totally reasonable for you to say, hey, guess what? I think this year's going to be kind of a mess. I think there's going to be a whole bunch of losses mixed in here. We're probably picking in the top 10, maybe the top 5. Get a high-end player in the draft and have a more cap space to work with in free agency, and then you continue the build. And now what the build is the starting point, the inception of what you're hoping in building a winning culture, can begin in year 1. And it has already. Everybody in that Broncos locker room, no matter who they play, expects to win. And you can say, well, every player thinks that. No, the hell they don't. Like, they'd still be disappointed with a loss, but do you think that the Las Vegas Raiders right now are thinking, hey, you know what I can do? I can walk into Detroit and get a W this weekend. You think the Jags are thinking, you know what's going to happen when we play Philly? We're going to demolish them. No, they don't think that way. Losing becomes a habit, and it's a hard habit to break, just like winning. And credit to Bo Nix and Sean Payton and everybody else for what they've been able to handle this year, because with a rookie quarterback, you got a team that expects to win every week. That's a hard detail to pull off. You know, Chicago Bears got a rookie quarterback. They aren't expecting to win every week. But God, does this game matter this weekend? I cannot emphasize enough how important this game is. And I was mentioning this yesterday. For whatever reason, it doesn't feel as if that sort of onus and pressure and meaning is really being reverberated right now within this fan base. Like, I know everybody feels it and they know it, but it's just not really being shown because, one, it's an opponent that isn't very good. 2, it's not like it's a division game. And 3, you're pretty comfortable already. But you lose this game, you essentially go from, we have the entire world at our disposal, we control our own destiny, to you're going to need help if you lose this game. The issue the Broncos face that especially hurts is that despite the fact that you have a tied record with all of the other wild card teams that are in this race, Baltimore 8-5, Chargers 8-5, you are 8-5. You've lost the tiebreaker to the Baltimore Ravens. You have lost the tiebreaker to the LA Chargers. And if you lose to the Colts, you lose the tiebreaker to them. That's 3 of the 4 teams that you're fighting for wild card spots with that you would all have to have a better record than to be able to jump. And there's only 4 games left in the season. Not to mention what it really does, it opens the door for both Miami and Cincinnati to jump you. Because Cincinnati's going to be a tiebreaker game towards the end of the year. And trust me, Cincinnati, those are the only teams, by the way, that are still in this. Every other team in the AFC is eliminated or comfortably in a playoff spot. But I don't think Cincinnati's thinking to themselves their season's over. And you look at some of the remaining schedules for these teams, like you might not think the Colts are very good, but if the Colts do find a way to beat the Broncos this weekend, they got the Titans, Giants, and Jags. Could you ask for a better 3-game stretch to try and win out and make the postseason? Cincinnati has Titans, Browns, Broncos, and then at Pittsburgh. Not an impossibility. Dolphins have the Texans, Niners, Browns, Jets. Not an impossibility that they get 3 or 4 wins before the end of the year. But you lose, all of that stuff now matters. Now you're doing scoreboard watching. The nice thing about where the Broncos are at right now, you don't need to watch the scoreboard. The only score you're worried and concerned about is the Broncos. Because you take care of your business, you're fine. But, man, there is an insane amount of meaning on the game this weekend. And here's the nice thing. This is the good part about where I think the Broncos are at and Broncos fans are at. Maybe the conversation isn't pushed sort of in that direction because you have confidence. And what a good place that's in, that you're in when you're talking about that. Why am I not totally concerned about this? It's because, very simply, I expect them to win. Texture says, I'm curious, but how did we lose the tiebreaker with the Chargers? Well, for the moment you have, because you're 0-1 against them. You play them later in the year, where I forget how it works when the records are even in head-to-head. I think it goes to division record after that. Nelly, can you look that up for me? What are the tiebreakers in the NFL playoff scenarios? Because it's head-to-head first and then what comes afterwards and so on and so forth. So as you look that up, you're going to be behind the 8 ball for a lot of these different things.
All right, between two teams, let's see. I'm just going to read through the list here. First, it's head-to-head, the best win-loss tie percentage in games between the clubs. Then after that, it goes to best win-loss tied percentage in games played within the division.
So it is division record next.
And then it goes to percentage in common games. I'm not sure what they mean as opposed to uncommon games.
Just for the matchups. So the the Chargers and the Broncos. What's funny is they're tied with division record right now. They're each 2-2 in that category too. But let's say it goes beyond that. Then it becomes all the games in your schedule against the same opponents. What's your record against those? Because you always get I forget how many games, 3 games, 4 games against that you're randomly paired with somebody.
And do you want to keep going? There are actually 12 stipulations that we can go down. We've done 4. I think
that one's okay for now because then I'm going to start to go cross-eyed. Those 3 are what I needed to know, though. So it's head-to-head, and then it's division, and then it's common games.
So I won't read ones 4 through 11, but if after all 11 stipulations they are still identical,
it's a coin flip.
12 is a coin flip.
Yeah. I think that's happened before. I think it's happened. Now, it's insane to get there. But bottom line is, guys, beat the Colts, and then you to really solidify it, and what I'd love to have is the Broncos to do this themselves and not have them get into the postseason because other teams blew it. I think it would be huge if you went out there and you took it yourself. Take it. Because what a confidence builder that would be.
So would you say the Colts are trying to take it from us?
Well, them and, the Dolphins and Cincinnati. Yeah. All 3 of them. Who is it? What is that again? Something in Tammy?
It was George and Tammy.
George and Tammy. Trying to take it from us. We haven't talked about that in a while.
Take what?
Our fire.
I remember around that time was when I took my trip to Nashville. And anytime I saw anything about George Jones around Nashville, because there's plenty of stuff of him all over that place, that's all I could think of.
Texture says, calm down, got to win this weekend. If not, though, you still have next weekend. I understand, but then you are no longer you're no longer really in a position in which you control your own destiny. Like the difference between all the teams that I mentioned and what the Denver Broncos face, the Broncos' last 3 games of the schedule are incredibly hard. At the Chargers, at the Bengals, and then the Chiefs. With the Chiefs, by the way, that final week could very well be competing for the number 1 overall seed in the AFC, which means they want to win and get that bye.
And also to that texter, in the words of Rick Sanchez, that's planning for failure, Morty. That's even dumber than actual planning.
Exactly.
Just go out there and win, baby.
So, and look, I got confidence that they're going to win this weekend. But there's just a lot on the line. And you hope off a bye week, plenty of time to prepare. I know the Colts had the same thing, but you got Sean Payton. You got a veteran head coach who knows how to handle these situations and has been here a million times. Big deal heading forward this weekend. I want to get some of the Michael Malone audio from PhD yesterday as he talked about the backup big and what can be done about this. We'll get to it next. All right, so Michael Malone on PhD yesterday talking about a few different things, but one that stuck out is, what do you do for a backup big? You came into this season with a plan, which was you were very, very excited about a young player that was going to be a rookie, but felt like he was going to play. Deron Holmes felt a lot more like Christian Brown than he did Peyton Watson or Julian Strother, in that with Peyton Watson, Julian Strother, you kind of knew that the first year for them was not going to be you're thrown directly into the mix and you're going to be getting minutes every single night. Christian Brown was drafted, and it became very clear and obvious this guy's playing his rookie season. And then he went on to play in the biggest moments in championship scenarios and was playing huge minutes in the NBA Finals. But when you don't have Deron Holmes, and Saric has not been, I guess, what you hoped for, what do you do with the backup big? And this is Michael Malone on that question.
So at the moment, it's almost like it's been backup five by committee.
Yeah.
Last two games, it's been DeAndre Jordan. And I'll go back to something earlier that I spoke about, our defensive rebounding struggles. And one thing about DeAndre Jordan is that he has proven, even at this stage of his career, he is a very effective per-minute defensive rebounder, and he gives you a rim presence. So we're just trying to find a unit and a backup five that can give us some consistency and be the anchor of our defense. And right now we're using DJ, and I think DJ has been really good. And we'll continue to evaluate that as we move forward in this month and throughout the season.
If no other moves are made this year, if it's impossible for you to go out and find somebody, then it has to be DJ. But I think that you can translate that to he really wants something else to be there. I mean, what are we really asking here? Like, we're going to continue to use different pieces and try and figure it out? Well, guess what? The pieces that are there to play the backup five have been here, with the exception of Saric. Who else are we really discussing? It's Zeke and DJ. They've been here forever. There's not much more to figure out. It's like you know what their game is. Are they good enough to play or not? And I think out of all those options, I've said it all year, DJ feels like the best thing you can have. He's actually a big body. He's actually a center. He is going to be incredibly effective at least boxing out and getting defensive rebounds, which is what he's talking about. The second chance opportunities when you go with the smaller lineup and you can't score are just killers. But you put DJ in, at least he's going to rebound. He brings some level of rim protection that I don't know if anybody else really on this team can. Maybe a little bit DJ, or a little bit AG, I mean. But he's still he doesn't have the height to do it, but he's got a sturdy enough core to do it. DJ's got both. He's a big dude who's also incredibly tall. So he provides that. And then on the offensive side, there's something about the way that DJ can get in the paint and just dunk on somebody that can provide a little bit of ease when you're struggling to score. I'm the first one to tell you that if you're trying to win a championship and DeAndre Jordan at this stage of his career is sort of your go-to backup big, that's not ideal. But for the moment, it's the best you got. And if I were Calvin Booth, I would be scouring the entire NBA to find a name of somebody that can come in and do that. Because I'll tell you what, if you find a backup big that you trust, I think it can change a lot of different things. I keep bringing up this name just because it's somebody that I would love to see, and it doesn't feel like it's an impossibility to attain. But when you bring up like a Jonas Valanciunas in Washington, you bring him here, you can trust him to play whatever minutes he needs to play. He's a veteran, good player who is currently getting a lot of minutes in Washington, still playing well. And if you're asking him just to play 12 to 15 minutes? Not even that? I mean, if you want to get Nikola Jokic back to a normal sort of minute total, which is probably somewhere hovering around 34, that'd be 14 minutes a night. Would you trust Valanciunas to do it? Yes, I would. But that's sort of the whole thing about this is if you can find somebody, and I'm just using him as an example, but you take whoever you want. Find some backup big that you could trust to do that. Think about what that opens up for everybody else now. Jokic gets actual time to rest with an actual viable threat as a backup big. It can open up the opportunity to maybe have Sarge play in a role that I think he is more suited for, which is a 4 instead of a 5. You can play Peyton Watson with that unit too and just have a tall group where you can go small if you want to. You can go bigger if you want to. It just leaves you some versatility coming off the bench. And I think that stuff could make a world of difference because for the moment, here's what you're asking to do. And it's the same story the last couple of years. The starting 5 needs to be so good that it's going to make up for what the bench can't. And let's be honest, Russell Westbrook is probably your best bench player since Bruce Brown. I mean, you could say Christian, but Christian, up until this year, struggled with his shot, especially from the outside. Westbrook is very hot and cold, but at least he's threatening. You are very aware of where he is on the offensive side of the floor because he can blow by you for a layup, and if his shot's on for the night, then you got to be really careful on how you guard him. You know, that's what Bruce Brown was when he was on this team. He was always a threat. You had to be aware of where he was because he would knock down an open shot if you left it open to him. But that stuff, I think if you found a viable backup big, that would matter and make a world of difference for what you wanted to run this team as, especially in non-Jokic minutes. So, here's the other thing. Bill Belichick accepting this job to North Carolina. So a couple interesting details right off the bat of this. Number one is that it's reported that Belichick's contract is a 3-year deal worth $30 million. 3 years is a very curious number for a brand new head coach that is taking over what feels like a giant overhaul. North Carolina has not been terrible, but North Carolina has never been a team that you put into a category of we need to worry about them in college football. Belichick's also 72, so it's not like he's going to sign a 10-year deal. But I think this paves the way for something that has been rumored out there that he would take this job and kind of want it to be it's a 5-year deal. He would take this job and kind of want this to be a handoff to my kid situation. But never coaching at the college level, I have one big question about the Belichick thing when he goes in and takes this over. We know Belichick is no nonsense. And he said, I'm going to run this like a professional franchise. But here's the thing. When he says a professional franchise, I think here's the translation. I'm going to run this like I run things. Every NFL team has the same type of standard, but everything's a little bit different. You could probably get away with things in Miami with Mike McDaniel that you couldn't get away with Belichick. You could get away with things with Pete Carroll that you couldn't get away with Belichick. But I have no idea. And you know, he's a good coach. I'm sure he'll figure it out, how he's going to navigate the new era of a college football player, and especially one that has some namesake to him. that's got a few stars by his name, that's been highly touted for the majority of his life, that has been told he's the greatest thing since sliced bread forever. For a guy like Belichick, how does he handle that? Because if there's one major difficulty, I think it's going to be that. To a certain extent, as a college football coach, you're a babysitter. And he doesn't strike me as the babysitting type.
Even though he's already been getting some babysitting reps with his girlfriend, but.
I heard somebody say this, and I don't think this is a good comparison. I don't. Somebody said, would you want your head coach? They said, I judge my head coach. Would I let him babysit my kid? And I go, I would never do that with a head coach. Are you kidding? I don't know what kind of kid skills any of these coaches have. They're out of the house for 20 hours a day. But you're a babysitter of like a teenager when you're in college. Newsflash, teenagers are stupid. They are. I was one. I was incredibly dumb. I know that life.
The main thing I'm interested to see is we get these videos of Deion in the locker room firing up guys, getting them ready to ride into battle. And you remember after they beat TCU, he did his whole, we ain't coming no more.
Mm-hmm.
We here.
Mm-hmm.
What's Belichick going to do? He's going to go, yeah, we're getting ready to go play Duke. And so if I were you guys, I would move the football forward, and then I would not move it backwards. You guys should come play at North Carolina.
He's banking on one thing. This is the biggest difference, because I do think there's some similarities between Belichick and Deion. Deion is an old school guy with an understanding of how to relate to the newer school kids. Now, part of that does help that he coached a high school team for years, that at least he had a little bit of experience at Jackson State before coming to CU. But he's been around kids that age, and I think he knows how they operate. I don't know how often Bill Belichick has done that. And the difference between a 22-year-old draft pick who's making money and an 18-year-old kid who's never making money and just starting to, it's a big difference. So his appeal is this. You're going to come here, and I'm going to turn you into a professional football player. But what happens when you get a guy that is NFL capable, has NFL ability, but that same guy also thinks I should be playing right away, or I don't like the way I'm being used, or something like that? Like, how do you go about that? Because in New England, it was simple. If you had a problem child, I still remember, what was the guy's name? He was filling in at running back probably 4 or 5 years before Belichick retired. I think it was Jonas Gray. It was some guy that was picked up off the street, and for like 2 straight games he ran for 200 yards. But then he showed up late for a couple of meetings and they just cut him. He's like, nope, done. I don't know if you can do that with college kids. So seeing him and how he's going to relate on that level to them is going to be interesting.
This text has me cracking up here. We got a text from Ryan saying, Bill is dating a 21-year-old. I think he's in tune with that generation. Really, I would bet most of the cents in my bank account that Bill Belichick doesn't know what TikTok is. He just got on Instagram last month. You really think he's on TikTok talking about Skibbity Toilet and Fortnite? Big Roblox fan, Bill Belichick.
First of all, I don't think she's 21. She's in her 20s. Second of all, "25-year-old women and 18-year-old boys are completely different animals to deal with."
Right, exactly.
Yeah, especially, here's the other thing. If you're a 20-something-year-old woman who is dating a 72-year-old man, we know what's happening here. We know what the exchange is. She's not dating Bill Belichick because he's Brad Pitt and he looks super hot and you just love his personality. There's a few zeros in there. That's probably at least partially the reason that happens. And look, call me a cynic. Probably part of it. I'm sure she's on her best behavior is what I'm trying to tell you. Because if she doesn't,
She doesn't want to get cut. She doesn't want to get released from the team.
She doesn't want to get Jonas Grade. Exactly right. Because Belichick doesn't care. It's a different thing when it's a mutual need. Bill Belichick, as a college football coach, needs star players to make him look good too. Because the second you don't have Tom Brady and you have Mac Jones at quarterback, the difficulty meter of getting to a W at the end of 60 minutes all of a sudden becomes amplified. Texter says, can't wait for Belichick to fail miserably. The most overrated coach ever. Hasn't won anything without Brady. Okay. You don't get to do that. We don't get to sit here and say that Belichick hasn't won anything without Brady when, you're partially responsible for finding that and cultivating a Tom Brady, first of all. Second of all, Bill Belichick has consistently had a top defense in the NFL for all those years that he was in New England. That has nothing to do with Tom Brady. Third of all, in times that Tom Brady has missed, Bill Belichick took Matt Castle to an 11-win record for a season, and he took Mac Jones his rookie year to a playoff position. So you don't get to play that game with Belichick. Belichick has driven me nuts on more than a few occasions. But my goodness gracious, you don't get to say like he's not responsible for any of the winning. Of course he is. Even Tom Brady would acknowledge that.
I saw online yesterday some people were saying that if you think about it, the Patriots and North Carolina traded Bill Belichick for Drake May straight up.
You know what? Drake May, actually, if you guys haven't watched, Drake May looks pretty damn good. Like he looks like he's got his stuff together. Now he plays for a terrible team, but they get a little bit of talent in there. I think he could be really good. But anyway, the Belichick thing is going to be really, really interesting to see how that works. A 72-year-old, old school, hard-nosed coach that is now dipping his toe into very curious waters in college football is a difficult prospect, I think. But 303-504-0925, back after this. See, I'm into this stuff. I love this music. Now, I'm not going to listen to it in the car or anything, but I love it. I love it. Few details here. Avs play tonight, and there's a chance that we get our first sort of look at Mackenzie Blackwood, and to do it on the home ice, I think would be really fun. The Avs have figured it out. They look a lot more like the team that we have come to expect. And if you heard our interview with Jared Bednar yesterday, Jared Bednar was like beaming. He's really happy with where the team's at. And if I ask a basic question now, and it's sight unseen, that part's understood. There is there's a level to where the Avs are at right now and where they can be when they start to get bodies back, which Bednar told us yesterday it's still going to be a while for the people that are out. That if Miles Wood, it's at minimum week to week and possibly month to month before he's going to come back. Landeskog still doesn't have a timetable. It's still a ways out from Josh Manson. It's still, like all these different guys that are out of the lineup, Drouin, no one is particularly close, quote, close right now to coming back. But you get better goaltending. Not even good. Better. And this team is immediately thrust into a conversation where you're talking about Stanley Cups again. You're going to be. With the way that this team has sort of cultivated and incubated a core that is always going to be there, where you have Nathan MacKinnon having another stellar season. Cale Makar is still Cale Makar. Mikko Rantanen is near the top of the league in goals scored this year, tied for third going into last night. You combine that with now decent goaltending play, which you hope you get from Mackenzie Blackwood, and the sky's the limit. Remember the start that the Avs had to the season. They lost their first 4 games out of the gate. And it took a while for that engine really to get revving back up. And you're waiting for guys like Val to get back in the lineup. And you've been waiting, and the injuries piled up, and you started to lose ground. And Winnipeg was like unbeaten for their first 13 or 14 games. And you saw where you were in the standings. You're like, man, how am I going to make up all this room? And then you come to find out that you're 8 points back now. Which, given where you started this year and what you had to deal with not just the amount of guys out of the lineup, but the amount of games that you were basically just tossed away because of bad goaltending. You're 8 points back. And, Scott Wedgwood comes in here and for 4 games has a save percentage around .940 and is allowing 1.6 goals per game. And he's your backup. He's your new backup. You can really start to make a run here and start to make people really, really nervous. Because at one point in the season, you just felt like things were kind of falling apart. And you're questioning, did they lose maybe a little bit of that gear that they had over the past few years? But now you got games both at home, the next 2, Thursday and Saturday, tonight against Utah, Saturday against Nashville, 2 teams that aren't very good, where you can stack up a couple of more wins before you go on one more 3-game road trip, Vancouver, San Jose, and Anaheim. And then you got a long stretch of a whole bunch of home games. Few roadies mixed in between, but you're going to escape what has been sort of a brutal last month as far as travel and playing on the road in a good position with a whole bunch of home games coming up. And potentially the opportunity to have goaltending that is far better than I think anyone expected. So all of that's available to you, and especially tonight, 7 o'clock, puck drop. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also Thursday night football tonight between the Rams and the Niners, which you can go and check out Kreckman and Lindahl, who would be at Stoney's on Lincoln for Thursday night football from 3 to 6 today. So a couple things leading up into the games tonight. Now, moving ahead, Kenny Dillingham, who I think has had a remarkable season for Arizona State, he was on Pardon My Take. And he was talking about he coached Bo Nix when he was in college. And here was his sort of assessment on Bo Nix to the guys on Pardon My Take.
Bo has always been competitive and special and accurate and has moxie and intelligent. Like, he's the dude that has enough dog in him that it makes some people uncomfortable. Like, oh, whoa, he's going to say something back to you? Like, in a good way, like in a competitive way. Like, why do you like that call? Well, have you thought about doing it like this? And some people don't like, some people, this is what you do. Go do it. Don't give your opinion. I'm the opposite. I've never been the smartest dude in the room, and I never will be. You know what I am? I'm smart enough to listen to people. And I was smart enough when I went to Oregon to listen to Bo Nix when he said, I want this guy to run the route like this. I'm like, okay, go tell him. You're the one throwing it, not me. Like, I'm over there standing with my hands in my pockets like, I hope this works.
I think that's such a great just 47 seconds. And I think it proves why Dillingham is having some of the success that he's had is because when you're smart enough to understand that, especially at that position, you want the offense to be ran one way, but the quarterback is out there trying to execute it, let him do the thing that's most comfortable. And I think that in the same way, Sean Payton has been very good about putting him in positions where he's comfortable and he can succeed. But here's the other thing. We've seen it already. Remember which game was it? It was a game the Broncos won, I believe. Well, shoot, now I can't remember. He threw a deep ball to Troy Franklin that went through his hands in the end zone on 4th and 1. And he goes over to the sideline, and Belichick, Sean Payton gets on him a little bit. For whatever reason. I don't know what the reason was, but you can see he was kind of telling him, why did you do that? The play should have been here. And Bo Nix got right back in his face and was pleading his case. And I think to have the confidence to do that already in your career is a giant detail.
That was pretty early on. Wasn't that week 2 or week 3? I feel like that was the start of the season.
It was early, but I can't remember. Oh, was that Baltimore? I think it, maybe not. I don't know. I can't remember now. But that's a big detail, that your rookie quarterback isn't afraid to stand up to not just a head coach, but Sean Payton, who's a pretty intimidating guy. So a few texts coming through here. We're just saying, I love Christmas music. And texture says, what vinyl does Brett listen to on Christmas? I get 2. It's not just on Christmas, by the way. It's this time of year. I'll just have it going. It's Michael Bublé's Christmas album, which is one. And the other one is sort of a hodgepodge of a whole bunch of old Dean Martin, Lou Rawls, a whole bunch of different people singing Christmas music.
Quickly, before we go down that rabbit hole, from what I can tell, it was the game on October 6th when they hosted the Raiders.
That's what a lot of people are saying, Raiders game.
Yes.
That's right. They wore the throwbacks that day. That's correct. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line again. Avs and the Utah Hockey Club tonight, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can also watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next. All right, there's actually a lot I wanted to discuss today, but me and Moj, we were just looking at the TV, and our boy Xavier Leggett was on like an hour-long podcast yesterday with the St. Brown brothers.
I wish this guy was.
I watched the whole
wish he
thing.
was a Bronco so
I had
bad.
to watch it. I had to watch it all. It's incredible.
Talk about how he hunts raccoons.
He kills, skins, and eats raccoons.
Let me ask you a sensitive question. If you're interviewing him and you don't know what he's saying, how do you conduct the interview?
You can kind of, you know what's funny, Vic, is that you can kind of figure it out. Like, I'm not going to say I hear every word that he says, but you can kind of figure out context clues, what he's talking about. One of the things he was discussing actually was, both of those St. Brown brothers, they're half German. They speak German fluently. Their mom is German. They go to Germany, and they said, how was the game that you had in Munich? Like, did you enjoy your time there? And he goes, I know I don't want to go back. And then they were talking about when he was trying to order food, because some of those, like the people in Germany that you expect American tourists and English tourists where they know the language. Yeah. He said, I talked to him, they wouldn't know his ass out, never mind. And I couldn't blame him. It's like we can barely hear it. So I'm sorry to start the show this way, but it's amazing. Just listen to him talking about eating raccoons.
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat raccoon.
You what?
I eat raccoon.
I didn't see that. I said, no, what do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
Where do you even eat that at? Where do you even get that?
I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them, all that.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
So you went and got the Thanksgiving, you killed the raccoon, or you had you
now my cousins, all my people them hunting and all that. So my cousins them they killed it. They called me like, yeah, we got that coon. We got that coon. Yeah.
That sounds crazy. We got that coon.
Yes. Wait, what does it taste like?
It got its own taste. Everybody try to say still taste like cheese. But that coon got its own taste.
This guy's. Imagine going to his house on Thanksgiving. Here's the turkey. We got some honey ham. That's raccoon. This is. You're just like, what?
Do you remember that Indiana Jones movie, The Temple of Doom? And they're dining, and here come the snakes and the bugs, and the giant bugs, and the monkey brains, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if I'm at the Leggett household, and all of a sudden this raccoon is being passed down the table, right?
How would you know?
I guess I don't know. I mean, I guess it would still be in the. Do they serve it like? You know how they put like a pig on a spit, and you can tell it's a pig, right?
Yeah.
Or a chicken looks like a chicken.
Or what if it was served in the finest china you've ever seen?
It could be.
First of all, he sounds like Forrest Gump.
Well,
right?
dude, he's from...
No. This is... I was just asking this to Moj. I go, you guys have been around the sports world a lot longer than me. I don't think anybody has ever existed in sports at this level as country as Xavier Leggett.
I'm telling you right now.
I don't think anybody has.
I've heard NASCAR guys, dude, they are from the back. Xavier Leggett is from Mullins, South Carolina. It is country.
There was a guy, a defensive back who played for the Broncos. When I used to host this show, we used to take them to beautiful restaurants to eat, and it was called Broncos Saturday Night. And somebody helped me out. I can't remember this guy's name. He played alongside Lenny Walls in that secondary.
That's a long time ago.
I know it was. I can't remember his name. But during this interview, he told us that he used to hunt and eat, and still does every holiday, squirrel. They ate squirrel. It was just part of their diet. Part of his diet, they ate squirrel. And we're talking about this all night going like, wait, like, seriously? Like, if you came to my house, you saw a squirrel on the fence, that's like dinner? Like, yeah, it's great. I can't remember his name, and it's bothering me. So I've seen this before.
Here's the thing, though. When somebody asks you, hey, I've never had that food, what's it taste like? And your response is, it's got its own taste. It's a wild thing to say.
That's awesome, man.
Anyway, so
they still taste like cheese.
Like, what'd he say? Tastes like what?
It still tastes like chicken, is what he said.
Everybody tries to say still taste like cheese.
That's not chicken. I could not conduct an interview. I wouldn't even know what to say back to him.
Dude, he is.
God, I wish he was a Bronco and you had to do that.
I thought he said cheese.
He is as country as it gets, man. He's like those guys on that Where they shoot the alligators down in the
the swamp people.
Swamp people.
Yep.
They never did that.
Shoot him. There's no way that word he just told us is cheese or chicken.
It's chicken.
There's no way. No,
You know,
it's not.
everybody try to say stuff take like cheese.
You know what, Vic? The next Redbird Farms commercial,
I'm gonna
you
do
have
it
to
that
say
way.
chicken. You have to do it. Chicken. All right. So,
By the way, I love that guy. Anytime he's on anywhere, can we promise to record it and play it? Okay.
I want to every time. He's like
Awesome.
my favorite player.
Me too.
Talked
You
about
can
this
write
yesterday.
this down. Hell, record this.
I was trying to figure out, like, okay, we all know how much is on the line this weekend for the Broncos, and it's more than just, keeping up with the standings and making sure you're in good position and controlling your own destiny. But here's the bigger detail. The Broncos at the moment, they still play the Chargers again this year, but for the moment, for all the teams vying for playoff spots that are still not eliminated in the AFC and not a division leader, those teams are Baltimore, LA, Denver, Indianapolis, Miami, Cincinnati. There's one thing that out of all the teams I just mentioned, 4 of the 5 have in common. They are opponents on the Broncos' schedule, and for the moment, all of those teams that you have played own a tiebreaker against you. Baltimore does. LA, for the moment, does, depending on what happens in this second game. Indianapolis is going to be for a tiebreaker this weekend, and Cincinnati in a couple weeks is going to be for a tiebreaker. So all of those things matter, and for the moment, the Broncos are 0-2 against those teams.
Yeah, but the Bengals, they're 5. They have 5 wins. They're 3 games back of you. They are not going to make it. I don't even worry about the Bengals. They are out of the system as far as I'm concerned.
You should worry about the Colts, and here's why. I was looking at the Colts schedule and just looking at what their motivation would be. Every team has some form of motivation going into this week, whether it's motivation to lose and go get a great draft pick, motivation to move into place for a playoff spot, motivation to improve your seeding. The Indianapolis Colts at 6-7 still have a motivation to make the playoffs. And here's why they're really motivated. If they can beat the Denver Broncos, and I look at the rest of their schedule compared to the Broncos, are you kidding me? The Broncos have what looks to be one of the toughest remaining schedules in the NFL.
I haven't looked at every other team.
Not the toughest.
It's probably the toughest.
It's probably the toughest remaining schedule in the National Football League. Teams they're playing that have a lot to play for, that are really good teams. Even Cincinnati, who is out of it, still is a very good team that can hurt you. I'm going to give you the Indianapolis Colts remaining schedule, and you compare. The Broncos game is going to be their toughest. After that, they've got the Tennessee Titans at home. Then they've got the Giants, who are actively trying to lose. And then they've got the Jaguars at home. I mean, compare that to what the Broncos have. So, yeah, Indianapolis is coming to town, and their mindset is, let's win this game. We win out. Folks, we finished 10-7. We got a shot.
That was the next part that I wanted to get to, because you're exactly right. The remaining schedule of the Colts is so easy that I bet they feel if they win this game this weekend, they're in the playoffs.
100%.
Because what do the Broncos need to do? They not only need to beat Indianapolis, they probably need to get one more in the next 3 weeks for what is, to me, the toughest schedule left in the NFL for the last 3 games.
And where is that one more when you're playing teams, even, again, Cincinnati, which may have nothing to play for? Do you think they're going to lay down in Cincinnati?
I also think there's a chance that Cincinnati will still feel like they're in it.
Yeah.
Because Cincinnati's got the Titans this weekend and the Browns next weekend.
Yeah.
What is Kansas City? Here's when I look at their thing. They have some toughies. Well, they get the Browns this week. But the Texans and the Steelers, they got to go on the road to the Steelers. So if you're talking about Buffalo or even Pittsburgh trying to inch up, they're 2 games back in the loss column, but that could be 2 losses right there.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Will Kansas City have anything to play for in the final game of the season?
They very well could. I mean, that's the thing. I don't want to leave that to chance is the point. Like, this is why this one's so important, especially because if you can push the Colts to 8 losses, to make, even though if they go on a run and win the last 3 consecutively, they're 9-8, you'll own the tiebreaker. Like, you will have that over them at least. But you lose, you're going to need help. Because I got a tough time, Moj. I don't know about you. I got a tough time thinking that if they lose this weekend, even going 2-3 down the stretch is a pretty tall task given what you're going to be facing.
Agreed. I think they're going to win this game, though. So, I mean, we'll get, obviously, to more of that. I just feel really good about this game. I'm not discounting what you say. I'm saying I think that once they win this game, it's going to be a moot point.
But Moj, I think we run into this problem, especially you, and I hate to pinpoint you.
Go ahead.
We always look at these games from our perspective, from Denver's perspective, and we sort of, you just ignore what motivation the other teams have. I mean, you're like, oh yeah, dub, Broncos, dub. And you're like, yeah, no problem. I mean, look at this, playoffs right here, dub. Again, we just laid out the motivation for the other team. Just laid it out for you. For them, this game is the key. This is it. This is entry to the playoffs. This is everything.
This for Indianapolis is a playoff game, and then it's 3 more weeks of regular season, and then the playoff stuff.
Because if they lose this, they're done. But if they win this, it opens up an entirely new world of opportunity.
I just don't think they're that good.
They may not be good, but teams that are not good have won games in this league.
Mm-hmm. I understand your point, Moj. Like, here's what you're saying. The Broncos should win this game, and I absolutely agree. The Broncos are a better football team than the Colts are, but the Colts aren't terrible. They aren't very good, but they're not terrible. They have pieces on that team that can scare you. They got Michael Pittman and Jonathan Taylor, and
they got some dudes. Everybody got some dudes. They got some dudes.
But it's an emphasis on not just for this weekend and this season. No, I was talking about this in the appetizer. I think the Broncos have the second longest active playoff drought in the NFL outside the Jets, right? Second longest, I believe, in the NFL.
I think so.
There's always a disconnect, or there can be a disconnect between what the fan base feels like their team should be as opposed to what the team actually is. And I was talking about how I lived through this when I was in Nebraska. I saw the way that the fan base thought their team should be.
They always thought their team should be a national title contender, and they just weren't that good.
To the reality of what they were. And over the last 8-9 years, I think Broncos fans have had we expect this versus this is what the team actually is. I think a win like this over Indianapolis that pushes you to 9 wins and you're this close to just clinching a playoff spot could do a lot to change that entire perspective, especially in a season where you weren't expecting this, which could make it so much better. Like, the whole goal behind drafting a quarterback early and bringing in a new coach is to establish a winning culture. And the Broncos are currently have a locker room that expects to win every week right now, which is an amazing thing for year one of a rookie QB. But if you can have the expectation of winning and push that into a playoff spot in year one would be insane. But it all, to me, kind of comes down to, can you take care of business this weekend? And I think they will. I think they're going to win. I think Sean Payton's going to have them prepared after a bye week. But it's just like there is a nervous nature that exists inside me of, well, what if they fumble and they take it back to the house? You know, like just weird, quirky things in the game like that happen. That's the concerning thing. Because after that, it's you don't just need to win a whole bunch of football games in those last 3 weeks. You need help.
Yeah,
too.
correct. But again, they're in the catbird seat. Okay, so let's not forget that they've already put themselves in a very good position. I mean, again, they're already 2 up in the loss column, so they've got some room to wiggle should they need to wiggle. Okay.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, if you want to put it on the Broncos, let's say, God forbid, they lose. And could they? I guess they could. I don't think they will. God forbid they lose. Well, then it's on them. Then all of a sudden they have their own destiny controlled right in front of them. And all they've got to do is win games.
Yep.
Including the Chargers, including the Bengals, and including that last game against Kansas City that may not mean jack squat. They're in
for KC.
So if you compare all the variables, the Broncos are in much better shape than Indianapolis.
Yep.
Much better. So just keep that in mind.
Jump back to this in a little bit. We're going to have Mike Singer join the show at 8:20 this morning. Jeff Legwold at 9 o'clock. And speaking of the Nuggets, I know the Avs are playing tonight. There's a chance we're going to see Mackenzie Blackwood for the first time tonight.
I doubt it.
You doubt it? Okay.
Well, I know he's been a little bit under the weather.
Yeah.
And the Avs have not sent, as far as I can see, they've not sent Trent Miner back down to the Eagles.
Gotcha.
So if he's not sent down yet, my guess is maybe they're just letting him get the sniffles out or whatever he's got. Just a little bit under the weather. Nothing major or anything.
Well, we get a 7 o'clock puck drop tonight against the Utah Hockey Club. But I heard Michael Malone yesterday on PhD, and I thought he had a few really interesting answers, but one of them revolving around the backup big and what they want to do and plan to do. We'll get to that next.
Dude, you hear me talking about it all the time, and that's low testosterone. I did something about it. But how do you know that you may have some low T? Well, early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. And it happens gradually. All of a sudden, you wake up and you're like, man, I don't feel the same I did when I was in my 20s and 30s and whatnot. What could you be feeling? Maybe putting on a little weight, maybe a decrease in libido even, less productivity at the gym, not seeing the gains you used to, poor sleep. All this can be attributed to low testosterone. So if you feel like maybe that might be your issue, do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. And then schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. You'll have the results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go over everything with you. And the cost of the appointment is only $99, which includes a T and a PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, that appointment is absolutely free. It's really helped me. I feel way better than I have in a long, long time, and you will too. So again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. There's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer, and that's silly. 5 locations in Colorado to take care of you, or give them a call. It's easy. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
All right, Michael Malone on with PhD yesterday with a whole bunch of really interesting answers about where the Nuggets are at right now. It's been a very up and down roller coaster type of season, and they're still trying to figure things out. But when asked about who is going to play the backup five, here was Michael Malone's response.
So at the moment, it's almost like it's been backup five by committee.
Yeah.
Last 2 games, it's been DeAndre Jordan. And I'll go back to something earlier that I spoke about, our defensive rebounding struggles. And one thing about DeAndre Jordan is that he has proven, even at this stage of his career, he is a very effective per-minute defensive rebounder, and he gives you a rim presence. So we're just trying to find a unit and a backup five that can give us some consistency and be the anchor of our defense. And right now we're using DJ, and I think DJ has been really good. And we'll continue to evaluate that as we move forward in this month and throughout the season.
So this is something I've been saying for a while, is that if you're looking for a backup big, I think really your only viable option for a true backup big is DJ. Now, we all kind of know the limitations he has. He's an older guy that maybe doesn't have the same sort of spring and bounce that he used to have, but at least he's a big body. That the rebounding part is super important for the backups, because if you're having trouble scoring with your backup unit and then you give up second chance opportunities because you can't get a board, that's a bad sign. But the more I thought about it, it's not like they didn't try and do anything this offseason to rectify it. They drafted somebody that I believe, Vic, the intention with Deron Holmes was that he was going to be Christian Brown. Like, that guy was going to play, and he was going to play a lot. Like, this wasn't going to be a stash guy like Peyton Watson. You let him sit for a year and figure it out. He was going to play. But
the words we used when they drafted Deron Holmes is really simple. You draft him to put him in the rotation. He's a rotational player. He would have been a rotational player. The definition of that means he would have been coming off the bench, playing those backup big minutes. You lost it. That was a big loss now when you look back at it. We sort of shrugged it off when it happened, right? It's all right. They're still the Nuggets.
Yeah.
That was a big loss. For a team that didn't have much space, right? A team that didn't have much room for error, given the roster, you lose your first-round draft pick. Take a look around the league at all the teams utilizing their first-round draft picks. That's a big loss.
Well, especially one that's in championship position, right?
Big.
Yeah, and it also puts him back a year in terms of development.
Mm-hmm.
Because you think, golly, we got this young kid in, and maybe if he makes mistakes, and he's going to make mistakes as a rookie, and maybe if he has a difficult time with this particular player or whatever, next year when your window's still open, boy, oh boy, he's going to be in really good shape. We're going to be in good shape. No. All
just
gone.
Think about it.
Because of dumb Achilles.
I'm
telling you right now, Achilles are so stupid.
He's a big who can rebound, a big who can shoot, a big who can run.
But he's also a rookie, so let's not put too much on him. Like this guy was going to. I don't know. I don't want to overthink this thing, Vic.
We don't know how good he would have been, but
Correct.
You tell me this. I'm gonna tell you. You got a 6'10" guy who can shoot, who can rebound, and who can run. Do you think you can make use of somebody like that right now?
Absolutely.
Well,
hey, you want to make $1 million?
Sure.
Figure out a way to not have Achilles tear, like a way to save him or protect him. Put a shield in there. Something.
Calf raises.
Calf raise.
$1 million.
Are you telling me that Kevin Durant never did calf raises? And
yeah.
That's a bunch of crap.
Look at his legs. Never a calf raise in his life.
Well, he's a skinny dude by trade.
No, but listen, when it comes to the backup
I don't know
big,
about that. Aaron Rodgers has beautiful calves, and he tore his Achilles.
Should have done more. I want $1 million now. The backup five, the more you think about it, think about what that could open up if you had a viable option, okay? If you could throw somebody in there, like ideally you want Jokic to play how many minutes a night in the regular season? 34? Does that sound like a good number?
That sounds
a good
like
number.
a fair number.
So that's 14 minutes you got to find for non-Joker minutes that you trust somebody to be on the floor. If they had somebody in that position, and I don't know who that would be, but I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to sacrifice something that longer term feels like it would be really beneficial for the Nuggets to have. For the shorter term of this year, I want to make a run. I don't want to do the waiting game anymore. Like, I know that we did that with Jokic when Murray was out with the ACL stuff, and it was like sit and wait, because we're going to have some time. I'm done with the waiting part, and I think you're at the position to sacrifice long-term stuff for short-term gains. So if that means, Vic, as we were talking about yesterday, and I'm only throwing Valanciunas out there because that seems like a viable option for a backup big where the money could work. Like, if you had to throw a Julian Strawther in for a trade to make that happen, I would be willing to do it. Like, I really would. If that meant it was going to help your team in the short term.
You need shooting, though, man. And,
well, I know.
Everybody keeps thinking that getting a Valanciunas will cure all. It's not like the Nuggets haven't had backup bigs that have been effective. Many of them have gone on to better and greater things elsewhere. I mean, many of them have just sat on the bench.
Well, that's the thing, though. He didn't play. And maybe that's a Malone thing then. If you want to talk about Jay Huff or who is other homeboys in New York, Hartenstein.
He's now in Oklahoma City.
Or Oklahoma City now, yeah. Yeah, those two guys, I guess they could have worked, but they didn't play. So
I'm going to tell you right now, the toughest job in sports is being a backup to Nikola Jokic. It's the toughest job in sports.
It feels like the easiest job.
I don't think so. I think it's the toughest job. You got to come in and your team is playing on a pace where you're rated offensively one of the best ever, and all of a sudden you got to just hold that standard, hold that line somehow. Good luck.
But I don't, I've said this about the bench forever. The bench's job is not to expand a lead. The bench's job is not to go out there and improve on what the starting five has put out there by the time you hit the floor. Their job is just to keep it level, like to not blow it.
Yeah, but even when the Nuggets won a championship, they didn't keep it level. Think about that. The Denver Nuggets won an NBA championship.
It was as close as they got.
Yeah, but they didn't keep it level. They didn't do it.
Yeah, I understand.
Even the year that they won an NBA championship, when Nikola left the game, you just prayed.
Well,
you
look,
prayed.
The same thing. Here's the deal, though. The same thing applies to everybody else who is considered one of the greatest offensive players who's ever lived.
Not like this. Not like this. His numbers are historical.
Oh, I know.
Not like this.
But all I'm saying is, when you look at those LeBron Cavs teams, they had that problem. They had that because you're talking about this level of productive play, and then he hits the bench, and there is nobody like that.
You know what hit me yesterday? There's so much talk about bringing in players, making trades, and listen, I would love nothing more to add another wrinkle, another layer. I would love that. Now, I've explained it to you, and yesterday we had who did we have on yesterday to help explain
Jake Coyne.
Jake Coyne, and he bolstered the point that I've been making. There's not much they can do. They're paralyzed right now. There's not much they can do.
What does bolstered mean?
The answer to the Nuggets' woes lie within the roster. And the answer is always the same. It always comes back to the same answer. Listen, these Denver Nuggets, and you may not want to hear this, he may not want to hear this, but it's the truth. These Denver Nuggets will only go as far as Jamal Murray will take them. If Jamal's not right, you can add whatever you want. You can add this piece, that piece. If Jamal Murray doesn't play like the Jamal Murray that we've seen, they're not going to be as good.
I just don't understand. I just don't listen.
Tell me if I'm wrong. You can. Let's bring this guy in. Let's do that. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
You've got
if he doesn't get back to standard play, it's not going to matter.
We're still dealing with a hammy? Is that what we're dealing with right now?
Yeah.
Help me out.
Yes, it's hamstring. He was at practice yesterday. He did make 18 threes in a row. Katie shot that.
Well, that's awesome.
Cool to see.
Okay, good. That's a very good sign. I hope that is the case when he returns to the floor. You got to find a way.
Do you agree with what I just said? Do you agree? You can. Oh, okay. We're going to do this. We're going to give Valanciunas. All right, and then we're going to do this. Who can? None of that matters.
Yes, and no. And here's why. This team right now is not good enough to win a championship. With Jamal Murray playing this way especially. And here's my concern, Vic. Let's say Jamal gets back to normal. Normal Jamal of what we've come used to, where what do you average last year, 21 a game?
I'll give you what normal Jamal is. Can I define what normal Jamal is real quick? Last year, Jamal Murray had 10 games in which he eclipsed 30 points. He would have those breakout games. You're like, woo, woo, woo. He hasn't had one yet this year. He's averaging 17 points a game. He's third. That's not the problem. The problem isn't just scoring 17 a game. The problem is you're waiting for that breakout game. You're waiting for that ability to go off, right? That game, you're like, okay, he's going. He's got it. We haven't seen that. He hasn't been able to do that.
What I'm trying to tell you, Vic, I'm trying to tell you that you need to figure it out with what you got. I mean, what's wrong with Zeke Nnaji? Does he just completely suck?
Hang on a second.
I mean,
but you're straying from my point again.
What's your point?
None of that other stuff.
I completely agree
none
with
of that
Jamal
other
Murray.
stuff matters unless you have him right.
Okay, but here's what you're not going to do.
What's your question?
Agreed. Let's say you got Jamal Murray right. Let's say you got him ready to go, and he looks like the old Blue Arrow, and he's firing, he's feeling healthy and feeling good at 18 threes in a row. Okay. Well, when he's off the floor and Joker's off the floor, then what?
But see, that's the thing. Last year, he stayed on the floor when Joker went off.
Okay.
There were a lot of games. He stayed on and carried a lot of that. Last March, Jamal Murray had 37 points against Utah Jazz. In the playoffs, he had 32 against the Lakers. He has yet to eclipse 30. He's yet to get past that. Do you remember watching him in the bubble? And I hate to go yesteryear. Every other night, it was some explosive number.
Yeah,
Every
understood.
other night it was explosive.
And listen, I don't want to
the ability to go off, the ability to rise. It's until he returns to that form. I don't know why we're wasting time talking about the rest of the roster.
This is why. And this is just in my head, and maybe you disagree, and that's fine. I don't know even if Jamal gets to that, what you're talking about, Vic, if this team's good enough. That's what I don't know.
Okay. But then end the sentence right there. Stop the sentence. Listen to me. And it's very, very, if you can't get the Jamal Murray that could dominate a game and take over a game, if you can't get to that guy,
then all bets are off anyway.
Then
yes,
what are we?
I got you.
We're wasting our time.
I got you.
Did you hear
We're
the first
just
part?
wasting our time.
Hang on. You didn't hear the first part then. I said, even if you get that, what you were talking about with Jamal, my concern is that even with that, you don't have enough. And here's why. If you can't
I disagree.
Okay, that's fine. But let me explain my case. If you look to your bench and you can't find a single guy over 6'8" that you deem playable, that's a giant gaping hole in the roster. And one that, especially during the regular season, I'm not as concerned when the postseason starts. But I saw what happened last year. The guys who were above 6'8", who got on the floor, were playing 40 minutes a night during the regular season, and they were tired by the time it came. You have to play now 43 minutes in the postseason. Like, I think they need that
I
to
disagree.
build a bridge.
Who was their backup big in the playoffs when they won an NBA championship?
Jeff Green?
His name was Aaron Gordon. That was their backup big.
Jeff Green got minutes. I mean,
but the backup big was Aaron Gordon. They won an NBA championship that year because Jamal Murray could take it to another level.
Yeah,
he did.
Victor,
but
let me agree
they
with
also had Jeff Green taking minutes throughout the course of the regular
He took
season.
minutes, but he wasn't the true backup big. The backup big in the playoff run was Aaron Gordon.
Let me agree with you.
But
then. Hold on.
I said
Brett,
during
Brett.
the regular season to build a
Yeah.
bridge,
Okay.
they weren't
Yeah,
taxed.
I agree with you there.
You guys,
I
are just,
agree.
you guys
Yeah.
are just going back and forth over the same damn thing.
No, I agree. I don't disagree with you. During the regular season, you have to carry those minutes.
Right.
Let's not talk about the bench at all ever again. I don't want to talk
We're
about
sitting here
Zeke.
again talking about the same
Yeah,
things.
I don't want to talk about Jordan. I don't want to talk about Saric. I don't want to talk about Peyton or Hunter or anybody else coming off that bench.
Why?
So because Vic already said it's completely irrelevant till Jamal Murray's Jamal Murray. So I'll tell you what.
That's the truth.
Okay, then I'll make you a deal. You notify me. I will sit here in this chair with my teeth in my mouth. You notify me the day that you think Jamal Murray is back, and then it's okay to talk about the rest of the team.
You want me to make a comp that'll make
make
Mosier's head explode?
You notify me.
Do you want me to make a comp that'll make Mosier's head explode?
Sure.
Okay. If I'm talking about the Avs, I don't want to talk about scoring. I don't want to talk about power plays. I don't want to talk about how they need that third line and that fourth line to coalesce. I don't want to hear it. Because until you fix the goaltending, none of that stuff matters. Correct?
I think they
Exactly.
I think they
exactly.
did.
They did.
but-
Correct?
But
That's
I
the
would
point
still
I'm
talk
making.
about it.
That's the point I'm making, Moj. The point is you can nitpick all that other stuff all you want. But the one thing that you have to have needs to be addressed. This team has to have, and it's not out of the question that he could return. He could. Listen, 3 months from now, we could look back and say, God, remember when Jamal scared everybody? He's back. He could. I hope that's the case. For God's sake, I hope that's the case. But until you address that, all this other stuff doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But yeah, it's the most important detail. And you need to look, if we're having a conversation about championship discussions, that's a given. Like there's no other thing that needs to be discussed, you're right, until that gets figured out. But if you think this team is championship worthy, then you're under the assumption that Jamal eventually will get back to that.
Not only does it not matter, there's nothing you can do about it. At least the Avs could do something about it. The Avs could make a move, and therein lies the difference between the Avs and the Nuggets. The Avs looked at their problem and said, okay, let's address it. And they did. There's nothing the Nuggets can do about that, what I just told you, except hope.
With Jamal?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about
What's
that.
a $60 million a year hope?
You give me a...
I don't disagree with you, Vic, but then now we're starting to get into bigger issues.
I just think
Are we not getting into bigger issues, or am I wrong about
I
that?
hope. Listen,
it's
here's
a
what I
bigger
hope.
issue that is an impossibility to fix.
I hope in April. We're looking back, and again, this is just hope. I hope we're looking back and saying, "Damn, remember back in December when Maul was shooting 33% from three and only averaging 17 a game?
Yeah.
God, look at him now. I hope that's the case. That we're just looking back at this and saying, yeah, just slow start. Went through it a little bit. It's happened before.
Texture says, not one time during this segment was MPJ brought up, why are we paying him? Because MPJ's doing his job this year.
Yeah.
MPJ's the second leading scorer. His numbers, if you had told me before the season, lay out MPJ's numbers. Give them to me.
19, 7, and 3.
If you told me those were his numbers, I'd say, yeah, great. Beautiful. Averaging just under 20 a game. Let's go.
And
Nice.
he's stepped up in the games that Jamal's been out, too. MPJ is not a problem at all. At all.
People are misinterpreting what I'm saying. They think that I don't want to talk Nuggets, that I don't want to talk about all these other things. Clearly, you can nitpick other things, but those other things matter nothing until this thing is addressed.
We'll get back to this with Mike Singer, who's going to join us at 8:20 this morning when we return. How does a 72-year-old man relate to 18-year-old kids? We'll get to it next. So the deal became official yesterday that Bill Belichick is going to take over as coach of North Carolina. It's a 5-year deal. He's a 72-year-old man who has never coached in the college ranks before, and he is going to embark on that now.
Why are you guys playing the old man music? As if
Why are you
old
saying you
people
guys
can't do anything?
That the music is strictly a Nelly decision?
Nelly, why are you doing this? As if old people are not capable of doing anything in this world.
Brett was just trying to talk about how he's supposed to communicate with the youths.
I mean, it is a question that I have, though. Like, he is...
How did Snyder do with K-State late in his career?
Snyder wasn't a hard ass. He was a super quiet, I don't know, like...
It's a different world. I think what Belichick is doing, he's taking a page from Dion and saying, we're going to make this an NFL program.
See, okay, but here's the difference. You said Snyder. Snyder coached like most of his career in the 80s and 90s when there was a different breed of 18-year-old that was out there, and you know it. Dion has something that Belichick doesn't have. He's got a cool factor, and a big one. Like,
hey, Belichick dates young. He's young at heart.
Yeah. The difference is,
I mean,
if you're the woman
to take the job, like they have to accept his girlfriend too.
How about the fact that our boy
That's
every
a cheap
Friday?
Shot. That is a cheap shot. I should not have taken.
Take it back. How about the fact that our boy Michael Lombardi, who joined us every Friday for a couple years running, is now his general manager? Hired him yesterday.
Well, this is kind of what I'm getting to here. Okay, so Michael Lombardi's the general manager. Belichick is the head coach. We've talked to Michael numerous occasions.
Yep.
Michael Lombardi does not suffer fools. He didn't suffer our foolishness.
Nope.
How does that translate to today's college football?
Here's how it transfers. Here, I've got a simple explanation.
Okay.
Hey, kid, you're good. Want to play in the NFL? We know how to do it. We know how to get you there. Come here. That's it.
Okay.
I don't care if you're 18, 19, 20, 21. I don't care. If they've got talent, Bill's not going to be going, hey, Steve, how are you doing, young man? It's not that kind of stuff. It's, hey, listen, you're getting in a program. I mean, you may not even see the old man half the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to surround himself with all kinds of people who, quote, can relate to the young.
Like,
and so it's just this is a get to the NFL factory. He's made it clear that's his only intention. That's why Michael Lombardi is on board, because he also knows what it takes to succeed and get people to the NFL.
That I don't
He's
doubt.
a Super Bowl champion.
No, they have that.
Okay, so they've positioned themselves opposite other programs, certainly in the ACC, but around the country as we've got the ticket to the NFL for all of you best recruits, all you super studs. Now, you can go to Georgia, and Kirby can talk to you about this, and you can go to Bama, and Kalen DeBoer can talk to you about this, and you can go wherever you want to go. But if you want to go to the NFL, we know the ticket. Yeah. We know the people. We know the everything. Come here.
But hang on. The Belichick thing, we all know this, and everybody reacts differently to this kind of environment. That sort of style that he had wore on professional players. Like, the way that they did things in New England wore on professionals.
After 20-something years.
It's not just Tom Brady. It wasn't just him. I'll give you an example. Do you guys remember, this was years ago, but I think it was like probably 5 years before Belichick retired from the Patriots. They had a running back who was filling in for a very injured New England running back room. Do you remember the name Jonas Gray?
Sure.
It's a guy they signed basically off the street.
I don't remember.
For like 2 straight games most. He had like 200-yard games consecutively. He showed up late to a couple of meetings. You know what happened? He got cut. Like that quickly. And I
sounds like he should have been on time.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. What I'm saying, though, is anybody who wants to bring up older coaches in college football, like somebody says, how about Joe Paterno? We're talking about like the early 2000s, man. It's a different world that you're existing in right now. Completely different. Like, you have to now manage the egos of guys who've been told they're great forever, along with them wanting money. And now, to North Carolina's credit, I saw a report that part of them getting Belichick is from Matt Hayes of USA Today. Source tells me UNC will increase their NIL package for football from $4 million to $20 million. in order to land Belichick.
You don't think he was going to – this was a requirement before he took the job.
Of course.
He wasn't going to take the job unless he knew he had the
Mm-hmm.
NIL money to go recruit these players. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. It'd be a complete crap show. So the money had to be made first. By the way, I think Belichick is taking that UNC job not because he necessarily wants to go back to college. No. He was left out of the NFL. He was almost blackballed. Nobody wanted him. Nobody wanted him.
Why do you see? And that's the other thing. I have my own theory. I want to hear what you guys think first. Why do you think he was not hired in the NFL?
I don't think
know.
anybody wanted to give up all that power anymore.
Probably.
I think they didn't trust him. You know, Sean Payton is one of the few. Again, how many guys outside of Sean Payton wield that kind of head coaching power where you have your fingerprints on everything? How many?
Yeah, not a lot. Andy Reid probably to a certain extent has that.
You know what you're also buying when you buy Bill Belichick to come in and be a pro program? You're buying a ton of attention.
Oh, of course. This makes all the sense in the world for North Carolina.
The prime factor at Colorado is a perfect example.
Do you think this will be close to what Prime, the attention
Yeah,
Prime got?
yes, I do.
Do you
Yes,
think
I
this will
do.
be?
Yep.
I don't think it'll be nearly
I don't think
as
it'll be.
much.
You know, here's why. Here's the difference between Belichick and Prime. The biggest difference. I think they both are going to try to do the same thing, and Prime has been very successful. Does Belichick have two kids that could play football? One of them at an all-world level?
No. But when was the last time College Game Day was in Chapel Hill?
I don't know.
Ever?
But
I guarantee you they're going to be in Chapel Hill next year.
why?
I guarantee it.
Again, he doesn't have Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders. He
Understood.
He doesn't have those guys.
He's got all the rings, bro. It's Bill Belichick.
But he doesn't have what Prime can do. Prime was able to bring a hype that. Do you think Belichick's a hype man? He's the opposite of that.
I don't think it mattered nearly as much. If Dion didn't have Shedeur and Travis Hunter to bring along with him from Jackson State, I think the attention still would have been as high because it wasn't about that. It was about Dion's ability. You know, I've said this before about him, and I don't mean this in a negative way. He's like Don King. Like he's an ultra promoter, and he's really, really good at it, about ginning up some sort of interest within whatever he's going to be doing.
I think the accomplishments of Bill Belichick will speak for themselves, and I think that's going to be a big getter for the UNC Tar Heels and for the entire university, to be honest with you.
Maybe
it's
I'm
going
wrong.
to be buzz all over campus all the time.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that applies as much. I think if you gave, honestly, if you gave a recruit who is down to North Carolina and CU as their options, I think they choose CU.
Probably
I
would.
agree. Who would you rather? Let me ask you this, because we go on and on about whether Prime is going to stay in Boulder. Every day that goes by, I think he's going to stay. I think the chances of him leaving, I'd be shocked if he did leave at this point. I think he's built such a great recruiting tool here, and the number of players and the level of players he's got coming in, and we could talk about this on another day, because if you think a young freshman quarterback is going to come in and give you the same thing Shedeur gave you, it's going to take some time, ladies and gentlemen. So don't have the same expectations. But I think Prime is now here. He's solidified himself. He likes it here, clearly. He's recruiting here, and I'd be shocked if he left. But if I gave you the choice to run a college football program, Bill Belichick, sight unseen, or Deion Sanders, who do you take?
Probably
Deion.
Coach Prime.
Not even close, right? Not even close.
And this is what, I get what you're saying, Moj, and maybe I'm wrong on this. I don't think kids care nearly as much stock or put nearly as much stock into his Super Bowl rings as what you think.
Yeah, you're so right. The nostalgia thing is so overblown. I learned this firsthand, years ago in my school. People were into nostalgia. I'm going to go to Notre Dame and be Rudy. You think people care about that anymore?
Not at
They
all.
don't care.
You guys are so missing the point.
They
Blows
went
my
there
mind.
because they wanted access to being on television and going to the pros. That's what they care about. Guys will come to Boulder, sight unseen. They've never even been to Boulder. Guys from the South that hate snow will come live in the snow.
You're missing. You're not listening to this.
Hey, go ahead.
Your gums are flapping way faster than your brain is thinking this morning. I'll tell you that much. My point is this. I'm not talking about an 18-year-old or whatever. And by the way, today's day and age, it's the portal. That's where it's at. It's not about Hello, Mrs. Smith. I mean, some of it's about that. Yes, of course. But for a Bill Belichick, he's going to be like Prime. He's going to be looking in the portal. He's not going to be knocking on doors in Mullins, South Carolina. My point is, for the entire program as a whole, the outside perception, you don't think it's going to be all over every damn show today? I mean, look at right now on Get Up. It's all over the place. Well, no,
that's only going to get you so far.
Can I finish my thought before you go crazy on me, please? Thank you. I'm telling you, the outside influence is going to be huge. It's Bill Belichick. And you're going to have College Game Day there. Maybe to start the season or one of the first big ACC games of the year. You're going to get all that kind of attention. You're going to sell merchandise. They're going to come up with clever stuff about Bill in 72 years. I mean, they're going to figure out all this kind of thing and market it the best way they possibly can. And what I'm telling you, if it comes down between North Carolina and Georgia Tech for a big recruit, or even somebody in the SEC, and you've got Michael Lombardi as the GM, and you've got Bill Belichick as the guy who says, I will put you in the NFL, and we're going to run a pro-style offense, and we're going to feature your talents, I think he's going to get big kids. And the money. And they also have $20 million to play with now. So that's going to talk to,
let's be honest. Talks. This is what it comes down to with
agreed.
What he's selling.
Correct.
Right here. In pesos.
I don't know if he has that kind of appeal. Like an 18-year-old is going to be pumped to go play for Belichick. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I
told you it's about the portal.
Yeah, but I'm with Brett on this. I'm totally with Brett. 100%. I'm with you, Brett. You and I see this differently. If I had a kid, let's say I had a kid that was an all-world receiver. Oh, man, you got to go play for Belichick. That's a one-way trip to the NFL. Really? You can go anywhere and play and get to the NFL. I don't need to go to Belichick.
When we work on football, we work on football.
I'll tell you something, too. Like, this was, at least for me, it was a factor when I was taking my podunk nothing visits to middle-of-nowhere places at junior colleges. One of the things that mattered to me when I met the coach, this guy's dictating my entire life for 4 straight years. He's telling me when I have to get up in the morning, when I have to work out, when I have to go to school, when I have to go to practice. Like, I want to make sure I like this guy. I want to make sure that I identify sort of with, does his style of coaching fit with what I want my lifestyle to be in college?
So you guys both think...
And I think there's an authoritarian style to Belichick that maybe he lets that go when he gets there. I don't know.
Okay, then the last thing before we get to the top here. Good move or bad move on each side?
North Carolina's a no-brainer. I would do that immediately.
Good move. Carolina, good move. And it's the only move for Belichick.
Then what are you bashing it for?
What? Nobody's bashing it. You're the one who said that he'll be just as successful as Prime.
I didn't say
that. I disagree.
No, I didn't say that. I said he's going to bring attention to that program that hardly anybody else could.
I'm just talking.
I'm telling you that right now.
Moshe, I'm not saying it's a bad move. I'm very skeptical on if that's going to work is all I'm talking about.
Fair. Fine.
That's all I'm talking about.
Fine, but you cannot deny the buzz that's going to be around that program.
For sure. Yeah.
Well, you just called it a no-brainer, then chill out.
Okay. Mike Singer joins us in 20 minutes. Stick around.
Had a buddy of mine who was involved in a car accident and wasn't pretty, and I immediately said, I got the guy you got to call. Dan Kaplis and his law firm. After a serious injury or the wrongful death of a loved one, his track record over 40 years of historic success is high stakes, personal injury. In those kind of cases, it tells you everything about how he operates, because high stakes injury cases are fought at a much different level, and Dan Kaplis Law has proven it will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest insurance companies and what they have to offer, and he'll win. That's why Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. He is serious and a serious firm for serious cases. He accepts righteous injury cases on a percentage-free basis. So if you need a law office, there are plenty to choose from across the Front Range in the Denver Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, Fort Collins. Give them a call today, 303 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up at dancaplislaw.com. That's CAPLIS law.com.
Hey, I got a fun stat for you real quick before we move on.
And I've got something that I must address that makes my heart full.
All right, this will be...
Tis the season for full hearts.
This will be 30 seconds. I don't know if we've ever seen this before. I really don't. So I think we can all acknowledge the NFC North is the best division in football, right?
Yes.
The records of the top three teams in that division, so leave the Bears out. Lions, Packers, Vikings. Lions are 12-1, Vikings 11-2, Packers are 9-4. But their records against teams that aren't in the division so far is 29-3 this year.
Wow. That's dominant.
They have not, none of those teams have lost a non-divisional game since October.
So basically, they just beat the snot out of all comers.
Everybody.
It's pretty amazing. It really, and listen, the representative.
The Packers are 9-4.
To the NFC would not surprise me if it came out of that dang division.
The Packers are 9-4. 3 of their losses have come against divisional opponents, which is just insane.
Simply insane.
Have we ever seen that? 3 teams in a division that are this level dominant all at the same time? Like we were talking about earlier when the Bears were, before they started really losing, like, oh, could they all 4 teams make the division? But that's crazy. Like in those years that the Chiefs were good, the Broncos were good, were like the Chargers an 11-win team too or something like that?
I don't remember 3 teams at the top of division like this. I mean, usually it's 2 teams and they're rolling, but 3, that's
crazy.
I'm trying to think too here. The schedule's
you know what it reminds
diabolical.
Me of?
What's that?
You know what it reminds me of? Last season, the Nuggets Northwest Division were OKC, Minnesota, and the Nuggets dominated. They were the top 3 in the Western Conference.
Yep.
Think about that. When's the last time you saw that?
Correct.
And the funny thing, it's the only sport where a division doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's the only one.
That's crazy. At Seattle for Minnesota, home against the Packers, and then at the Lions. That's a hell of a way to finish things out. What if they get through that unscathed and they beat the Lions the last week of the regular season? They're tied atop the division. I mean,
probably win the division.
Holy crud. That's pretty crazy. Do you want me to?
Yeah, why is your heart full or whatever?
What's the greatest heartful song of all time?
I don't know, but you're wearing a very holiday-like sweater today. Just sort of very holiday-like. Are you going to a holiday party?
No, it's just a quarter-zip sweater.
You look like you're going to sit next to a nice
It's a beautiful day in the
hands.
neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? It's not like cardigan or anything like that.
See, I'm wearing a crew neck sweater. Like I don't have any sweaters that aren't hoodies. I like
It's a sweatshirt.
Whatever it is.
Last night, the Houston Rockets knocked off the Golden State Warriors 91-90 in Houston. And I think the saying goes from Miracle on 34th Street or It's a Wonderful Life. What the hell is that movie? It's a Wonderful Life. Every time Steve Kerr cries, an angel gets its wings.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Steve, please.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time, 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is, unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. You know, loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. It's a physical game. We're going to call it a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line. This is a billion-dollar industry. You got people's jobs on the line.
Oh my God.
I am stunned. I am stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back.
Oh, sure you
played
do.
great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
I'm telling you, this guy, he's my number one. He's my number one in sports.
Can I divorce my feelings towards Steve Kerr and his crying from what I believe to be true?
You think he's right, don't you?
He's 100% right on the call. It was I watched it. I watched the whole thing unfold. It was an absolute atrocity of a call. It was awful. If it happened against the Nuggets, we'd be crying the same thing, by the way. It was terrible. A terrible call. Having said that, he cries so much about officiating, and he's done it so often at this level, that it doesn't hit home. He is the boy that cried wolf.
He put his mouth on our big man, and I don't like that.
So,
do you remember when he put his mouth on our big man?
But you cannot tell me.
I don't accept that whatsoever.
He's 100%
You don't talk
right.
to our players, Steve. You do not talk to our players, period.
It was
phrasing.
Yeah, I saw Nelly make a note when you said that.
It was a mad scramble. I mean, Nell, if you could find the final play where that call was made, it was a mad scramble where guys are jumping all over each other. You could have made the case that Houston could have been called for 3 or 4 fouls before that call was made. It was an unnecessary call to make at that juncture of the game. So he's right. But listening to him cry about it, it does bring me great delight.
Here's the thing, though. I don't know what is in the mental makeup of either him, because you know what that reminded me of? What game was it last year that the Chiefs lost and there was something going on with Travis Kelce? Like he caught a touchdown, but they called it back. I can't remember what the exact situation was.
Wasn't it a crazy trick play and he got wide open?
Oh,
yeah.
They called
for a touchdown.
What'd they call? They called
something that they thought was stupid.
Was it an illegal procedure? No, it was
offensive offsides.
That's exactly what it was.
And remember what Mahomes did? He went to the presser after the game, not to just say, I disagree with the call, which, again, is fine.
Well, first of all, he blew off Josh Allen, right? He blew up. Didn't he blow him off? Okay.
But he gets to the podium and he goes, I mean, this is going to affect his Hall of Fame career. And you're like, what are you talking about? So when Steve Kerr goes to the multi-billion-dollar corporation thing, and you're so right, Vic, because he's done it so many times, I'm just like, would you shut the hell up? Just shut up, okay?
Because it comes from him. But again, take a look at the play objectively, and you tell me.
Curry misses a three.
There's guys scrambling everywhere. I mean, look right there. That's a foul on. That's 2 fouls on Houston before there's a foul called on Golden State. Come on, Fred VanVleet. Watch Fred VanVleet when that ball goes to the ground. He tackles a dude. It's silly. Who
did they call it on? Did they call it on Looney going over the top at the very end?
They called it on Kuminga. I believe it was on Kuminga for coming in late.
Like,
I have no idea.
I don't know. Yeah. Look, is it a call that shouldn't have been made? Yeah, it's a call that shouldn't have been made. But I can't take it with him because there is always something that happened after he loses, where it's always somebody else's fault, and I just can't stand it. He bothers me, okay?
Yeah.
I'll fully admit that maybe this is not a big deal at all, but I'm just bothered by him.
Very much like when he cried in Denver last week when, he claimed that Christian Brown called timeout. And I guess I could say, yeah, he tried to call timeout. But the game was fairly out of reach. They were down by 4. Yeah. It would have required a miracle finish with 1.9 left. So that was a waste on his. See, he shouldn't have cried about that. If you don't cry about that one and make national news crying, maybe this one hits home a little harder. But because you cry after every single loss, people stop paying attention to your cries.
Hey, that floor was really,
really, that was terrible.
Really red.
That was terrible.
It felt like, honestly, if you said, hey, by the way, this game is being played in the depths of hell, I would say,
that's how Kerr described it. That's how Kerr described it. Ironically enough, he said, I feel like I'm playing on the floors of hell.
Oh, well, geez, I didn't realize that.
Listen, and I know we're going to have people push back on this. Oh, the colorblind guy talking about the courts. I don't know what they're doing, but it's stupid. Enough with all the multicolored courts.
Yeah.
Can we just play basketball?
Guys,
stop
NBA,
it.
Listen to me. And I'm going to just abstain because we know you're disgust for the NBA Cup in general. Let me just give you guys one detail. You want to keep this thing going, obviously you're going to, that's fine. Stop with the courts. Just stop with that. It's distracting. It's weird to watch. It's hard to follow. It hurts your eyes. Like, it's bad.
But what is it? What do you gain? I'm trying to find, okay, they tell me that the reason why they do the Simpsons football is because they're gaining young audiences. Okay, I see where you're going. It's not my cup of tea, but you're trying to gain something. What do you gain from doing this to the courts? From butchering? Let them what's the market out there? Is someone going to go buy a red court now? Is someone going to call, excuse me, NBA, I'm putting in a court in our cul-de-sac. I want a deep red like the Rockets court. Can you hook me up, please?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know.
They're doing it. Sorry to cut you off, Moj.
No, it's okay.
It's just so that when if you tune into a game and you had no idea what's going on and you see a court that's blinding, you automatically know it's part of the in-season tournament. Because I had no idea about this Warriors game. I brought up the highlight. I went, oh, that court looks like the Kenny Rogers chicken roaster from Seinfeld. Uh-huh. It's an NBA Cup game.
What is your guys, give it to me. What did you think of the Nuggets deep yellow, whatever the hell that was, court?
I didn't mind it because it still kind of looked like a basketball floor. It wasn't blue. You know what I mean? It wasn't bright red like that. it still had the look a little bit of what a floor should look like.
So what you're saying then, what you're saying to us, Nelly, is that the NBA is so desperate for people to watch that they have to physically blind them when they stop on their channel. So
Pretty
what
much.
the NHL should do, Moshe, the NHL tonight, just start painting the ice just ridiculous
Blood
colors.
red and everything else. Yeah.
So what baseball should do now is just, you go attack those colorblind people. Next time you have a game, just attack them.
Nailed it.
Think about this for a second. Think how stupid that is.
Well, Vic,
I got an idea.
I'm looking up the cost, though, real quick. So a regular portable NBA court, just a regular portable court, you take it apart, put it back together, is like $250,000.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, I guess the one they had at the All-Star game last year with the LEDs and all that kind of stuff, and if it can handle streaming, that court is like $2.5 million. Now, these courts have got to be somewhere in between, right? But let's just say, I don't know, it's $800 to $1 million per with all the paint and all the pomp and
That's
circumstances.
not that much. It's probably going to be about $200,000 for those courts.
Well, no, I said a regular old court is $250.
Okay.
Regular old court's $250. So now you're fancying it up with all the paint and all the da-da-da. Okay. So what are we spending? Let's just be conservative.
It's wasted money.
$20 million on courts for this
It's
thing.
wasted money.
I got an
I don't
idea.
know.
I got an idea.
It's gluttonous.
In baseball, when you have a big rivalry game, like if it's Yankees-Red Sox, the dirt is glitter.
Yeah.
Can we get on board with that?
Yeah. Hey,
Just an entire infield full of glitter.
Let me ask you this, and be honest, because Coach Sanford's going to follow our show. Doesn't it bother you watching Boise State play home football games?
It does.
Yeah.
Does it bother you? What
It
bothers
does.
you?
I don't like it.
You know what? It
doesn't feel right.
That's at least one that I'm like, I've accepted it. They're the exception. They're weird.
They're a one-off.
They're the weird one.
Exactly
Okay,
right.
let me ask you this. Remember when the Oregon Ducks, their basketball team, they still do it? Those
they still do.
ridiculous courts they throw up there?
That's like it's
stupid, right?
It's like the forest outline.
Yes, it's stupid, right? It's
Yeah.
stupid. You're trying too hard. You're trying too hard. Play basketball. If that's not good enough to attract viewers, what are we doing?
Zach says, black ice, black boards, neon puck. Let's do it.
What, like they're playing hockey in a laser tag arena?
Like a bright yellow neon puck.
Yeah. I'm just making a Blue Man Group concert. You know what I mean? All right. We got Mike Singer will join the show. Obviously, he's the writer of the Nikola Jokic book, Why So Serious, but he's also part of the Nuggets front office now in the, what is it? The director of intelligence, or what's his role again? What is that called?
Strategic intelligence. I'm not sure what it is. We'll ask him.
Yeah, we'll ask him, get an update on that, get his thoughts on the Nuggets next.
Westbrook has it at the midcourt circle. He goes to the left hand. Stutter step and a drive in the paint to Jokic. Floater, no good. Put it back up and in. Make it 102 points for Nikola Jokic in back-to-back games. Denver leads at 128-107.
All right, so Mike Singer is going to join us in just a few minutes. Again, writer of the book Why So Serious about Nikola Jokic, but also part of the Nuggets brass now. So we'll talk to him about a multitude of things. Now, before he gets here, couple of details. I got this audio from Kenny Dillingham, who is he's riding high right now because Arizona State is playing really good football, won the Big 12 championship in the college football playoff, but he's also somebody who coached Bo Nix. And he had some comments about Bo Nix on the Pardon My Take podcast. Listen.
Bo has always been competitive and special and accurate and has moxie and intelligent. Like, he's the dude that has enough dog in him that it makes some people uncomfortable. Like, oh, whoa, he's going to say something back to you? Like, in a good way, like in a competitive way, like, why do you like that call? Well, have you thought about doing it like this? And some people don't like, some people, this is what you do. Go do it. Don't give your opinion. I'm the opposite. I've never been the smartest dude in the room, and I never will be. You know what I am? I'm smart enough to listen to people, and I was smart enough when I went to Oregon to listen to Bo Nix when he said, I want to run.
So that's Kenny Dillingham talking about Bo, and I think that it proves two things: the sharpness of Bo Nix, but also how incredibly intelligent that Kenny Dillingham is. And we'll get to that in just a second, but let's hop out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Mike Singer joins the program, not only the writer of Why So Serious, the Nikola Jokic book, which is out now, but also, what's the official title for you again in the Nuggets front office, Mike? Remind me.
The Director of Strategy and Intelligence for the Nuggets.
I love it. Anyway, thank you for joining the program. So you just got off a call in Serbia? Is that what I understand?
I did. It was a Zoom interview in Serbia. I'm sorry for being a little bit late, but Belgrade was calling.
Well, I got to tell you, man, every year we enter the season, we say, gosh, that's the best version of Jokic that we're going to get. He can't get any better. And somehow he gets better every single season. What is it about him this year that has made not just, the points he's scoring, the rebounds, all that stuff, but the three-point shooting is off the charts. I believe he's number 2 in the league in three-point percentage. How did he improve that this offseason?
I think he described it as a secret that only him and his shooting coach, Ogi Stojakovic, knows. So that's not in the book. I am not privy to, the mechanics of his three-point shooting that improved this offseason. However, I did get into his shooting mechanics in the book and how Ogi refined it. So that's kind of a cool story. And then in regards to him coming in this offseason and why he looks so good, I wonder whether the national team, rejuvenated and inspired him. I wonder whether that bronze medal run, nearly beating the Americans, really just was, an injection that he needed and was just, that was an all-time memory for Nikola. And you saw the way he celebrated. That was some pretty special stuff, nearly dethroning the Americans and probably should have dethroned the Americans.
He did say it was the most devastating loss of his career. So who knows? Maybe he's coming back from that. I have the book right here, and I offered it to my cohorts to read before this interview, Mike, but one guy doesn't read, and the other guy just reads National Geographic. So I gave them a lot of intel on the book. And when I first opened this up, Michael, and I'm privileged enough to have read it,
Well, Vic, real quick. Did you tell them that there's pictures in the book? And it's
yes.
Basically a picture book?
Yeah, I tried that
Mike,
too.
As the director of strategy and intelligence, I think you could probably appreciate the fact that I like to read Nat Geo
At least
history.
Mosier reads.
Nat Geo history. I read a lot of books as well. I'm reading a book on Arlington National Cemetery right now. Okay?
Mike, honest to God, I offered this to Kane, and his response was, I don't read books.
I told you to bring it in, though. I said I'm probably going to read that one. That's what I told you.
You don't read books.
Not generally, no.
Yeah, so when you offer this to people that refuse to read, you have the audio book, right, Mike? There's an audio version of this?
Yeah. There's the audio book, and it's not someone it's not my voice. It is an actual professional narrator reading it, whose voice is really soothing and nice. Okay. So, in the event you find my voice intolerable, I offered you an outlet.
So there's a couple things in here, and before reading it, I said, what is Mike Singer going to tell me that I don't already know about Nikola Jokic? You know, I've been around this guy's entire career. A lot of these quotes that you used in here, I remember them from interviewing him after games. I remember a lot of these quotes, the one in Houston primarily. But the one thing that I don't know, there's so many things I didn't know. I didn't know, for example, on page 13, when Nikola was 16, he walked away from basketball for 4 months. Think about this. This guy's in his formative years. He's 16. He's still learning the game. He's still growing. And he walked away from the game. Can you explain to the good people how close he came to just quitting basketball?
So I asked him that specifically, and he has alluded to that, few months, but he's never really gone in depth. And I basically, he'll like allude to stuff, and then you need to go find it because he'll never give you the full story. Basically, he was just tired of basketball. It had become a bit of a chore. He really did not like practice. Specifically, he hated the conditioning drills. And I heard that from his coach. Like, they had to try to convince him and trick him into basically doing conditioning drills. And so the other thing that they're contending with are the horses, right? So he's obsessed with horses. He loves cleaning the stalls, and he loves talking about them. He loves training them. He loves everything about the horses, to the point where like his dad needed to go to the school teacher and explain why Nikola smelled when he came to school, because he was always around the horses. So these are the two facts.
He was that kid who smelled in class.
Because of the horses, and he was cool with it. And he said, he gave me some quote in there that was something along the lines of like, some people like it, some people don't, which is, perfectly him. So anyways, he is stuck between these two worlds. He loves horses, and he's really good at basketball, but he's a little bit tepid about basketball. The people around Nikola, his dad, his coach, and their horse trainer had to lure him back to the basketball court. They basically said, the only way that we're going to allow you to do the horse thing is if you go back to the gym and re-engage with basketball, because you are so freaking good. We cannot allow you to leave what you are best at. They had to give the best player in the world a carrot to get him back to the gym. And that is how they convinced him to re-engage basketball. And, Nikola has a quote in there. He says, in that moment, I just didn't care about basketball. And he always thought he would go back, but in that moment, he was just burnt out. And, I think thankfully for all of us, he re-engaged.
I have a new definition, Mike, for what makes a person athletic. Like, what is the definition of athleticism? In this book, you had a couple nice chapters about when he got to the NBA, when the Nuggets first got their hands on him. They sent him to that performance place in California, and he was measured, by the way, this was before his rookie season, he was measured with the lowest vertical jump of any NBA athlete they've ever assessed, ever, the lowest vertical. So you look at somebody like that and say, what are you going to do in the league? But to me, athleticism can be defined in so many ways. You find me a guy that size who has the hand-eye coordination of Nikola Jokic. I dare you. Find anybody that can do what he can do hand-eye.
So, one interesting thing about P3 is that Luka Doncic has also been going there since he was 16 or 17. So that was probably one of my favorite chapters in the whole book, because it's a story I've wanted to write for years about how you can view athleticism in all types of ways. And I talked to the founder at P3, and he told me when Nikola got there, he didn't want to actually work with a basketball. All he wanted to do was work on his body. And after 5 or 6 weeks there, he ended up improving a ton of his physics, his jump mechanics, his lateral quickness, all of that improved. And that's stuff that won't, get you into the dunk contest. That won't get you into the All-Star game necessarily, but it will prolong your career and make you a viable prospect. And so, the reason that's so cool is because they basically assess Nikola on thousands of little parameters, right? On all these different body movements and balance and symmetry and all of that stuff. And they found found that a lot of his movements suggested that he would have a long NBA career. But it didn't only suggest that. There were other movements that suggested he would flame out and just not have an NBA career at all. He like straddled various touch points to the point where you couldn't categorize him. But there were hints and there were glimpses based off of their lens that suggested that he would be a viable player. And to Vic's point, who's to say what even is traditional athleticism? And should we be gauging NBA prospects on quote unquote traditional athleticism if Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic are dominating the NBA?
That's a great point. And this guy can play, I think, Mike, for a long time. I'm curious to find out because he's drafted in the second round during a Taco Bell commercial. Comes in his rookie year. He's 20 years old, 10 points a game, pulls down, 7 rebounds. Yeah, a nice big man, getting some time and da-da-da-da. Then that second year he grows even more. When did the light bulb, do you think, go on for him and for the team? Because I will say my light bulb went on. I was at that game at Madison Square Garden in December of 2017. He and Porzingis going head-to-head, and I'm calling the game with Kaz. And he went off, right? And Nurkic taken out of the game. This is the end of the Nurkic situation, obviously. So that's when it went on for me. But when did he have the light go on? Do you know when the Nuggets finally go, oh, God, this guy can be really, really, really good?
So I don't know this, but my assumption is that he had an inkling that he could compete early. Like, when he was drafted, Jameer Nelson had like a training camp in Philadelphia, and they were playing all these pickup games and whatever. And then they had a training camp in Colorado Springs, and he was holding his own. And I mean more than holding his own. And, Gary Harris has this quote in there where they were starting to whisper amongst themselves, hey, man, like this guy might be the best dude on our team already. And he's a rookie. Like nobody knows who he is. And guys like Wilson Chandler and Darrell Arthur and Jameer Nelson, they were like, yo, and Mike Miller, these dudes started like elbowing them in the huddles, like, hey, this guy. And so it started to whisper and started to percolate a little bit. So I think that he had an inkling that he could compete. But then once he got the opportunity, his rookie season, and then really took off when he got inserted in the starting lineup, his second year, I think it was like, all right, this is on, but it's ultimately going to be how much can I make of this? Because I have an opportunity, can I seize this? And that's where, the story with Felipe, the strength coach, and their relationship and maximizing his body, his nutrition. Like, Michael Malone and Felipe and Ogie, they could not teach the innate stuff. They couldn't teach the vision and the hand-eye coordination and like the intelligence. That was innate, right? And that's what got him on the Nuggets radar initially. But in terms of maximizing the potential, it was his body. How do we make it? How do we optimize it? How do we build the conditioning up? How do we build him into a tree trunk? This dude is as strong as an ox. How do we, turn him into a viable NBA player from a physicality standpoint? And that is, I think, where, the talent and the physical profile started to coalesce. And that's when I think it was light bulb time. It was like, oh boy, like this is starting to get real.
The last item that I came to, I didn't understand how prevalent this was until you had several references in the book. Aaron Gordon has to be the most generous athlete I've ever seen. Not only does he provide gifts for his teammates all the time, you have a chapter in here where he's driving down Colorado Boulevard with an old Ford Bronco that he purchased, a stick shift Bronco for Nikola Jokic. Why would he buy Nikola a Ford Bronco? Can you explain why that happened?
Yeah, so it's the 1967 Ford Bronco. And Aaron went to like a vintage auto shop. He really wanted to just do something nice for Nikola. He wanted to basically thank him for the opportunities he's provided, for the assists, for being a good teammate, for the standard he set, all of those things. But AG does not know how to drive stick shift. And so he is headed north on Colorado. He's trying to make it to practice. He's starting to sweat because practice is, in 20 minutes. This dude is stalling out all over the place on Colorado Boulevard. He's waving around the window. Hey, people pass. Like he doesn't have it. Ultimately, he gets he finally gets it in gear. He like sputters into the parking lot and he gives Nikola this car. Nikola's dumbfounded. He's like, "Are you for real, bro? Like, this is amazing." Yada yada. Yada. AG told me he didn't want to get Nikola a horse, so he decided to get him some horsepower. Wow. That is how he described the justification for getting him this 1967 Bronco. And to your point, man, what a generous gift and what a thoughtful gift. And there's another little anecdote in there where AG commissioned a former massage therapist to basically make a horse saddle for Nikola with the Jokic insignia and a Serbian flag on this horse saddle. And what a thoughtful gift to know that like horses are his number one. And like, how can I get something that he can't get for himself? Like, what a cool thing. And their relationship is amazing, man. The Nuggets management could not have known how well that was going to go. Maybe on the court you could have predicted it, but you couldn't have known how well off the court they were going to mesh. And those two are very tight. And just from a cerebral, funny, like humor, competitive, all that stuff standpoint, I appreciate you bringing up the AG stuff.
Well, Mike, I got to give you a ton of credit because a lot of times people will author these books, and what are they called? They're called where somebody doesn't assist you in the biography, the actual subject. What's that called again? What's the term?
I mean, there's an autobiography, and then there's a biography.
when the subject
Ghost
matter
writing?
doesn't the subject matter doesn't have any, like, he didn't care that you
unauthorized biography.
Unauthorized biography. That's the word I'm thinking of. But let me tell you something. I was reading
shout out
this.
National Geographic.
Yes, I was reading this in the hotel, and Nikola walked by, and he looked at me, and I said, "Man, I know a lot about you now." And he said, "There's some good stuff in that book." So it's a home run when you write a great book, and then the subject matter you write about likes the book as well. So congratulations on both accounts, because he's not hiding from this. There's a lot of stuff in this book that Nikola really loves, and he loves the fact that his story's been told. But you know how he is. He didn't want to be the one to tell it because he's not wired that way.
Absolutely. And, Mike, one last question for you, 20 seconds or less. With what you know, am I going to wake up one day, all of us, and it's just going to be over? He's just going to be gone?
I don't think so. I think he wants us to think that, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay. Good.
It's Mike Singer. Again, you find the book,
Thank God.
Why So Serious, anywhere books are sold. Mike, always appreciate the time. The Director of Strategy and Intelligence for the Denver Nuggets, Mike Singer. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks,
Have
Mike.
a good one.
Mike Singer joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Back after this. Thursday night football tonight, Rams-Niners in San Francisco. Niners 2.5-point favorites against the LA Rams. Also, with the NFL approaching the postseason, with bowl season and college football playoffs right around the corner, with us being in the middle of the NBA, NHL, and college basketball season, you can find all of the odds on the Circa Sportsbook. And if you download the app right now, you'll come to find out very quickly there are no better odds anywhere else in the game than with the Circa Sportsbook, because they just have better. No matter where you look, the best odds are found on the Circa Sportsbook. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Just download the app. Find out for yourself. Circa Sports, or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, great chat with Mike Singer. You can catch on the podcast shortly. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold in about 15 minutes as well. One thing just quickly as we approach the Legwold conversation and what the Broncos need to do to get a dub and continue to solidify their playoff positioning this weekend is, I played that clip from Kenny Dillingham before Mike came on. I thought we were going to have a little bit more time before Mike came on, but I guess the interview in Serbia ended quicker than we thought. But if you guys missed it, here's what Kenny Dillingham said on the Pardon My Take show.
Bo has always been competitive and special and accurate and has moxie and intelligent. Like, he's the dude that has enough dog in him that it makes some people uncomfortable. Like, oh, whoa, he's going to say something back to you? Like, in a good way, like in a competitive way, like, why do you like that call? Well, have you thought about doing it like this? And some people don't like, some people, this is what you do. Go do it. Don't give your opinion. I'm the opposite. I've never been the smartest dude in the room, and I never will be. You know what I am? I'm smart enough to listen to people. And I was smart enough when I went to Oregon to listen to Bo Nix when he said, I want this guy to run the route like this. I'm like, okay, go tell him. You're the one throwing it, not me. Like, I'm over there standing with my hands in my pockets like, I hope this works.
First of all, I really like that guy. I really like Dillingham. I think he's a really fun head coach, and he's got Arizona State rolling right now. Here's the other thing. Was immediately different this year with Nix as compared to Russell Wilson? Remember when Nix got checked early in the season? It was the first Raiders game, and he missed Troy Franklin on that deep ball. I believe it was 4th and something, whatever the play was. Gets to the sideline, and he gets a little bit of an earful from Sean Payton. What did he do?
Snap back.
Immediately.
Yeah.
He gave his side. He shared his side of the story.
And for him to be in that position, that was early in the year where they weren't in the spot that they are now, and he wasn't having the success that he is right now. I think that's a huge detail.
I think we need to establish a precedent right now. Vic, when I snap back at you, because I have a purpose and a meaning and a right. You understand?
I respect you snapping.
No, yeah, okay. Okay, go ahead, Brett.
All I'm saying is, for him to have that sort of, I think you could classify it as confidence. I think we all kind of know that, you mentioned it earlier, Vic, there's not a lot of coaches in the league that have the amount of power that Sean Payton does, or the amount of sort of authoritarianism that he has surrounding the football team, and for a rookie to walk in.
That's the aura that he projects. That's the overall aura. Yes.
But great leaders also understand the value of having a personality you can scream at, but can also scream back a little.
Yes.
You don't want, like, I guarantee Sean Payton doesn't want guys who he screams at and they cower. You don't want guys to cower. You want guys to share their side of the story, right or wrong. Come at me, bro. Come at me.
Well, what Dillingham said, I think, is so smart. Because he goes, he would be asking, why is he running this route instead of this one? And Dillingham goes, you're the one throwing it. If you want that to happen, then go do it. And I think it's such a good point. It's like, if I feel more comfortable making a play like this, I'm the one that's trying to execute it. Why not give me a little bit of that freedom to go out and do it?
Yeah.
And I see a lot of that happening with the Broncos right now. Like, think about this, guys. We talk about team success a lot, that they're 8-5 right now and in a playoff spot in year one with a rookie QB. What about just the success that he's had this year individually? You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
Arguably rookie of the year.
Arguably. It's so weird to me. Do you respect Greg Rosenthal at all?
Sure.
You know, he doesn't even have him in his top 5, which is
top
really
5 what?
Offensive rookie of the year.
Well, that's crazy.
Which is really surprising. He's got Daniels number 1, Brock Bowers 2, Ladd McConkey 3, Brian Thomas Jr. of the Jags 4, and Zach Frazier of the Steelers 5.
That's silly, especially at the quarterback position.
Right, because then when you look at the odds, Brett, what's your little odd place say? Because he's number 2 right behind Jaden Daniels, who's minus 250, and Nix is at plus 175. Want to give a little checky check there?
It's going to take a minute, so
okay.
Continue.
So he's got to be right there, does he not? What am I missing on the Rosenthal thing? If I don't know what I'm missing.
I wonder
Especially
what kinda-
because of the second half of the season he's had.
He's plus 230.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels is minus 270, so he's in second.
Okay, so he's in second, but the second half of the season he's had, maybe Daniels did enough at the beginning of the year to put that into everybody's brain, all the voters' brain, fine. But you can see his growth from week to week. Now, he's not always great, but you can see the growth. You can see the pattern. You can see the opening of the playbook. You see all of this happening before your very eyes. He should be right there.
I wonder what kind of conversations Sean Payton had with Dillingham before making this pick, and I wonder how much it swayed him, because you listen to Dillingham, he was a can't miss, right? And coaches talk to coaches. It's part of the process. It's what they do. And I wonder how much it persuaded him to pay closer attention to Bo Nix in his makeup, mental makeup, more than his physical makeup.
Here's the other part of the question I want to ask. We're riding a high right now. The Broncos, since week 2 of the season, are an 8-3 football team. They lost their first 2 games, the rookie QB, where it looked like the offense was just a mess because he was trying to figure it out.
Could be 9-2. Could be 9-2.
They're 8-3 since then.
Could be 9-2.
So here's my question, because I always wonder how people kind of perceive the moving of the goalposts in the middle of the season once you get some evidence behind you. If they do lose, let's just say they do. They lose this weekend to Indianapolis. Can you chalk that up to hey, man, it's a rookie. This will happen sometimes? Or is this a complete and utter disappointment and failure sort of feeling?
Even the rookie explained that yesterday when asked, do you still feel like a rookie? You're a player now. You're past that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a rookie anymore. You have to provide for this team what this team needs. And, again, take a look at this subjectively. Take your shades off for a second. Take a look at this game from both sides. For the Broncos, clearly, you win this game, you got a 90% plus chance of making the playoffs. This is everything. But for the Indianapolis Colts, this is a playoff game. It's a playoff game.
Yes.
Because the rest of their schedule is easy peasy. You get past Denver and you take ownership of that tiebreaker, and you got 3 remaining games against cupcakes.
Yeah, you
exactly
might be
right.
that team in the playoffs. And they are cupcakes.
What's the gesture for over there?
Vic, let me explain.
He was making a gesture as you were speaking.
I didn't notice his gesture.
Well, it's because it was...
Remake that gesture so I can notice that gesture, please.
There you go. Hi, buddy. Vic, this is why, again, I don't want to appear to be overconfident.
But you always are. You were going into the Cleveland game.
Listen, they can have their season on the line. They can have all the emotion they want to and so on. I get all of that. They're not as good of a football team as the Denver Broncos. Period.
So
End
what?
of story. The Broncos should
So
win
what? But
the
that's
game.
But that's not what determines wins and losses.
I understand that.
No,
I'm just telling you.
You're being dumb because you keep
you're
saying
being
that the better
scared.
team always wins. That's
No,
not the case.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if I'm going to pick a winner of this game, I'm going to err on the side of the better football team that's playing at home.
Are you
That's
okay? Are
what
you
I'm
going to do that?
Broncos
Okay.
should come in here and beat that ass.
Exactly.
All right, so when you pick games in any sport, in any venue, do you always follow the same practice?
Absolutely not. I just feel good about this team. Brett, the way you just laid it out there, 8-3 since week 3.
Yeah, since the Tampa game.
And shoulda, woulda, could be 9-2, right? That can, When you look at the Broncos' wins this year, even the Jets win 10-9. I don't look at a game that the Broncos have won at all and say, you know what? They probably shouldn't have won that game, but they did. Every single win, I'm like, no, they won that damn football game. Period. End of story. Would you agree?
Yeah, outside of the Jets.
Should they have lost to the Seahawks? Yeah. Should they have lost to the Steelers?
Every game they lost, they should have lost except for KC.
Except for KC. So you're always you're up in the you're up in that column. But they have no squeaky, crazy, weirdy, goofy wins. They've earned everything they've gotten, man, and then some.
Can I go back to my original question?
Why am I'm not orange colored glasses guy. Why am I feeling so good and you guys are so fraidy cat?
Moj, we all, including Vic, think that the Broncos are going to win this weekend. That's not what I'm asking. There is a possibility that they don't, and if they don't, then it could be catastrophic to playoff hopes, is all I'm mentioning. Now, the original question I want you to answer is this. Let's say for whatever reason they do lose this weekend. You hand the ball off to Javonte, he gets it punched out, and Indianapolis takes it back for a scoop and score. and they lose by 3 because of that. Yeah. What's the prevailing thought? Because, again, as you move the goalposts, as the season gets better and better, and you have different expectations each week for the Broncos, you wouldn't have thought this confidently before the season started about this game.
Absolutely not.
But because of how they played, things have changed, and that's totally fair. But if they do lose for whatever reason, or if Nix has an off game, which, knock on wood, he hasn't had for a while.
Or there's crazy turnovers that occur that you never expect. Or somebody misses a field goal that you normally expect them to make. Things happen.
Do you think of that as a team that epically failed in a moment, or this is just one of the things that happens with rookie quarterbacks where, you know what, they just got caught up in a bad one and couldn't figure it out?
To me, they've grown enough as a football team, and he's grown enough as a quarterback, that if they lose this game to the Indianapolis Colts, that's a screw-up.
Okay. I would agree with you,
Would I have said that back in August? No, not at all. Not at all. Things have changed. They've made things change by the way they've played the game, how good their defense is, how much they've grown as a unit, the belief system inside that room. All of that factors into it for me. Yes.
Here's the fear.
I think if they lose this game, they've screwed up.
Here's the fear, though. As I approached this game Sunday, I said, okay, there's room for error. The Broncos have earned room for error. They can, they don't have to win every game to get in. They're rolling right now. But the closer I look at this, the closer I look at both remaining schedules, there really isn't much room for error. If the Broncos lose to the Colts, take a look at the remaining schedules.
Mm-hmm.
The Colts have it easy.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos have the toughest remaining schedule in the NFL.
Well, why can't I say this? Well, the Colts, they're going to finish out their season with 3 real bunnies, to be honest with you. They're going to be, I know Jeff is coming up, versus the Titans, at the Giants, home against the Jaguars. On any given Sunday, the Titans can beat their ass.
But there's a different.
I know, that's why I'm going with the law of averages and logic. That's why I'm going into the game this week.
We'll ask it to Jeff Legwold. Is this essentially a playoff game this weekend? That if they miss, do they miss their opportunity to make it? We'll get to it next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident unit, Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Jeff Legwald, who joins us every single Thursday. Hello, Leggy.
Morning, fellas.
All right, so we were just discussing this. It's pretty crazy. The Broncos feel like they're comfortably in a playoff spot right now. The issue is they are currently losing or have lost tiebreakers to teams in front of them. And now with the Colts and the Bengals still left on the schedule, they could lose tiebreakers for teams that are behind them as well. We were looking at the Colts' remaining schedule. It's like the easiest thing you can have. It's Titans, it's Jags, and who was the other team, Vic?
Jacksonville. Jacksonville, Titans, and
who else?
Giants.
Giants. If they beat the Broncos this weekend, they have a really good opportunity with the tiebreaker just to jump them because of that. Is this essentially a playoff game for the Broncos? Like, is this one they need to win this weekend?
Well, I think all four are, because AFC record is the tiebreaker. If anything derails the Broncos other than a head-to-head with one of these teams, it's because if they somehow tie Miami, for example, that means they will lose the AFC record tiebreaker because Miami has one more AFC win right now than the Broncos do. So if they somehow tie, the Broncos aren't winning that tiebreaker. Broncos aren't winning a tiebreaker with the Ravens. Right now, they wouldn't win a tiebreaker with the Chargers. You know, you get another crack at them next week. And if you lose to the Colts, you don't win a tiebreaker with the Colts. So, yeah, I think they have to approach all four of these games like playoff games because they're all AFC games. And potentially 3 of them are against teams they could be somewhere in the playoff tie-breaking swamp with, the Chiefs in the finale. That's a totally different thing, whether, who needs what by that time or, how much that will matter to either team.
When they were approached by the NFL to flex that Chargers game, right? And it's now going to be next Thursday. The intent there, and I could see why the Broncos did it, because they looked at it and said, well, this will give us extra time to prepare for Cincinnati. And that's the game we need to win. As you look at it now, maybe they did themselves a disfavor. That Chargers game is one that really would have been valuable, winning that game if you're tied with the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, I think had they not been able to flex the Bengals out of that Thursday game, they wouldn't have done it, Vic. I think they only did it because they were directly impacting a team they were going to face. So they get extra time for a team they were going to face. And they rolled the dice that the Chargers will be as equally, on equal footing going into a Thursday game as they would. And so they're on equal footing with the Chargers, and they have an advantage, they think, over the Bengals. And I think that was the thinking.
Gotcha.
It's all very interesting to me, Jeff, how we're sitting here, and I feel very calm about this weekend's games. Brett and Vic also think
that just means you got a new prescription, most.
It could be. The Colts are unique, but they don't frighten me because I've looked at all of their numbers and I've looked at a lot of different things. Jeff, they don't really do anything well, really. I mean, they can be middle of the pack, maybe. Mostly they're in the 20s and sometimes low 20s in different things. What do you think they do well besides Richardson busting people up running from the quarterback spot?
Well, I think what they do is they are the team where you beat them for 59 minutes and then he uncorks an 85-yard touchdown up the sideline because you blow one coverage in the game. So if they hang close, they pop a big play somewhere. They won't do anything right for 3 quarters, and then they pop 2 big plays on people. The running back gets loose or Richardson just drops back and heaves it. That's what they do. They're like a maddening, migraine team because at the end of the game, I'm sure all of the 6 teams they've lost to have all looked at the stats and said, we should have won that game because they just pop a big play out of nowhere. Like he'll miss 8 throws in a row and then suddenly he'll hit a big one, down the numbers. And that's the thing you got to watch for, is you just can't let them hang around so their one big play matters.
That's what I was saying, Jeff. Like, this is like playing a college offense. Like, they run true read option. They have a conventional running game with Jonathan Taylor, but they have no issues putting Anthony Richardson on just quarterback power and saying run some people over, because he's got like a 47% completion percentage this year, and they need to find ways to manufacture yards because they can't do it consistently through the air.
Well, if there's any fan base that knows
exactly
what this looks like, that I welcome you to 2011. I mean, this is exactly what the Broncos did with Tim, and it's exactly why they did it with Tim. His completion percentage was like 49%. I mean, they put him in read options. They put him in power. They did what the Colts are doing right now.
So with that, one thing I mentioned earlier this week, I know it's probably going to be a little bit more time until Riley Moss gets back in the lineup. If there was a game where it doesn't hurt you as much for him being in, isn't it this one? With a guy who completes 47% of his passes? Jameis Winston, I know he throws the pick sixes, but he can beat guys, as we saw 2 weeks ago. If Riley Moss was going to miss a game, it feels like this one hurts the least.
Maybe, but I mean, this is one where you can't have the bust. You can't play 58 plays right, and then the 59th play you drift and you give up the 60-yard touchdown. That's how this team beats people. They hang around, and then they pop one. They answer a question right, as it were. And that's what you have to avoid. Yeah, it wouldn't be as big a deal to have Riley Moss in man coverage, battling the way he does, but they can't have the backups or the replacements drift in coverage because they think the ball's never coming their way, because the one time it does, it's going to be a touchdown.
Hey, did Bill Belichick get kicked out of the NFL club? Is that why he's going back to college?
Vic, it's one of the most amazing things, just talking to people already about it and texting people. I think there's some of that. I think this is him basically saying, if you won't give me the control I want to coach again, I'm going to go get it somewhere. And I think you might see this a little more until they change the NIL and the portal. Unless they change it in some fashion, I know a lot of NFL guys suddenly look at college football as 1 year free agency on the roster, and that gives you a lot more control. It used to be people thought, well, you have more control over your team building in the NFL because you can move the pieces around. You can move them around faster in college right now, at least under the current system. And I think that's the attraction for him. It's more transactional is the word people are using, and that appeals to him. And I was fortunate enough to be asked to be on the Hall of Fame Centennial Committee, and Bill was on there too. And I spent 2 days sitting next to him in the meetings, and I got a chance to talk to him about general football things in between the breaks and everything. And I could see in a room full of college players, if he is that guy, the guy he was in those meetings, that could appeal to some college football players. And I think it's a side of him he doesn't show very often. And if he shows it to college football players, I think he could have some success.
Jeff, what do you think about his idea as to make North Carolina simply a feeder team to the National Football League? I mean, he's basically said, we're going to run pro-style offense. If you want to get to the league, I'm going to get you there. And obviously he hired Michael Lombardi to be the general manager of North Carolina football. I mean, this is pretty big stuff. These guys know the NFL. Is that a selling point, you think, for some of these guys? And will he treat it like an NFL team?
Well, Moj, I would say I give you 2 words to somebody who did it before, Nick Saban. Nick is generally credited with when he did it some at Michigan State and he did it some at LSU. But when he got to Alabama, when he first got to Alabama, I knew general managers and scouts who went to Tuscaloosa and said, Saban's the first guy we've seen with a draft board essentially for high school prospects. And Saban at that time had hired a bunch of young 20-something wannabe coaches and worked them 20 hours a day. And they basically constructed a personnel department like you would have in the NFL. And Nick was doing it 20 years ago at Alabama, and look at the success he had. And Nick is a former Belichick assistant. And I think Bill saw how Nick did it, and that's how they're going to do it at North Carolina. So this is a model, but really Saban's already done it, and people have copied it. Your big-time Power 5 schools right now are all doing it this way because of the portal. The portal looks like an NFL team's personnel board when they have all the other teams' rostered players. That's how they prepare for free agency. It's how they prepare for the draft. So it's, the two are merging.
Yeah.
And it'll continue to do this and unless they somehow close the portal or change some of the NIL.
And Leggy, to take it a step further, agents play such an active role in NFL free agency. In college sports today, in college football specifically, there are random dudes calling players, DMing players, because social media allows that now, and saying, hey, what's it going to take for you to transfer? We got something cooking. And they'll be brokering deals from a couch in Schenectady for a player in California. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Agents getting actively involved in where an athlete plays football.
And some of them are 17, 18 years old now. I mean, it's, look at the recruit who flipped to Michigan from LSU, the quarterback, Underwood. I've been told that was an $11 million deal to do it. And I mean, that's where we're at in college football. And guys are entering the portal, after 1 year at schools, even after good seasons, guys are entering the portal. They just want a different environment or a different position coach or a better deal. So I think Belichick sees this sort of 1 year free agency, and he can build a team however the hell he wants. And, look, I know he's irascible and all of the things. I've been on the receiving end when I've asked questions he didn't like. I mean, it's all there. We all know it. But if nobody thinks this guy can coach football, then you're just mental. I mean, the guy won more than anybody. And the quarterback may be the greatest winner of all time, but great quarterbacks need great coaches, like great coaches need great quarterbacks.
Yeah, it always makes me laugh when I'm looking on Twitter now and I see so-and-so has agreed to a new deal to stay at Arizona State or something like that. You're just like, gosh, that's bizarre. One last thing for you, Leggy. Always appreciate the time. Going back to one final question about the game this weekend. The Broncos, the best thing they do, it feels like, is get pressure on the quarterback. Like they're elite level, NFL's best at pressuring quarterbacks and getting sacks. Anthony Richardson has taken 11 sacks in 9 games this year. He does not get sacked very often. Is that a byproduct of him being a monster like Ben Roethlisberger? Is that a good offensive line? How do the Broncos navigate that part of it?
Well, it's they can't break the rule, and they did a little bit against Lamar Jackson. It's one of the oldest pass rushing adages ever. Don't go deeper than the quarterback, and that's how you got to keep him hemmed in. You can't let him get vertical and escape because you went too wide. If you allow a quarterback who can run a vertical escape route, that's a 30-yard gain almost every time. And then, part of the issue against Baltimore is the minute you play man coverage, which is what the Broncos are really good at because they have the best corner in football, the minute you play man coverage, you turn your back to the quarterback, and a quarterback who can run will destroy that. And that was some of the issue of Baltimore is they could not play the coverages they wanted to because anytime they turned their back, Lamar immediately made that a run as soon as he had the ball in his hands.
Yeah. Jeff Legwell, the ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Thank you, Leggy. Always appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, All Conversations with Leggy, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. That is something that is, look, it's something to monitor. You play man coverage and you turn your back on this guy, he will take off on you. And
Absolutely.
He will pick up huge gains that could be like game changers. They really can.
Well, one thing he does have, first of all, he does not have the experience, right? I mean, he hardly played it all in college, and he's hardly played it all in the National Football League.
I think his first start this year in year 2 was like his 17th start since his senior year.
But he does have a huge arm, and he does have a large body, and he does have the legs that Vic Lombardi would salivate over, and he uses them very effectively. That's about the best thing that they do, but otherwise, it's just not a lot, man.
Yeah.
Just not a lot.
But he's right about that. That's what I was saying earlier in the week, too. Like, you will be able to hold this offense down for long stretches, but if you get burned just twice with some of those deep balls that he has, it's really hard to overcome. And it is kind of like playing the Tebow Broncos offense. It's
Amato on the text line said, you don't have to worry about Anthony Richardson. He already tapped out of a game because he was tired this year. Wait till he gets to altitude.
That is true. He'll be huffing and puffing. I don't think he's ever coming out. He could be actively puking with every step that he takes, and I don't think he's leaving the game again.
He might be the first football player to play active football while wearing the oxygen tank.
Well,
it's a big man. He's carrying around a lot of weight.
Otherwise, here comes Joe
Flacco.
Oh,
yeah. Yep. I actually, you know what? I think I'd be more scared of this game if Flacco was playing.
Me too.
I really do. Would you?
Me too. I would.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Lot more to break down with this game. Got the Avs taking on the Utah Hockey Club tonight. Break some of that down next.
Mama.
I have a basic question.
You have,
before.
you have a lot of basic questions. This will be the latest in a long line of basic questions.
You're a pretty basic B. Go ahead.
This will lead me down another aisle I want to get to. Is we've debated this.
Questions.
Is golf a sport? Would you classify it as a sport?
I'm not even doing this today, dude. I'm not going to do it.
What's happening here?
Is pickleball a sport?
What's happening?
Yeah, I will say that it is. Yeah, I'll say that it is. I'd say it's a mild physical sport. Golf is.
Is Scrabble,
it's a sport.
Is Scrabble a sport?
That is not a sport. No,
okay,
of
it's a
course
game.
not.
It's
Yes,
a game, right?
correct.
It's a game of the mind. I'm reading about this dude from New Zealand. I'm not even sure I know how to play Scrabble. I didn't know there was world championships. I didn't know that they actually crown people for this.
Scrabble's a good game.
Okay. There's a dude
Dorks.
who is a multiple champion, world champion of Scrabble. He then said, this is too easy, this guy.
Oh.
He's a professor in New Zealand. He said, this is too easy to win. I'm going to win the Spanish Scrabble championship.
Oh, here we go.
He doesn't speak Spanish. He learned the language in 9 weeks and won the Spanish Scrabble championship. Then I found out it's not the first time he's done that. He won the French Scrabble championship.
Oui, monsieur.
He doesn't speak French.
Mm-hmm.
He just learned words. This might be the smartest person since Einstein.
Okay, so this is what I love about this guy. Do you have his name, Vic?
Yeah. His name is, hold on a second. It is Nigel Richards, a professional Scrabble player from New Zealand.
So Nigel Richards obviously has a large cranium.
How many Nigels are out there?
Not a whole lot anymore. Nigel Tufnell, maybe? Spinal Tap. Anyway, the point is this. He's got this rather large brain where his synapses fire probably very quickly, and they're connected. Probably more connective tissue inside that brain, right? Einstein's brain, they took a look at it. It's an exceptional brain. He has different wiring, right? Mm-hmm. Exceptional wiring. And this guy's contribution, with all of us idiots running around the globe, all of us dum-dums, this guy's contribution with this special gift is to play Scrabble.
I know.
I mean, not cure cancer, not cure cancer.
Yeah.
You know, not put stuff into space.
Yeah.
Right. Not solve world hunger. He's like, I'm gonna learn Spanish so I can go win Scrabble.
It's a very good point. What has he given the world? Like, I've given the world the gift of this show.
Just to be under the assumption that this guy...
If you have a brain like that, do you have a duty to society, to your fellow human, to the world?
Why are you under the assumption that he's a genius?
Well,
if you learn Spanish, in 9 weeks... Or Rain Man was probably a genius, was he not?
Come on, dude.
Okay.
He won the Scrabble championship in 3 different languages. So, I think you're pretty smart.
Oh, but what I'm saying is you could have specific just talents where things just make more sense to you. Like, who's the guy who was like
Joker in basketball?
Yeah, something like that.
Would you call Nikola Jokic a basketball genius?
Like supremely intelligent. One of the most intelligent basketball players who's ever lived.
Let me give an example. I could give you the rest of your life to learn Spanish or French.
I know.
Hold on. To learn the language completely.
Yeah.
And then I could set you loose at the age of 70 on a Spanish Scrabble contest, and you would get your ass kicked.
Yeah,
you're right.
So there's a certain, and maybe he's got a specialty brain.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe it's just something in his brain with languages just clicks more. Than
Eddie
Van
Halen gave his music to the world. Beethoven gave his music to the world.
These are
exceptional brains
no,
in
this
one
is what
way.
I was talking about. Like that guy.
Like Eddie Van Halen couldn't play Scrabble, but
Jean Baptiste, the musical genius, the guy who just won like Artist of the Year, so he can hear something and play it immediately on the piano.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that he's a super genius. He's really good at that thing.
No. Mosher's right. Take this application, your ability to process, your ability to learn something that quickly, and use it in a field that'll help the world.
Biochemistry.
I don't think there are many triple word
limb
bonuses
replacement.
in
I
biochemistry.
don't know.
You're like, a guy knows a lot of words. He should cure cancer. That's not how this operates. That's not how this works.
Well, that's what Mosher's calling for.
He's
calling for all the geniuses to gather.
I did see
from all the respective walks of life.
I did see a pretty cute meme the other day. it was Santa. He's playing Scrabble with all of his reindeer, right? And he's got his letters out there on his little tray. And one of the reindeers is going, hey, come on, man, just make a play. What are you waiting for? And the word that he has there, all of his letters, says venison.
I kind of like
That's
that.
kind of funny, right?
Like
he's not
yeah.
going to, Santa's not going to make that play because, you know.
No, God, please, no.
He's talking about eating Rudy and whatnot. So anyway,
see, you were so ingrained with I need to nickname everybody DNA that you just changed Rudolph to Rudy.
That's what we call him. The Rudes.
Yeah, I think you guys are wrong on this. I don't think just because this guy can learn languages quickly that he's some superhuman that is wasting his talent somewhere.
Brett, for a guy who likes to do the New York Times Sunday crossword,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to have at least some.
I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have some aptitude at words.
Am I wasting my intelligence then?
I think that you are.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
I'm an idiot.
Would you contend that he has a photographic memory, and those with photographic memories can do things that others could not? Like, I'm convinced Peyton Manning has a photographic memory. Most pro golfers have photographic memories. They do. Ask a pro golfer, anyone. Hey, 1996 when you played at so-and-so
He'll
course.
say, yeah, I knocked it 4 feet, and the break was just slightly right to left, and I can't believe it. I overread the putt, and I missed it on the high side. These guys are really weird. Yeah, they're really weird like that.
The entire. I can ask you. The last time we all played golf together at Sanctuary, the 14th hole, Brett, what'd you hit?
I obviously bombed a 3-wood into the tree.
You know, see what I'm saying? See,
I remember what you did.
If you ask any pro golfer, pick a course, pick a tournament, 14th hole, what'd you hit?
Oh, no, I do remember this. I carried Mosier's ass the entire day. That's what I did.
If you ask, Katie did a wonderful interview with Jamal Murray earlier in the season, at Media Day. And she pinpointed a game in which Jamal was attacking a pick and roll, and they were doing that 2-man game thing. And
they'll always win you.
And Jamal was able, before she enrolled the play, he goes, oh, yeah, I remember this. And he unveiled every single detail of the play, every single one. And I'm sitting there going, you got to be kidding me.
So what's the point, though? That if he wasn't playing basketball, he'd be a super genius somewhere else?
It's incredible how people can apply that memory bank to their respective field.
Who was the DB? Was it Myron Roll?
Yes.
Wasn't Samari or Myron?
Mensa.
Yeah, but he went to Oxford. He was a Rhodes Scholar, and then he became like a brain surgeon or whatever.
Yep.
I mean, he's good at football, but his real
Josh Dobbs works for NASA.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome. Somebody here from South Carolina, of all places, the 843 says,
you eat the raccoon?
Raccoon isn't the only thing the guy does right. He's a chemistry professor too. Scrabble is what he's famous for. Well, then get in the friggin' lab and chemistry. Don't be going like, I'm really awesome at Scrabble in 3 languages. I can kick anybody's butt, but H2O, durr!
So, Moj, what do you want him to do? Come up with another periodic table? What do you want him to do?
I know. What are you asking this guy to do?
Chromium.
Chlorophyll, more like borophyll.
Hey, give me a high five out there, students. I'm going to go play me some Scrabble and kick some French
What
ass.
if this is just a hobby that he's really good at?
Well, okay, but I mean, clearly it's a gift. It's an amazing gift
with
this guy's brain.
What if Albert Einstein was like, you know what? I'm really good at all this science stuff, but let me go ahead and I got a hell of a swing. Yeah. I'm going to win the Masters this year. Would you get mad at him for winning the Masters?
That takes hand-eye. That's athleticism. There's some. Hey, you know what I am tired of? Because now it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm tired of these 10-year-olds showing up with their Rubik's Cube saying, watch this. Yeah, dude, we got it. Everybody, it's on YouTube now. Everybody's got the algorithm or whatever the hell that is. It used to be like really impressive. Back in our day, Moj, if you can find somebody to solve a Rubik's Cube, oh my God. Genius.
No, but I remember when I was in middle
school.
Now
everybody's doing it.
I remember when I was in middle school, junior high. I remember in class we had a couple super geeks, man, that could do it. Like, I never had any interest. First of all, I couldn't do it. Second of all, I didn't have the time. I was too busy playing sports and doing things. I didn't have the time to sit in my closet with a flashlight and like a freaking beaver on a log.
This is some pretty wild takes that you guys have for somebody who's really good at something that you'll never be as good at.
That's what I'm saying. It says Mosier sounds so dumb
Mosier's
right now.
excuses.
Why do I sound
I'm not
dumb?
a nerd. I don't have time to be good.
You know what's crazy?
Hold on, from the 0299. Why do I sound dumb? I'm saying this guy should use his big brain. He's clearly a gifted human being. And it can't. You can use the brain that makes you so good at Scrabble in 3 languages and learning languages in 9 weeks, and then winning the national Scrabble championship of that country. You should be able to take that brain and use it for good.
This is not a joke. I've long thought this, and they get made fun of all the time. People who are incredibly adept at playing video games, I think, are super smart. Like, you see those nerds that are playing like Fortnite for 15 hours and they're really, really good at it. The amount of like quick decision problem solving skills you have to have is like elite. And everybody thinks they're just being lazy. And look, it is kind of lazy. You're sitting on a couch playing video games. But at the same time, I think they're incredibly smart people.
You know, it's funny. My son used that against me because I always told him, get the hell out of the room with those stupid video games. Get out of there. And he used to always say to me, where are you going right now, Dad? I go, I'm going to cover the Nuggets. Who's their best player? Nikola Jokic. What's he really good at besides basketball?
Yeah.
Video games. Oh, yeah, you're right. My bad. Get back to it.
Well, the greatest comeback I've heard, I heard a kid say this to his dad. He played video games a lot. And he goes, would you get off the video games and go outside and play? And he goes, Dad, what are you doing? And he was sitting on the couch watching TV, and he's like, is this any different than what I'm doing?
He's right. You're right. I mean, again, when I got my simulator, oh, what'd you get there? Simulator? Why? You're playing a video game, Dad.
But he's an adult. You're an adult, Vic. It's important for a child to be outside.
I get it.
A child needs all of the environments growing up. You can pick and choose your environment when you're an adult. But clearly, you want to send the child outside because you realize the value in that.
You do want to see the outdoors at some point.
Yeah, and I can't believe this guy.
Peeping?
Yeah, leaf peeping.
Would you? I was going to ask you. Would you rather go leaf peeping or play? I don't know what's a video game everybody plays.
Oh, dude, I'd play video games the entire day.
I would leaf peep. I am terrible at
You would
video
do
games.
the leaf. All right, I would have to say if you gave me a choice of leaf peeping or a random video game, I would probably choose the video game.
Okay, so here's the problem, Vic. It takes.
I love this. A texture said the dude is not Alan Turing, Mosier. He's a guy who figured out Scrabble.
Do you know how difficult it is to win Scrabble in your own native language, let alone win it in a foreign language?
You want him to break codes?
Like, imagine this. Imagine this. I have a panel, and it's supposed to be like the smartest people on earth. Like, here's Stephen Hawking. I got Einstein over here. I got, you name somebody, Socrates. I got a giant philosopher now. They're all alive. I brought them back from the dead. And here is the international Scrabble winner, by the way. Like, that's not the same.
I understand, like Sir Isaac Newton, that kind of thing. Yeah,
Isaac Newton's looking at him, and he's like, so why is this guy here again? I was like, you don't understand.
What if somebody showed up? What if Beethoven showed up?
He's not a genius. He's a musical genius. It's a specified
genius
thing.
nonetheless.
Well, I
a
mean,
genius nonetheless.
You think Einstein can play
not your call to tell me who do you think you are?
Yeah, you think Stephen Hawking's out there going, running with the devil?
Your argument, Mo.
I mean, everybody's got their own thing, bro.
Your argument, though, is that Beethoven wasted his time on the piano and should have been curing medical ailments.
That's not what I'm saying. No,
my argument is you're being very. You can't pick and choose geniuses. You've got your little circle of geniuses, and you apply them only to certain. Everybody can be a genius in their respective field.
A specified niche genius.
Here's
That's what I'm trying to say.
I swear to God, this is Einstein, and everybody has their specialty. Some people are, I guess, more well-rounded than others, right? But it's like E equals MC squared. I mean, it's just so damn simple. Everybody should know that. Energy equals the speed of light. This is my bad. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. Okay, fine. Then say, hey, Einstein, play me some chopsticks. Oh, this is hot. Ting, 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 ting. Tong, 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 tong. Oh, I screwed up. Oh, no, I made a mistake. I was like, ting, tong, 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 bang, 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 bang. I mean, everybody's got their own thing,
He is right,
bro.
dude. Who are you? Who are you to say who a genius? I mean, that's ridiculous.
What do you mean? I've been making this point the whole time that it's a specified genius.
Let me explain about Eddie
Dude,
Van Halen.
how many
He
things
probably
did
could never
Benjamin-
solve the New York Times Sunday crossword. Maybe he could, but I doubt it.
Bro.
But dude,
bro.
what he did with his personal genius is unparalleled.
How many
I
things did
agree.
Benjamin Franklin invent or come close to inventing?
And you know what that got him?
Guy's a genius. Leonardo da Vinci.
He got chicks, man.
Leonardo da Vinci is a genius. I can go on and on.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Is Kim Kardashian a genius?
Yes.
She's
In
a
her
marketing
respective
genius.
field.
She's a marketing genius.
She's a marketing genius.
I don't know, man. She's
All
got
right,
assets.
So
that
all right,
help.
fine. Albert Einstein, Stephen
She knows
Hawking,
how to use emoji.
Kim Kardashian, all on the same podium talking about
Here,
their geniuses.
listen to Jock and Rock. Mosher, stop. That was a talent talking about Eddie Van Halen. No, bro, you don't understand, man. You know, and if I have to explain it to you, Jock and Rock, you and your smart mouth, you will never understand.
Texter says, when did Einstein become Italian? ding, 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 ding. Oh, God. I would pay, though, to see Albert Einstein brought back from the dead to go to a karaoke bar and sing Van Halen. I would pay to see
That you know what? That is a great. You just landed on something. You take a group of geniuses, or you take 5 in their respective fields: an artistic genius, a chemist. You could take a musical
you're talking
genius.
about Da Vinci, bro.
But that's fine,
Bro. I'll throw some Da Vinci right up your ass.
But what you do then is you make them do something entirely different. Now you take the musical genius and say, all right, dude, by the end of this day, you got to learn how to kick field goals.
Yeah.
Either you kick a field goals or the world, you got to learn.
Oh, yeah, look at the big brains over there on Socrates.
Exactly.
How about you
Yeah.
get in that batting cage over there? I got a couple of curveballs coming your way.
I think it'd be hilarious.
All right. Fact checker next.
Okay.
Texter says last segment was top-notch breakdown of Avs against Utah tonight.
Utah. Hey,
I
forget
think that's
that
what you-
texture.
before-
I thought, Mosier,
Yeah.
your impression of Einstein playing the piano may have been the funniest thing I've ever heard.
You know what I mean, man. I don't want to revisit this. You went to break, and this is the God's honest truth, Brett. You went to break at 16, 15 after whatever it was, right? And you said, hey, by the way, the Avs are playing the Utah Hockey Club tonight. We'll get into that next.
Yep.
And then Dillhole comes back with
basic question.
This scrabble mother trucker scrambled the entire world, and then it sets us off into oblivion.
It's not my fault.
My bad.
It's Vic's. All right.
What do you want to know?
So let's talk about the Avs in Utah.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
Could Einstein have been a metal guitarist?
You know, it's funny. What happened to Utah? Remember when they were ahead of the Avs in the standings?
Yeah.
That's one thing that I did notice, by the way, Moj. I know this is sort of an overall discussion.
Sure.
But just to start here, remember when it was the beginning of the season? The Avs lost 4 straight to start. We're very confused on what's going on with the Avs. They can't get goaltending right. They got a whole bunch of guys leaving the lineup, and Winnipeg can't lose. They started, what were they, 13-0 or something like that?
Yeah, they were an unbelievable start, yeah.
You're only 8 points back right now.
Correct.
You're only 8 points back.
And you've played the same amount of games.
Yeah.
And you're going to be playing them more, too. The problem is Dallas is in front of you. You're tied with them. Do you care about the games in hand? I do, but I'm more interested in, okay, you're right, they're tied with Dallas for third in terms of points, but they have the tiebreaker on you because they played 3 less games, which is a lot at this point of the season, but they'll get theirs. I mean, their back-to-backs and all that kind of thing are coming up. I think if you're the Avalanche, though, those deals have been done. You are who you are. You're winning hockey games. You're playing the right way. And you've got an opportunity here to really take advantage of this stretch. Would you agree that stretch that they came off of, the 4-game road trip, couple home, the 5-game road trip, and all this sort of thing, it was difficult against some tough teams? Well, Utah's behind you. On your home ice, you should defend the home ice. Then you've got Nashville coming into town. They're having a very difficult start to the season. That's Saturday. Then you go on the road at Vancouver, a pretty good club, but they're 4th in their division. But then you're at San Jose and Anaheim, the 2 bottom feeders in the Pacific, to round out that quick little roadie. Not even quick, but you see what I'm saying. You've got a chance here if you're the Avalanche. Mind your P's and Q's, and you have a chance to string together some really good stuff. You've won 3 in a row. It would be awesome to make it 5 before you hit the road.
Yeah.
It's laying out in front of you quite nicely right now, so take advantage of it.
Well, and not to mention the difference this has made.
Ivan and Keaton Middleton have been recalled from the Eagles. That's just a paperwork thing. They didn't physically go.
Trent Miner too. I heard he was sent down yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if he's been recalled. I guess I'm going to get to the rink today and see if Mackenzie Blackwood, his bit of under the weather thing is all done, and he's a morning skater, whatever. He'll back up tonight. I don't know. Last night I didn't think that was going to be the case, but this morning maybe he woke up feeling good.
Hopefully that's the case. I'd love to see him. Now the other part of this is, and Bednar kind of mentioned or alluded to it yesterday with us. It's pretty amazing to see how much more confident the Avs look with maybe just a different person in between the pipes. I don't want to cast stones at anybody else that was here previously, but there has been a confidence in which they've played over the last 5 games that is noticeably different.
Sure.
Noticeably.
But I think for you, in your hockey layman terms, even though you are hockey bred and hockey Vic, you guys can see. What you see with your own eyeballs tells you that it looks like a different club, right? That it's a confident club. It's a purposeful club at this point. You know, they're only 7-7 on the home ice this year. They need to take advantage of Ball Arena in a big-time way, starting tonight against Utah. Utah has come in, and they've been kind of up and down the last couple of weeks. They're coming off a loss against Minnesota 5-4. That was home, and I think that was overtime or the shootout. I think shootout. I think Boldy had the one there, but they went on the road and they won at Buffalo and they won at Philly. They lost to Dallas before that, but they're not playing bad hockey. It's just they're coming up a little bit on the wrong side of the ledger.
Yeah. You know, that game, by the way, 7 o'clock tonight, puck drop.
Sorry, they also have a 6-0 win at Vegas mixed in the last week and a half. So they can bite you right in the butt. And Clayton Keller had 2 power play goals the other night. He's playing well.
7 o'clock puck drop. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Look, between breaking down the Avs game tomorrow and getting a real look at this weekend between the Broncos and the Colts, it's a huge weekend for a number of reasons. Not to mention, finally, after it feels like 2 weeks off, the Nuggets will be back at it tomorrow as well. But in the meantime, fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I'm going to fact check the most important thing we talked about today, which would be Albert Einstein. Turns out his mom was actually a gifted piano player, and she passed the gene of music on to Albert Einstein, and he could play violin. And by age 13, he was already playing Mozart's works. And according to his wife, his ability to play violin and shred up those sonatas was part of what drew her to him in the first place.
Well, look at that, dude. The dude could shred.
How about that?
That's
and evidently,
amazing.
And I guess he also had a piano in his apartment. And when he was working on theories, if he was just too in a tizzy about all his equations, he would just go and do what Mosier did, just hit a few chords out on the piano to clear his mind, and then he'd go back and keep doing his equations.
Yeah, you apologize to him.
I apologize, Al.
Yeah, don't you? Your little segment.
I know.
Of
I was trying to
impersonating Al playing the
Turns
piano.
out he can rip.
I was trying to prove a point, but can he dunk?
Well, now you're just now you're just changing moving the goalpost or whatever. Like
Mosier,
you see fit.
He was landing chicks with his violin. He doesn't need to dunk.
You guys want to hear somebody that I highly respect? By the way, I want to end the show where we started with Xavier Leggett.
Love him. Love this guy.
Who was on with the St. Brown Brothers podcast. And he talked about eating raccoons.
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat raccoon.
You what?
I eat raccoon.
I didn't see that.
I said, no, what do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon.
Hang on, I want to replay this.
The St. Brown Brothers like, wait, what do you mean raccoon?
There's
like
a long
the raccoon,
pause,
raccoon?
and they go, "You what?"
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat raccoon.
By the way, remember how I told you?
Oh, come on, Vic.
Sorry. I said, no, what do you mean raccoon?
All right, hang on. Yeah, you pick it up for me, Nelly. Like, don't go a little bit before it. But yes, let's hear it one more time.
I eat raccoon.
You what?
I didn't see that.
I said, no, what do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
Where do you even eat that at? Where do you even get that?
I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them, all that.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
So you went and got the Thanksgiving, you killed the raccoon, or you had you
Now
found
my
it?
cousins, all my people them hunting all that. So my cousins them they killed it.
Wait, did he say
They called me
kids?
like, yeah, we
His
got
kid.
that coon.
His kid.
We
We
get
got that coon.
Yeah.
That sounds crazy. We got that coon.
Yes. Wait, what does it taste like?
It got its own taste. You know, everybody try to say stuff taste like cheese.
Uh-huh.
But that coon got its own taste though.
It's got its own taste. Everybody says
Tastes
it
like
tastes like
cheeky.
chicken. No.
Cheeky.
Now let me see that professor win a Scrabble contest in that language.
Nelly, on one of my drops, can I have the... You what? I want that on my drops now, forever. Like, I could
I eat
listen...
raccoon.
You what?
Which we all would react. If I told you guys, if I came in and I was like, you guys know what I had for Thanksgiving? Raccoon.
Yeah.
What?
I killed it, skinned it, cook it, eat it. Anyway, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker.
He basically said, look, I don't have to be out hunting it right now for Thanksgiving. My family does that. I've got my family, my kin back in. And again, he's from the tiniest little town in South Carolina, man. We're talking country, deep country.
Yep, Vic, we got a minute left here. Just a minute. You can hang on just for a single minute.
I'm reading what Marty said. Sorry. Sorry.
Again, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mosel, Lombardi, and Kane. 7 o'clock puck drop for the Avs in the Utah Hockey Club tonight.
Remember
Right
I
here.
told you I was interviewing a couple Broncos, and one of the Bronco players way back then said he hunted and ate squirrel?
Yeah.
Kenoy Kennedy.
Yeah, I remember Kenoy Kennedy.
Yes,
yeah,
of course. He was a hitter, too.
Yeah, he was.
All right. Have a great Thursday.
I can't eat a squirrel, man.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Can't do it.
Love you. Bye.
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. No coach, no Raj. So instead you get Rob and Berto for today. And I got to tell you, it's my first time coming into that intro, Berto. Gives me a little juice. I like that intro a little bit.
Fired up?
Yeah, I'm fired up.
Is that a KJ special? KJ, did you put that together, brother?
I didn't put it together, but I definitely came up with that song.
There you go. There you go. So we'll touch on all the big things going on today. Of course, Avalanche with a game tonight against the Utah. And why are we emphasizing the H? Did I miss that? Is that something
Utah
that you
Hockey Club? Yeah, it's a weird name, man. I think they might change. They're supposed to let the NHL know right now, like soon, what their logo and colors are going to be, and maybe new name for next season, so they get those uniforms ready to rock and roll.
Because they had said they were just going to do it for the 1 year, right?
Yeah.
And so the colors, I imagine, will stay the same.
Yes. They've already said that the colors are going to be at least similar, but they're going to come up with a new logo and then maybe a new mascot and all that kind of stuff.
Here's the thing. What was the obsession with the Colorado sports teams' names when they were trying to pick a name?
Yeah, they almost went with, I've told this story before, but the Colorado Avalanche were not going to be named the Colorado Avalanche. When they first moved here, they were going to be named the Rocky Mountain Extreme. That was the name.
I remember this.
The Rocky Mountain Extreme.
It was voted on, wasn't
yeah,
it?
And then people were like, or no, I think the fans picked Rocky Mountain Extreme.
Yeah.
And then the ownership group for the Avs was like, nah.
I heard it because they were worried that it was going to be like extreme violence or extreme.
Well, they did it even like the like lame 90s way where it wasn't the word extreme, it was like extreme or something like that.
So, but you wouldn't like doing pregame shows for the X-Men?
That would have been weird. I'm sure by now I would have got used to it. Yeah. But yeah, it would have been weird. So Utah.
Oh, those jerseys would have been awful, by the way. Can you imagine the extreme?
Yeah, I don't even know what they'd look like.
A big X across the whole thing.
Yes, what would it be?
It would be so
I have no idea. But Utah, they had to put all this nonsense together in like 4 or 5 months. It was crazy. They had to. They found out they were moving from Arizona to Utah, and they had to get that stuff done real quick. And so, shouts to them, because I didn't think it was possible to move from one city to another city and get ready for an NHL season within that 4 or 5 month span. That's crazy.
Okay. Is it though? Let me challenge you a little bit on it here, because I felt like their time in Arizona was over for like the past year. So if everything is picking up and moving, if you got enough money, which the guy's got enough money, you can make that stuff happen. I mean, remember the story about the Penner Waltons when they found out that the child's room, or they didn't have a child
and they took care of it in like a week or something?
It was like a week, and all of a sudden they had a child. Like, if you've got enough money, don't they just do it?
I mean, you had to move an entire franchise from Arizona to Salt Lake City and get all that nonsense ready to rock and roll and stuff. I would not want to have had to deal with that at all. No, that seems like a disaster waiting to happen.
Well, Avs in the hockey club tonight, but I wanted to start off by talking about what the morning show finished with, because that Xavier Legette raccoon sound is wild.
What I'm saying is, you just can't. We had this conversation. Like, where is he killing these raccoons? In Charlotte? Is he killing them in Charlotte? Like, is he just hunting the streets of Charlotte? Like, are you walking your dog in Charlotte and you just see Xavier just like rolling around with a rifle on the streets of Charlotte looking for raccoon to eat?
Or Columbia, South Carolina, right? Because isn't that where University of South Carolina is?
Maybe I don't know, man. My question is, if he's having a raccoon for Thanksgiving, where do you get that raccoon? If he's living in Charlotte, like, do you have to, like, I don't know. Where are you getting those raccoons from, man?
Well, Nelly said when he was in there that, when he was at CU, there were raccoons that hung out around the trash cans and stuff there. I don't know why. I mean, college kids.
Can you imagine an NFL player, like, hiding by a trash can, waiting for a raccoon to sneak up on him so he can get the drop on a raccoon so he can have something to eat for Thanksgiving? Man,
it brought up a very important question in my mind. And
What's
I think there's an obvious answer to this, Berto, but I want to see your thoughts on it. Who is the Altitude Sports Radio host
that would eat a raccoon?
Most likely to have had a raccoon.
Hastings with that Arkansas country backwood nonsense?
I think that's the obvious choice, isn't it? Right?
Right? Maybe. It's got to be.
The only other one is Kaner.
Who's the most
from Nebraska? I mean, I feel like when times get tough there a little bit, maybe he's hunting raccoons. But
yeah, I don't know, man. Brett seems like a city boy. Like I don't think like he might eat like
squirrel, rabbit.
No, I'm like he might have Twinkies for breakfast, but I don't think he's hunting anything. Like he's not really the hunter gatherer type. I don't think anyway. I could be wrong. I don't know who's the most unhinged host here at the station. Who's the one that's most unhinged?
What about Andy?
Yeah, Andy would eat anything, right?
He would eat it, but he wouldn't hunt it. I don't think
that's true. But if it was sitting there and they were like, "Yo, Lindahl, try the raccoon."
Kreckman's not within a mile of it.
Yeah, Kreckman's not doing any of that. He's not hunting. He's not eating
he's
it.
Not at nothing. DMAC is, I don't think, has the juice for that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't think DMAC's hunting anything either.
Right. That's not on his soda weight loss diet.
I mean, right. We can ask him, but I'm pretty sure he's never hunted anything in his life.
TP, Tyler Columbus, I mean, grew up in Cherry Creek, automatically eliminated from this. Right.
Yeah, but I have faith that Tyler would give it a he seems like somebody who's like, yeah, whatever, I'll try it. Give it to me.
Mosier, I feel like he'd try it. I don't think he'd hunt it.
Yeah, no.
Vic's getting nowhere near any of that stuff.
No.
Yeah. McGahee, nowhere near any of that stuff.
No.
Kaz? I don't know Kaz that
Kaz
well.
would probably try it because Kaz will try it. He's what I would call a foodie. He likes trying different stuff. Maybe, I don't know, is a raccoon like.
What about Spring? Is Spring a sneaky choice there?
Nah, Spring wouldn't do it.
He wouldn't?
Nah. Spring eats McDonald's, and that's it. He doesn't deal with
raccoon.
Are we sure that
if you put it on the bun, he may.
Are we sure that that's not raccoon? That's all
you could probably pay him. You'd be like, hey, Spring, I got $100 if you try that right, and he'd be down.
I don't think you'd have to pay. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Spring might be a sneaky answer there. Yeah, I think the obvious answer is Scott with a side of maybe Brett Kane. Maybe.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. That's not my jam.
I'm nowhere near it.
You're not gonna. How much money would I have to pay you to try raccoon?
Oh, I'd try it, but I'm not like sifting through a trash can finding.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm assuming it's like all these restaurants here in Colorado that sell Rocky Mountain oysters. Because I'm assuming like 75% of people who order Rocky Mountain oysters are just like, ooh, let's give it a try. Not like, these are delicious.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Have you had them before?
I've had Rocky Mountain oysters before, yeah.
And?
But it's fine.
I've only had the deep fried ones. They have ones that are not deep fried.
I've only tried the deep fried ones. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have the guts to try that.
But you can fry anything, man, and make it taste good.
KJ, have you tried either?
No.
He's waving
I'm
it
not
off
an oyster guy at all.
Oh, they're not oysters, buddy. I got news for you. They ain't oysters. But maybe we take the Mississippi kid out and give him a try. All right, so real quick, we're about to hit a break here, but wanted to talk about a little bit Coach Belichick. Go back to UNC.
It's crazy.
Trying to relate to these kids who go out and hunt raccoons and get them to come to his school. How much recruiting is he actually going to do? His players actually said, that they can't picture this happening at all.
Right.
I mean, just to me, a wild scenario, but I think it brings up a question about the future of college football and what it looks like. And if UNC is ahead of the curve right now, we'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
let me put this in capital letters. If I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, techniques that would transfer to the NFL. It would be an NFL program at a college level and an education that would get the players ready for their career after football, whether that was the end of their college career or at the end of their pro career. But it would be, geared toward, developing the player, time management, discipline, structure, and all that.
Yeah, but is that going to be good enough to get players to your school?
I don't know, man. I don't know. He obviously is going to have to hire himself a recruiting coordinator because Bill Belichick is not going to be rolling into some 18-year-old kid's house in Georgia and being like, come on down to North Carolina. I just don't see him doing that. I don't see him doing it at all.
By the way, morning sprint, Coach and Raj both out, so you get Berto and Rob sitting with you for a couple hours here. We're talking about Bill Belichick going to UNC in one of what I think is the stranger coaching hires, not only of this cycle, but
5-year deal. 5-year deal there in North Carolina for Belichick.
And apparently he had a lot of demands, including one length of term like that.
Yeah.
His son maybe being named coach in waiting, having somebody hired as the GM or czar kind of person. Apparently he had a bunch of these demands. But, just going back to college in general feels strange to me when he's had so much success at the NFL level that you felt like it was a slam dunk he could get a job in the NFL again.
No.
So tell me what you heard.
So Seth Wickersham from ESPN wrote a massive article today. Then I'm assuming he got most of this information from Bill Belichick himself. But it's a fascinating dive into why Belichick went to college instead of trying to get an NFL job. Because, and they brought this up in the article, there's a lot of college coaches who are like, I'm done with college. I can't deal with this NIL transfer portal nonsense. I'm out. So even like Saban, who's a good friend of Bill Belichick, Saban's like, okay, yeah, I'm done. Let's bounce. But Belichick's going the opposite way. From the article that Wickersham wrote, it sounds like Belichick is done with the NFL. He's like, I hate this place. And it sounds like he's done with the NFL because there's a lot of what I would like to call high school drama going on. It sounds like Belichick had his eye on a couple of NFL jobs. And matter of fact, the article says that he would get on a Zoom call with Josh McDaniels, Matt Patricia, Michael Lombardi, and some of his former cronies, and they break down, they just talk football. They talk football, but they would also talk about teams that Bill might be able to go to and become the head coach. And one of those they mentioned was the Chicago Bears because of what's going on with the Bears. And they're like, man, you got Caleb Williams there. Maybe you can go to Chicago, Bill, and turn that whole franchise around. But it sounds like Belichick talked to the Bears front office, and according to some of his buddies, he was really upset about how stupid the Bears were. It sounds like he was like, well, tell me about your draft process. And the Bears was like, one of the Bears GM or somebody was like, he gave Bill, he was talking to Bill Belichick like, here's how you're supposed to do the draft, and here's how we build talent on this team. And then after that meeting, Belichick was like, those fools don't know what they're doing. And they're running a team. I can't go to Chicago. I don't want to go coach the Bears. They're crazy. But here's the wildest part about the article.
I always want guys to be true to themselves. And Nicole.
Tell him, Malone. Yeah. The craziest thing about this whole thing, and the craziest thing I think I read from the article, because it's a lot of inside info, but the craziest thing is it sounded like, according to this article from Wickersham, that Robert Kraft was sabotaging Bill Belichick's effort to get a head coaching job in the NFL.
Really?
It sounds like Robert Kraft was calling these teams and saying, and just burying Belichick. Just like, if you hire this guy, you're going to lose control of your franchise.
Which is partially true, but isn't that the point?
Aren't you? And it's obviously Belichick got really, Belichick's like, at least according to this article, is like, man, do you know what I did for that franchise?
Sure.
You know how much I added to that dude's net wealth? And then he fires me, and now he's sabotaging me? I'm done with the NFL. I'm out, is basically what it sounds like.
And 25 years with anybody is long enough to drive somebody crazy, right? So, the divorce rate shows you that it's hard to pull.
Why is it that Robert Kraft seems to want? Robert Kraft wants two things. He wants credit for the dynasty, and he wants to be in the Hall of Fame. And if for some reason nobody's putting him in the Hall of Fame, and now he's trying to sabotage the idea that Bill Belichick was a more important part of that dynasty than he was.
Okay, so I don't get him trying to bury him, right? Because normally when you break up with somebody, you let him go and you just
you know what I mean? Ignore them and never think about them again.
Right. So trying to bury him is a little bit weird. Here's what I'm wondering. Is he mad that when push came to shove, he picked Belichick over Brady? Because Brady had another Super Bowl left in him.
Yeah.
Right? We found that out.
But I just don't. What is this high school drama nonsense? Why is the owner of the New England Patriots beefing with a dude who's working for ESPN right now?
You know how close he was with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And so if Belichick pushed Brady out and made Kraft pick, and Kraft picked Belichick instead of Brady, if Belichick forced that decision, and then Kraft sitting there saying, my greatest player of all time, my good friend Tom Brady, now went and got a 7th Super Bowl somewhere else, not wearing a Patriots jersey. I feel like it's a bad look, and maybe that's why he's so scornful, is he felt like he still had a chance there. But to go and bury him to other NFL owners,
throw him under the bus to other owners is crazy to me. Here's another thing that the article mentions that Belichick got upset about with New England. I didn't watch it, but did either of you watch the show The Dynasty on Apple? It was just a documentary about the Patriots and that crazy run.
The less of that I take in, the better.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it either, but allegedly that the documentary that Kraft helped Apple put together minimizes Bill Belichick's role in the team's historic run. So Belichick's like, they put together this documentary, and it's like, I didn't even coach that team. So yeah, it sounds like things have just gotten more bitter between those two as time has gone on. So that is crazy to me that there's still dudes just trying to sabotage each other, and so much so that Bill Belichick, at the age of 72, is like, I can't handle the NFL anymore. I'm going to college.
Which, let's talk about what it means for college football. So everybody says that, this is kind of like the Prime model. I totally disagree with that. Prime, to me, only in the celebrity status does it fit the Prime model.
Mm-hmm.
The Coach Prime model is, I'm going to be the GM of the team. Meaning, I'm going to hire guys to coach and expect them to know what they're doing, to be able to run a team.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to handle high-level stuff, right? I don't think he's getting in there making game plans, getting in on the nitty-gritty. Do you?
No.
Right. So instead, what he's doing is he's glad-handing donors. He's gathering money for the NIL collective. He's recruiting the big names that he thinks he's going to recruit. And I think that's a great model for college. I think it works really well because, you can let your coordinators essentially be the head coach of their side of the ball and just kind of manage the team as a whole.
Yeah.
Belichick is not going to do that.
No.
Belichick is going to be X's and O's guy, and it's got to be Lombardi, I guess. And maybe that was part of the problem with this NFL thing, is that he was bringing all his cronies with him.
Yeah.
But he brought all his cronies to UNC. So who is going to be handling glad-handing donors? Talking to NIL
right, because Bill
collectives?
doesn't want to do that. Matter of fact, I bet you Bill even thinks to himself that I don't need to recruit. I'll take Scrubbo Scrubberton, chucklehead from, third stringer on some high school team and turn him into Tom Brady. You know what I mean? Maybe he thinks I don't even have to recruit, man. I can build talent. I need to bring in talent.
Do you think, because in his little statement he said there, he's like, this is a pathway for players who are good enough for the NFL.
Yeah.
So he thinks he's going to get high caliber guys.
Yeah, or turn him into high caliber.
He's not going to recruit them. You know what I mean? To me, it's a little bit crazy, and it brings up the question of, in college football, are we entering a world where there is a whole separate staff, kind of like a scouting staff in the NFL, but instead of that, it's a recruiting staff who has nothing to do with coaching on the field? But they are just going around handling finances, talking to these kids about the opportunities that they could have through NIL with actual advertising, all that kind of stuff, and pitching them, selling them the team. And then, by the way, hey, we're going to bring in Coach Belichick for 5 minutes to meet you when you're in Chapel Hill. We're going to sit you down for 5 minutes with Coach Belichick. And he's really not part of the recruiting at all.
Yeah, I think the good thing about college football now is that if you got the money, you can get the players. Because instead of trying to convince a kid to come and play, like, look at the flat irons, look at how beautiful it here is at Boulder. You just be like, hey man, here's $500,000. Come on down, bro. How you feel about NIL? Come on down. Let's do it. So I don't know. It's going to be crazy. Like, I'm here for it. I want to see how Belichick does at North Carolina. Like, I want to see it. But I don't know how it's going to work out, or at the age of 72, if he can revolutionize the game of college football. But, yeah, I think players are going to want to come and play for Bill. Not only that, he is going to load up that staff with former NHL dudes. Like, I don't know what Patricia is doing right now. Isn't like 2 or 3 of his dudes in Boston College who used to coach for the Patriots, but now they're okay, ugh, man, getting all those guys back together again. Maybe that's what. But let me ask you this question, because here's one of the more interesting things that they seem to say about Belichick moving to college is that not only is he like, I'm done with the NFL, he said, in the article it said, Belichick is disgusted in what he believes the new NFL has become, and that this move to college is Bill telling the NFL to kick rocks. But once again, I don't know how much the NFL is going to miss Bill Belichick. Your era was over. It was great. It was amazing. It was one of the greatest runs in the history of the league. But it's done now, man. I mean, is the NFL going to miss Bill Belichick just because he went to college football and didn't get a job with Atlanta or something like that?
I don't think so. I think it's too young and quick evolving. And it's one of the things that's going to be really interesting as we get into the next 10 or 15 years of the NFL. McVay will have been a coach for 20 years. And he's going to be 55 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's going to be crazy. So, I don't know. Belichick has this all-time wins record he was going for against Shula.
He said they brought that up, and he said the record does mean something to him, and he would have liked to gotten it. But he's like, it's not the end-all, be-all. I'd rather just coach again. But let's go to college.
These kids are going to crush him.
Right.
Like Sean McVay, if he coaches till he's 72, like Bill Belichick is now, that's 40 years. He's going to crush his record.
Yeah. I don't
know what I mean?
I know. But I wonder if he stays the full 5 years, he's going to be 77 years old once that contract is done.
So let me ask you real quick, and we'll move to Broncos after this, because they have one of the highest leverage playoff games I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, it's weird.
But let me ask you this. If Belichick goes to UNC, what is success for him there? Because it was really easy for us to define for Prime.
CFP, man, it's got to be college football playoff. That's the only thing.
I think he has to win a natty, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think, it is North Carolina, man. And let me say, that is a basketball school, as well as the football team's been playing.
But with how close they already were. You know what I mean? They weren't a trash team. When Prime goes to CU,
they were bad.
1-11, and it was, hey, get us to a bowl game and we'll throw a party. 9 wins in year 2. He's in the conversation for a Big 12 title, in the conversation for the CFP, and it's a huge win. Nobody would deny that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But this team at UNC, we're talking about the years with Drake May. We're talking about the years, they have a good program there. So if you're going to elevate that program, you're talking about winning ACC titles and being in the CFP and really winning a natty to have success there. Because those donors who are spending all this money and signing over all these things like your son is the coach in waiting, that's what they're going to expect, aren't they?
Is success at CU only a national for Dion, is the same thing as with Belichick, that success can only be measured in championships, in college football championships? Or is there, everybody wants to win. Obviously, everybody wants to win. And now that you can get 12 teams in that bad boy, there's more opportunities. But at the same time, if if Coach Prime doesn't win us a title, it wasn't worth it. KJ just let us know that Travis Hunter just got named the AP Player of the Year. Is that what he got named?
Yep, that's correct.
So, is Bill Belichick going to be able to bring in a player of a caliber like a Travis Hunter to that team in North Carolina? Is he going to get Heisman candidate players there in North Carolina?
Isn't that what the boosters are expecting?
Yeah.
They're writing lots of checks now.
You know what? I would be interested to know what they're paying Bill.
Like what is Bill Belichick making at North Carolina? Because when he was coach and GM in New England, he was making a massive amount of money.
I heard $10 million.
$10 million a year?
I don't know if that's yeah. And I heard $10 million. I don't know if that's
correct.
Is it $10 million?
Reports, yeah.
Man, that's a bargain for Bill Belichick. Man, Sean Payton's making twice that, right? Twice that. So yeah, no, that's a pretty good deal.
But here's the thing. First of all, that's a public college, so we would be able to find out eventually, even if that is or is not the number.
Is he the highest paid public employee? Like,
no, what's the coach of the basketball team making? I bet you.
Yeah. Is it Hubert Davis, the new head coach at North Carolina? I mean, is it Hubert that's coach at North Carolina?
I think that's right.
He's still there.
Okay, all right.
So, but here's the thing: when Greg Penner pays Sean Payton that much money, he's making money on the Broncos.
Yeah.
When UNC pays that much money to Bill Belichick,
yeah.
Like, sure, there's tickets and revenue and all that kind of stuff, but they also, like, I don't think they're making as much money on the UNC football team as the Denver Broncos are making on a regular basis. So, I don't know. I mean, it just, to me, it kind of maybe signals this whole new era of college football where it's going to be real interesting to see if the recruiting gets pulled apart from the coaching.
I'm sure it will, because coaches don't want to deal with that nonsense. They absolutely. The fascinating thing to me is that the old school coaches who are like, I ain't deal. I can't. I'm too old to deal with this NIL new look college scene. I'm out. Like Saban, he's like out. And then you have these other guys who are like, this is great, man. I'm gonna have so much fun doing this, and they jump in with both feet, like with Belichick. It doesn't seem like he's concerned about any of the stuff that was making Saban nervous at all.
And that's what there's bells going off there because Saban, Alabama has enough money that Saban could have hired a GM and a whole recruiting staff, and so if his good friend Bill Belichick is saying this is something I still want to go after, what does he feel differently than Saban? I mean, it's. You know, it's just kind of a strange situation to me. I don't know. All right, let's move to the Broncos here. The playoff leverage in this game is insane. And listen, the morning show got to it around 9 o'clock, right before they talked to Leggy. They opened up the schedule for the other teams, and this is what, for me, really drove home how important this game is.
Because the Colts' remaining schedule is cake-alicious.
Tennessee, New York Giants, Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, well, I mean, they play in a garbage division, but yeah, I do think. Did I read that they have the easiest remaining schedule?
Yeah, probably.
In the NFL,
Tennessee's got 3 wins.
Yeah.
Giants have 2. Jacksonville's got 2.
It is exciting that we have such a game that means something. Like if the Broncos win this game, then they're in, man. They're in. It would take almost a miracle to knock them out.
Yeah.
They're in. But if you lose this game, then your odds of making the playoffs go from 75% to 40% or something ridiculous like
I think
that?
it's like 25% either way. So if you win, I think it's like 96% you make it.
And if you lose,
it's like 45 or something.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
And so it's like this is a playoff game because if the Colts lose, then they're eliminated. So the Colts have to bring everything they got this weekend because if they lose this thing, then they're out.
Well, and I mean, your upcoming schedule is so much harder than theirs.
Yeah.
Chargers on a Thursday night, which, by the way, I don't have the problem with that everybody else does. I don't know.
That they flexed it to Thursday?
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. More national cover. Let's go. Yeah, that's fine with me.
And listen.
Doesn't bother me at all.
The Chargers are going to be coming off a short week, too. I think the thing that has gone unsaid is you had a bye week last week. You think they weren't watching Chargers tape during the bye week last week, making a game plan?
And
game?
there's really no such thing as home field advantage for the Chargers. You know
right.
what I mean?
That's
that whole
true
place,
too.
That place is gonna be packed with Bronco fans.
And I heard Leggy say this on the morning show. This is also a great point. Cincinnati was in that slot. So Cincinnati was going to have 10 days before they played you.
Yeah.
Now you switched it. Now you have 10 days before they play that.
Before you have to go to Cincy. Yeah.
So I don't think the Thursday night thing is a big deal, but it's a tough slate when you say Chargers, Bengals, and then Chiefs to end it out. I think you have to win this game. And if you don't win this game, staring down the barrel of those 3 games, Berto, it could be an epic collapse.
I would see, but here's the crazy thing: if the Broncos miss the playoffs but still win 9 games, I'd still be pretty excited,
That's
man.
them winning one more game.
Yeah, but I wouldn't like if you get knocked off by the Colts, because it all comes down to this game right here. Because if you win this game, then you can fumble the Chargers and the Bengals, or you can fumble the Chargers and the Chiefs to close things out, and you're still going to make the playoffs, right? What? You don't think that's the case, KJ?
You can't afford to fumble any more games.
Sure, you can. If you beat the Colts, you can, because ain't nobody else going to challenge you for that final wild card spot.
Miami's the other one.
Thank you.
Yeah,
because you don't see Miami, and you don't get a chance to beat them. So
Miami plays Houston this week, San Francisco, Cleveland, and then the Jets.
And if Miami wins out and the Broncos fumble a couple, then they'll get passed.
So Miami's got a better, right now, conference record. That'll change over these last couple weeks. But if you're counting Bronco losses in there, then yeah, they would probably catch the Broncos in conference and win that tiebreaker.
Right.
Because it's AFC games is your first tiebreaker.
But both of you, when you look at the Colts and you look at the Broncos, there's nothing that the Colts do that's better than what the Broncos do. Like the Broncos have a better defense and a better quarterback, and I would even say a better offense, at least right now. I mean, they just put 41 on Cleveland, man. So it's going to take, I don't know, man. I guess it's going to take like Anthony Richardson doing something crazy to get the Colts to this way. I mean,
but that's what
give me a picture of give me a scenario in which you can see the Colts beating the Broncos. This is how positive I am about the Broncos lately in their 3-game winning streak. It's like I'm having a hard time finding, outside of turnovers or injuries, how the Colts are going to beat the Broncos.
Pick a Tim Tebow game.
Okay.
Pick one, right?
Okay.
Whether it's that Jet game that was, I think, a Thursday night game, or the Steelers playoff game, that's how they win. They run the ball, they control the clock. You use quarterback run plays, so you equal the number of people in the box, right? You're evening up the numbers by putting an extra blocker in there, right? And then AR, with his huge arm, hits some shots down the field, and Levi Wallace blows a coverage, which definitely has me concerned because, if you blow one pass play coverage, all of a sudden you lose to the Colts.
Yeah.
And so I'm not predicting that they're going to lose. I just think it's possible. What I am saying is I think if you lose, you're really in trouble over these last 4 games. And I wonder, because you're saying one more win makes this season a success for you?
Yes. 9 wins? Are you kidding me, man? I thought this
From
team
where we are now.
I thought this team was going to win 4 or 5 games the entire season.
I have a bet that I put in August that said they were going to win over 8.5. Just saying. But
you
I
just need 1 too, man.
I get.
You need 2. You need 2, right?
I need 1.
Yeah, you need 1?
Yeah, 8.5.
Okay.
So I need them to win 1 more. But I understand what you're saying. Based on where everybody thought they were going to be at the beginning of the year,
right?
It wouldn't be a failure.
Yes.
But if they go 1-4 down the stretch versus wild card caliber teams, you're still going to count the season as a success.
Yeah.
If they go from 8-5 to 9-8.
I thought this could be the worst season in the history of the franchise. No, are you kidding me, man? Yeah, they get to 9 wins. Even if they miss the playoffs, I'm going to be super stoked. Are we not all convinced that Bo Nix, even though it's so weird that it still feels like a lot of the national media, a lot of people outside of Denver still don't believe in Bo Nix. But don't the 3 of us all agree that they found a starting quarterback, somebody that they can rely on for a while, right?
He's got 3 to 5 years now, right? Like he's got 3 to 5 years. He will go through a regression next year because all sophomore quarterbacks do.
But by if he gets through year 3 and he's better than he has been in years 1 and 2, you're down. You're
done. Yeah, you found your guy for the next decade, 15 years.
Yeah.
So, but what could it do to his psyche to be this close, to have this much of a lead and blow 3 of the last 4 games?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Nah, because
ruin a quarterback.
There's some of these games that the Broncos won that I'm like,
and I'm not trying to be a doomsayer. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is the Broncos need to bring their A game this Sunday because you need to beat the Colts.
Yeah, no, this is the first playoff game basically we're going to see for the Broncos since 2015, right? This is the first. This is how important this Colts game is. It has that much of an impact on the franchise. Do you think there's still Bronco? Because there was Bronco fans at the beginning of the season who are like, yeah, if Bo's great, that's good, but I don't want to win a bunch of games because I want to draft Travis Hunter or somebody. I want a high draft pick again. Now you're not getting that. You've won too many games, man. You're going to be in the middle of the first round. But do you think there's still fans who are like, I'd like the Broncos to lose out so we still get a early teens pick or something like that?
It's not a Bronco fan. It's a Travis Hunter fan, and you're not going to get him anyway. Listen, you can get weapons late in the draft. Justin Jefferson, I think, was the 21st or 22nd pick.
Was he?
Yeah, you can still get weapons late in the draft. You have to make sure that you're scouting and finding the right guys. But when you have the quarterback, it makes it way easier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not so because that's number one on the list. You got to have a quarterback.
100%. All right, coming up, I want to talk a little bit about the Avalanche and just kind of the vibe in the room. Berto, you talk to a lot of people who are close to that franchise often. I just kind of want to get a feeling of the two new goaltenders and how the team feels about it. If it maybe has a sense of renewed hope as the Avs continue. They've got a game tonight against the Utah Hockey Club, and we'll talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Here's Boone Jenner walking in, shooting, and a wrister that missed. Still loose in front. Save made by Blackwood. That's robbery on Marcus Nutavara.
Great job on the glove save by Mackenzie Blackwood. Probably the best surge Columbus has had all game. Look at this save off Nutavara as Mackenzie Blackwood and the outstretched glove makes a save.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint with Coach and Raj. No Coach, no Raj, so you get Berto and Rob instead. Hockey game tonight, 7 o'clock, the Utah Hockey Club and the Colorado Avalanche. And we're wondering, is Mackenzie Blackwood going to end up starting this game? Now, listen, he didn't travel to meet the team on the road because he was sick.
Mm-hmm.
And there was rumors that they were going to hold him out maybe until Saturday, Berto. And so, I don't know, you texting somebody, maybe you get some inside information.
Yeah, let's see.
But I'm hearing he's on the ice at least, is what KJ told me. He's on the ice at least for the morning skate. Now, if he's in the starter's net or not is an interesting question. I would kind of love to see him tonight. But at the same time, Wedgwood's been playing fine. I mean, you could run him out another game and then start Blackwood on Saturday. So I want to talk about the goalies and the change to maybe the Avs vibe a little bit. But
he might start tonight. I can't find. I mean, he's on the ice, so maybe that illness is. He might get the start tonight.
Do you assume that he's good if he's on the ice?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Then because if he's dealing with an illness, you wouldn't let him on the ice with the other players if he's going to get somebody else sick.
That's a good
so
point.
he maybe he's feeling good. We'll literally know here in just a little bit because Coach will talk, and that'll be the first question he gets. So
sure.
I'm assuming we'll find out. But yeah, we might see Blackwood tonight. We'll see a little,
which
Mackenzie.
is exciting. Now listen, I'm not over my skis here. I don't think he's an all-world goaltender, but really all you need, and this is all we've talked about the Avs for forever, is league average goaltending. And I think you can get that from him.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get that from him, the offensive firepower is enough on the Colorado Avalanche that, he can handle pretty much any team in the NHL.
Ooh. All right. And I do want to talk Avs because I got some thoughts about Blackwood and Wedgwood and what the Avs can possibly do. But we do have breaking news.
Oh, boy.
According to Mike Kliss of 9 News, the Denver Broncos and Garrett Bowles have reached an agreement on a 4-year contract extension. So the big fella is here for a while.
Wow. And people thought it was getting sour between him and the organization. Apparently not.
No, yeah. I'd like to see what the numbers are on this thing, but Garrett Bowles is locked up. There you go.
Now, listen, he was one of your biggest cap
All right,
hits.
the numbers just came in.
What
4
is it?
years, $68 million.
4 years, $68 million?
That is a hell of a deal. 4 years, 68. Is it 68 guaranteed or 68 total?
Why did I think
68 total? I'm waiting on the guarantee.
Yeah, it's because it's got to be less than that. You know what? That is a good deal. That is.
If you can get your left tackle for under $20 million a year, I feel like that's incredible.
yeah, and oh man,
that is. Now listen,
what is? Let's see. Who's the highest paid? Trent Williams is making. Oh yeah, he's making $83 million in his contract.
For how many years?
Tunsil's making $75.
Yeah, I think if you can get your left tackle for under $20 million a year, that's great. And instead, they got him for what is that? A $68 million divided by 4 is
17.
Oh wow, these dudes are crazy. They already got the new contract up here.
Do they really?
Yeah, they already have it up here. So
all
now
right, what do you got?
Garrett Bowles is now a top 10 paid left tackle in the league. And now, that's great for him. That's great for him.
Now listen, he I think has played well enough to deserve top 10 tackle money. Berto, you think?
Yeah.
I feel like that's.
He'll be 37 when. Is it 37 or 36 when this contract is over? But
36. He's 32.
Yeah, he's
now,
32
right?
now.
So
Yeah. So obviously the Broncos must be happy with how he's playing. Bo must be happy about protecting his blind side, and they're like, all right, let's get it done.
Now,
so you just spent some of the money you were going to spend next season when you have a little bit more cap space, but
I think top 10 tackle is right for him. Right? He's not a top 5 tackle, but
right, he's not Trent Williams. He's not.
Right, but he's also not, top half of the league. He's a little bit better than that. So I think in that top 10 area is right where you want him. But Berto, think about how much money is on that offensive line now.
Yeah. Well,
Miners, Powers, McGlinchey, Bolt, that is a lot of money that they have sunk into that offensive line. Now, listen, if you talk to any football coach, they say, we want you to build from the lines out. But that's a lot of money that they have sunk into those guys.
Yeah, but you got to, right? You got to. What else are you going to spend that money? I mean, you could spend
weapons for Bo.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, so you've locked up Garrett Bolles, so you ain't got to worry about finding a free agent in the offseason to be your left tackle. So now you target whom or what or how or what? Like you got to re-sign Cortland too, right? You got to give him a little bit more money in the offseason.
I think the conversation's more on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, you want to add more talent to the defensive side? Like I was like, I want to add some offensive talent, brother.
You got to pay dudes. You got to pay dudes over there. You got to pay Benito.
Yep, and Cooper.
You know what?
Cooper just got his money.
I'm taking
Riley Moss needs
You're right.
to get paid.
I'm taking Benito for granted. You got to pay him.
You got to pay him.
Oh man, that's going to be a chunk.
Riley Moss is going to need to get paid.
Yeah, you got to pay
years.
Riley Moss.
I think he's got 2 years left. Maybe.
Is it? Oh, then we're good. I ain't gonna worry about that.
Zach Allen, I think, has 1 year left. I mean,
I pay Zach too.
But you got a lot of money tied up in an offensive line. Now you also, on top of that, have to go find weapons for Bo. Like you said, including getting Cortland Sutton.
So what's the number one target?
Contract.
Are you okay with Cortland being wide receiver 1, or do you need somebody more dynamic at wide receiver? Or do you just find all the money you possibly can and hand it to the best free agent tight end in the class? Or are you positive, if you're George and Sean, that you can pick a tight end in the draft? And because I have no confidence they can pick a tight end because they haven't been able to do it lately. Although I guess that's not this regime. Outside, you know what I mean?
That's
so. Fair. I mean, I guess you could pay a running back. You could go find you the next Saquon.
You do need to get a running back, right? Javonte will be gone next year.
Yeah, I don't even know where you go. What do you think is on the top of Sean Payton's list for what he wants?
Here's the thing.
What's his Christmas idea?
This
what does
is
he
the
want
big
for
question
Christmas?
for me. Does Cortland mean so much to Bo that you have to re-sign him?
Nah.
You don't think so?
I think what you can't like. Cortland Sutton has been great this year, man. He's been great. But once again, he is not Justin Jefferson. He's not one of the top 10 wide receivers in this league right now. Matter of fact, he's probably a great wide receiver 2. But you have to pay a wide receiver 1.
So then let's say this, Berto. If they don't make any deals going into next year at wide receiver, you got Cortland Sutton on $20 million. And that's probably going to get cut, right? Because you could save a bunch of cap money if you cut him there. I shouldn't say that. He might be back at the $20 million price tag. But then you also have got Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, and Devon Vele. Are you comfortable going into next year with them 3 being your top 3 wide receivers?
and they've all played better than I thought they were going to be, right? Like both Mims and Vele have been pretty impressive. I'd like to see what would happen if you gave them more touches. But do you really want to – how much do you think T. Higgins is going to make? Like, once again, I think T. Higgins is closer. Like, he's great. He's a great player. But I feel like he's closer to Cortland than he is to Justin Jefferson. You know what I mean?
Totally agree with you.
So you can't hand T. Higgins $30 million. You can't do 25. It, man. You can't do it. So, I mean, who do you give that money to? Who is it that you give that money to? I mean, is Chris Godwin any better than Cortland Sutton if you're going to bring, or could you have Godwin and Cortland as your 2? I don't know, man. I don't know.
So, but you're not comfortable with the 3 young guys being your receiving core. No. You need an extra name in there.
I'd be happier if they drafted a wide receiver high, or if they gave Godwin some money or what. Like, do you double down on the best part of your team? Do you go sign Khalil Mack? Khalil Mack is a free agent. You go sign Khalil and bring him and put him on the edge.
I think you've got enough at the edge if you pay Benito.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You just got to give that money you would give to Khalil to
You're losing
to
DJ
Benito.
Jones this year, but you've got Alex Singleton under contract. Cooper's under contract. Barton you lose after this year. You're going to need to sign him, and that number is going to go up.
Yeah,
Benito's you're going to have to get a deal done eventually with. I don't know, man.
Stephon Diggs, he's a free agent next year, right?
Yeah.
You can go steal him from Houston.
Do you want that in your locker room?
Man, I don't know, man.
maybe
if Sean Payton is so excited about how that room is right now, maybe you don't add more veterans. Maybe you just do all this with young players. Maybe you just draft offensive skill players.
To that point, I mean, remember how he talked when they cut Josh Reynolds?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the conversation was, we like these young guys so much that we want to make sure they're on the field, they're getting touches. And they've played, well, I shouldn't say they played great. Devon Bailey, I think, has played great. Mims has played pretty well. Franklin has had moments.
Yeah, but a lot better than what people were saying in camp and preseason. We're like, this is a bust. He's a bust. Get ready. And you're like, no, man, let him play a few games first.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's worked out better than I thought it was.
We'll spend a little bit more time on this and get to that Avs conversation we were talking about coming up in the next hour on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint, but no coach, no Raj.
It's not just me, though, right? I keep thinking that the name of the show is The Morning Quickie. I cannot get it out of my mind.
No, that's just you. I literally have never thought that once.
You didn't hear that as soon as you heard the name of the show was The Morning Sprint. I swear, I thought it was on purpose. At first, I had this conversation with Sanford yesterday. I was like, man, I thought y'all were getting crazy, a little loose, that you were like, I want to talk about sex on this show. Sex and sports is what it's about.
Literally never crossed my mind.
Really? Because it's the first thing that entered my mind when I heard Morning Sprint.
I mean, is that a regular activity for you, Berto?
No, I mean, I wish it was. Practice makes perfect. You know what I mean? But I know. That's exactly. I asked him, I was like, which one of you were thinking about sex when you came up with the name of the show? And Sanford's the same way. He's like, what?
Yeah.
Nah.
I mean, maybe it's because I didn't really coach college football. I was like a GA for a couple of years. But morning sprint to me is like a terrible term.
Oh, you mean get up and run?
Yeah. And before the sun comes up, you're running in the stadium, and the GAs are the ones that had to go make sure the players were actually there.
No,
had to go take attendance.
No, that's like when the training staff takes the Nuggets to Red Rocks and makes them run the stairs.
Yeah,
no, bro.
Exactly.
No, man. Those poor dudes, when you see the end of that workout and those players, those are professional athletes, and they are gassed.
I can promise you I'm not thinking about fun when you talk about the morning sprint.
Yeah, they get them up early in the morning, taking them to Red Rocks and make them run the stairs.
But hard work and all that stuff, that's good.
Yeah.
But not morning
But so
quickie.
is sex.
Not what? Well.
So, yeah, Morning Quickie. I'm just saying maybe you should change the name of the show. Can we change the name of the show when neither of them are here? So they come back?
Now, see, that I'm for.
When they come back, and the next thing you know, so tomorrow, whatever, when the open hits, it's like, welcome to the Morning Quickie.
Me and Fleck have a really good relationship. If I do that, I mean, it would change the dynamic of everything we built over the last 6 months.
That's our boss. And that's probably smart. All right. The breaking news: Denver Broncos left tackle Garrett Bowles signed to a 4-year, $68 million deal. Is
Get
that right,
paid,
DJ?
brother. Will Garrett Bowles be more popular in this city when this contract is done than Mark Schlereth or Tom Nalen?
Well, that's the thing that was crazy. So I heard Kreckman and Lindahl a week ago talking about how all those all-time Bronco lineman numbers, he's starting to get them all because he's already been here for longer than any of those guys. Those guys that Schlereth was here for 5 years. Nalen was here for 7.
Yeah, Nalen here for a while.
Bowles has already been here since
10 years? How long? He was older when he was drafted, right? So it wasn't.
But it's close to a decade. It's got to be around 8-9 years.
Because if I remember correctly, Bowles was drafted in 2017.
Oh no, that's not as much as I thought. I was thinking 2015.
Interesting.
But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Well, no, because it was the year after the Super Bowl, right? It was the first team after the Super Bowl that he was.
But
drafted.
see, that's the problem. Those guys are beloved because they won the Super Bowl. Well, I guess Garrett did too. So
no, I don't.
He wasn't on that.
I don't know. We'll have to check.
Now I gotta look. But yeah, I mean, can you?
It was the NFL Draft 2017. He was the 20th overall pick.
Was it 17?
So 17 was his first year.
I thought he'd been around longer than that.
Me too. But by the end of this,
I mean, hell, the man is 32 years old.
By the end of this, you'll be at an 11 or 12-year career, right? With the Denver Broncos, for a guy who, especially early in his career,
got booed.
Nobody liked.
Every time they called holding on that dude.
Nobody liked.
And I mean, but I do think, it is a story about redemption because he just got $68 million when, 4 or 5 years ago, the home fans were booing him because he kept holding, right?
All right, guys, we got a little bit of a situation here. So Mike Garafolo reported it was 4 years, $68 million.
Yeah.
Mike Kliss, who we all trust from 9 News.
Yeah.
4 years, $82 million.
Okay.
41.9 million guaranteed.
Okay.
So
Where do you get
now,
that? The $68 million must be the guarantee? Where's
No, the guarantee is 41.9.
And the actual contract is 80 what?
82.
Now, see, that's different. Because what I said was if you can get your left tackle for under $20 million a year,
that's expensive
you're doing
left
well.
tackle.
Now you're talking about $20 million a year. And listen, so this is where I was headed with that conversation about Bowles. Mike Munchak comes in. He changes the course of the guy's career. He gets him to stop holding as much. He helps him refine his craft at an NFL level. Okay. Since then, Bowles has been real solid. Still has the occasional holding call, still has the occasional bad play, But I don't think he's been, like I said earlier, top 5 left tackle in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's just been a real solid NFL caliber tackle. And
but
if
they're
you're
worth
talking
their,
about paying $20 million,
they're worth their
year,
weight in gold, though, man. They're worth. You just can't find those guys off the street.
Berto, how much money do you have tied up in that offense? You just gave Meinertz $23 million a year.
Well, you're right.
Yeah,
Maybe they've decided this is it. This is it. We're not going to be able to add any more offensive talent. We're already up against the cap. We still have to deal with the cap next year, but this offensive line is going to be set. Bo, you will be protected. You just might have to wait a season or two for us to find you that top end offensive talent.
Having a good offensive line is extremely important. I don't disagree with you. But you paid 2 guards $40 million. Like Meinertz is 23, Powers is 17, and I love offensive line play, but $20 million a year per guard is a lot of money.
But still, like if you are the best left tackle in the NFL, you're making almost 30. You're making 25 to 28.
Okay.
So
do you still have that list up?
Yeah, I got a list right here.
Okay.
I got the
who are the next 4 guys? Because Trent Williams,
so you got
like all-timer, inarguable.
Yeah, Trent
right?
Williams 28, Tristan Wirfs 28 a season, Tunsil's at 25 mil a season, Landon Dickerson's at 21 million a season. So yeah, I mean, if you're a top level guy, man, you're gonna offensive left
putting
tackles
him in the top 5. You putting Bowles in the top 5?
No. But you got to pay him that kind of money. I mean,
we got to figure out if it's the. I mean, I trust Kliss, like you're saying, KJ, but we got to figure out if it's the 68 or the 82.
No, it's got to be 82.
Because
when he said 68, we were throwing a party. We were like,
absolutely.
That's a bargain. That's a bargain. So it's got to be the 82. Kliss has got to be right,
because we're not
man.
allowed to have nice things.
No. Because you got to pay for nice things, and this is just one of the things you got to pay for.
Well, and so KJ came in and asked the interesting question, like, do you think this guy is a Ring of Famer? And I don't think so. Even if he gets some all-time numbers that turn into longevity numbers, you don't get the Frank Gore, years of perseverance award.
I don't know. Here's the
get
problem.
Up on the Ring of Fame.
Here's the problem. The Ring of Fame is just whatever the hell the owner wants to do.
That's true.
And Garrett has not been with this ownership group the entire time, right? It was the triumvirate that drafted him, wasn't it?
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And so he hasn't spent his entire career with the Walter Penner Group, and they're the ones who decide, like, is this a ringer? So are they going to be more liberal with the amount of people they put into that ring, or are they going to keep it a small group of people?
And I just think it's an interesting conversation because if you don't put him on that level, you're even saying it's debatable, but if you do or don't, even if it's debatable, to pay him top 5 left tackle money feels like, to me, an overpay. Now, there are rumors swirling around the NFL world that the cap over the next 3 to 5 years is going to go up a lot, right? All these special deals that they're making with Netflix for Christmas games, with the Peacock-only streaming playoff game, all that stuff is going to equate to an explosion in the cap. They're also in their final year of adjustments that they made because of the COVID years. So there's speculation that the cap is going to jump up a lot. So if you're doing this saying we expect the cap to be well over $300 million in the next 2 years, okay, fine. But you got $90 million tied up on your offensive line here. Now they've structured it so it all doesn't hit right exactly at the same time, but you got, around $90 million on your offensive line. To pay Garrett Bowles that much money, that feels like you're backing your team into a corner.
But let's also look at it from this angle too, Rob. The contracts are staggered in a way. It won't bump up against when it's time to pay Bo Nix. This is buying Bo Nix time
but
for the days when his O-line won't be as great.
What do you have to pay? By the time you have to pay Bo Nix, the top NFL quarterbacks are making $300 million. So what you going to do about that? That kind of price tag. It is listen, Garrett Bowles is not the 6th best tackle in the NFL, even though he is making the money of the 6th best tackle in the NFL. But you got to
Like,
you have to?
You're worth what they will pay for you,
That
right?
is true. That's something my dad always told me, right? You're always worth what someone's going to pay you.
Right. So I think the Broncos must have been like, somebody's going to pay him. Might as well be us. We drafted him. We developed him. He's been our guy this entire time. He's probably worth more to us than any other franchise. Let's just pay him. But that is a chunk of money, man.
To me, that's scared money.
You think so?
That's you being afraid that you can't draft somebody who can do better.
Interesting.
And that kind of scared money can get you into trouble. Listen, when they paid McGlinchey and Powers, it was because their offensive line had been so bad that they just needed new guys on there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you get into that, like, oh, we have to do this. We have to give Bowles that kind of contract. I just think it's the wrong mindset to have. I mean,
you think the fan base is going to act like you? I mean, do you think most of the fan base is going to be like, I don't know about this?
Well, the text line is interesting. Right
The
text line.
I always forget the text line.
They
popping off,
firing right now.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Now listen,
he's allowed 1 sack this entire season. You're going to pay him that much.
He's been
the text
good.
line says
he's been
1
good.
sack.
I think he's solidly a top 10 left tackle in the league. So, of
How
course,
about, Ryan says he just shut down Myles Garrett single-handedly. He's worth it.
I think he's a top 10 left tackle in this league. But you didn't pay him like a top 10 left tackle. You paid him like a top 5 left tackle. And I'm just asking, is he worth that much? That's all.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is he worth that much?
Man, we already got some texts in about Bo. It's like, dude, pump the brakes on paying Bo Nix franchise money.
Well, luckily you got a lot of years before you got to worry about that, right?
It's not going to feel like
bringing it up, man, because it's a relevant conversation.
You're right. It's not going to feel like it. It's going to be right around the corner, and all of a sudden you'll be like, oh man, we got to pay Bo, and we're going to have to pay him so much money.
But you got 4 years, and then the 5th year option. You should have him cost controlled for a while. So I'm not super worried about that Bo contract. I am worried about you having $90 million tied up on your offensive line. We'll get to some of your comments left. Keep them coming. 303-504-0925. On the other side, we'll do our NFL notes with KJ, and we'll talk some of these comments that you guys have about me being an idiot and that Garrett Bowles isn't worth it on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, but both those fellas not in today, so you get Berto and Rob instead. And we're doing NFL notes, but we're going to, the whole segment, the whole rest of the show, going to be dominated by this Garrett Bowles extension as we talk about it more. Man, people are fired up on the text line. We got them going a little bit.
Yeah, people have some thoughts. There are some people who are super excited, and there's some people who are not.
Which is crazy to me how far this hero arc has come. But I said, I think he's played really well. Top 10 left tackle in the league, not top 5. And when you're putting $100 million on your offensive line, you expect some of those guys to be top 5. Well, apparently not only did we anger the people, Berto, we also angered a host on the next show coming up. Tyler Columbus was a little bit upset. And listen, I'm not saying Bowles has been bad. This is like getting into an MVP debate with somebody, right? Like, you're not saying the other guy is bad. I'm not saying Bowles has been bad. I don't know if he's been a top 5 left tackle in the league. And I don't think that's crazy to say, Berto.
No. Probably not. No, probably not. $82 million, man. $82 million. He is now the 6th highest paid tackle
20
in the
plus
NFL.
A year. And listen, somebody made the point on the text line that, like, if you didn't do it, somebody else was going to. Yes, 100%. That's absolutely true. But that's also why you see all these teams fail, because sometimes they give money to people that they shouldn't give money to. Not saying that that's the situation here, but just because the Jacksonville Jaguars would have given him $20 million a year does not mean that if you're running your organization in a good way that you should give him $20 million a year. I think it's a fair contract for Bowles. Like you said, it puts him at 6th. I think that's a fair contract for Bowles. But it's a lot of money on the offensive line. We're joined now by Tyler Columbus from PhD, who we apparently angered so much that he wanted to work a little overtime. What's up, TP?
Hey, boys. No, you didn't anger me at all, but I don't know if you guys are reading this the same way as me. I actually don't understand the panic there from you, Rob. So I heard you say you would classify Garrett Bowles as a top 10 tackle, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's 7 guys in the NFL right now making $20 million or more in that at the left tackle spot. Mm-hmm. Now with Garrett Bowles, there's 8 guys making $20 million or more. It's a 2-year extension. That's all it is. It's a 4-year deal, but it's $41.9 million guaranteed. So you're paying him $20.5 million for 2 years, and then after those 2 years, you get out of it. Honestly, I think this is a perfect deal for the Broncos. It doesn't pay him top 5 money. It pays him very appropriate money for what his worth is. And now in the offseason, it gives you the luxury of going out and get playmakers. So I don't know if you're looking at I don't know if you're looking at the contract differently than I am, but I read that thing as a simple 2-year deal.
Now, listen, I'm all for building from the offensive lines out, and I don't want to offend the offensive linemen when I say this. But those other 7 teams that are paying $20 million to a left tackle, are any of them paying a total of $40 million to their 2 guards?
I don't know the answer to that. I know, probably not. And I would imagine the Broncos now with Bowles officially are going to have the most expensive offensive line in the NFL. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I would guess that. Sure.
I think without question, because even though they're not paying anything to their center, you got McGlinchey at 23 or something like that. 23. You got Powers at 20 or at 17, and you got Meinertz at 21, 22. So I don't know. Here's the thing. And I asked this question to Berto, so I'll ask it to you. If this prevents them from going and getting a weapon for Bo, are you comfortable going into next season with your receiver room, maybe not including Courtland Sutton? It might, but maybe not including Courtland Sutton. And then you've got Mims, Franklin, and Vele as your wide receivers because you have such an expensive offensive line.
I think it does the opposite, Rob. I think it allows you to go get a playmaker because now in the draft, you can 100% focus in on absolute weapons for Bo Nix. Whereas if you got to get yourself a starting left tackle, hey, man, where are the Broncos going to be drafted? Yep. 18, 19, somewhere in that ballpark. If you need a starting left tackle, guess what you got to do? you got to move up. You got to fire up in the top 10 to get yourself a starting left tackle. Now you get to hang put at 18, 19. If you want to fire, move up 2 or 3 spots. You go get yourself a hell of a wide receiver. So I think it does the complete opposite for them. Whereas, if you're sitting there desperate looking for a left tackle, that's like looking for a quarterback, man. And what I know in the NFL, when you get adequate QB play, you get adequate left tackle play, there's a reason why those guys don't hit free agency.
It's interesting.
What do you think about the growth of Garrett Bowles? Like not years ago, but just a few seasons ago when the home fans were booing him when he was holding all the time, and now he ends up with an $82 million contract. What do you think about the growth that you've seen from Garrett Bowles?
Yeah, I think if you really took a step back and you went back to when it was really, really bad, holding him 72, and the whole stadium is booing him and all that, Garrett Bowles is arguably one of, if not the greatest redemption stories in Denver Broncos history. It's crazy the turnaround that guy has had. Look, he's got a chance to go down as the longest tenured left tackle in the franchise history. I don't know who that is off the top of my head, but I got to imagine Garrett's going to be up there. So, with Garrett, the frustration, just like Mike McGlinchey, is that he does have penalties. And those penalties, they stand out. When you're an offensive lineman, your name only gets called when something bad happens. So those penalties do stand out, and I wish he could get rid of them. But when you grade them on the play itself, dude, every metric you're going to look at, you're looking at a left tackle that keeps his man off the quarterback. And at the end of the day, that's what he gets paid to do.
It's interesting. Your point to him being maybe the longest tenured Bronco left tackle, I heard Kreckman and Lindahl talking about that the other day. It was something that you never could have pegged his first couple of years in the league, that he would have stuck around for that long and had this many people be celebrating the contract extension, which if Broncos Nation or Broncos Country feels great about it, then great. But here's the question for me. You also got to pay guys like Nick Bonito. You're going to have to pay guys like Riley Moss.
Yeah, but guess what? Nick Bonito, you can't pay him this year if you wanted to.
Right.
He's on a rookie contract, and when you're on your rookie contract, you cannot renegotiate a deal until the completion of your third season. So you can't even approach Nick Bonito until after the year.
Well, but the Broncos in free agency are going to run out of cap space if they keep paying these guys, which I don't think it was a bad idea for them to pay Cooper. I don't think it was a bad idea for them to pay Bowles. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about how this Russ money is going to hit, and you're going to have a ton of cap space to go and alter your team, and you are running through that really quickly here, TP.
I don't think it's as desperate as you think, Rob.
Okay.
Right. They took the brunt of the cap hit this year. Next year, it's much easier, and with the cap only going up and up, man, these guys got space to work with. They're not in cap trouble right now. It's a complete opposite. So I guess I'd ask you, what's the hang up? You think he was overpaid?
I think
age. Is it age? Is it because he's going to be 36 or 7 by the time the contract's over?
I think
you said he's a top 10 tackle. He got paid as number 6, number 7.
I think the contract slots in real nicely, and I think by the end of it, it'll be a top 15 contract, not a top 5 contract, and that'll work out real well for you. The problem, I think, is the amount of money that you have spent on that offensive line, I think, is going to impact you being able to get things like weapons for Bo Nix. Now, listen, if you commit to just drafting weapons for Bo Nix, like you're talking about, TP, all right, maybe you're okay. But I just think...
Rob, let me ask you this. What's the most expensive position on a football team outside of a quarterback?
Left tackle and pass rusher are your two most important.
Not anymore. That's the way it used to be, but not anymore.
Wide receiver?
Wide receivers are the most expensive player on a football field. So now, instead of going out and buying a $30 million wide receiver, which you still could if you want to, by the way, you have the luxury of going young and getting cheap at that position and firing up in the draft.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it definitely makes the draft a whole lot more interesting. But going into next year, so Meinert's deal still has him at $5 million next year. The escalation doesn't really come until the year after that. You got 23 for McGlinchey, 17 for Powers, and now what's going to be like 21 for Garrett Bowles. And that's all I'm concerned about. Your cap is $280 something million, I think. And so you're spending a third of it on the offensive line.
Well, I think Buffalo is too. Like the Bills have paid a lot of money to protect Josh Allen, and you don't hear people complaining about that too much. But I guess maybe that's just the dynamic ability of Josh Allen.
What was the conversation all offseason? That he didn't have any weapons.
How do you guys feel like the O-line played this year?
Good. Great.
Well,
Matter of fact, great. Yeah. I can't remember Bo Nix taking a hit where I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, I can't even think of one like that. I mean,
the O-line played great. They played great.
Yeah.
You give them even a running back that is even respectable right now, and that's been the only thing that's been struggling per se would necessarily be the running game. But the O-line's been playing great. Don't we want to pay great players?
Yeah, we do. But are they? So Tyler, do you think they're locked in? This is it. They've decided. Here's our offensive line. It's set now for a couple of years. We're good. Or are they still going to make some moves?
Oh no. They're done. Yeah, they're absolutely done. Ben Powers. I don't know what Ben Powers' situation is. He might have an out in his contract next season. Because they usually have an out in the contract about the third year, and so he might have an out there. But yeah, that's the whole idea. We're set on the O-line now, and what no team wants to be in the position of at the draft is force feeding the pick into one of the most important needs on a football field. Yeah. So when you need a quarterback, when you need a left tackle, that bricks you up during the draft. You don't have the luxury of taking the best players available because you have to figure out those specific problems. So I think this is a great deal personally. And the fact that I'd feel differently if this was like a 4 or 5 year deal. And I know on paper it's a 4-year deal, but it's a 2-year deal. And so that, because it's a 2-year deal, he's 33 years old. You got an out when he turns 35. This is A+ in my opinion.
So let me ask Tyler one final question from me at Lee. So do you think the Broncos have now they are happy at quarterback, they are happy at tackle, they are happy at edge rusher, and now all they need is what, Tyler?
Yes, to all those things, and now we got to get Bo Nix some weapons.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. And like, you know, we've talked about tight end on this. We talked about wide receiver, and you mentioned running back, TP. If they had just a average or good running back, that running game has been suffering a little bit. I don't think because of the offensive line. I think because they don't have enough talent at running back. It'll be interesting to see what they do going forward. You know what I got to say, TP? I think what made me not like the deal the most is that it was originally reported that it was $68 million.
Yeah, at first we thought he signed a $68 million deal, and we were like, that's a bargain. Yeah. Oh, my goodness, that's a bargain.
Because 4 years, 68 sounds a whole lot better than 4 years, 82. But
No. It's a 2-year, $40 million deal.
There you
That's
go.
it. That's it. It's a 2-year, $40 million deal. He's going to get paid $20 million and some change for 2 years. That's what it is.
All right, TP coming in. You're working today, right?
Yeah, I'll be in there in just a minute, boys.
All right, we'll see you in a minute. You can hear him with PhD later today. Thanks for calling, TP.
All right, see you.
All right. Well, listen, man, it's.
Of course he loves the deal.
He talked me into it a little bit, but yeah, of course he loves the deal. Offensive lineman, right?
Yeah, one of his dudes got paid, man. Of course he loves that deal.
Hey, listen, if you can work it out cap-wise where those guys, you can have all four of those guys are paid and happy, and it doesn't kill your cap situation, then, I mean, I guess I'm here for it, right? Like, I don't need to have the top 5 left tackle in the league. Right?
Yeah.
I'll take a top 10 left tackle in the league and be fine with it. So.
Yeah.
All right, well, we've put KJ off long enough. KJ, let's get to your NFL news and notes. Let's fire it up here. What do you got?
All right. Well, let me start with a little bit of fact checking in regards to what Tyler was asking there in regards to left tackles and Broncos history.
Yeah, call him out, man. Call him out, KJ.
Obviously, Gary Zimmerman. He's up there. I mean, he was a strong contender. But then there's Ryan Clady. Ryan Clady started 98 games for the Broncos.
That's a lot of starts.
But on the flip side, Zimmerman started 169 consecutive games between the Vikings and Broncos. Man. So that stability alone still has Garrett Bowles at least at number 3 as far as left tackles.
How close is he to Clady though? He's got to be. He
just surpassed 90 in October. Okay. He'll get to 98 or 99 like towards the end of the season. So he'll overlap for sure. Clady.
How many does Zim have as a Bronco? Do you know? Do you have it split like that, or do you just have his starting streak with both?
I do not. I do apologize about that.
No, that's okay.
But
listen,
I would think that eventually would take Garrett Bowles over to 1, obviously, because Zim only played from 93 to 97. So if you do the math.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as Broncos starts go, once he passes Clady, I think that's it. I think as far as Broncos starts go, I think he's the guy. Which is, I mean, like we said, Berto, crazy. Because when you were talking about year 3 with him or year 2, I mean, it was get this guy out of here.
Yeah, he was hated. He was hated, man. Fans were blaming him for losses, bro. They were like, he's the reason we lost that game. You're like, man.
We have drops on the station about him getting penalties.
Yes,
like that's how prevalent it was. It was holding 72. So,
but how long did Schlereth play for the Broncos? Because I mean, he played for a couple of teams, right? He was in San Francisco for a while and Washington for a while, and then. I don't know how long he played here in Denver, other than the fact that he was part of those Super Bowl teams in the late 90s.
That's the thing. All those linemen came in, and they were all from somewhere else. Like Zimmerman from the Vikings.
Schlereth, 6 seasons.
6 seasons? All right.
He's already past that. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, all right. What's next?
All right, let's talk a little bit about Anthony Richardson. Let's get the other side of the coin because we have been Broncos heavy today. Anthony Richardson spoke yesterday to the media, and the highlight of his presser by far was the success of the Broncos defense and how does he think he can overcome how great they've been this year. Anthony Richardson did not mince words. He saw the film, and he basically said outright to the media, he's not going to be scared to throw at the secondary, and he's not going to be confined to running the ball just as his primary thing.
All right, good luck, man.
So what are the specific things that stuck out about their defense when you watch them on film?
Well, they have a great pass rush. We understand that. They bring some decent pressure, and they got some great DBs on the outside as well. So we just got to execute our game plan, like I said, and just go out there and play football.
The guys that they have on the edge of that, the perimeter at DB and corner, does that kind of lessen the margin for error for you?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but it does make you, think about playing the game a little smarter. Can't be careless because, like I said, great players over there, but that doesn't really determine whether or not, we're going to change the way we play. Just manage the game and just play good.
Okay, Anthony, keep throwing at Patrick.
Yeah,
see what
happens. I was going to say, take a couple shots at Pat.
See what happens. You know what? Here, let me ask you if you think this is, because the weirdest thing about this game is I feel like Anthony and Bo are the complete opposite. Because Anthony Richardson has no experience but an amazingly high ceiling, and that's why people are so high on him. And it felt like Bo Nix, the reason that he was the 6th quarterback taken in that draft was because he didn't have the ceiling, but he had all the experience in college. So it feels like they are diametrically opposed about how they got to the league.
Yeah, the floor much higher for Bo Nix is what they would say. And listen, AR, I made the joke that it's like a Tebow offense. It does kind of feel like that. And he will take some deep shots, and he will hit them. But it's because you're afraid of him running. If you want to take those deep shots at Pat Surtain, if you don't care who you're throwing at, good. You're going to force a couple turnovers, and the Broncos are going to win that game.
Yeah.
But if he's taking shots at Levi Wallace, because Riley Moss isn't playing, which, was something that I wanted to discuss with you guys today, but we hadn't even gotten to. But, if you're taking shots at Levi Wallace, that does concern me a little bit. That doesn't worry you, Berto?
No, it does. The home run is what scares you with Anthony Richardson because all of a sudden, you playing a good, tight defensive game, and the next thing you know, he launches one for 60 yards and a touchdown, and you're like, how the hell are we at halftime and we're tied, even though we dominated the first half of this game from the line of scrimmage. It does. That's, once again, turnovers and AR going off are the only thing that makes me nervous about this Colts game. I'm looking at their wins and losses. Man, they're an up and down football team. I have no idea what kind of team is going to show up to play the Broncos this weekend. None.
Hopefully a losing team.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com.
All right, that was KJ's NFL News and Notes. We'll continue the discussion about the Garrett Bowles extension and maybe sneak in who the starting goaltender is for the Avalanche coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, but no Coach, no Raj. Berto and Rob filling in. Last segment of the day, and our whole show got blown up by the breaking news that was presented by Mike Klis, where the Broncos have signed a 4-year extension with Garrett Bowles. Essentially, as Tyler was saying, a 2-year deal for $41 million, but overall a 4-year, $82 million deal. And it's kind of dominated our discourse, and I think you all have pulled me off the edge just a little bit. Because when we started talking about it, I told you I think he's a top 10 left tackle. And I think it is that. Originally, it was reported as a $68 million deal.
You were like, they spent this money, man. How are we going to go get Justin Jefferson and Saquon Barkley if we're spending this money on this dude? But yeah, no, I guess I'm kind of excited that, listen, that's like we were just talking with Tyler, where it's like, this is locked in. This is it. You ain't got to worry about it, man. You got these guys for a number of years. You like them. Bo likes them. Everybody's happy. Now it's no longer a problem. You do not have to worry about it. You can make other changes. You're set.
You've got Wattenberg for the next 2 years, Forsythe for the next 3. You can kind of mix and match and find what you want to do at center. Maybe you draft a guy too. Center is kind of your one position that isn't locked in, but you've got guys there that you trust. I mean, they're playing now. So, and then the other 4 guys are locked in for a long time. I mean, you're through 2026 here with all 3 of them. So you've got your offensive line, and I do believe in building from the trenches out. So, you know, I was a little bit nervous about the overall cap money that you were putting into the offensive line, especially when you got a guy like Nick Bonitto who is hanging out there, whose dollar amount is just going.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay. He's going to get paid. He's going to get paid, man. He's going to make a lot. They're one of the most important parts of an NFL team is the edge rusher, and he's been so great at it that, yeah, and I'm all for paying him too, man. The only thing, I think fans are going to love it until you get to a point where there's a free agent that you couldn't sign because of the cap problem. Right. And then maybe now fans won't blame Russell Wilson, but they'll blame Garrett Bowles instead. Like, we shouldn't have given him all that money.
Right.
We could have got so-and-so.
This isn't going to happen, but if you had to not sign Nick Bonitto because you signed Garrett Bowles, that's when people would get up in arms.
Well, who do you think is the more important player? Garrett Bowles, your left tackle, or Bonitto, who's been absolutely just destroying, just confusing the hell out of offensive teams and getting to the quarterback?
It's a really interesting question because Bowles is, 32 years old?
If you could only keep one.
Here's the thing. Nick Bonitto is 25 years old. So the answer for me is Bonitto. But at offensive line, he can play till he's 38. He can play till he's 40.
Right. What would Bo Nix look like this season if his offensive line, if he was getting hit constantly, or if he was running for his life? If he was Drake May, because that Patriots offensive line is garbage, man. Garbage. So if he was Drake May and running for his life every time, they ran a play, it would be a whole different scenario, right? Bo, I don't know how he'd look this season if he didn't have the protection he did.
I think that offensive line deserves a ton of credit for that. I really do. And so that's why I said, Tyler might have talked me off the ledge a little bit here. And I don't know. I felt like you were kind of in a similar spot to me. Maybe it's just because we heard the $68 million.
Yeah, see, it's not my money, man.
So I'm going to blame KJ and Mike Garafolo.
Yeah, make what you're going to make. Make what you're going to make. And I guess I'm not upset about how the Broncos have gone about, constructing this roster over the last season or so. Like, it feels like they've got a plan. They know exactly what they want and who they want. You know what I mean? They know exactly what they want that room to be like and the culture and all that stuff. And so now they're just dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
Isn't that the one thing? So I remember being on air after they signed Flacco. And I just freaked out. I'm like, what is you have no plan. There is no plan. There's no discernible direction that this franchise is headed. It's a disaster. And I think what you said there it popped in my head. Like, that's a great point.
That they have an actual plan, game plan.
And you know exactly what their plan is. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, there is no question what their plan is. Who they want in that room. They like the guys that they have. They know they like the guys that they have. They don't have to worry about how they mix and match. They don't have to worry about how they get along with the quarterback or whatever, or get along with each other. And I do think there's something to be said for that, because there was a lot of years where this Bronco team and franchise, And whether it's the ownership change or the coaching change, or if you want to give Peyton credit, George Payton credit.
Oh, I was like, Peyton, are we giving Peyton Manning love? Like, what's going on here? Yeah.
No, if you want to give George Payton credit, like there is a discernible plan with this franchise, and you can tell where they're headed.
Yeah. So, it feels good. Right now, I don't have a lot of complaints about the Denver Broncos. If you're a fan of the record is great compared to what I thought it was going to be. Bo has been great compared to how I thought he was going to be. They have many more wins than I thought they were going to. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
just don't win one of your last 4.
Listen, man. You win. You beat the Colts this weekend. You're in, man. You're in. You're in. It would take almost a miracle for Miami to pass you if you beat the Colts.
I think this is a playoff. I think you have to win this game, and then from there, if you lose the last 3, like, okay. But I don't know. I don't want them back.
No, right. Like, I don't think I'm going to change my opinion on the team if they start to scuffle here at the end of the season, because they've won 3 straight. They beat Atlanta, Las Vegas, and Cleveland. So, you know what? And we're all feeling good going into this game against the Colts, but you lose Indianapolis, and your playoff chances take a big hit. And then, I don't know. I mean, who are we going to start criticizing then? Like, who? Because all it feels like right now, all fans are just looking for somebody to blame. Like, why didn't we win? What's going on? Who can I blame for that?
The whipping boy. Poor old Levi Wallace. All right, let's talk a little bit about the Avs here. It was said by Coach that Wedgwood will start tonight. Blackwood
will back him up.
The backup.
Yeah, and then hopefully. So wait, who do the Avs play on Saturday? Wait, no. Yeah, the Avs play on Saturday. They play Utah.
The Predators. Predators at home.
Okay, so that should be McKenzie's first start, right? Okay. Against Nash. That should be McKenzie Blackwood's first start for the Avs. But he'll back up Wedgwood tonight.
And it's interesting, and maybe this is, I don't know if you've asked somebody this or if you want to ask Connor tonight. By the way, you'll do your pregame at what, 6:30 tonight?
6:30, tell your friends.
6:30, you can hear the Silver Fox along with the Golden Pipes at the same time. And maybe this is something that you can ask him, but I'm curious as to if the vibe around that team changed just because they made a move.
Yeah.
It feels like it when I watch them. And now listen, I don't have any inside info, right? So I can't tell you. But when you watch them play in Pittsburgh, like the
vibes are good. The vibes are a lot better.
Vibes are good.
And it's weird. And it felt like it almost what the Avs have done. It almost feels like is the Nuggets going to do the same thing? Because the Avs were like, here's our problem. Here's what our issue is right now. It's the injuries that keep bothering us, but it's the goaltending situation. How are we going to do that? And in a span of 10 days, they changed their entire room when it came to goaltenders. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Eustace and Georgie gone, and Wedgwood and Blackwood in. And it has been when they talk, when coach and some of the players talk about the new goaltending tandem, they do mention the room a lot. Like especially Coach Bednar, where he's like, Wedgwood is great in the room. You know, it's a different vibe in the room. Like it's just a different feeling around the team, because I bet what happened was you look at the Avs and you're like, Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen. Those guys are giving you anything and everything you could possibly ask for this season. So now they just need help. And they're getting help too. They're just not getting the goaltending. So I feel like they made, in a span of 10 days, they changed everything because they were like, this is the one problem, and we're going to take care of it. And so I feel like now the Avs could go on a run, man. They could go on a run. Right now, they're in the final wild card spot in the West. So that's a dangerous place to be, man. It's December 12th. Like, I mean, it's not like the season just started. We're into this thing now. So December 12th, baby. So now it feels like, all right, we got the goaltending we like. We like how the room is coming along. Our 3 best players are playing better than they ever had before. Let's string some wins and get some points here.
Real quick, is it Juice versus Blackwood on Saturday?
Oh, probably not. They're probably, I mean, I don't know what games
if you're the coach, are they playing Friday night?
Yeah. If I'm a coach and I'm like, he might have a little something.
A little extra something for his old team?
Yeah, but I don't know, man, because you got Saros, right?
Yep.
And they're both called the Juice, right? They're both.
Are they?
Yeah,
I didn't know that was Saros' nickname.
yeah.
A lot of juice in that room.
Yeah. A lot of juice on the goaltending side. So I don't know. That would be interesting to see. But at the other point, I don't know if I would, because the Avs will score in bushels, and I don't know if you want the goaltender you just acquired to give up 6 goals to his former team or something like, that might be playing with fire.
Because they might know his weaknesses.
Yeah,
and such.
yeah. You might not. That might be not what you want to do.
All right. Well, I had a fun day with you. Hey, listen. Last time you're on you'll be on the station, obviously. But last time you were on the show before the Broncos play. So, what's your prediction for the game on Sunday?
Oh, Broncos win by 30. Broncos gonna kick these turkeys, man. The Colts are chumps. Seriously.
Right. He'll be back on Monday too. So Broncos gonna kick these turkeys. I love it. I'm Rob Trujillo. That's Berto. I'll be back tomorrow with Coach Sanford, and we will talk to you then on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Garrett Bowles gets a deal done. Wow. Apparently it was in the works for a little bit. The hang-up was from what I was told, the money in the second year, but they got that worked out too. And it's something 26, 24, something around those lines. I don't know, something like that.
It's reported, basically the way it works out, it's a 2-year, $41 million deal, more or less. I think it was 68 was the – no, 80 sub total because it's about $20 million per, but it's got $41 million guaranteed. So that's the way it works out. 2 years, $20.5 million per year, which puts him at the 6th highest paid left tackle in the NFL. I think this is a great deal, boys.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
I love it.
You didn't overpay. You didn't reset the market. I would say Garrett Bowles is a top 10 left tackle, not a top 5. You paid him at number 6, and you got an out after 2 years.
Yep. Yeah, good deal.
Holding
good deal for everybody.
Offense.
Oh, wow.
Number 72.
Wow, Dan, really? Wow. Was Scott? Oh, my God.
The most penalized
Scott.
left tackle over the last 6 seasons?
Well, whatever.
Yeah, and that's frustrating. But you know what he gets paid to do? Keep his man off the quarterback, and he does that really well.
Third best pass blocking tackle in the NFL.
Well, you know,
according to the nerds.
And you know why he's one of the best pass blockers?
They're rushing at you, 35 times, and you get held once. It's not great, obviously. But I'll take whatever, you get out of those other 34 times, take my chances on it. I'll take my chance with Garrett Bowles any day. That dude has overcome a lot of stuff. I think they need to focus on playmakers. I think he's good enough. He's getting paid.
You know what it is? I don't know if he's a great left tackle. I'm like Tyler. He has a top 10, maybe. Okay, whatever. That means you're in the top third, right? In the 32 teams.
Yeah.
But it doesn't kill you. A little bit of a hometown discount, a little bit, but he's for $20 million. I mean, he's still pretty good living.
Still
shouldn't have to
great.
work again after he's done.
No, definitely not.
But it goes with what you just said. Now it frees. It opens up the entire draft board.
Done.
The draft board. You're set now at quarterback. You're now set at your left and right tackles. I think you're set at your guards. Probably, I think you're set your offensive line set. You could probably get some depth in there, right?
Do you remember
but you just opened up the entire draft board.
Do you remember when Lieutenant Dan invested all of Forrest Gump's money into Apple stock?
Mm-hmm.
And he was on the mower.
In the apple orchard somewhere.
And when he was talking about money, he was, well, that's one less thing.
Yeah, that's one less thing.
That's one less thing I have to worry about. Lieutenant Dan said that's one less thing I have to worry about.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
You love my Forrest Gump, don't you?
Hey, hold
I
on. Forrest Gump kind of fits Garrett Bowles pretty well now.
Wow. Wow. You mean coming from the mud and becoming incredibly successful?
Sure, that's exactly what I meant.
I'm sure that's exactly what
I probably invested in an apple orchard.
I'd probably feel different about the deal.
Mine's not something I have to worry about now.
Mow that lawn, Forrest.
I'd probably feel different about the deal if it was committing to him a 4-year deal.
It's 2
right?
years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Come on. He's 33 years old. If you gave him a 4-year deal, and I know on paper it is a 4-year deal, but you got to look at the guaranteed money.
Right.
And the guaranteed money evaporates after year 2.
And the Broncos only wanted apparently to guarantee him 1 year. But,
Well, I understand.
Listen, the new age NFL, you're seeing quarterbacks. We've seen 2 in the last however many years play into their 40s. It's a rare feat. I mean, it's a rare feat. But there have been a lot of offensive linemen that have got into their 40s and been pretty good offensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
Played 19, 20 years. Jackie Slater played 22 years, something like that.
Hey, if he can stay healthy and play out these next 2 years, I believe that will make him officially the longest tenured left tackle for the Denver Broncos in the franchise history.
I think he's already played the most games at left tackle.
He is not. Ryan Clady's KJ just brought it up in the last segment.
What is it?
Ryan Clady's got him by a handful of games. That Garrett will catch up to him soon.
Okay.
And then he'll pass him.
Ring of Famer?
Man.
At the end of this contract?
Seems crazy. You play how many years?
Is Ryan Clady in the Ring of Fame?
He is not.
How many years has he been retired?
Ryan should be in the Ring of Fame, in my opinion.
Plenty.
So if Ryan should be in the Ring of Fame, then yeah, Garrett should as well.
Well, that could be part of his ceremony.
Right. Now introducing the newest member of your Ring of Fame.
Go up there.
Holding offense, number 72.
Just hang a yellow flag off of his name.
Scott's a mean dude.
You are a mean
Scott's
one.
a mean
You're a
dude.
mean one, Mr.
Dude, there
Gray.
was people trying to run him out of
celebrated.
town 4 years ago.
Oh,
Apparently
no
you
doubt
are
about it.
too.
Hey, listen, money is what it is, and you get paid for what you do. I mean, there's dudes you talk about all the time, and the Nuggets making $9-10 million. You're like, dude, can they play?
Yep.
Right. So it is what it is, and I don't have to write that check. I think he's been solid for him. I don't think he's great, but again, I say this: he's been good enough that now you've just opened up the entire draft board to get either what you need or the best available, and you don't have to worry by position.
Yeah, and if you didn't do this, if you wanted to try to go into the draft, find yourself a new left tackle, good luck, man, because where the Broncos going to be drafted? 18, 19?
Oh, deeper.
Maybe
20s.
deeper?
Yeah.
Well,
right?
but think about this too, Tyler. It's also not such an enormous contract that, say something did fall and a can't miss left tackle popped up in the draft this year or next, and you went, whoa, we can get this guy as another decade type of dude. That's a tradable contract.
Yeah.
You know, that's a movable contract. That's not going to handcuff you. That's not a Russell Wilson deal.
No.
So that's pretty good.
All right, let me give you my big hot take on Garrett Bowles.
Holding offense, number 72.
So mean. I think he is a Ring of Famer, or will be. He'll have the most starts at left tackle. He'll be the longest tenured left tackle. Ken Lanier went for like 15 years at right tackle, so you're not going to catch that. And I do think they're going to make the playoffs not only this year, but in the time remaining in his contract. So I think, as opposed to Justin Simmons, who just never got to the playoffs ever, and it is hard to imagine putting Justin Simmons in the Ring of Fame with no playoff appearances, not even a winning record. I mean, that's a little tricky to me. But hang on for these next 3 years. And I am thrilled. I've been looking at the mock drafts. It's tough at tackle. He's, in general, they were talking about the fifth tackle off the board in the 20s. And I don't know, man. That just feels
you don't want to be certain. The worst possible situation going into a draft is looking for a starting tackle or starting quarterback or a starting left tackle. That's because you're totally handcuffed, and it becomes
because you have to have it.
It's your entire priority.
You don't have a choice.
You no longer can take the best player available. I'm really happy for Garrett Bowles,
I am
man.
too.
I mean, you know what? Honestly, I'll say this for Garrett. He arguably is going to go down as the greatest redemption story in Denver Broncos franchise history.
I'd go with you on that.
From where he was from holding 72, the entire crowd booing him, to be where he is today. And I've seen it, man, and I've not been naive to the play. I've been telling you guys for a long time he's been playing really good football. He's an incredible redemption story.
Yeah, it's an awesome – hey, good for him.
Well, and hold on. So as it turns out, great draft pick?
Yeah.
As it turns out.
Phenomenal.
But it took so much
John
time.
Elway?
That was Elway. Yeah. Yep, that was a good one. Yeah, okay. And I remember that draft. It was there was a tight end that was really kind of O.J. Howard. O.J. Howard was the tight end who, was like, we got to have him. So I'll give you that. That's a hell of a... Now, remember this too. He was, in that particular year, 2017, he was the first tackle taken off the board at 20. So not a great year for tackles, obviously.
Right.
But that's part of it too.
And I go back because I was a defender of Bowles in the draft pick in the first couple of years, and he struggled there. Like his second year, first year was okay. Second year kind of struggled, whatever. But I went back and grabbed old scouting reports of him, and the one thing he was deemed. So once again, when a guy's a draft and a bust, go back and look how many people said, well, this guy's going to be a can't miss. This guy's going to be better. He was deemed the most physical tackle in the draft. That was a mark on him.
There was one other guy.
That was a mark on Renner.
Well, Ryan Ramczyk.
Ramczyk, right.
I'd push back on that slightly. Ramczyk was the physical one, and Bowles was the athletic one. But either way, it doesn't matter.
The thing about Bowles, too, and you say Elway drafted him, which he did. Don't forget, Elway also did not offer him a new contract or a fifth-year option.
Yeah.
They let that play out after 4 years.
And I think there's only like 2 or 3 guys in history.
So you're saying that was a great decision because it saved a lot of money.
No, actually, it cost them more money.
Yeah, it did cost them.
Here's why. If you do a new contract or extend at least the fifth-year option, you're fine. He ended up making more money because he came as a free agent quicker than he needed to. You could have just extended. Most guys, if you have doubts about guys, they just give you the
But the
fifth-year
year they were
contract.
supposed to pick him up was also the year he led the league in holds.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, that's right. And then after
Holding offense, number 72.
You know what was the greatest thing in the world for Garrett Bowles, frankly?
COVID.
Yeah.
COVID made him millions and millions of dollars. And he is, you're right, Tyler. There's
Well,
only
it was a combination, though, D-Mac. It was COVID. It was the fans weren't there, causing chaos in his head and false starts. Also, that happened to align with the same year that the NFL decided to de-emphasize holding penalties.
Remember Garrett Bowles had a game where he had 4 holding calls and there was a fifth that was on him and the ref felt bad, so they just gave it to somebody else?
Yeah.
I mean, he had games like that. But I think there's only 3 or 4 guys, Tyler's right about this, who have ever not been offered their 5th-year extension as first-round picks, but have signed with the same team.
Mm-hmm.
It hardly ever happens. And the vast majority of first-round picks, if they don't get a new contract, they do get that 5th-year option because you just think about it a little bit more and it doesn't cost you all that much money. His redemption story it's actually
tremendous.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
And to get this 3rd contract with the Broncos is a hell of achievement for a guy who says he came from the mud and has been may be in the argument to have his name go up in the Ring of Fame.
Yep.
It's pretty wild.
Yep.
I actually can't even think of somebody else like that. Can you?
I'll tell you this, though. I could understand if the Broncos were having second guesses, not because it was Bowles, not because they had doubts if it was him or not, if they liked him. But, dude, just you look at the amount of money that is now committed to that offensive line room, and it is incredible. I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I believe it to be a fact. They got to be the highest paid offensive line in the NFL now.
And you know what the result is with Bo Nix?
A quarterback that stays on his feet.
They are the least sacked team in the NFL.
Yeah.
The least. Number 1 in that category.
Now, the team needs to improve in the running game.
Sure.
So you question yourself, how much is that on the offensive line? How much is that on the running backs? It's always a combination there.
But now you can draft.
You can draft that Arizona State guy.
Cam Skattebo. I mean, you got to like him just for the name.
And you can get him in the 5th or 6th round.
Oh, I don't know about that. If you could get Cam
you can get him in the 3rd or 4th for sure.
We'll see. We'll see. That if I could pick one guy that will rise up the draft boards, you get ready for the old Cam Skattebo Express. Get ready for that bad boy.
I'm in on Skattebo.
I like him.
There's a lot to like about him.
I'm in on him.
I love the way he runs.
Yep.
He would be a decent pairing with Jaleel. I mean, you want to talk about lightning and thunder.
That's it. It would be incredible to get him here. And I think Jonte is going to be great too, but I like Cam Skattebo. I'm sure Ashton Jonte will be great too. By the
How
way,
do you say it?
Genty? Is it Genty? Did I say
so.
Jonte? Genty. Genty. Sorry. There was an amazing moment in New York City last night.
Oh, they dropped the ball?
Yes, Scott. They dropped the ball 3 weeks early. And something else happened too. We'll tell you the details coming up next. We're in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We're at Joe Willie's tomorrow. Join us at Joe Willie's out there on Broadway between Arkansas and Iowa, I think, out there. But back at Joe Willie's, man, we're looking forward to that. That's tomorrow. Just saw Shedeur Sanders, who is in New York for the Heisman ceremony for Travis Hunter, who is...
Did the entire team go?
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, because I saw that Travis Hunter said he was trying to get the entire team to go.
Really?
Yeah.
He could probably afford it. I don't know that. But what a moment for Shedeur to be introduced and highlighted on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden and get a standing ovation from the Knicks crowd.
That's pretty cool.
How about that one?
They want him to play for the Giants.
Hell yeah, they do. And you think, when you live in your little bubble of Boulder and
that's wild. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was going to point out.
New York City.
You live in Little Boulder and whatever, and hey, you're a big deal at Pasta J's and all that, right? Okay, fine. You go to New York City, to Madison Square Garden?
Yeah.
And they're on their feet for you?
Yeah.
Woo!
By the way, shout out to Travis Hunter, who was named the AP National Player of the Year today. So probably good omen in terms of the Heisman.
The last 8 AP winners have won the Heisman Trophy. The odds are ridiculous. I don't think it's even that close. They got 4 guys there, okay. Trying to please this, that, the other thing. But I bet this vote...
Wait, who's the 4th?
Dylan Gabriel, Cam Ward,
Cam Ward. Cam Ward's the one I was forgetting.
And Travis. So it's going to be run away for Travis. And in the mocks right now, the Raiders actually have the first pick. I did see one mock that had the Raiders taking Cam Ward, which would be the most Raidery thing to ever do to screw something up. But, the vast majority of them, it's Shedeur, Cam Ward, and then Travis Hunter.
To be fair, up until about week 8, Cam Ward was considered the best quarterback in the draft. So there might be a team or two out there left that still has got him rated as the best quarterback.
Okay. I think it's insane that the Raiders would take, if the Raiders finish where they're at. You talk about a team right now that can only hurt themselves by winning games in the final 4 games.
Well, listen, and Bo Nix gets drafted here. Some say he was overdrafted. Okay, whatever it is. It's working out with Sean Payton. He's got Sean Payton. You've got 2 lame ducks in New York and Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not one of us here think that either one of those coaches will be there by the end of Shedeur's first contract, do we?
No. Well, Dable will be gone by the end of the year, I would imagine.
Well, then you know what?
Pierce might get another year.
What you're going to have to do eventually, you might as well do immediately, and get a guy in there that you now that Shedeur can grow up with, and they can get on the same page from the day one of training camp.
I'll tell you what I'm hoping. I'm hoping Cliff Kingsbury gets one of those jobs, and he drafts Shedeur. That's what I want.
Go. That's fun.
That would be a damn good setup.
He's in Washington right now.
Well, yeah, he's in Washington, and there's plenty of rumors about him getting the Chicago job, trying to get him paired up with Caleb Williams
Makes
again,
sense.
which of course makes a ton of sense. But it would be awesome if Cliff got one of those and took Shedeur.
Could you see the Raiders throwing some money at Pat Shurmur?
No.
Why?
As what?
NFL coach.
OC. OC. I didn't mean head coach. OC.
Maybe as an OC.
Yeah. $3 million, come be our OC.
I don't think Pat Shurmur's going to be a hot candidate.
No, hey, listen, I'm just putting connections together that worked. That's all. And listen, that's a nice holding spot until Dion, wants to leave.
I'd be curious what history would say on the old pairing up quarterbacks with coaches from college, and if that's worked or not at the NFL level.
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, you could say any decent coach could have got Shedeur to play better with the right offensive line, and they had they were better. They were just better top to bottom. Still a lot of backing up by Shedeur in the pocket. Still a lot of scrambling around that you got to bad habits you got to get rid of.
You've also, though, and he was just a freshman, you got a guy that's probably a first rounder at left tackle.
Jordan Seaton. Yep.
And the other guys, although not great, were better than last year.
I just saw a fun I didn't even know colleges or high schools / colleges could do this. I just saw a 4-star offensive lineman who's committed to CU.
From IMG?
I'm not sure where he's from. He might be. But he is, check this out. He's done with high school now, and you're eligible to go work out and be part of the team now before the bowl game. Did you know you're allowed to do that?
I knew once you got enough credits for your high school graduation.
But this is this season. But I guess because the bowls are not part of the NCAA, that really, it's next year, I guess.
Yeah. It's Cade something. I'm drawing a blank on his last name, but he's out of IMG. He's right tackle. And yeah, it's a cool story. I'm looking at that kid though. Did you see the photos of him?
I saw a video with him. I saw him being interviewed.
That dude looks like he needs to put a little weight on. He reminds me of myself a little bit.
I was surprised he was an offensive lineman when I first saw it.
But he's the kid that was committed to USC as well with Julian Lewis. And then after Julian flipped to CU, he flipped to CU as well.
I just had no idea as a high school kid there was a way for you to start practicing in December with your future college team. I certainly knew you could join them in January. That's very common. But I had no idea you could do that. So it's kind of a cool moment. He's going off and practicing with his new team.
Well,
I guess.
Listen, before they got the playoffs, now it's trying to get in the top 12 so you can get into the playoff. But every college coach I've ever talked to, they wanted to get to bowl because it was an extra 3 weeks or 4 weeks of practice that you don't have to wait 5 months until the spring.
Who wouldn't want that?
Yeah.
That's what always amazed me by coaches or whatever that over the years would turn down a bowl. Like, why are you turning down 3 weeks of practice and like a free trip? Like, although there are some schools that it's crazy that going to bowls they lose money on because of like everything else, lower level sort of bowls. But we got to take the band, we got to take this, we got to take that. We're in the bucket. We're not making money. I'm sure that's not the case with CU. I don't know about the Snoop Dogg Bowl, but aren't all the kids?
Mike Sanford's called the Snoop Dogg Bowl. By the way,
he is. Aren't they all getting NIL money for playing in that game? Does anybody get a chunk of change for playing the good old
I don't think
Arizona Bowl?
I mean, I don't think they get anything from the – I know they don't get anything from the bowl game itself, but they might – I mean, whatever NIL money
winners get a bowl with Snoop Dogg.
They get a nice watch and stuff.
Bill Belichick is talking right now. He's dressed resplendently in his blues, and everybody has a blue tie and, UNC, man. Tyler, you ever been to UNC, North Carolina?
I've not.
Beautiful.
No.
There's the one school that I got rejected to from communication, and I really wanted to go there. And I would have tried my damnedest to try to walk on that baseball team. I would have tried. I probably wouldn't have made it, but I was blown away by Chapel Hill.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I was so bummed.
You got North Carolina, Duke, North Carolina State, and Wake Forest, all within
it's called
30 miles with each
it's like
other.
The Triad or something. It's got some sort of name down there. Anyway, my point is
that campus is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. It's small. Like there's not a big area around it. It's kind of hidden in the woods a little bit, but then you get in there.
You got like woods in the middle of the buildings, kind of. Like
you get there and it's like, facilities are everything was amazing about that place. I was dying to go there. Didn't get in. What can I?
Did you go there before the Dean Dome was open?
Yeah, it was 86, or 87, spring or fall of 86, I guess. That's when I was applying to schools. So anyway, I don't think people quite get what he's about to do there at North Carolina. And I heard you say something about like, what'd you say? Like he's going to go to people's houses and that sort of stuff, that sort of thing?
Oh, I'm just laughing at the amount of effort that it traditionally requires for a coach in college to be on planes, going to 18-year-olds. Now, Deion doesn't do it.
All done. It's all done. It's over because of this NIL stuff. You don't have to do any of that stuff anymore. Zero.
Did you see the quote from someone that's close to him? It's like Patrick Smythe making the rounds. Whoever his source is from Belichick's camp. I saw Chase Daniels tweet it out. I saw like a few other articles written with the same exact quote, which was, this is going to be great for Bill Belichick because it's less relational and more transactional, which is an amazing quote about college football.
Absolutely.
Because it used to be the complete opposite of that. It was all relational and zero transactional.
If you go to Saban's last day and when he was being interviewed by somebody, and he said it used to be we'd bring the recruits, the wife would cook a breakfast for them, blah, blah, blah. And it was about the family, enjoying the family, and then it became, how much do I get?
Yeah.
And so, that's why Saban got out of it, because it wasn't relational.
I don't care. I know you're about to hype it up and you think it's going to work.
It's definitely going to work.
You're telling me an 18-year-old that's getting offered $100,000 to go somewhere else and I don't have to deal with grumpy old Uncle Bill. I'm leaving town. Dude, nobody's staying with Bill Belichick.
Oh, you're missing what's going on. He's creating a pathway for his son to take over, and he'll bring assistant coaches in. They're bringing in Mike Lombardi to be a GM. They're setting up a pro.
Corporation.
Yes, and this is going to be his family's legacy in a beautiful place, Chapel Hill, where he gets to be the king of the kingdom. The day of like dealing with Bill Belichick, I don't know if any of the kids on the team will ever have to deal with them.
What are you talking about?
Not much.
What are you talking about?
They'll be dealing with his
He's
son.
the coach.
Yeah. I mean, but not for long. He set the whole thing up for his son to take over. You know that, right?
And I know it was the pros.
I'm well aware of it. I know how coaching goes.
You've had a lot of New England players that have say he's quirky, but you don't say many of them that don't like him or respect him.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Give me
Boy,
some.
you really
Bill
think this
Randy Moss, one of the notorious crazy divas in the world, loves him.
Randy does like him. You're right.
Gronkowski loves him.
Gronk does not love him. Edelman does not love him.
Well, but you know what? They make fun of him and they tell jokes on him, and they went to his roast for him. Yes, they do.
They respect him. They respect him.
I think. Listen, man. Well, here is Belichick talking about it from a little bit ago.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I do think there are a lot of parallels. There's certainly some differences, but there are some parallels, and I think that's the reason for the general structure of Michael as a general manager and myself as a coach, and working together collaboratively like we have done in a professional organization. So, yeah, I do think there's some parallels. There's differences for sure, but yes.
This is not the first program to do the GM thing. Andrew Luck is the GM of Stanford.
It's going in that direction.
Yeah,
more and more.
There was a basketball team there's the basketball insider that just got hired to become the GM of some program. Who was that?
That's Woj to
Woj.
St. Bonaventure.
That's right.
That's a little bit different, but yeah.
Yeah, well, but similar in nature. I mean, college programs are now looking for GMs that manage the money. And what Belichick is doing, which is smart, is he's creating a salary cap for each position. And he's doing some smart things, don't get me wrong. I just think the day has changed so much with coaching, and you are directly dealing with the Gen Z kids now. I don't see it working.
Oh, dude, it's all going to be about the dollar signs, man. It's all about going to be the NIL and the check, and he's going to be the best recruiter for money you can imagine. He is Deion Sanders for North Carolina. It's going to be the same exact thing.
Oh, you're right about that.
With Belichick, in comes the money. With the money, in come the kids. I think you're way overvaluing the relationship personally between the kids and the coach when you can pay the kids. What free agent in the NFL, really, if you offered him the right amount of money, wouldn't take the most money no matter what the coach is like to go to that team? Come on, man. It's the way it is.
No, you're right. I mean, if they've got the biggest bag, the kids will stay.
And that's
But
it.
it'll take a blink of an eye for a kid to want to leave for a slightly bigger bag.
Well,
we'll
there's
see.
a whole bunch of guys wanting to leave after spending a year with Deion, too, but it's worked out.
And you know what's going to happen with Belichick? College Game Day is going to follow Belichick. National TV is going to follow Belichick. The same exact thing that's happened with Prime for the past 2 years is about to happen in North Carolina.
So the question is, have we started and it turned into an era of celebrity head coaches in college?
You have. Yeah. You know, and it's funny because it didn't work for Arizona State, but they really started this model like 2 years too soon, or 5 years too soon.
They tried.
When they went to this model with Herm Edwards, and Herm was a really interesting one because he was the head coach, but not really. He was just the czar of the football program.
That is true. And Ray Anderson.
He brought some people in, though.
Ray Anderson, all pros. He brought in all pro coaches, very similar to what Prime did. What happened to Herm, unfortunately, was he got a little ahead of the NIL. Had he waited a little bit, he would have probably been okay. But he just jumped the gun. And during COVID, he broke like every rule under the sun. And so did Antonio Pierce. He was one of his chief rule breakers there. And Harbaugh did too, by the way. Why do you think Harbaugh had to get the hell out of Michigan? You know, he was breaking rules left and right too. They were cheating and doing all sorts of mean, nasty, ugly things. Listen, you know, there's certain rules you have to abide by in college. But you know what, guys?
Well,
it's less and less, isn't it?
There's never been a greater cheater than Bill Belichick, and he is in the right environment for being able to bend the rules.
Right? So how is that not going to succeed?
Relationships matter still, man.
He gets the right. The one thing he doesn't have, and I heard Vic and the guys in the morning talk about it, you know, he's not bringing, 2 sons with him and a third son with Travis. He's not bringing that can play. He's bringing his son to coach, but he doesn't have it in the bag
I
yet.
can't wait for him to make a defensive line coach the offensive coordinator again.
All right, boy, man, you're just down on Belichick, huh?
Yep.
You just think he's toast?
Yep.
Wow. What will failure look like? What are you predicting?
8-4.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not saying they won't have winning programs, but I don't see this thing having long-term success. First off, he's 71 years old, and the whole idea is I'm taking the job to give my son the head coaching role, right? Who the hell says his son can coach?
He does.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Well, that's the way it goes.
I think my son's awesome too.
Well, buy something, I guess, or get put in charge of something. Then they'll find out. I bet you anything they're in the college football playoff in 3 years. I think CU's going to be there next year.
Scott and I were just talking about it during the break. North Carolina is actually kind of an amazing program. You know the quarterbacks that come out of there?
Some good ones. Trubisky and Drake May, at least.
Mitch Trubisky, Sam Howell, Drake May.
Sam Howell, that's right.
Back to back.
That's right.
3 quarterbacks all drafted in the first round. Mac Brown was doing something right out there.
Yeah. I mean, we pointed out. It's a beautiful place. It's a cool school.
Weather's pretty good.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I think he's going to, as is Boulder, by the way. That was always the strange thing about CU. It's like, why aren't we better here? Look how amazing this place is, which it was. And then when they redid the facilities and got that up to speed, it was like, why isn't CU more successful?
And listen, I am with Tyler because, and I'm old school in this, I think relationships should matter. But Dion up in Boulder has broken the mold and showed, they brought some talent in, but the bag, everything else. How many people left? What was the one guy left last year? The guy didn't even know my name and blah, blah, blah. You have relationships. Do you have it with everybody or with the stars?
Yeah.
Well,
and that's why it's going to be interesting to see when all the stars leave this year. Now we'll see what you're talking about relationship. We'll see how that goes now.
I actually think Dion is amazing the way he loves up those
but
kids.
You heard all the complaints at the end of last year and the start of this year.
Yeah, I mean, all bunch of kids that were told, I don't want you. Right?
Well, there you go.
And that's tough to hear.
And you'll probably hear that too with him.
You're going
to
hear that.
It'll probably be the same exact thing. And you know what? The first year may be a little sticky for Belichick, as it was for Prime. But give it 2 years, and let's see what happens there. So there you go, Bill Belichick. So we don't have to watch him on any more TV, podcast, whatever.
And his girlfriend's like a national cheerleader, so she could maybe take over the cheerleading department.
Well, she's still young enough to be in school.
I heard she was the rush chairman for Delta Psi. It's PhD on 92.5.
You better keep an eye on him. Hey, what's going on, guys? If you're looking for a car, now's the time to go shop. It's the end of the year, and that means there are deals to be had. But when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to haggle for it. You're just going to be given the best price. Matter of fact, Phil Long Ford guarantees they will beat any dealership by $500. So you're going to get the best price. It's simple as that. The interest rates are solid. Incentive deals are great. And when you go to Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shopping. No reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership and find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for new or pre-owned, car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, and vans on that lot right now. So you will find the vehicle that you are looking for at Phil Long Ford. Relationships matter in life, and that's why I've continued to buy my cars from Phil Long Ford. You're going to be a customer for life once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long. Guys, go online and shop for the comfort owned home at PhilLongDenver.com. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. You'll have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, PhilLongDenver.com.
Garrett Bowles, baby. Garrett Bowles. I'm going to guess we're going to hear from Bowlesy today.
Bowlesy should be in a good mood.
It should be, man. Talking about being from the mud and pigs and chickens and cows go moo and, all that sort of stuff.
All my arms and legs. You think he grew an extra arm with all that money?
All of his arms and legs. He loves everybody, too. Loves everybody. He's going to talk about how, much he loves everybody.
Hey, I want Bowlesy in my foxhole.
He is the ultimate foxhole guy.
Yep.
He was good buddies with Russ, but he's good buddies with everybody. I don't know how well he's kind of meshed with all the offensive linemen over the years, but he's stood the test of time.
It's been an evolving process. I know a lot of the old heads that were around when he first got in there, and I don't think it's a secret. I'm not sharing anything here. It didn't fit well at first. He's not a jerk by any means. Like, he's actually one of the nicest. When you meet Garrett Bowles, you will walk away like that is one of the nicest human beings I've ever met in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But he was just kind of in his own world for a long time, and it wasn't super relatable as a young guy. But now as an older guy, I mean, you couldn't say a bad thing about the dude.
How did he not get named a captain?
Because he's a little aloof.
A little aloof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, something, wasn't it, when Quinn Miners was named a captain over Garrett Bowles?
I know it meant a lot to him.
So he was probably hurt by that a little bit.
Of course. Yeah.
Well, I get it. I definitely understand it.
I'm not a smart man, Jenny, but I know what captain is.
Everybody got mad at me when I did that last time. I had a bunch of people on the text line. They're getting mad at me.
They don't like Forrest Gump?
I was like, hold on, folks. I'm the one here praising the deal. Relax.
I'm happy about it. I'm really happy about it.
I'm surprised by it. My gut was telling me they weren't going to do this deal.
Apparently it was going on for quite a while, and they just could not figure out that second year thing. But they got it done, apparently.
Well, and I'm going to go back to what I said. It now opens up your draft board.
For sure.
And
for sure.
That is your offensive line set, your young quarterback set. Now do you want to reach at 20 whatever for that running back?
I
do you
doubt
want to
it.
reach at 20 whatever for that tight end?
I think
do you want to reach
I don't think
at
it's a
20
reach.
for that defensive tackle? But you're going to have options.
D tackle would kind of bum me out. I mean, I would get it. They're hard to find too. To me, it's best wide receiver or best tight end, unless you are just, maybe if Genty were to fall, something.
He ain't falling that far.
Well, I don't think so
You would
either.
have to fire if you even wanted a remote chance again, Genty.
I agree.
Scatterbrain.
But
You got to go scatterbrain.
Here's the beauty of it.
Scatterbo.
It's very unusual.
Scatterboo.
It's very unusual to be in a situation to have the luxury to be able to invest in your offensive line. And you can only do that when you've got a rookie quarterback. If you've got a quarterback that you've already paid, now you got to go young. You got to get cheap on that offensive line. And you've got this now set up. I think Ben Powers has probably gotten out in his deal probably by next year. I don't know what it is, but usually by year 3, 4, you've gotten out in that contract. So maybe there's an out there, but you've got this offensive line set basically until it's time to pay Bo Nix. And that's a great situation to be in. The highest paid player on any team now outside of the quarterback is no longer the left tackle. It's no longer the edge rusher. It's the best wide receiver. And instead of going out and buying a T. Higgins, for example, and paying him $30+ million per year, now you get to draft young.
I'm looking at Powers. He's signed up for the next 2 years. The contract goes beyond that, but for the next 2 years, base of 11.4 for both years, actually. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like he's good for the next 2 years. I mean, I don't know if there is kind of some sort of out. Maybe
Well,
there is.
that would put him into the realm of what you talked about with Bo Nix.
Pretty good.
Let's compete for a Super Bowl in 3 years.
It really does line up for that. You are lined up for a Super Bowl in 2026. Yep, you are.
Ben Powers out is actually after the end of this season.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you wanted to, that would be the time.
Oh, I see it. Oh, there you go. I look past that. You're right. They'll have him back.
They will. Yeah, they will.
This is listen, man. The Broncos are so far over expectations right now. It's pretty awesome. They are going to be a playoff. I think they're going to be the new Detroit Lions, bro. I think they're the new Detroit Lions.
Of all the teams, though, that are down on the bottom of the list to make the playoffs, in the playoffs, but, here you go. They have the hardest schedule.
The Broncos?
I believe so.
What do you mean, in the next year?
No, these next 4 games.
Oh, next 4 games.
To get to the postseason, you've already anointed them a postseason team this year. Their strength of schedule, their last 4 games are harder than all the other teams they're like fighting with.
Somebody was crying to me the other day, today actually, this morning, about the Broncos haven't beat any winning teams with winning records. Well, I went back and looked at it.
Was that Scott?
And it was not Scott. It was, they are 1-4 against teams with winning records. However, you realize that this year, 17 games, they will only play 7 teams total that have winning records.
Yeah, the schedule gods favored the Denver Broncos this year.
That's it. They're going to play the Chargers and the Chiefs, and that's a wrapperoonie on even if they're doing the best they could. The Bengals will be
1 game under 500.
That's right.
And Indy's 1 game under 500 right now.
Correct. So what do you want? But there's only 15 teams in the league right now with winning records. Do you realize that?
Exactly. But when you're rebuilding a team, I always say this: 1, you got to start taking care of home. You lost your first 2 home games. Like to have a do-over on that. You really like to have a do-over on that.
But we know there's no preseason. We know it's live. We know all of that.
Whatever. But I'm just telling you, there's a formula. The formula is you start winning at home. You start winning at home, and you beat all the teams that we've talked about on this show a number of times. All the teams you're supposed to beat.
Expected wins.
So they have now taken care of expected wins. This may be another here, although I think it's a little tighter.
It is.
But I think this is another one this weekend.
That's why you cannot lose those expected wins, and this one is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but then you've got, coming up, Cincinnati, and you know this, I know this, Tyler knows this. Cincinnati's still a scary-ass team.
Absolutely.
I don't care what their record is.
I agree.
And you got the Chargers, who
Same thing.
are a different team that we've seen in the past. That's above 500, and the Chiefs. We don't know what they're going to be in Week 17.
The Chiefs are a weird one just because of the scheduling gods and that sort of thing.
And you beat them last year at home, didn't you?
You beat them last year at home.
Yep.
And you should have beat them this year. And you had the game done. But anyway, the Broncos are in unbelievable good position and signing, George Payton, way to go. You got her done. Rich Hurtado, whoever, Bulls, the agent. You got it done. Good job. Excellent.
I was listening to Rob and Berto on my drive in, and I had to end up calling into the show because Rob is all bent out of shape about this deal.
Why?
He hated the deal.
Why?
He thought you overpaid Garrett Bowles. I'm like, what do you overpaid?
What does that mean?
At worst, I think everybody would agree he's a top 10 left tackle, right?
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to go on the low end, what would you say?
He's ranked by Pro Football Focus at 17 overall. But if you want to put him in the top 15, 10, whatever, I don't care. So he's in that range. He ain't the top 5, but he's not the bottom 20.
Well,
he's right there.
There's 7 guys.
Top third.
There's 7 guys in the NFL playing the left tackle position that are getting paid $20 million or more.
There you go.
Now with Garrett Bowles, there's 8.
Okay.
So if you overpaid him by 2 or 3 spots, big whoop. The big deal was the length of the commitment to a 33-year-old tackle. And you didn't commit to him for 4 or 5 years.
2 years.
You committed to him for 2 years. So wipe out the $80 million, which is scaring people. And I get that. When you see $80 million, it's like, whoa, that's a whole lot of money for Garrett Bowles. 2 years, $41 million.
Is Rob scared of the ghost of John Fina, the left tackle for the Buffalo Bills back in the day? What's Rob's problem?
Nice poll. Don't know who that is, but
left tackle, look it up. Number 70.
How do you do?
Fina was good. He's, a Super Bowl player. One of the Bills guys. Ken Hull, House Ballard. All those dudes.
They had a good line.
They had a pretty good line. They had a good line. They had some great players, Hall of Fame stuff, and they couldn't win one.
Is it amazing, looking back on it, the amount of things the Broncos been able to accomplish in the most difficult year of the cap hit of Russell Wilson?
Absolutely.
This is the hard year.
Right.
And look at what we've been able to do.
Who gets the most credit for that? We can talk about that coming up next.
Okay.
PhD on 92.5. The big news today, Garrett Bowles signs a deal with the Broncos. It's a 4-year contract, but it's really a 2-year deal with $40+ million guaranteed. Makes him the 6th highest paid left tackle, something like that. And it answers a lot of questions about what they're going to do in the draft. So all those mocks, you can on the Broncos because they ain't going tackle. And at best, the Broncos are going to get the 5th tackle or so off the board anyways. So now you can start dreaming of tight ends, wide receivers,
Stuff
running
like that
backs.
works out for you.
What do you mean?
Getting the 6th best?
Getting the 5th or 6th best position guy
Did you
off
see?
the board.
Did you see on our little group thread? Somebody did like a redraft, and our boy Bo Nix would be going 3rd off the board in that good old redraft, theoretically.
Who was 2?
The Patriots.
No. Who was the 2nd?
Who was the 2nd
pick?
Jaden. Who was the 2nd pick?
May went number 1. Jaden
Really?
Daniels still went number 2.
May went 1.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But listen, this is just some dude. Who knows? It's just you could
orange stained fingers in his mom's basement.
Right. I mean, you could do something too. So
they'd be chocolate stained fingers in your own like potty room.
So here we go, man. Here we go with the Garrett Bowles era continuing. Grade it. What do you give it?
Give it an A. I think this is great. This is great. The last thing you want to do is go into the draft with a need at left tackle or quarterback because you are handcuffed. It's the only thing you can do, and you got to find a way, hell or high water, to draft one of those positions. You don't have to do that anymore. You've got 2 or 3 positions now that you'll say, okay, we'll take the best of. We'll take the best of the wide receiver, the tight end. I don't even know what the third one is. I guess, what would the third one be in the first round? What would be your third biggest need?
Tight end, receiver, running back. I don't know.
Running back.
I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Running back for sure. And you could talk me into taking a running back high this year if it's the right guy.
Scatterbrain.
I think Scatterboo's going to be the second back taken, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know the entire running back class.
I was just reading Walter Football on Scatterboo, and he's got him as a 4th or 5th rounder.
Yeah, no, I get it, but that's a dude who's got two.
Who's that?
Walter Football. It's
one of the
bigger.
Yeah.
Why is he big?
It's not even a guy. It's like a group. It's the name of a website. It's a scouting mock draft. It's a website, but they are relentless. It's one of the better ones. I like it a lot. Come on, Scotty. We'll get you there.
No.
We'll get you there.
I promise you never will.
We will get you there.
I promise you.
We'll get you there.
You never will.
You will get you there in the draft.
Why do I care about 10 dudes, driving, a 69 Subaru?
Because a year later,
out of their mom's garage.
Why do we care about Bo Nix now? Why do we care
because
about?
He plays for the Denver Broncos, and the Denver Broncos win. That's the only reason I care about it.
How do you get to that point? How do you get there? How do you get from you can't get there from here? I mean, how do you get there?
Not by watching a mock draft.
Sure, this is how it works.
It's not how it works. You think George Payton is up there going, let's see what momsbasement.com has to say. You think that goes on?
It is scary.
They do track it, believe it or not.
It is
They absolutely track
it is scary how close it is. It is scary. You don't think those guys in NFL offices?
No.
Come on,
man. No.
They're well aware of it. I'm not saying that they emphasize it.
I don't know if he could take Bo Nix at 6 because grandmasbasementguys.com says that he's a 3rd rounder, so we can't take him at 12. Do you think that happened?
We should start a service.
You think that happened?
What should we name it?
Grandmasbasement.com. We'll do
we should
nothing but
start
mock
that.
drafts.
Yeah.
Grandmasbasement.com. We'll get Nelly and Dan and a whole bunch of altitude muggles.
Yeah.
And we'll just it's a conglomerate. We got a conglomerate of a lot of 75 years in broadcasting history.
Well,
I got bad news. Grandmasbasement.com's taken.
Oh my God.
So someone's already got it.
Turn off your Wi-Fi.
And it's probably a sewing thread.
Oh,
get it? Thread? Sewing?
I think that is a brilliant idea.
StickyOrangeFingers.com.
There you go.
Okay.
we should come up with our own mock draft scouting service.
Yeah, and see if we can blow it up.
It's actually a great idea.
I'm in.
It's a really good idea. It's hysterical. It's funny. And if you just do it enough and you update it like every day, what NFL mock draft database.com is, it gathers like 60 mock drafts. It doesn't seem that hard.
It's an aggregator.
It's an aggregator, yes.
So it's like Bleacher Report. They steal everybody else's info.
Kind of, yeah.
And put it onto your own
Well,
site.
they literally don't do anything. They just they repurpose other people's mock drafts.
Yeah. But they have an algorithm, too, that can sort of combine all the information. So you can click on Broncos and you can see who the top guys. I can go on there right now and see who the top 3 guys in everybody else's draft are for the Denver Broncos right now as it stands today. They're all receivers, by the way. It's all receivers. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 2 receivers and the tight end dude there from Michigan. Yeah.
Although we like the Penn State guy.
There you go. See? You could put that in your notes. You know,
we like the Penn State guy.
The rest of StickyOrangeFingers.com favors
StickyOrangeFingers.com.
Michigan, but Scott Hastings likes the Penn State
Hey, look
guy.
and see if that webpage
Guys, I think we're onto something here. I think we need to pull this off.
Yeah, and then we do like Bleacher.
I love it.
And these guys just steal everybody else's information.
We can just put out our
mom's meatloaf.
We'll get some sort of computer program that we'll buy down at
Micro Center
for $45, and we'll mix it in there and goes. Okay, we're combining these 12. What is the average? Where does it go? Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, you want to be an aggregator too? You want to do that as well?
That's the easiest way to do it.
All of a sudden, this aggregator, you're calling, well, these guys really know. They're stealing everybody else's stuff.
Okay.
But they really know. Because you know what they've stolen? They've stolen Grandma's basement. They've stolen Uncle Ted's man cave.
Let me ask you
They
this.
stole all those guys' stuff.
While no draft gets it absolutely perfect, why is it the same names pop up on draft day as they do in all these mock drafts time after time?
Because muggles like you guys follow them.
The teams are drafting them, Scott, not the muggles. The teams are drafting them. You're telling me the teams aren't paying attention to any of these things?
No, I think the teams are. The teams are doing their own databases and
Sure.
sitting there scouting and watching tape and going to games and blah, 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 and going to pro days and going to East-West games.
I got a great story. This is when I was back over at the other place, long time ago. And we spent a lot of time on the first round. And it was what it was. I had barely looked at the second round. No idea. And we're at the Broncos facility. And the Broncos second round pick is coming up. And Alfred is sitting there, and he loves the draft. He's going on and on and on about 10 million things. I don't know. I just go to ESPN.com, and I go, best available for Broncos. You know whose name popped up? Cortland Sutton. So I'm on the air, and I go, I hadn't even heard of Cortland Sutton.
SMU?
Because he wasn't a first-round guy, and I was only on the first round. I look over the computer, I go, hey, Al, how about that Cortland Sutton? Oh, no, that makes no flop. I had all sorts of reasons why it wouldn't work. 3 minutes later, Broncos pick Cortland Sutton. I'm telling you, man, you don't need to be a genius to do this thing in the draft. You really don't.
And that's why you don't. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think
you don't
we
need to
agree.
validate. These guys are really good.
But they are good. They get it right.
Yeah, right is relative. Like no mock draft is going to get the specific players to the teams right. That's insane. But they do get it with a general 5 to 6 pick radius.
If they're saying Cam Scadaboo is a 4th or 5th round guy, then likely he probably is right now. That can change.
Yeah,
that could definitely change.
4th or 5th does seem very low for him, but I bet he's a 3rd rounder. If I had to bet today, I bet he goes in the 3rd round.
If the Denver Broncos could get Cam Scadaboo in the 3rd round, that would be incredible. That would be amazing.
They're going to get another running back. I promise you that.
Huh?
So you want to go out in free agency and get one, or you want to draft one?
But I'm not sitting here saying you have to overdraft a running back. As much as I like Cam Scadaboo, quarterback to me is different.
I would overdraft. I would overdraft J&T. I would do that.
You think he's that special, huh?
I do.
Real fast.
I think he's going to be the next Saquon.
Manny'sManCave.com has Scadaboo as a low second. Someone could reach for the high upper 2s, but probably a 3rd.
Dude, you're making fun of it, but I bet basketball has the equivalent of this.
And you know what I don't do in basketball either?
You don't pay attention to that?
I don't give a crap either.
Okay. Then how are you going to get Nikola Jokic? How are you going to pick him up in the second round?
That's for the Denver Nuggets to do, not me.
All right.
And that was a shot at a big, giant 7-footer that they say, hey, he'd be a good backup center. In fact, I remember talking to guys. He goes to Summer League. I'm talking to front office. brilliant people
Uh-huh.
who go, well, yeah, he's a guy. He's probably a year or so away.
Yeah.
You know, we bring him, let him get a little experience at Summer League and blah, blah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he shows up at Summer League. Oh, we'll invite him to camp, but we're still going to stash him another year. He goes to camp and they go, oh, dude, this got some. They didn't know.
They didn't know.
No.
They got lucky.
Yeah, you got to get lucky.
A little bit.
The
You think
draft.
Ginobili was the 60th player taken?
Now, one thing
He's a Hall of Famer.
I will fight D-Mac tooth and nail on this, and it drives him nuts. The draft is still a crapshoot.
Oh, dear.
It's at 100% a crapshoot.
Lord.
You might have better odds in the first round
Well-
than you do in other rounds, but the definition of gambling is like 50% or less.
We have a little bit of it. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say this, and I talked to Andy about this. There are a lot of busts in every single round that happen, and the one analytic that's hard to equate to, and this may even we could put Bowles in this. You don't know upbringing. You don't know what it means to it. You don't know and I'm more worried nowadays in the NBA, the not the NBA, the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You're bringing millionaires now being drafted where you're putting some kid that said, man, I got to make the league to help my family. You're bringing millionaires out anyway. I wonder how much want to and how many failures you're going to have now because guys have already got theirs, and this isn't quite as important as it once seemed.
We have a little adjustment to the schedule, a little, and anytime there's an adjustment with Adam Schefter, you wonder what really is going on. So Adam is going to join us coming up next, usually be a little bit later. But I know, so we'll see why. I don't know. Might be, you never know with Adam.
I just like talking to him. He's a good guy.
He might have the drone story for you.
Oh.
I went
He's
down
over.
there.
Is he in New Jersey? Is he in
buddy.
Connecticut?
He's in Long Island.
Iranian mothership.
Yeah,
Watch out for it.
There's a lot of theories about those drones, as it turns out. You can go a lot of different directions.
One
with those
followed the
drones.
Coast Guard, and one Coast Guard clipper said they saw 15, 20 of them rise out of the water.
Out of a submarine?
West Coast Guard.
We're all going to die.
Adam Schefter on PhD next. Adam Schefter. It's brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Yeah, I like it. I like bringing Adam in with the gritty music, the hardcore music. Like, we're getting stuff
Being
done.
drove somewhere.
Oh, man, something is going on. And maybe something is going on because we're a little bit earlier than, I'm looking down. What's going on, Adam? You're in a car.
Well, basically, I had to do a shoot for a diabetes commercial today in New York City, and I'm running around to get back home, and I know I have to do NFL Live, and there's so much traffic in New York that by the time I get home, it's going to be like 3:45, and I didn't want it to be walking into my house with sick dogs and family and everything as I'm doing the show with you. So I figured as I'm in the car coming home, before I walk in, as I get ready for NFL Live, I'll get it done right now.
You know, we are in.
That makes sense, and I appreciate you guys taking me earlier. Thank you.
No problem.
We're flexible.
But
I stretch every day.
I'm just like technology and your position in life, being driven in the vehicle. Do you even know your driver's name?
Yeah, we've been together for about 12 years.
Prove it.
John, how many years have we been together? 11 or 12, he just said, yeah.
Good enough. All right, Adam. Garrett Bowles gets a deal done. How about that one? Brian has 10 years of business.
Hey, that's pretty good. That was good. He's been played well for them. You don't want him to market. And look, when you're winning and you're playing, you want to keep these guys here, keep it rolling. And that's what signing him to an extension does.
Hey, I hate to hard shift out of the Broncos. Obviously, I want to come right back to it, but I got to get your thoughts on the Bill Belichick deal. And what do you know about the nuances of the deal that Bill was asking for, from the GM to the salaries to the positional groups? What can you tell us about all that stuff?
You know, again, I don't know specifically what he's asking for, but I think that when you're Bill Belichick and you're talking North Carolina, you want to make sure it's set up the way you want it to be. If you're going to go to college, and by the way, like we were doing Get Up this morning, I said to Mike Greenberg, I'm like, how many years have you done the show for? 8. I said, how many years you do Mike and Mike for? He said, 18. I said, have you ever talked about North Carolina football as much in the 26 years as you have the past few days? And his answer was no.
That's right.
And so Bill Belichick brings all that to North Carolina. So if you're going to be able to get that, Bill should be able to get what he wants. And he's going to make sure that he gets what he wants wherever he was going. And I'm sure Nick Saban advised, hey, if you're coaching college, you need this budget for the NIL. You need the flow chart to be this way. You need to report just to the chancellor, not the AD. You know, you want to limit the layers. You want to do this. You want to do that. You want to have private planes for recruits or whatever it is. I don't know. Like, that's not my world. But I'm just telling you that I guarantee he had a bunch of demands that he felt like he needed to make that program as good as it could be.
I do wonder if Nick Saban will have some sort of advisory role, you know, and just out in the shadow saying hello. Maybe it's official, maybe it's not official, but it's hard to imagine he's not going to have some sort of impact on that thing with Bill Belichick.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think that they'll be talking all the time. It may not be entitled, but that's his good friend.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know if to title it, but I'm sure, hey, he's going to call Nick sometimes and be like, what the hell's going on here? What do what do you think?
Hey, we saw this, and we drew a little bit of a parallel. We saw what CU did with Dion.
Yeah.
And listen, Dion's flashier than Bill and all that stuff like that. But it's almost, let's get that celebrity coach. And as you just mentioned to Greenberg, you've already talked about North Carolina football more in 2 days than you have in 26 years. We've talked more CU football this year probably than we have the last 5 or 6.
Yep.
Or 8, 10 even, since McIntyre was here. So are we going to see maybe more colleges go out, hey, let's get a true face of a program that everybody across the country is talking about?
Well, by the way, what did St. Bonaventures do with Adrian Wojnarowski?
Right, we brought that up.
What did
Andrew Luck at Stanford.
Stanford with Andrew Luck.
Mm-hmm.
We got Michael Lombardi already going back to be Bill's GM at North Carolina. Like, it's starting to happen more and more. There are more and more people, and I don't know how many people want to go do that or interested in going to it. It's funny. I'm just saying this on the day that Woj announced that he was going back to become the GM at St. Bonaventure. I can't tell you how many people texted me, "Hey, you going back to be the GM of the Michigan football program?" I'm like, no. But I must have gotten a dozen texts that day about it.
Hey, listen, they already beat Ohio State. Do they really need you?
No, they clearly don't.
Well, I listen, man. I think the recruiting in the kids' living room is passé. I think you whip out the checkbook, you bring them in, you treat them like NFL free agents. I mean, and NFL free agencies are coaches going to their houses. I mean, maybe they are every now and then, but for the most part, no.
But it's more like a business.
Yes.
It's run like a business now.
That's right.
Guys are
That's right.
bought. Guys are bought just like they are in free
Yeah.
agency.
Yep.
Bill's used to this, and more and more people are getting out of college because they don't want a part of that world. But that was Bill's world. So
Right.
on the highway leading away from college football, with all these coaches scurrying away from college football, Bill's on the highway passing them going to college football.
Almost breaking up with you there a little bit. I don't know what part. The drones.
You got me now?
Yeah.
Well, there's
well,
drones in New Jersey. So
You
be
got me
careful.
there? You got me now?
We got you
Yeah,
now. We got you now.
I said, all these coaches are on this road running away from college football,
Yeah.
running away because they don't like the business of it. And Bill's on that highway, the opposite end, going towards college
Yep.
football
'Cause
for
he's
the
about
business,
the
to
business.
become.
Yeah.
Hey, let
You know,
me.
he's always been a contrarian, and he's continuing to be a contrarian.
Mm-hmm.
And being a contrarian has worked for him in the world of football.
We had a moment last night, basketball, but football too. And we were like, wow, that's something. We saw Shedeur Sanders being like a standing ovation at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
And it was it feels like it's our guy, man, because we've been around it here so much and talking about it. You forget the impact, I do at least, how big the impact of CU has been and the Sanders family
Nationally.
all over the place. And I'm like, whoa. So are people in that area, Adam, dying for Shedeur to the Giants? Is that just all anybody's talking about, or am I off on that?
Well, have you seen the New York football teams play this year?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
They'd love
They're
that
on to
Shedeur.
2000. They're on to 2025. Okay, they're on to the guy that's going to bring them some hope, and it's all about who's going to be playing quarterback for the Giants. And it's all about who's going to be playing quarterback for the Jets. And Shedeur has a real possibility to be the number one quarterback picked in this draft, to be the top guy. Now, Travis Hunter may ultimately go number one, but if the Raiders or Giants and Raiders pick at the top of the draft board as they're currently slated to do, Travis Hunter is not going to be the first overall pick.
No.
Shedeur Sanders is going to be the number one pick, or Cam Ward is going to be
Which,
the number
by the
one
way,
pick.
because New England seems to like Drake May now, that would work out great for New England, wouldn't it?
Oh, if they could get Travis Hunter, New England would be thrilled and laughing.
All right, so is that the vibe, though? Is it Shedeur maybe more than Cam Ward, or is it kind of split evenly?
I'm sure that's true in every city, though, right? I mean, every city that needs a quarterback.
What? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what people favor one way or the other.
Listen, we'll see how the ratings come out. I could say this. I don't want to speak for him because his first mock draft came out today, but my good friend Field Yates at ESPN, I think he's got Shedeur rated slightly higher than Cam Ward. I think he does.
Most of the
I think he
mocks,
does.
most of the mocks do, but I'll look up Field Yates mock. That's Scott
Hey,
hates.
yeah,
Came out today.
Scott
mock drafts are
hates. Scott
stupid.
hates mock drafts. but-
Although we're going to start one here. It's called OrangeStickyFingers.com.
Mom's
There you go,
mock
Art.
draft.
Hey, let me ask you, because we talked about this too. And we were just watching,
Yep.
Tyler and I were watching highlights of Tennessee. Does it not and I don't know about you, but it feels like here, Tennessee has all of a sudden become the forgotten franchise in the NFL. I mean, you don't really talk bad about them. You don't really talk about good about them. You just don't talk about them. Can you see that at all?
Well, they're the way the Broncos were the last 7-8 years.
Hmm.
And when you don't make the playoffs, teams don't talk about you. And when you don't win games consistently, teams don't talk. People don't talk about you. Denver has been in that boat until this year. Tennessee has been in that boat. When is the last time Titans went to the play. I think they went to the playoffs under Mike Vrabel. People talked about them. You don't win, no one talks about you. You don't win, people don't care.
Seems like there's going to be a lot of openings this year. I think there's usually 6 or 7, but there might be more than that this year. Does Mike Vrabel get another crack at that?
Oh, yeah. He's going to be a leading candidate. I would imagine there'll be about 7 openings. 7.
Good.
And I would think that he will be near or at the top of the list in many of those places.
All right, Adam, we're going to let you go. And we always love checking in with you. I'm glad to check in with you and John.
Don.
Yeah, I appreciate you accommodating me earlier.
Of course.
I knew it was going to be I was going to be walking into the house like I'm like, this is going to be bad. You know what? Let me see if they can take me now. I appreciate you doing that.
Of course.
It helps me out, and that works out. It's great.
Until Don, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah.
And spread all Doug?
John.
John.
Fred?
Yeah, Chuck. Tell Chuck.
Tell Chuck.
Hey, I'll let him know that's guy. By the way, you didn't even have big game on Sunday for these Broncos. Big game.
Biggest game of the year.
Yeah.
Biggest game. I'll give you one better, and I'm going to mention this as biggest home game since their last AFC Championship game 8 years ago.
Wow.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, think about that for a second. Maybe because they're
no, D-Mac. I thought about it. Their biggest home game since they last hosted a conference championship game.
Okay. I mean, last year against the Patriots was pretty big, and they lost that one. That's a home game. But, you guys don't remember that one?
I can't even remember the context of that one. What was the context?
Really? I mean, the Broncos were on the verge of making the playoffs. They ended up benching Russell Wilson and throwing him out the door after they lost the game to the Patriots. Who were 3-10 at the time, and they were on the verge of making the playoffs. In fact, they had 8 wins at the time, and they were trying to get over 500, and they lost the last 2. That was pretty big. I don't know.
They split the last 2.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to rain on anybody's big parade here, Adam, but that. There was a lot of crap that happened after that game last year, bro. Yeah, that was pretty wild what happened after that game.
You're right. But I would say to you is even if you go back to that game that Tyler doesn't even remember. Okay,
because it was so big.
It was that Tyler doesn't even remember this big game that you're talking about. Even if you go back to that, was there the feeling surrounding the team that if you can even remember that there is today?
Right.
No.
Well, to Adam's point,
I'll give you that.
To Adam's point, check this out. Broncos win this game. Broncos have an 89% chance of making the playoffs. If they lose it goes down to 47.
You know what? It's the biggest game freaking ever. It's the biggest. It's so important.
No. D-Mac.
What?
No. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying it's the biggest game that they've played at home in years. That's all.
Since Tyler played.
Exactly. Since Tyler played. Because considering that Tyler didn't remember that big game against the Patriots last year.
I'm trying to remember that. Now that he reminds me Russ got benched, I do remember it. But I mean.
All right, whatever. All right, we love you. We'll talk to you later.
Have a great day, guys.
Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Thank you, Adam. I'm just laughing because in the world of hyperbole in media, everything that is happening is always the biggest thing that's ever happened before.
Yeah, but sometimes when we throw it out there, you actually hit.
It's a big one. It is huge. It's a big, huge game.
I don't think it's a bigger game since then.
Well, I hope the Broncos look at it that way because, quite frankly, it's insanely important that you win this one because you can.
I agree.
Because you should.
I agree.
And because of the implications that come after. I mean, that's a pretty wild stat there. You win, 89% chance of making the playoffs. You lose, it goes down to 47.
Yeah.
You got to pull off some magic in your final 3 games if you drop this one.
Well, I think this is a great matchup for the Broncos, and we can dig into it if you want. I mean, they match up so well, in my opinion, with this team. It's a run-heavy team that just throws deep every now and then. It's not a quick scoring team, not really. If you can contain Anthony Richardson, you're going to be all right, and I think they can do that. I think this is going to shape up kind of like the Falcons game, where you're going to have the leads, going to stretch, and they're not going to really be able to come back. They'll turn the ball over, and there you go. Zippity-doo-dah.
Laser show?
It won't have to be a laser show. Probably not. Probably not a laser show. Probably not.
Was Cleveland a heavy run team?
No, because the Chubb he's not the same guy.
What's amazing about
Jameis
that,
Winston doesn't really run.
the Browns have always been a heavy run team, and they got away from it this year, and that's really when they started struggling, is once they got away from the run.
Yeah, they got Jonathan Taylor. They got Anthony Richardson here with the Colts. It's way more. Yeah, the Browns, like, look at Chubb's numbers. They're terrible, really, relatively. So, no, it's more of a run control team. And the Broncos suit up well with that. They don't suit up well with teams.
Jonathan Taylor's having a great year, by the way.
He is. He is, but the Broncos are good with that. They've done well against teams like that. They haven't done well against other laser show teams. And then that's why the Chargers game and the Bengals games do not shape up good. So, biggest game of all time. You got to get that 9th win.
Oh, biggest since the AFC Championship game.
Why can't you just settle this since the AFC Championship game? Why we got to go of all time?
Or
Sure.
say just saying since Tyler played.
It's the biggest home game since Tyler came onto the field with Peyton Manning.
That Chiefs game in 2016 was pretty big.
That was on the road though.
Oh, it's got to be a home game.
That's what he said. He said home because the Chiefs game determined the playoffs in the second last. But that was on the road.
That was a big one though,
dude. You really don't remember the Patriots game last year?
You've jarred my memory a little bit. But if you were to ask me, ask me a detail of that game, and I've got can you remember a detail of that game, Scott?
Yeah, there was 10,000 no-shows.
Okay, it's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, erectile dysfunction. Let's get rid of that. If you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can to the one you love by treating erectile dysfunction and restoring your relationship. That is a gift. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So, schedule a consult today by going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. T and a PSA test if medically advised, a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but it'll work. Their success rate is incredible. Again, 5 locations to help you. There's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. 720-640 or 720-440-440, 7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago, oldchicago.com. Okay, let's see here. All right, Sports Not Sports is going to be interesting. We have Garrett Bowles' announcement was made by an interesting person. Details in about 10 minutes. Hang in there. Scotty, what we got? What's rattling around in your brain today?
No dumb question. We'll go football related. Most dangerous team not currently sitting in the playoffs.
Not in the playoff hunt.
Cincinnati Bengals.
How far out of it are they?
5-8. They're 2 games behind the Broncos.
Oh man! In the hunt, I'm going to go Baltimore Ravens.
Oh well, they're a playoff team. Scott's
Nope,
asking.
They're not playoff today.
Baltimore Ravens, sure they are.
Are they Garrett? Okay.
I don't know if they're guaranteed, but they're a playoff team.
Well, right now the Ravens, Chargers, and Broncos are the 3 playoff teams.
Okay.
Colts 6-7, Dolphins 6-7.
All right,
Bengals
I'll give you one. On the bubble teams, Rams.
For the NFC?
Yeah.
Well,
Rams, that's a dangerous team, man. It's a weird team because they play great against great opponents, and they tend to play down to the lower tier opponents. But you get them in the playoffs, Matthew Stafford, dude, Sean McVay, come on. You don't want to face them.
Do you think they're more dangerous than they might be than the Bengals?
But
I think they're a better team, yeah.
Colts aren't dangerous, right?
I don't know.
Oh, come on, man. They ain't that good. They are not that good.
They're one game behind you guys.
No, you guys.
To me,
wow.
Dangerous teams. Wow, Scott.
Wow,
jeez.
man, jeez.
To me, dangerous teams are unpredictable teams. And I think the Colts are an unpredictable team.
Yeah.
That's a team that Anthony Richardson gets hot at the wrong time.
They're an inconsistent team.
See, they're 6-7.
That's
Rams are
that's
7-6.
exactly what I'm saying.
Rams are above 500. As many injuries as they went through in the middle and beginning of the season.
We haven't mentioned the Dolphins.
How about this?
What about the Dolphins?
No
on the Dolphins.
Well, they got the exact same record as the Colts, 6-7.
I know they do.
Dolphins got a tough stretch to get in. So if they were to win this weekend, their playoff odds would be only 31%. See, the Colts, if they win, that's 56%.
Here's the problem.
They're well within the hunt.
You know what the Dolphins are in their last 5 games? Now the 2 is
pretty
back,
damn good.
4-1.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mike. They're saying Mike McDaniel's on the hot seat, which I'm like,
what?
God, are you kidding me?
Why?
He would just have to get a U-Haul because of the 7 jobs open. He'll have his pick of them.
Yes, he would.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Doesn't it feel like Adam said there'd be 7 jobs, and usually it's between 6 and 7. Doesn't it feel like there should be more than that this year, though?
Well, it's hard to be between 6 and 7. Could be 6 or 7. Could be between 6 and 8. I don't know, man.
Either 6 or 7. How's that sound?
I think it's the same as every year. Every year is kind of the same.
You got 12 teams.
There's more bad teams than usual.
There are so many bad teams.
12 teams with 5 wins or less.
Right.
Do you think they replace Antonio Pierce after 1 year?
I think if they could figure it out, they will. Yeah, but man, they're so cash strapped over there, and they're paying 2 coaches already.
But when does Gruden's thing come off?
He signed a 10-year deal. I don't know, but not for a while.
I do not think he loses his job. I think they excuse it to not having a quarterback. That's not his fault. I think they get him another year because they're on the Shedeur train, and we'll see how it goes. I think that's a real deal. I think he'll be fine.
The Saints need a quarterback.
Well, yes.
The Bears need a coach.
Yes.
Saints, Bears, Panthers, Giants need one.
I don't know, man. The Panthers are favored against the Cowboys coming up there. They may be turning a corner there in Carolina.
Fool's gold.
Okay, but I'm just telling you what the deal is.
Dude, I bet there are people in that building there in Carolina that are actively angry that Bryce Young is starting to look like he's figuring it out.
Okay.
Because now they're going to be handcuffed. It was going to be easy to move on from him. I mean, not easy, but everybody could justify it. Now it's really hard.
Yeah, you realize all these teams that we're talking about too, they all have new coaches. These aren't like long established coach. The only long established coach anybody's really talking about is McCarthy there in Dallas. But giving him the heave-ho. And he probably keeps his job too.
Yeah.
It's looking that way.
Daboll and the Giants, they got to replace him.
They
right?
got to can him. So look, Jags will have an opening. Jets
already have an opening.
Jets have already got the opening.
Saints already have an opening.
Saints have got the opening. Bears
have an opening. There's 4.
Why am I drawing a blank on who the Cardinals coach is? Oh, it's the guy that came from Philly.
What about, did you say the Browns?
Gannon.
Yeah, guy can't talk. It's like a mumble mouth there, too.
Yeah.
Did you already put the Browns in that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I think the Browns are fine. I don't think
Kevin Stefanski is a hell of a coach. I think they'd be foolish to move on from him.
Yeah,
you just said Mike McDaniel's on the hot seat.
I don't think
he's one game under 500 without Tua for 6 games.
I think Stefanski's going to be okay because they're going to blame all that on Deshaun Watson.
Like, he wouldn't be the first coach to get fired after getting this award, but he was just the coach of the year last year.
I'll be very surprised if he gets canned there. That's a dangerous team. That team could rebound quickly with just a couple of little twists.
They are set up for a Broncos type of rebound. If they could get a young quarterback.
They're going to have a hard time, though. They're going to have a hard time getting a young quarterback. I mean, who? Who's it going to be? Because it ain't going to be Shadur. It's not going to be Cam Ward. They may sign up Jameis, man. They seriously may just sign him back up.
I think it's really expensive. It's probably more than they can do. I mean, I know in the big picture, if you get him signed for $30 million, that's a bargain for a quarterback rate. Can they afford $30 million with Deshaun Watson?
You know what? They might not have to, because what Jameis has done in these past couple of games has shown who Jameis really is. He may not. He may be like a Sam Darnold, 10 to 15 million guy. Who else is going to back up the Brinks truck for $30 million for Jameis? Who's that going to be?
I got a no dumb question.
Okay.
On the text line, okay? So, hi, guys. So you guys signed a basketball for me for my nephew, whose 30th birthday is coming up this weekend. And he's wondering if you can get the other guys to sign the ball. Is that a little weird getting gifts for a 30-year-old nephew?
That's a little weird.
He's a sports
Is that a little weird? Like he probably sent in a note like, "Hey, could you sign this ball for my nephew?"
Somebody says a nephew,
and we're thinking
12.
like 5 years old, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 12 years old.
My 30-year-old nephew.
My 30-year-old nephew. My nephew's turning 30.
Well, now you're talking about a window.
Can you guys get this ball signed for me?
That's a little odd.
But now you're talking about a window, because 5-year-old. Do you think they care about getting a ball with a bunch of radio dudes' autographs?
Okay, 12-year-old. Go with D-Mac.
Do you think a 12-year? I think that window is probably 24 to 30. Now calling him a nephew, that tries to play on the heartstring. He went Hallmark Channel.
That's what I'm saying. So that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
When he pulled out the nephew card, immediately I'm like, yeah, send it in, man. Like, let's get that thing
For your
signed.
nephew, because you thought he was 12.
But then when you find out he's 30, does that change things?
But honestly, what 12-year-old wants to
Nobody.
have radio knuckleheads?
Who would want? Well, you guys maybe. You guys get autograph request. What do you want? Brett Kane's autograph? You want my autograph? Really? Why?
I don't know. I got one sent to the house yesterday. You send it to the house, that goes straight in the trash. I will not reward you for sending one to the house.
The two of you are in a different world. You're in a different thing. I could understand that. But mommy, look at I have good Raj's autograph.
Or you imagine you open that ball on Christmas. Thanks, Uncle Bill. Appreciate you. Then.
Oh my God! Did you get Berto?
Hey, Uncle Bill, this has got Berto's number. Is this Berto right here?
Rob Trujillo. What?
Who's Rob Trigolo?
Oh my God! So I'm not alone there. Right?
No, you're definitely.
Well, like
not
I said,
alone there. No.
he pulled the Hallmark card on you.
Yeah.
It said for my nephew.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then he screwed up and said, "Oh, by the way, my nephew's 30."
You shouldn't have told me the age. You
Yeah.
should have said that part.
But let's be honest, if you're getting an autograph for somebody with radio station dudes, I mean, seriously, the age number is like 25 to 35, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on now.
All right, time for sports. My nephew's 57.
Hey, well, hold on. Let me tell you a funny story. So the year the Nuggets won the championship, this guy walks up to me. Two guys walk up to me and say, "Man, we didn't think this day would okay." I brought my dad to the game. He's 93 years old.
Uh-huh.
He was a season ticket holder back in the day.
That all makes sense. Dad, 93, yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
I said, "Well, how old are you?" And he goes, 72. And I just thought that was, God bless him, right?
Well,
but
sure,
he's bringing his
I mean,
dad.
I get it.
He's bringing his 93-year-old dad to the game. How old are you? Like he was like 71 or 72.
So the dad had him when he was 20. I mean, I get it.
I knew there was going to be someone out there. Man, you guys can be real pricks. What does it matter?
Wow.
I'm convinced that's not a bad word, so
Okay.
I don't care.
Don't say we, by the way.
Let's go to sports, not sports, and Garrett Bowles.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay. Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest. That was not acceptable.
Garrett Bowles announced his signing himself. I don't know if you guys really caught that, but he did so with a highlight video, a hype video.
Oh, yep.
Bowlesy did his own hype video to announce
He's no stranger to
his
it.
own signing. Broncos country, and he did a little okey doke. There's a little joke here. Broncos country. It's been a great 8 years. Thanks for everything. And I'm not leaving. The show goes on. So he, Wolf of Wall Street. Hashtag Bronco for life. Hashtag 4 more. It's 2. Hashtag beat the Colts. Hashtag Pro Bowl vote.
I'm a nephew. Hashtag I'm a nephew.
And the first person to get in on his comments to congratulate him, Jake Heaps. Our pal Jake Heaps first in on the comments to say, way to go, Bowlesy.
Who's he?
Well, that adds up.
Who's
Russell Wilson.
Really?
Yeah. Russell Wilson's quarterback coach.
Oh, the guy that was causing all the, that. No?
Jake and I used to be good friends.
How you doing now?
Not great.
Okay.
Well, it's because you got in line.
Yeah.
You let him suck you down.
Oh, you're blaming me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You pulled Tyler down.
Let's evaluate Bowlesy. Are we going to have some audio here, Dan? All right. So we're going to grade Bowles' hype video about himself.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. The show goes on.
He's kicking some ass.
Jump in that.
Look at him.
Jump in that fire. Jump in that.
Oh, he made fun of himself.
That was good.
Jump in that whip. Jump in that. Jump in that. Jump in that.
You know what?
He's got a logo.
You know what?
He had a sense of humor.
I'm going to let him get away with this one.
He had a
because
sense of humor.
He put the most comical thing we've ever seen an offensive lineman do when he's chasing down a dude on an interception.
Yes.
And he's about 8 yards away from the guy.
Yes.
And he dives from behind trying to catch the guy and lands 8 yards away. Right?
That was the most self-deprecating sense of humor thing I've ever seen. That was really great.
No,
Do you
but
remember?
Bowlesy, he does the height, like he'll do the on bench pressing chains. He'll do the workout videos now.
He's stuck in the middle of him putting his face over Leo's head in Wolf of Wall Street with the, I'm not going anywhere. He's doing all that.
At least he didn't do the plane ride scene.
And him, well, that's good. And him kicking ass left and right. He also included a self-deprecating moment where his wife made fun of him for that.
Yeah. I'm
you
cool
know
with
what?
it.
I give him a lot of credit on that one. You know what? He might have put that together himself. Maybe. You know, that might have been a homemade production right there.
Is that his own logo? What is that logo?
I
at
guess
the
he's
end?
got a logo.
I don't get the logo though.
Bowlesy has a logo.
Does he got a clothing line?
I don't know. Who knew Bowles
He's going
had
to open
a logo?
a little store
you guys
in the
remember
Cherry Creek Mall.
who was the offensive lineman with the clothing line? The bus lane. Do you remember this?
I do.
It was the bus lane.
It was. Oh my God. He went to UMass.
He was a backup offensive
Marcus
lineman.
Kennedy.
Elijah Wilkinson.
There you go.
Elijah Wilkinson.
Backup offensive lineman with the clothing line.
He brought in T-shirts for us at the bus lane. His dad brought it to us. Or his brother did. One of those guys. He had his own T-shirt at the bus lane.
Yeah.
It's got... This guy started his own clothing line, the bus lane. I did not know Bowlesy had his own logo. I don't understand
Well, he
it.
probably does charity work.
I'm sure he does a lot of great charity work.
Bowlesy's tremendous in the community, honestly.
Yes.
Tremendous.
And then the little Bowlesy humor, non-humor about it's been great years. Thanks for everything, as if he's leaving, and then I'm not going anywhere. All right, there you go.
All right, good for him. Totally redeems himself with a little self-deprecation.
It's a pretty good hype video.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's making fun of himself. Russ, see, that was the problem with Scott, with Russ.
Hype videos?
There's no sense of humor with Russ. There was no making fun of himself in things ever.
Have you never worked with guys like that?
That have no sense of humor?
Go on.
No, actually, everybody I've worked with is brilliantly funny.
Thank you.
Comically, just fantastic.
Time is in depth.
Yeah, no, it's.
Listen, I don't care either way. Can you play?
Yeah, he can play. Look at his logo. I don't know. It's like triangles and.
It's like the
pyramids.
upside down Illuminati.
It is a little upside down Illuminati. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get it. He probably knows about those drones. He probably gets it with the drones.
I know Cougar Man does.
You're telling me those drones came out of the
I'm
ocean?
sure he does. I'm sure he's got a million takes on that. I'm sure it all makes sense with Cougar Man and the Cougar Man crew. I don't know. I was watching some videos on it last night.
Oh, you went down the wormhole.
Well, how could you not?
And what'd you find out?
Nothing. People are idiots.
Well, what are the best conspiracies?
Oh, the Iranian thing was definitely like, the
biggest.
Yeah, but then people were like, it's just time lapse of like the airplanes. That just if you just time lapse any nighttime sky, you're going to see that anywhere. Then it was like it's Jersey. No, it's not. It's Florida. There's palm trees in there. And then I really, after about 15 minutes, I felt dumber for even looking at anything. Then you scroll through the comments. Do any of these people know anything? And there's like 10,000 theories on this, that, the other thing. And like I think I nailed it when I said, "What do you want it to be?" And that's what it'll ultimately be. It'll be whatever you want it to be. So what do you want it to be?
I told you. I hope it's getting ready. Listen, I went down to the Littleton Christmas tree lighting right downtown Littleton, which is really cool. Have you ever seen a drone show?
Yes.
First one I've been to live. I've seen them on TV.
It's kind of ridiculous.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping it's rehearsals for something like that.
Yeah. I think it was a Rockies game, maybe even a Broncos game. There was some sort of drone-y. It was amazing.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's incredible.
Yeah. The Littleton tree lighting thing was phenomenal. You got choo-choo trains with the wheels moving. I mean, it was unbelievable.
We just had our own tree lighting down the road here in Lone Tree.
Really?
Yeah, Friday. Friday.
Did you?
Dude, it was hot cocoa. I had a marshmallow on a stick. We had hot cocoa. We had a quiet. It was right down here. It was like 2 miles down the road.
Did you have a drone show?
There was no drone show. But they did let some of the elderly people at Morningstar Senior Center outside to just,
slobber outside.
Hey, look at that.
I needed a drone show.
Think aliens use drones?
It depends on the aliens. What aliens do you want to use drones?
I don't know. Lizard people probably do.
It's time for 2 o'clock of the big question of the day. Let's go, Dan. Now that the Broncos have signed Garrett Bowles, what's their next priority?
In the playoffs.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's all we're thinking about?
What else is there to think about?
Hey, if that's the answer, that's the answer.
StickyFingers.com? I mean, is that what you want to think about?
We don't have to.
The only thing the Broncos need to think about right now is beating Indianapolis, get to the playoffs.
Okay, I'm just checking because
it's a good question because, like, what names left? I mean, if you're specifically asking who's next on the priority list internally,
it was a big deal to get Bowles done before the playoffs started, before he went to free agency, right?
Right. You would think next on the priority list is going to be Nick Bonito. Well, that one you can't even handle. Like that one, you're not allowed to touch Nick Bonito until the end of the season because he's on a rookie contract, and you cannot, by league rules, renegotiate that until the completion of your third season. So if you want to get that one done, you got to do that
a year from now.
Yeah.
Let me ask it in a different way. Now that you got Bowles,
I'll tell you who's next. Sorry.
Now that you got Bowles done, should you try to, before the playoffs start, get a new deal with Courtland Sutton?
That's where I was going to go. So that's the next one done. And it's the next one because it's a realistic one that you could get done in the middle of the year. Cortland Sutton would probably sign a new deal in the middle of the season, right? Some of these other guys, if you let them touch free agency, and look, Zach Allen, you're a year away. Nick Bonito, you're an off season away. Cortland Sutton, you offer him $23 million a year right now, which would be a discount in terms of a number one wide receiver. He ain't saying no to that.
Would you do it, Scott?
Right now?
Right now.
I could care less. Why? I don't understand. I don't understand why we even worry about that.
Who cares?
Oh, we got to manage the future, right?
Manage the future, and what is today? December 12th?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, manage the future February 1st.
Well, you do that, and the price just goes up, though.
That's right.
I mean, if you wait, the price goes up.
Mm-hmm.
So
you get discounts in December.
You let Cortland Sutton get to free agency. I'm not saying I don't think Cortland Sutton's going to get $30 million a year from anyone.
Cortland Sutton has 3 years on his deal.
Yeah, he's got time left. He's not going anywhere.
He's got 3 years
at very friendly numbers for Denver.
I gotta look at
that. Yeah, he's not a
I-
free agent, but he'll be pulling the same stuff he did last offseason, no
That's
doubt
okay.
about
We'll
it.
see you later then. We'll trade you then.
Oh, really?
We'll trade you right before the
Okay.
playoffs.
Hey, listen, if you're going to move on
Or the
what
draft.
if you're drafting a receiver in the first round, maybe you are moving on from Cortland Sutton. Maybe you are.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen. I would love to get Cortland done in the 20s and then draft a playmaker. Because I don't want to have to go out and make a trade or do something crazy to go get a top flight wide receiver and pay him $30 million plus. It'd be great if you could manage the price in that room. Cortland's a great football player. Get him done at a reasonable
You've
deal.
heard your head coach say that you've got a young guy who reminds you of Marcus Colston. Boom, there you're good. You're good right there. You're starting to bring two of your speedsters who are actually getting touches in the game. Boom, that's only going to get better and bigger.
Well, but if you let Cortland go, you still got to find a number one.
Well, then maybe
despite
if
you've
Marcus
got a young,
Colston, wasn't he a 1-2 for a while, for a long time?
Vele's not ready to be a one. Look, we
By
like
next year.
No.
Ooh, you think so?
Why not?
Oh, man.
Why do we put limitations on guys?
You think he's got that kind of talent? That'd be a hell of a draft pick, man, if he can rise to that.
Vele, as it stands today, is a great role
What
player.
did the coach call him?
Colston.
Yeah, go look at Colston's number.
Okay.
I'm just going with what the coach says.
I'll tell you what a number one
I mean,
looks
that's
like.
my guy.
I'll
That's
tell you
not-
what a number one looks like. I just saw it in Power Field. Jerry Jeudy looks like a number one to me.
One game. He had more yards in that game than he had the previous seven.
That's true, but it's building there.
Yeah, whatever.
But Jerry Jeudy looks like a number one.
Jerry Jeudy in that game looked like why you drafted him in the first
Yes.
round. Yes. And
fast, elusive,
he also led
open.
the league when he was in Denver 1 year with drops.
Okay.
And I'm not just putting it all on him because he had crap organizations and
But
no,
on that
no
field,
direction.
On that field where Cortland Sutton plays really, really well,
yeah,
we saw the difference between a Cortland Sutton
and Cortland.
well.
Look, Cortland means a lot to this young quarterback right now. It means a lot. He's got great chemistry with him. He believes in him, and it's working. Cortland's got 1 year left, so you could make him play out one more year if you want to do that. It's kind of the Jamal Murray contract conversation. If you want to make him earn it one more year, yeah, you could do that, or you just get it handled right now.
Devontae Adams' last 3 games looked like a back to number one wide receiver again.
Has he been doing good for them? I haven't even paid attention.
I mean,
Is that right?
he blew up last game. They still lost to Miami.
Yeah. What, is that on Devontae Adams?
I don't know.
Hey, we all.
Well, he's going to be available probably.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
He's
Devontae
no,
Adams?
Actually, I think he's literally a free agent, isn't he?
Wow. How old is Devontae Adams? That's kind of interesting.
32?
Devontae Adams is 32?
I'm guessing.
I'm a big Devontae Adams fan, man. I am a huge Devontae Adams fan.
No, he's not a free agent.
No.
But you know what? They'll cut him or trade him. They'll cut him. They'll cut him because nobody's going to want to pay Devontae. He's got a $38 million cap hit. Yeah. Nobody's going to want to pay that in a trade. So he'll get cut and he'll be a free agent.
We'll get back to more of the Broncos here in a second. But when we talk about
so
older,
Devontae Adams $23 million or Cortland Sutton $23 million?
Cortland Sutton. On that, I would go Cortland Sutton to be, and I'll tell you why. I think the age is concerning enough, and I think you can find a Justin Jefferson, Jerry Jeudy-like guy, I hope, in the first round.
And he's a grumpy diva that has issues.
Yeah, I like Cortland Sutton.
You've got a beautiful thing right now with Cortland Sutton and Bo Nix.
I agree.
I don't want to lose that.
I don't want to lose it either.
He's 31.
Devontae Adams? Yeah, Devontae's a little... I like him. I do like him. And I liked him more since I watched receiver. But, the chemistry's pretty good here with this team. And it's an interesting blend. It's not... I wouldn't call the Broncos like a young team, but they're not a very playoff experienced team. So they feel
they
younger
got
than
nobody with playoff experience.
They got a
except
couple
some
guys.
Older guys.
Ben Powers with the Ravens.
Yeah, some older guys.
Who else, man?
McGlinchey
with the Niners. Did Brandon Jones go there with the Dolphins? Was he there with the Dolphins, I think? Some stuff like that. It's small stuff.
29.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So he's not that much younger than Devontae.
Couple years. But
Devontae will he'll get $30 million. He will.
You think so?
Yeah. He's not going to get 38.
Wow.
He's not going to get 38.
You think Devontae Adams at his age is going to get $30 million? Well, I definitely don't want the Broncos to do that.
I bet he gets a 2-year deal that's about 30-ish.
Well, I have no desire for the Broncos to do that. That's ridiculous. I'd much rather pay Cortland Sutton and go after other people.
Mm-hmm.
That makes no sense to me. And you sucked up a little bit of your cap money. Well spent with Garrett Bowles. Good job. I like that. That's a good deal.
Look, I want to retain all the guys that we can. And normally you don't feel that way. But I don't want to lose Zach Allen when that time comes up. I don't want to lose Nick Benito when that time comes up. And I don't want to lose Cortland Sutton right now. And all three of those guys are going to come up at about the same time. So if you want to retain them all, you got to start prioritizing it and you got to start getting ahead of it.
Hey, let me we'll get back to the Broncos and let's football go in a little bit. I keep seeing things about Jimmy Butler, Scott. And me and Dan were talking about it earlier because on the surface, I really like Jimmy Butler. But am I in love with Jimmy Butler from 2 years ago and not the Jimmy Butler now? I mean, when
you say the same reason you don't like Devontae Adams now for the Broncos, be the same thing with Jimmy Butler.
I think so, but I'm checking in with you on this one because which is weird because the record's not that bad, but apparently he's just like, I don't know, man. Oh, what do we got here? Phoenix Suns. All right, listen, I give you past show savings.
This is Jimmy's agent quote tweeting Shams' report saying it's all false.
What's false is what? Jimmy Butler?
Utter made up BS.
All right, so what's made up is the Suns are another team that...
No, the made up is that Jimmy Butler wants traded.
That's what's made up? That he wants to be traded or that the Suns are interested?
I think all of it.
The report today is that Jimmy Butler would prefer to get a new contract from Miami.
Okay.
He signed a 3-year deal for $146 million
Holy
last year.
Cow. And he wants a new deal? All right. So we're not interested in Jimmy Butler for the Nuggets, right?
No, I'm interested in the Jimmy Butler type player.
Oh,
I'm not interested in Jimmy Butler at $48 million at 30.
Neither am I. Yeah. Well, who else?
I'm not interested in Devontae Adams at 31 and $40 million.
We seem to all be on the same page. So who are Jimmy Butler-like players? Who are they?
Got to find them.
Got any names?
Well, you know what? You got your free agents all signed up. You've already put all your extensions out there, so now you can go out and get them in the draft.
I know like 2 guys in the NBA draft right now.
Yeah, and they're both in Duke.
Right. So no interest in him. We're out on Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I don't want.
All right, let me back this.
He's
bus
35.
Up. Let me back this bus up. Do the Nuggets have to make a move?
I don't know how they do make a move, but yes, they probably do need to. The question is, how do you do it?
Do they need to make a move?
Yeah.
So you say yes.
I think the next 2 weeks will tell you the answer.
Okay. So we're going to be a little bit more patient. When's Jamal start playing again?
Well, think about this. I was talking to somebody today this. They played 22 games.
Oh, yeah?
Aaron Gordon's already missed 12.
Yep, not good.
He's already missed half your games. Jamal's already missed 5 or 6. So he's already missed a quarter of your games.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying, well, why is this team not? This doesn't seem like. Well, there's why right there. And that's your second and third biggest contracts. Have missed combined, a third of your games if you want to split the difference.
Why
have
they missed? Why have they missed those games?
Oh, injury, dummy.
Okay. What precipitated those injuries? Dummy? You call me dummy? What? I get you on the stand here.
I made you tickle.
If you don't change your face, I'm going to change it for you.
I already tried changing my face. It just went back to the same ugly thing. I tried, though.
I think if you're going to see a move, the only thing you're going to be able to do is your middle or from like 6, 7 on to 17 and probably draft picks.
Is your most tradable guy the guy that you wouldn't want to move on from, the new guy, Russ? Would he, in theory, be the most tradable guy on the roster?
You sign him as a free agent, so you won't be able to do anything until January 15th,
Oh, there you go.
I believe, on that one.
There you go.
I think. I think some team may want him. I don't know. Some teams will be scared of him.
You know what's amazing about Michael Porter Jr. this year? I actually like the way he's been playing basketball this year. Like his game is evolving. He's not just a spot shooter anymore. But the problem with Michael Porter Jr. now is you need him to shoot more threes, and he's not taking the threes.
That was,
but I like the way his game is evolving.
See, a great stat I got today, if I could find it, from our meeting today. Last year, Porter scored 28.5% of his points were in the paint.
Yeah.
This year it's 43.
Wow.
So he has changed his game. He is starting to get – and now, which is meaning when he does go, you do realize those last 2 games on the road, he was 1 of 11 from the three-point line. He still scored 20-some points, I think, in both games, but I know in that in Atlanta game for 2, because he's realized that my shot's off. Where else can I get points at?
Didn't he have a record 8 dunks in one game for him?
Yeah, or I think earlier game at home, I think. But for almost – I mean, that's a big difference. 14% higher in the paint.
We have the Michael Malone show now on our show, which is great, and we'll have him on once a week, and we had a fun time with him yesterday. I really was a little bit nervous. That's why I couched that question. Like, hey, coach, I think this is a dumb question. That's why I set it up that way. And I just said, shouldn't you just shoot more threes? And he was like, actually, yes.
Kreckman and Andy were making fun of you.
They should.
Yeah, because you went, whoa. So they were making fun of your reaction.
They can make fun of me all they want. I deserve it.
Make sure you tell them the time slot.
Noon to 3.
T-Mac, noon to 3.
Oh, they making fun of me with the when we were doing the Coach Malone show?
Yeah.
Oh.
Suck.
Cool.
Yeah. Just mention noon to 3.
That's that's fun.
Noon to 3.
Appreciate the free advertising.
Yeah, free advertising. Noon with tea. We finally got promotions.
Well, I was surprised.
Oh, D-Mac gets plenty.
Well, should you shoot more threes? Yes, we should. Pretty basic, right?
So it's such an internal thing that is so hard for a coach. We need you to shoot more threes, but the player has to have the confidence to want to shoot the threes.
You can't be discouraged if you go 1 for 11. You got to shoot, the next night 6 or 7, 9 more. Or like Malone was saying, where's your one more of this?
Well,
crazy question.
Here's the problem, though, with modern younger players, Z's, X, whatever they are. I don't even know the guys playing now.
Gen Z.
I saw Vinnie Johnson. I played a game against Vinnie Johnson, which at halftime he was 1 of 10. He finished the game 10 for 21.
There you go.
Yeah, and he finished 10 for 21 in the game or something like that. I mean, the second half, you couldn't stop him. He had to go into overtime to beat him. That ain't the mentality anymore. Team guys now with the younger generation come in, they go 1 for 10. They hide from the ball.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
They don't want the ball.
That's weird. I don't get it.
They don't stand for the spot up 3 that's open. They'll start to cut the basket, and the ball goes out of bounds trying to hit him in the corner for the 3.
We got to take a break here. Katie Wingy did shoot a video. Did you see what Katie posted at practice? Jamal just hitting 18 straight 3-pointers. These guys are that good.
Yeah.
They are in practice.
By the way, did you see my repost on her yesterday?
No. What'd you do?
She put out, is him in a good car company or car dealership, blah, blah, blah. Because I guess she wants a new car. I said, hey, check into a flatbed pickup.
It is a PhD.
Just what she needs.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I heard there was movement with StickyOrangeFingers.com. It was bowel movement, but I heard there was movement during the commercial break. We'll report on that later. Thank you to MountainHighAppliance.com. Let's football go. Stars Dan Buds Quince Tanner.
All right, obviously the Broncos extended Garrett Bowles today a 4-year contract. It's roughly around $20.5 million per. Just one more quick note on the extension, fellas. Just when it comes to the Broncos offensive line as a whole, they're paying these guys. Bowlesy, $20.5 million a year. Quinn Miners, $18 per. McGlinchey, $17.5. Ben Powers, just under $13. And then you've got your center, Luke Wattenberg, who's on a rookie-ish deal, $986,000. But do you guys like how much the Broncos have invested in their offensive line just this year?
I'm an old lineman, so I love it. I mean, Deion Sanders would build the football team the other way around. I think eventually, over time, it'll be fascinating to see. Hopefully, Deion stays at CU. Does he finally commit to the offensive line the same way that he committed to the exterior? When you're building a team, most people would build it from the inside out. Deion did the opposite. So I think it's a beautiful thing for a young offense, for a young quarterback. What is the quickest way to destroy that dude's confidence? Let him start seeing ghosts. And they're not going to let that happen. Bowlesy is worth the contract. It's a 2-year deal, and they can get out of it after 2 years. So I think it's a great thing.
The coordinators are talking right now. We are waiting to see if Garrett will step up. If so, we'll go to that and see what he's got to say about his money. But I'm thrilled with what the Broncos have done.
I didn't think it was going to happen. I'll tell you that. I really had a gut feeling that they were going to let Garrett Bowles walk, and I'm happy I was wrong. It just felt like the checkbook had been open for a very long time for that entire offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett Bowles was asking for a contract over the offseason. That went absolutely nowhere. And they let this thing get dangerously close to free agency. So it really felt to me like they were going to let him walk.
Well, it was all about the guaranteed money. And from what I was told, the guaranteed money in the second year was a bit of the sticking point. So you are, and maybe he wanted more guaranteed money. I don't know. Who knows? But I'm glad they got it done. Scott, I think it's good, man.
40 years guaranteed.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's
awesome.
good. He's good forever. No, it's good. Like I said earlier, now you can worry about other things in the draft. You don't have to worry about the offensive line.
That thing's done.
Yeah, now you're done.
It's like Lieutenant Dan, got you some Apple stock. You don't have to worry about money anymore.
I still don't think this is a great offensive line. But all you need is an offensive line that can give your quarterback 3 seconds. He's a quick decision making. This is a quick decision making offense for the most part. And then if you can be better at running the football, you're going to get your time to get more of those Mims down the middle of the field.
Let me give you a 2025 hot take. Prediction hot take. Shadur Sanders will be the most sacked quarterback in the NFL next year.
I mean, that's not insane at all. He's got bad tendencies already.
Mm-hmm.
You combine that with going to a bad situation, sure.
Yeah, and it's not going to all be the offensive line's fault. One of the reasons we're seeing this offensive line having so much more success, guys, the Broncos have a systems type of quarterback who understands certain things because he was coached like that. His dad is a coach. He looks at football different. This is Bo Nix helping all these guys.
Oh, no question about it. Bo deserves a lot of credit for it. I mean, listen, there was the same offensive line last year minus one guy, the center.
That's right.
Wasn't Russell Wilson like the most sacked quarterback in the NFL?
You tell me what a quarterback that can't make a decision does for an offensive line.
It's living hell.
You've been there.
It's brutal.
Who was your worst quarterback that you played for like that?
Robert.
RG3.
I mean, but he saved you sometimes, but it hurt you way more than he saved you. So, I mean,
that was Russ.
And
yes, Russ.
Russ did it too.
Yes, every now and then Robert would escape something that I deserved to give up a sack on.
By the way, that is kind of happening in Pittsburgh if you watch any of their games. That does happen to them a little bit with Russ too.
Sure, that's never going to change because he can't see. Then that's why it happens.
The difference is Tomlin is boy, are they on the same page, man. And Sean Payton just couldn't stomach it. And Tomlin has so much more patience for it. By the way, are you catching like how antsy Mike Tomlin is these days with the media? Have you guys caught any of that? Because he's on the last year of a deal.
No, he signed a new deal.
I thought he got extended.
No. He was up over the offseason, and he just signed a new deal.
How long for? For how long?
Oh, I don't know.
Because I just saw him walk. I just saw him walk off when a reporter asked him about having 1 year left on his contract.
He signed a 3-year extension.
Okay.
Goes through 2027.
Because he just had a little walk-off moment yesterday. Maybe I'm seeing the wrong thing.
Last year, maybe that was something old that you saw, because last year that was the huge story. He was super grumpy, and they were acting like he was going to walk away from the team. Then he got to the offseason, they ended up giving him a new deal.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, the Broncos will face the Colts coming up on Sunday. Really the first time they faced a running quarterback like Anthony Richardson. Here is Sean Payton from yesterday talking about the challenges of facing a running quarterback like AR.
Yeah, it brings a lot of challenges. You kind of get your 11th man back. There's zone schemes, there's gap schemes. There's a number of things that can stress you. We had the benefit of that a little bit with Taysom Hill the same way. He's got great arm strength down the field. So, a big part of their run game is, both he and the halfback. So it presents, a completely different type challenge than weeks prior.
Okay, so completely different type of challenge. For you guys, is this sort of the final challenge for this Broncos defense to show that they are legitimate and can defend any sort of offensive weapon? Is this the final test?
No. I mean,
Herbert, Burrows, Mahomes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure.
But like the running style.
It's a unique, I'll give you this, to Dan's point. The Broncos have not handled this well over the past. When they've gone up against quarterbacks like this, they've changed their DNA, they've changed what they do. The tendency when you go up against running quarterbacks is you change the way that you rush. So back in the day, it used to be you never rush past the QB. So keep them contained. Well, nowadays, everybody goes over the hump because that's how you get sacks. And the tendency when you go against these guys is to box rush them, try to keep them in that pocket. I say do everything in your power to get after Anthony Richardson, because he will cough it up. He's had 3 turnovers in the last couple of games, but he also had 3 fumbles that the other team didn't pick up.
You got a vibe on predicting this game? You got a vibe of where it's going to go?
I don't. It's a really hard one. I don't know how to predict this one, to be totally honest with you, because I don't know what Anthony Richardson you're going to get. I mean, the Broncos should win. There's no way that I look at these matchups and I see a problem for the Broncos. Control Jonathan Taylor and don't let Anthony Richardson hit you over the head. You should be okay.
All right, we'll be down at Joe Willie's tomorrow from noon to 3 if you want to have some lunch with us and get to a football Friday down there. You got a vibe on this one?
It scares the hell out of me.
Scares the hell out of you too?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Because, they played Baltimore. That's kind of a mobile, get out and run quarterback.
Could be, yeah.
And they changed everything they'd done up to that point.
Lamar was a little hurt going into that game, though, too.
Yeah, but I'm talking about his MO, right? So now they changed up and kept him from doing that, and he picked you apart. I don't know if Richardson has that capability.
It just feels hard for me to believe that a guy who kind of quit during a game, was benched for Joe Flacco, has come back in. I get it, they're coming off a bye week too, but is it their time to rise up? I mean, this would be an unbelievable game for them. They're right on the cusp of the playoffs too.
So Anthony Richardson, he's had 3 games since he got benched. And in those 3 games, he had 2 pretty solid games, and I would say last week was a bad game. I mean, he threw for 2 touchdowns, but he also had 2 interceptions, and he only threw for 109 yards. So he's not coming off a world beater game.
No, and they were
and
very.
And he put the ball on the ground also that they didn't recover it.
Well, and they went for 2 to beat the Patriots, and they were just 2 weeks ago, they had a bye. But
how about this? They're 5-4 with him starting this year.
Okay,
his completion percentage is 47.4.
Yikes.
That's terrible.
That's garbage.
7 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
Those are your Tebow numbers right there, my man.
Yeah.
That's them.
I'm not scared of Anthony Richardson. It's just that he's unpredictable.
He does average 15 yards a carry.
Let me ask you guys this. Let me frame it this way. Do you think there are any teams the Broncos faced when Tim Tebow was the starter that were afraid of the Broncos?
No.
For the same reasons, right?
But not until about week 4 or 5.
But it was a similar vibe. It's unpredictable.
It's unpredictable, but really we're going to lose to this? I bet you if we were doing talk radio And every other station, every other market that the Broncos were playing with Tebow, I bet it was this exact conversation.
I agree.
Like, we're not going to lose to these guys with him. You got to be kidding me. He's got a 47% completion percentage. That is stunning, and that was what Tebow's completion percentage.
So you know
was.
what?
He was a little bit lower. He was 46.5.
Scott just brought up a good point that Anthony Richardson is averaging 15 yards on the ground when he runs the ball. You know what? I don't care.
Who cares?
I really don't care. He's not going to beat the Denver Broncos running the ball.
8 carries for 90 yards.
Just don't let him beat you over, because here's the problem. Here's where they catch you on these. When you are so concerned with the run, that's when they beat you over the top. So don't let him have the big plays. You'll be fine.
Oh, by the way, Riley Moss was out. He ain't playing. And I doubt he plays on Thursday, too.
Remember when Sean Payton said it was not a big deal?
Yeah. Next story, Dan.
You're not a doctor, Sean.
Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam spoke yesterday and said he was non-committal about Deshaun Watson's future with the organization. So Watson is under contract through the 2026 season. He signed a record-setting $230 million contract in March of 22. Here's Garrett Bowles.
Let's hear from Garrett Bowles.
Let's head to Dove Valley.
This is a dream come true. I grew up in the city. I became a man in the city as a football player, as a husband, and get to be here long term with my family means the world to me. I'm just so grateful for the Penner family and what an amazing ownership group we have, and everyone on that team and the love that they have here, and the time I got to spend with them and to see them changing this place with new facilities and everything that I get to be a part of now is amazing. I love George Payton to death. I think we have one of the best GMs in football. In all the National Football League, and the relationship I have with him and the love I have for him and his family and how grateful I am. I'm grateful for, Coach Payton and the love I have for him. And, he came in here, he could have let me walk, and, he believed in me, and, this offense fits me, and I'm just grateful I get to be a part of him and seeing him turn this around. And, Coach Streif, I'm so grateful for an O-line coach that just lets me be myself. And, it's a humbling time to be, in my family, a place where I've always thought I'd be. And, it wasn't easy. I didn't start off the way I wanted to start off here, but I get to finish how I want to finish, and it's good to be a Bronco for life, and I'm just very grateful.
Garrett, you've been through some tough times here team-wise, to now kind of be on what seems like the other side of that and be able to be here for the success and be part of the turnaround. What does that mean to you?
It means the world. All I wanted to do was win here. And win at the highest level. I'm playing the biggest games and the biggest moments, with the biggest stars and the brightest lights. I think that's what you live for, to hear. And, this organization, and when you talked about some of the greats and, as they come around and you get to speak to them and they played in those type of games, and, just the culture that we have here from, for so many years to now, it's awesome, man, to be where we're at. It's not over. It's not done. We still have a lot of work to do. But, we're putting people in the right positions to be successful. We have an amazing young quarterback that's going to, do what he needs to do. We get to have an amazing O-line, the closest group of dudes I've ever been around, the love I have for them with, playing with one of the best left guards in football, Ben Powers and Luke and Mike and Quinn and all those guys. I just love them dearly, and our receivers and everyone that we have. It's awesome. Our defense is playing phenomenal with, seeing Coach Vance Joseph do his thing. He drafted me here. And, it seems like, like yesterday I was drafted, but, it's 8 years has gone by. And so I'm just very grateful to be here and to see the success we have and the more success that we're gonna do, and, all the exciting times that are ahead of us.
In both your contract extensions, it seemed like you had to prove yourself to the people upstairs. You didn't have the fifth-year option. That 1 year, you proved yourself. You got the extension. This year, it took a while into the year while other people got picked up. What was your attitude about that? Did you feel that way, that you had to prove yourself?
Listen, I continue to prove myself. I've never been the guy that's, My whole life, I've always had to prove people wrong. I think that's just my attitude and the love that I have, and I think that's what makes me successful. Is I have that, the extra edge to want to be great and to work hard. But I always believed in myself. I'm the biggest believer in myself, and I have an amazing team with my agent Chase Callahan, and my beautiful wife Natalie, and my 3 beautiful kids, my mom, my dad, my brothers and sisters. Like, I had such an amazing team. My uncle, all my legal team, everyone that's a part of my team that. Everyone that I love, my consultants, my trainers, everyone that I just love so much has just, put me in the right position and has created a mindset for me to go out and achieve great things. I've always knew that I could be great. I always know I can. I always know that I can be one of the, best left tackles in football and be here, the longest left tackle in Broncos history. Like that's always been my goal. I had to prove myself. It was a new coaching staff, I knew Coach Payton and the way that he has a certain way about players and certain offensive schemes, and I had to adjust some things. And over the years, it always takes a little bit people to love me and to fall in love with me, and I just have to trust that process. And the good Lord always had a plan for me, and it's for me to be here in Denver.
We congratulate Garrett Bowles. We have some stunning numbers, and you want to talk about a redemption story? Good questions, too, by the way. Those were significant. Not everybody was all for Garrett Bowles on this journey. So to get to this moment, it's one of the more amazing Broncos stories of all time. Details next.
Hey guys, if you started to notice that your hair's falling out, that's a bad feeling. Maybe you got a bald spot. Maybe you got the receding hairlines. Whatever you got, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. I know you might have already gone online and you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. You're frustrated because nothing's working the way that you want it to. Well, Advanced Hair Restoration, you will get your hair fixed the right way for life. Guys, at Advanced Hair Restoration, they've got the Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff is the best of the best. And you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment. So at Advanced Hair Restoration, what sets them apart is their belief in what they do. They guarantee that your hair is going to grow for life. That's right, for life. Lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. And that's a good feeling when you know you're working with a company that believes in what they do so much that they guarantee it for life. So don't settle for losing your hair. Do something about it. Do it the right way with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. Now it's your turn. You call today, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR, 720-459-HAIR, or visit them online at advancedhair.com.
Wow, Bolsey's still talking? The hell's he talking about?
He's reminiscing about his previous 7.5 years in Denver.
Okay.
Takes a long time to count out loud all those zeros.
All right, let me give you some stunning numbers here about Garrett Bowles. It's just mind-boggling. So do we just want to go with the 41 guaranteed, or do we want to go with, like, everything else you could possibly make here?
I'd go with the 41 personally.
You just want, and it's really 41.9, so we can round up to 42.
Sure.
And 79.42. Why don't we just make it 80 and then really make it easy for us? Garrett Bowles, with this contract, will have made 120-ish million dollars as a left tackle of the Denver Broncos.
Pretty amazing. You know what?
$120 million.
And he lives an awfully humble lifestyle, too. He lives just down the street from me. I bet the house he bought, it's the same house he bought his rookie year. Probably $500,000, $600,000 home, totally middle of the road. Humble dude, still in the same place.
Really?
Yep.
He can move in the Bo Nix neighborhood if he wanted to.
He could absolutely have a bowling alley in his house if he wants to.
Well, why? That's a mistake you made. Why?
Yeah,
he's got 3 kids now. They've grown up there. There's probably a neighborhood since you moved there. There's probably a good neighborhood with kids.
I'm with you. How big do you need that house? By the way, another thing with Russ, not to bag on Russ, but really, it's got to be the most expensive house ever in the history of Colorado.
But you're also married to a Grammy-winning, Hollywood superstar. I mean, there's a.
But I mean, like a $5 million house, that wouldn't have worked.
Have you seen Bo Nix's? No, I'm literally asking.
Hey, Carmelo Anthony, Denver wouldn't work over New York?
I didn't understand why.
What?
Well, have you got? Are you calling it the wife factor?
I mean, I think part of Russ's thing was the wife factor too.
I'll tell you this with Bowles, and he mentioned his wife Natalie, and she's been incredibly supportive. One of my favorite Garrett Bowles stories was when, remember the whole thing, like she was helping him with reps, like in the kitchen or whatever, something like
during
that.
COVID or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. Listen, man, let's give this guy full credit. Guy had learning disabilities growing up. Guy had some issues in Utah. Guy had some family issues. You want to talk about an inspirational dude.
Yeah.
And somebody who sadly they're dealing with issues with one of their kids, and that's been something. And the way he's given back, and I've never heard anything kind of as mean as an individual player of him being booed by 80,000 people for the holding stuff. I mean, it was brutal, man.
I've literally, in my entire life, I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen an
crazy,
offensive
right?
lineman get booed by the entire stadium.
Right?
Ever.
I mean, even Dan Tanner just can't stop today.
Holding offense.
Really, Dan?
Number 72.
Really? You got to play
Holding
again?
Offense. Number 72.
Scott brought it up.
I mean, we can stop it for today.
Holding
Really?
offense.
Dan.
Number 72.
Why are you doing that, Dan?
I mean, we're going to be the ones that get the blame.
Holding
Stop
offense.
it.
Number 72.
Crying out loud.
I mean, just because he has the most holding penalty in the last 8 years doesn't mean
Number
anything.
72.
I do not want to be associated with Dan Tanner.
Whoa.
On this particular thing. Everything else is fine.
D-Mac and I used to be really bad. We used to have jingles made for him. We used to have
so bad.
We used to have the AutoZone. Oh my gosh,
Oh my
it was
God.
bad.
That was really. I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah.
We did that. Hold me closer.
Actually, I
Tiny
did.
We
I
really
did,
did kill
I did
him. Oh my
nothing.
God.
I was just guilty by association of being on the show.
Well, I'm here to say, because I know Bowles actually does personally hate me. I know that.
That's a big club, though.
It's a small club. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a big club. Who knows? But I'm here to tell, and I doubt he'll ever hear this or get. I hope it gets back to him. I'm really happy for Garrett, and I'm glad he got the deal done, and I think he deserves every penny. And reading more about the contract, he probably could have made $3 to $4 million more a year if he went out on free agency, according to some of the speculation there, what his value was on the street. So he gave them a little bit of a hometown discount, and I think the whole thing is pretty cool. I'm glad it got done.
One of the greatest redemption stories in Denver Broncos history. I can't think of any other players that have had the turnaround that he's had. You know, when he was a rookie, he used to call me after every game. He'd call me after every game and ask me what I thought and how he played and all those sorts of things. He's always been very open to reaching out to alumni, being involved, and just he's a foxhole guy. That's what it comes down to.
And you know what?
He's a foxhole guy.
Who are like the Broncos, Colorado guys? We can think of them off the top of our head, you know? Rod and Eddie, and looks like TD is going to be one of those guys here. You know what I'm saying? That they just are here. I mean, you certainly will, of course. Schlereth, as it turns out. Well, yeah, for the most part.
He was.
Well, he does a lot of traveling. But yes. Bowles is going to be he's one of us, man. He is a Colorado guy. He ain't going anywhere. He's not going to go back to Utah. He's going to be
Simmons
here forever.
is another one of those guys, but yeah.
Do you think Simmons will stay here?
I do. I think this is home.
Like David Bruden? Didn't David Bruden?
David Bruden's still here.
No doubt about it.
David Bruden's a hell of a story. You know what that guy's done with his life?
Yeah.
He went back to school, got his doctorate. He's got a rehab facility that's open now,
He's
right down the
awesome.
street from the Broncos facility. He's crushing it.
Noshawn's one of those guys. Noshawn's, do you know?
Noshawn surprised me.
Yeah.
Because
Noshawn's such a good guy, by the way. I got to be friends with him afterwards. What an awesome dude.
Yeah.
He sells real estate. Did you know that?
Wow.
He does real estate stuff. Bowles is a Colorado guy for life. There ain't no doubt about it. I'll be stunned when he's done playing if he does anything but live here the rest of his life. I'll be amazed if he does.
Wolf is a Colorado guy.
Mm-hmm. Lucky us.
Wow.
See? Part of the club.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you firsthand. No loyalty over there.
Oh, well.
No loyalty coming out of DMAC.
No, you see what he did with Tanner already.
Well. Boy, we're almost done with the show. We're so damn close. Congratulations to Garrett Bowles.
It's good. Again, you've solidified your offensive line, and it's I always go back to Hubie Brown's story. As a coach, he told me you got 5 guys you got to worry about every night, 5 starters. If I know this starter's going to give me X, Y, Z, now I've only got to worry about 4. Well, you've got, for an offensive coach, you got the offensive line, the backfield, the quarterback, your wide receivers. Guess what? You ain't got to worry about the quarterback. You ain't got to worry about the offensive line. Now you start focusing tight ends. You can put a group in there. Tight ends, wide receivers, and running backs. How fast can we improve that area? And I think that's easier to improve than it would be the offensive line.
Absolutely.
Or quarterback.
Avalanche back in town tonight. How about that?
Rolling.
They are rolling, actually. Hey, is it Wedge? Which wood?
Yeah.
What wood we got
Who's bringing
tonight?
the wood tonight?
What kind of wood are we doing? We doing the wedgie? We doing the blackie?
The
what do we
wedgie.
got there? The wedgie. So we got Wedgewood, not Blackwood tonight. We got
Wedgie.
Miles Wood. We're going with the wedgie. But Blackwood talked today, right? All right, whatever. We got Wood. That's tonight.
You're asking Dan like he's going to pay attention.
I don't know, man.
He
He's
said
supposed
the
to be the
Avs were his
guy.
favorite team when he was a kid, and Joe Sakic was his favorite player. That's what
It's actually in his
Blackwood said today.
Wikipedia.
That's dream come true. That is tonight. Pregame at 6:30 with Birdo.
And the new goalies are both glue guys.
They are, yes,
Yeah.
as it turns out.
And they got a personality.
Yeah, they're not weirdo doorknobs. It's a step up. Speaking of weirdo doorknobs, Nate and Andy coming up next. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, we're here. Welcome in. We are live at Stoney's today, heart of downtown Denver. 11th and Lincoln is where we are positioned today, as we are getting you set for the Avalanche and Utah Hockey Club tonight. Big one between the Avs and Club this evening. Plus, we got Thursday Night Football, Rams and Niners. Watch the game right here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Have a Tullamore Dew.
Dew and a brew.
A dew and a brew. That's a Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey and a cold beer right here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, which is where you should be watching Thursday Night Football tonight. And, of course, the Avalanche will be in action. Oh, we got a jam-packed show today on the show. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. That's next hour. Our friend, the oil baron, Bill Armstrong, is going to be on the show. CEO of Armstrong Oil and Gas. You're like, why are you talking to an oil baron? Well, for those that may not remember, and Andy, you go way back with Bill. You guys
way back.
You guys are bros from way back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Bill is one of the lead boosters of the SMU football program. We talked to Bill back in September and talked to him about SMU going to the ACC and not taking television money and the billions that have been pumped into that program. Probably more like millions, but still an awful lot of cash pumped into that football program to build a winner. And now we sit on the precipice of the first expanded college football playoff, and SMU is in. No, they did not win the ACC. They lost to Clemson in the title game, but SMU is going to the playoff. They will play Penn State. Winner of that game faces Boise State in the Fiesta Bowl. But Bill Armstrong, who is an advocate, a booster, a donor, a funder of the program, is going to join us today at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, and we're gonna talk to him, and we're gonna pepper him with questions about college football from the people that are the real power brokers. Andy, it's the guys with the checkbooks.
Yeah, we had a number of people hit us up with a tweet that was very interesting that I forwarded on to him because he'd not heard about this yet. But the former Milwaukee Bucks owner is saying the new billionaire thing now is to go invest in college football teams.
Yeah.
And try to buy off like 50% of the college football team, and then rich guys, of course, know how to make money off of that, whatever. So I'm going to ask him about that. Where does he think that's going? Obviously, ACC's got a new problem to deal with in their conferences. Bill Belichick's been announced as the head coach of UNC, and you even want to know from a money man standpoint, what did you think of your guys' strategy at the end?
Yeah, I'm curious to think of what he thought about the way that SMU closed out the year. Quite frankly, I want to ask him about Kevin Jennings and what it costs to keep a player like that in your college football program in transfer portal season. So,
well, and I'm curious, the minute you sign a guy like Bill Belichick, I just want to know, I want him to educate us.
Yeah.
When does the Bill Armstrong of North Carolina get the call?
Sure.
We need you now, we need you later. Now we've got this collective we got to pay for.
I'd say he got the call the moment that Mac Brown stepped down.
Right.
Probably even before that of cha-ching, if you will. But, yeah, Belichick joins the ACC now. A lot of interesting stuff. Again, we're talking college football with a money man is really what it is. And if you're curious about the old inner workings, how the sausage is made, if you will, listen in coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Talk to our buddy Jonathan Von Tobel today on the show as well. VSiN, JVT. We'll talk NBA. He's also a Colts fan. Broncos getting ready to take on the Colts. And the left tackle, Andy, I think is going to be in a pretty good mood because Garrett Bowles just got a 4-year, $82 million contract extension this morning. Just over $40 million guaranteed. Broncos are going to pay $20 million a year for Garrett Bowles in his age 33, age 34, and then maybe even beyond that season if he remains healthy and productive and continues to be a very good player. Andy, I'll be honest, I was surprised by this.
I think you and I both were.
Yeah, I was surprised when the organization made the move right here. They had not touched Garrett Bowles' contract. It looked as though the team was ready to move forward without him, but it's a very similar situation. In 2020, they turned down his fifth-year option, and Bowles went out and had a great year and earned a contract extension. And then this was another year where they didn't mess with his money at all. It looked like the organization was ready to move on, and yet he's played like a top 10 left tackle in the NFL. The Broncos have a rookie quarterback that they're going forward with. And I guess the organization decided, no, it makes sense We're saving money at quarterback. Let's spend it at left tackle. They've locked up Miners, Powers, McGlinchey, and now Bowles all through at least 2026. Sean Payton likes his expensive offensive line. It's been a good offensive line. They've gotten what they paid for, and he's going to keep doing it. Garrett Bowles going to stick around.
Yeah, but let's see. $20 million a year for a number of those guys. What's going to get you farther? $20 million a year for a good offensive line at 4 different positions, and that that's roughly when you do all the math what everybody makes
ish,
or $40 million per a receiver,
right?
Or a top end skill talent.
Exactly. They've decided we're gonna spend it on the O-line.
Yeah, because guess what? When they get some time, it looks like all of a sudden this receiver group is all right anyway. Still would like an upgrade there, but now it allows you to truly dive into the draft and what I would assume either be, depending on what you do with Nick Bonito, you either dive in for a pass rusher or you dive in for some sort of receiver, tight end. Running back to help at the skill position.
Yeah, you don't have an urgency to draft a tackle now, which is something that they bought today. Now, look, this is basically a 2-year deal. We know what this contract is. It's at $20 million per. He's gonna make that over 2 years. He's gonna get most of his guaranteed money. If the Broncos want to cut bait going into his age 35 season, but hey, Trent Williams has shown and other guys have shown you can be kind of ageless at that position. And Bowles has had phenomenal durability. You look at his stats this year. ESPN has his pass block win rate at 93%. According to True Media from The Athletic, he's allowed 14 pressures and 1 sack on 481 pass block snaps. Now, his penalties are up a little bit this year. He's third in the NFL in holding penalties right now. He's got 11 penalties overall, so it's been a bit of a flaggier season from Garrett Bowles this year. But ultimately, Andy, as we sit here today, I mean, that's one nit you could pick, but the Broncos' offense is good. The Broncos' offense is consistent and improving, and ultimately what the organization decided is let's have one less thing to tinker with. This is worth investing in right now. I was surprised by it with the age that he was getting up to, but the organization said, screw it. This is a win-now window while we got a rookie quarterback.
I do believe their offensive line is good chemistry.
Yeah.
Now look, Bo Nix, you cannot deny Bo Nix helps that. Bo Nix is not holding the ball the way Russell Wilson and some other quarterbacks once did. He is a quick release guy. It's one of the reasons why he is the perfect, quarterback for Sean Payton and this offense and what they want to do. But at the same time, I do think this offensive line has good chemistry.
Yep.
They've shown a good run game at points this year when the backs are able to hit the hole. Look, there's just no reason with this team likely to make the playoffs. And right now, if I had to bet, I would bet they're going to make the playoffs.
70%
and win the games
chance right now
to get in there.
Yeah, they win on Sunday. It's pretty much 90%.
You'd like to be able to add, don't subtract. Look, maybe a left tackle magically falls to you in the draft, and that's the old best player available when you're drafting in what's probably going to be the mid-late, to early 20s.
Yeah.
At this point, they're at like 23 right now. Fine, then you jump on it. Then you got lucky. You know what? And like you said, it's a 2-year deal. You let the guy come in here, learn under Garrett, and then whatever the next year. But it's not like you're committed to the guy for another 5 years. And frankly, I think they did like Paul Chesky over there once upon a time. But you know what you've got in Garrett. And you know what? I like the story. Good for Garrett.
Got his third contract.
Smack on the rears for guys on Mondays.
Yeah.
I'm going to give a late, early, however you want to look at it, smack on the rear to Garrett Bowles because he's played himself into a player that you would miss if he was gone. Okay? I'm not going to call him a top 5 or 3 tackle in the game, but he's a guy that you'd like to see kept around, I think.
When we watched him play his first 3 years in the NFL.
Oh, they look like a bust.
If you would have said this guy's one day going to get his third contract here in Denver, it would have been like, well, is everybody okay? Because I'm concerned about them. But 2020, man, something clicked with that guy. He figured it out. He has been a good player since then. He's been very durable. A couple of years ago, he had the leg injury, but he's, other than that, been durable. He plays 16, 17 games a year every single season. I give this guy credit. He's, to me, and I agree with you, Andy, he's a great story. He's a great story because, really, this guy was much closer to flaming out of the league than he was to getting $20 million a year through his age 34 or 35 season.
You know who else I think you need to give some credit to, and I think they've made a good pair, is Ben Powers.
Yeah.
I mean, guards, look, for whatever it's worth, Mark Schlereth used to tell me about how much communication and helping he did with the Hall of Famer Gary Zimmerman. It's just, guys, I'm sure Tyler would tell you, your guard-tackle relationship can be very important, especially get into loud games or whatever. They just have to rely on each other quite a bit. And I think Ben Powers has come in and solidified the position at left guard.
Yep.
You know, look, I think Dalton Reisner was a good player here, but Dalton Reisner sort of hit a plateau quicker than I think any of us thought. I think we thought he'd go to a next level that he probably didn't really hit while he was here. So, you know, Ben Powers comes in, and did you overpay for Powers? Did you overpay for McGlinchey? Yeah, you did.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's what happens at free agency, though. Guess what? Now you don't have to go overpay for another tackle if you can't find one to draft.
And
you've already got your own.
This is the biggest thing to me too. Is okay. It's funny you use that term overpay. I don't disagree with you, but ultimately they're getting what they pay for, at least in this sense. They're spending a ton of money on their offensive line, and their offensive line is good.
Yeah.
You know?
So you spend the money.
Right. We've seen this team at other stages spend big on position groups and have them been terrible.
Hey, and I know I was hearing Rob Trujillo was filling in this morning on the morning sprint, and he was expressing some concern, which for a lot of people I get. People are like, how is he still $20 million?
Yeah.
Which, fair enough, but look, man.
That's what a tackle costs.
Yeah, it's like a house. Go
Yeah.
look at a house in Denver. Guess what? For funsies, I looked at a house I looked at 10 years ago up in the old neighborhood. Maybe some nostalgia. Sucker's gone to about $1 million. It was $400,000 or $500,000 a few years ago. Now it's $1 million. Does that make it $1 million home? No, that's what the market is.
Yeah.
Football is no different.
Yeah.
Okay, a left tackle, you're average to better, and I would say he's good. He's not average. He's good. He's not, again, not a top 3 to 5, but he's really good. He's in the top 10.
Rob was sprinting today?
No. Well,
he didn't pull anything, did he?
Only on this show.
Is he going to be okay?
Oh!
Okay.
Yeah,
Did he
boy,
warm?
wow.
Did he warm up?
All right, do you like being at odds with coworkers? How does D-Mac feel about that?
D-Mac's not sprinting, is he? That's a guaranteed pulled hamstring.
D-Mac could. Yeah, there it is. D-Mac could sprint. I don't know. D-Mac could probably sprint.
He could? Okay.
He rides that bike.
He falls off it a lot.
Well, that's because he's sprinting and not paying attention to what he should be doing.
It is the Greipman and Lindahl show. You get crapped on by everybody around here, and the moment that I shoot a couple of arrows, you're like, whoa.
Hey, look, D-Mac's coming at everybody, so I don't care. Poor Rob's just a fill-in. I feel like Rob caught strays out of nowhere. I don't feel like Rob's on enough to catch strays.
I'm just worried about him. That's all. I concern myself with the well-being of my coworkers.
Just a fast answer. How many of this on-air lineup would you be concerned if any of us had to sprint?
Every single
you can put
one
me
of
in
them.
the category. I'm not gonna, hey, yeah, you're like, I was. Hey, don't you worry about that.
Have you run more than 3 steps this decade?
No, that's not fair. Yes, I have. My last Vail tournament came just 4 or 5 years ago. It was pre-deck.
Okay. All right. 4 or 5? That
When did the deck happen? 21?
Good question.
I went to Vail the summer before the deck fall happened.
It was in COVID.
I want to say it was 21.
Okay.
Because it wasn't 20.
Okay. So it was the deck's fault.
Now I know it was 21. What I really can't.
Uh-huh.
I burst. And it just it screams. The ligaments in there. No! Like I can literally hear them. It's like a rubber band that you hear.
Andy, I think burst is something that causes you to miss a segment.
I burst.
Burst is not something that you can physically do.
Where I live, I have a road I like to cross where the speed limit in a residential zone is 35. Everybody decides coming around the corner, it's a great place to go 55. So when you're walking your dog, you've got to get across that thing, or you might be in trouble.
Do you do the
oh, no, I look like Lamar Jackson.
When you're
it's
crossing,
more that burst.
you do the
Oh,
thing
it's
where
an
you
upright run.
You swing your arms like you're running, but actually if you look at your feet, it's still just a dead walk.
Well, I've got leashes.
I'm moving, I
so
swear.
I can't.
I'm going.
No.
I'm getting out of your way right now.
The last time I felt fast, I was in a wind. I used to be able to create wind in my helmet when I would run. Now I need to be in the wind to feel that through anything.
Now you just create wind in your pants?
You know, pal, Mr. Electric Bike, you're no triathlete over there, Nate Kreckman.
Oh, no, I cranked that pedal assist right up. Yeah. Let the machinery do the work
I know
for
you and your rad power bike are looking for a hell track of your own to take around this town.
He's more machine now than man, twisted and evil.
Now we're fighting with each other. You know what? Screw Rob. Make fun of Rob.
That's what I call myself on that bike, Darth Radster. Yeah.
Really?
I'm out there ripping it up.
You got scuba gear on so you can do the.
It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Yes, sometimes Andy has loose bowels. We are with you
Hey,
today.
you better watch out. I took a chance at lunch today. You never know.
We're with you until 6. We'll talk to our buddy JVT. We're going to talk to him about the Nuggets and the NBA and get his thoughts on Anthony Richardson coming to town. We got so much to do. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade. That's right, Thursday night football tonight. Sport Trade is the perfect site to use if you like live betting. If you're looking to get some action once you see the game going, start to get a bit of a hunch, well, then go to getsporttrade.com and download Sport Trade today. Instant in-play betting, no spinny wheels. They're not going to cancel your bet, change the odds, anything else like that. You put a wager down on Sport Trade, live betting, boom, it goes right through, and Sport Trade cuts that vig in half. Most books are offering minus 115 lines on in-play markets. Nope. Sport Trade giving you much better prices than that. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use code NATE. Earn 10% cash back on every bet you place in your first week. Terms, of course, do apply. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors.
Watch them pick for Taylor to the flat. Richardson looking. Richardson, end zone. It is caught for the Indianapolis touchdown. Alec Pierce able to squeeze it. Feels like this is his best chance right here. Going for 2 in the lead. Richardson pulls it back. Richardson bangs it in. And the Indianapolis Colts have taken the lead.
Yeah, the Anthony Richardson experience. You saw it all their last time out in New England. Winning 2-point conversion that he slammed in. 2 tutties. He also had 2 interceptions, completed exactly 50% of his throws. But the Colts got a victory. It has been a wild year for Anthony Richardson. It has gone from week 1 hitting a, 70-yard bomb to Alec Pierce, and I'm talking about 70 air yards, to eventually getting benched after asking out of a game because he was tired, to then returning and playing a little bit better. But this is a guy that still only has 13 NFL starts to his name in year 2. Joining us right now, talk a little bit about the Colts as well as some NBA stuff. He is the host of VSiN Primetime, which you listen to on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. He is on Twitter at @JVT. He is Jonathan Von Tobel. JVT, how you doing, pal?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm happy now that everybody realizes that the Joe Flacco thing was an absolute abhorrent mistake, and we are now back on the Anthony Richardson train.
Yeah, develop the young quarterback and get him better. You've been watching this guy for a couple of years now. John, you're a Colts fan through and through. What is the experience like of watching a guy that you know is so tantalizingly athletic and yet also so raw and mistake-prone as an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, I think frustrating is probably the word to use, right? Because, like you mentioned, you see the upside. You see the ability to throw the ball a million miles down the field. You see the ability to break almost every single tackle imaginable, and the physicality, the athleticism, the ability to get the edge. Like, it's awesome. And then you see the downside. And frankly, too, what's been frustrating about it, it's not even just Richardson's performance. The team around him has not been particularly great, right? In the Texans game that ultimately got him benched, there were a lot of drops in that game that would have been for really big plays that would have looked a lot better in terms of his final stat line. The Lions game that they lost a couple of weeks back, where there's a drop touchdown and penalties on almost every single big play that he found through the air, so made the plays get called back as well. Like, there's been a lot in almost every single level that has, I think, led to this frustrating start. But as you mentioned, since he's come back, he's been a lot better. He's the 8th best passer by PFF standards since he got the starting gig back. He's been looking a lot more comfortable, and I think some of that has to do with the change of the offense, and it has to do with some of his own work too.
All right. First off, it's great to have you on the program. So, Jonathan Von Tobel. Jonathan, there's got to get through some nonsense, but then I got a question for you. That sounds like a very royal name. When you throw the Von in there, is there any royalty in your bloodline?
So there's a couple things. First off, I'm glad you guys realized, though, it's a last name, because a lot of people I've met actually first thought it was my middle name. And I initially thought, I was like, what kind of a psychopath introduces themselves with their first, middle, and last name? Nobody would ever do that in a normal society. If I want to be a little pompous, we are somewhat Vegas royalty. My family was actually one of the first 100 families to settle in Vegas. We've got a community center and a junior high named after my great grandfather and everything like that. So there is some Vegas royalty in there if that counts.
See, I like that. Be pompous at the right time, right? When you need to get into a casino line,
drop a name.
You know I'm royalty. That's all you got to say. Okay, the other thing I'm going to ask you, because it plays into the question, and this may hit you weird, but I think you'll understand where we're going. First off, how old are you? Are you old enough to remember the Tebow run? That's why I'm asking.
Oh, yeah. I am 34, so I am old enough to remember everything about Tebow, yes.
So I'm curious how much of what you're seeing with Richardson, even though I think he's a better thrower of the football than Tim Tebow was, even though I think there's probably more to work with there than what Tim Tebow had, how similar do the two feel right now with where his game is at compared to where Tebow's kind of was when he was in Denver at the height of his powers?
Yeah, I think there are obviously a lot of similarities there in terms of just where they play college, right? Even that basic format. But I think that the one big difference for me is that I remember watching Tim Tebow, not in terms of the games, in terms of the training camps leading up to it. You guys know a little bit more about this too, but I remember watching film of him working on his motion. If I have a vivid memory of him, he work on the motion to the point where they would have like a little thing behind him that he had to like hit with the football because he knew that's where he had to bring it up instead of the stupid windup that he used to have. Like those kind of things that he had to work on mechanically, I think make a pretty big
Jonathan,
difference.
he had every QB coach imaginable. He went through every guy in the nation.
And like with Richardson, it's more like, hey, can you just find some touch on this football? Can you get a little bit more accurate? You don't need to have a howitzer every single time when you throw it through. You don't have to throw it through a brick wall. And to me, that kind of makes a really big difference because with Tebow, I would assume, I'm not a high-level athlete, but when you're working on things like your mechanics, not only when you're going out there and playing are you remembering protection, snap, doing all those sort of things, then when you're dropping back in the action, you have to remember, all right, now I have to do all this stuff that I did as a quarterback when I was working on this in training camp and whatnot. And those simple mechanic things don't seem to be an issue with Richardson, and I think that ultimately makes a difference if that's fair.
Yeah, an effortless throwing motion. I mean, the guy can just flick his wrist and the thing launches out.
Tebow looked like Troy Tulowitzki trying to throw from short to first a lot of times. And look, I covered Tim, Jonathan. I loved covering the guy. His family was a bit much. The fan base became a bit much. I'll probably hear from them today. But it does feel like they're, again, and Nate, we've watched some of the game. It does feel like there's just times where you're not quite sure how the Colts are doing it, but I do think ultimately if they'll really dig in, they've got something in Richardson.
Who do you think would have had a cleaner motion, though, Tebow or Tulo left-handed?
Wow.
Talking to our buddy JVT from VSiN right now. You mentioned a little bit about since he has returned, Steichen's adjusted the offense a little bit. They're calling more design runs for him, doing a lot of stuff out of heavy formations. How much is just Steichen's familiarity and his comfort as a play caller with Richardson, how much do you think that's helped in the last few weeks?
Well, I think that's huge. And honestly, I used the word frustrating when I talked about this earlier. That's been part of the frustrating thing, too, is I honestly don't know what Shane Steichen was trying to do at the beginning of the year. Like, it felt like he was trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. You mentioned to me what the biggest thing is. Guys, in the first part of the year before he got benched, he had 143 scramble rush yards, 99 designed rush yards. Since he's come back, he only has 16 scramble yards and 125 designed rushing yards. They've completely changed what they're doing with him offensively. And when I watched him earlier in the season, that was one thing that was making me pull my hair out. Like, I understand you're trying to develop him. At some point, though, you have to use his strengths, and they just weren't doing that. And it seemed that once the Flacco thing ended and they were going to go back to this, it seems like Steichen has really started to change and go, you know what, like, we have him. We're going to develop him slower. Let's just use what we have. Like, we drafted him for a reason. And I think that's really unlocked everything. It has not only unlocked him and made him more comfortable as a passer, and you're throwing into more open windows because of the threat of the run almost every single time. It's also helped their rushing attack a little bit. It opens it up for a guy like Jonathan Taylor and others. Like, I think it has made all the difference in the world. So you're right. Like, I think Steichen has had a hand in both why he was failing at the beginning, but also why he's coming along now here in this second coming, because he is now starting to steer into his strengths. And I think that's been a really, really big, important reason why we've seen this turnaround.
All right. How about I put it this way, Jonathan? Which team has been living more off of some weaker opponents, the Broncos or the Colts in your mind?
I mean, I think I would say the Broncos only because they're getting more wins, right? Like, the Colts aren't exactly getting those wins, so they aren't having the success. But you get credit for what you're doing if you're Denver, right? I mean, you could sit there and say that your schedule stinks and do all this sort of stuff, but they're also going out there and they're mollywopping some of these teams in a pretty big way. So I don't think it's an affront to say the Broncos are doing it, because they're doing it the right way and they're taking advantage of them, and they're doing it in a great way.
Yeah, take care of business and beat up on bad teams. It's a good way to be able to make the playoffs. All right, JVT, you guys over at VSiN, and you're the host of VSiN Primetime every single night. You guys are bleeding staff members to Bill Belichick right now.
What's going on?
At
Are you
North
up for a
Carolina.
job?
Yeah.
Are you going to do PR for him?
Talk to Lombardi. Be like, hey, I got to get a gig out there. But what's that kind of been like? And did you guys have a sense that your coworker was working things behind the scenes to go and help land Bill a good gig in Chapel Hill?
Well, I may or may not have had some phone calls with Bill about taking on a front office role, so I don't know if I can speak too much about this. There's a pipeline forming out here. No, what's funny is, so we really didn't have any idea, but since it's out there, I think I could tell the story. So I work on the website, behind the scenes, I do some writing and everything like that. So we, us and a bunch of writers obviously have access to the back end. And quite a few hours before the story broke, a few of our writers were on the back end posting some stories and had noticed that that story that we had posted on the website of VSiN.com was drafted, but obviously not posted. So there was a lot of people who were like, why is there this story just sitting in the back end of our website about Michael Lombardi leaving for North Carolina before he's actually announced? And then sure enough, it gets announced yesterday. So there wasn't really any rumblings. I found out like about 3 or 4 hours before it happened. But I used to do a show with Michael out in Ocean City a few years back in 2017. They'd fly me out there to Atlantic City, and we'd do it from what was the ocean out there. So I like Michael. We're friends. Very happy for him. Very interested to see what that experiment looks like. But I had the honor of knowing a few hours before the rest of the world knew, so I felt important for a little bit.
How do you think that's going to go? All of us in the sports world, I think, are fascinated to see how this is going to work. And, you know, obviously, Jonathan, I don't know if he's actually going to have to recruit, right? It's a whole new world. You guys dealt with your own little fun thing with NIL out there and the starting quarterback at UNLV. Which it looks like it all worked out just fine for UNLV going to the Mountain West Championship game. But how do you think Bill's going to work out there? Like, did Lombardi give you any insights into will the guy go talk to recruits, or is it just strictly going to be here's your dollar amount? You want to play for that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think, we'll probably have some sense of how he's going to handle this. Lombardi hasn't given a ton. He did go on a little bit of a diatribe a couple of weeks back when this was first kind of going out there about how Belichick would handle it. Kind of echoed the same things that Belichick did on McAfee's show. A couple of days ago or whatever it was. But I'm pretty fascinated in that, right, too. Like, does the recruiting happen? Do you expect, because you want this to become some minor league NFL squad, essentially is what it sounds like, that the high-rated teams or players will flock to you? It's a fascinating dynamic because there's those things of NIL at play, but there's also the look. NIL is one thing, getting to the league is another thing, and those two things aren't necessarily synonymous with each other. So I wonder how much you attract top-tier talent with just that, right, of, hey, you come to me, we'll make you NFL ready, and we'll move you forward. And I don't think that necessarily equates to wins either, right? Like, are we talking about development, or are we talking about, actually winning some of these football games? Some of the most loaded minor league teams in baseball don't necessarily win a ton of games or developing guys. So I'm very interested to see that dynamic and what that dynamic is behind the scenes, right? If North Carolina over the next 2 or 3 years becomes this factory for like first and second round picks, is that going to be viewed as a success for that athletics department if they're only winning like 10 games and not making it to the college football playoff for 9 games? So I'm really interested. I think it'll ultimately work. I think Belichick got a short end of the stick about his legacy. He was great with that defense his last couple of years. He dragged Mac Jones to the playoffs one year. So I think they're going to be good. But I wonder about all those different dynamics and what ultimately is what that program is looking for. Wins the championships or becoming what Belichick wants them to become, because I don't think those two things actually go hand in hand.
Yeah, and what they're going to be judged by. All right, JVT, again, Jonathan Von Tobel, VSiN Primetime. Listen to him tonight, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Of course, you are also VSiN's lead NBA guy, and you are cold-hearted about all of this, which I appreciate. That's what we need to hear right now. Nuggets are 12-10. Frustrating team. Jokic having an all-time great season, which he does every single year, but the defense is awful. The depth is awful. Jamal Murray is struggling right now. Give us your overview on this Nuggets team right now, and if there is any hope for improvement in the future.
I mean, there's probably hope for improvement, right? I mean, it's like you mentioned, some of this has to do with just outright performance for some of the guys. But I think at the end of the day, so this was one of my favorite win totals under for this team before the season started. And part of the reason was, because I thought that when you looked at them overall, the depth was going to be a problem. And I didn't really love the fact that they just kind of let Kentavious Caldwell-Pope go and really were just hoping that, hey, we'll just develop these guys and everything will be fine. And it just hasn't really looked like that outside of Jokic being absolutely incredible. And as you guys well know, and I'm sure have covered, the second he's off the floor, they're getting outscored by like 18 points every 100 possessions. It's an absolute nightmare. So I think they're going to be a playoff team. I don't think Jokic will let them be anything less than that. But when you compare them to some of the teams that they're going to have to face once we get into the postseason, specifically the teams at the top like an Oklahoma City Thunder, who I absolutely adore, I just don't really see that there's an instance of this team actually coming out of the West. And by the way, the other team that's really starting to step up is Houston, who looked pretty good yesterday defensively at the very least. So I think they're going to be very good. I don't think that there's a threat that they would not make the top 6. But having said that, I do find it hard to make that leap that they're going to ultimately find their way to like a Western Conference Finals through the muck of what looks like a pretty deep Western Conference.
Yeah, every Nuggets fan I think is in their car nodding right now. Probably, yeah, that's how they feel about it right now as well. Catch him on VSiN Primetime. He's a great NBA follow, guys, on Twitter, @JVT. Follow him right there, Jonathan Von Tobel of VSiN. JVT, good stuff as always, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, that's our buddy Jonathan Von Tobel with us right there. Speaking of Houston, did you see the way that game ended last night? Besides just Steve Kerr losing his mind, Golden State didn't – I believe over the last 3 minutes, and I watched it, and I didn't realize this stat until I read it afterwards. Last 3 minutes of that game, the Warriors touched the rim once. Was the defense that Houston played down the stretch to get back and pull that thing out. The call at the end and the play on the floor was crap, and Kerr was right to lose his mind about it. But, yeah, that Houston team, they defend. That's just it. Oklahoma City, unbelievable defense. Houston, suffocating defense that they play right now. You never say that about Denver. And that's the place the Nuggets have to be able to get to.
Okay, I can't really argue anything with you there because I was at a Christmas concert and did not arrive home until 9 o'clock, did not see any of that game, did a little podcast with Scotty. But let me ask you this. I had thrown out the teams that are a possibility for the Miami forward. Why am I spacing his name all of a sudden? Jimmy Butler. And you said if he goes to Houston, that'd be dangerous. Does that make you worried? Like, would a Jimmy Butler be a, quote, final piece for that squad?
He'd be a really nice piece to add to that team. Again, he competes. He plays defense.
How did all these young teams show up?
Here's the thing about Jimmy. He does everything well.
What's going on with the Spurs, by the way? I haven't really checked in on the Spurs. Are they having one of those kind of little slide backs after being the darling a year ago, or what's happening?
500 team right now, which is a massive improvement over what they were a year ago. But a 500 team right now. OKC and Houston, by the way, top 2 teams in the West, move on to the NBA Cup quarters. It's a little bit different out east right now with what's going on with Atlanta and Milwaukee, the 2 teams moving on. But OKC and Houston, that game really good because that's 2 really good young teams. And Houston they've been knocking on the door. They've been racking up good draft picks. Şengün's a playmaker. Jalen Green's a athletic freak. Like that, there's a lot of fun stuff happening right now with Houston. Memphis. I mean, this is just it, Andy. Like Memphis has Jaren. They defend. Okay, like right now they're the 3 seed. Golden State defends. This is the thing with the Nuggets right now is, and I really think the biggest issue that maybe they can fix, hopefully semi-quickly, is just be a better defensive team. Play more aggressive on the perimeter. Don't let every guard into the paint constantly and actually go over some screens and defend the three-point line. Like, that's the stuff where I'm like, okay, are there still some players on this team that are going to be works in progress and some chemistry things? Absolutely. Of course there is. But defensively, it's got to get better, and it's got to get better fast.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, Mike Malone's begged for it pretty much every game.
Yeah.
Maybe Joker needs to talk a little bit about that, too.
12-10, they take on the Clippers tomorrow. Avs and the Utah Hockey Club tonight. We're out here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. It's all brought to you by Tullamore Dew. Have a dew and a brew tonight right here at Stoney's. Yeah, we're out here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln. Come say hello to us today. Watch Thursday Night Football.
All right, real quick conundrum for you.
Conunder.
See, you're not going to buy into this.
Okay.
And I'm fairly certain he's not listening to the show, so I think we're okay because I told you he's at a little conference for high school.
Okay.
My son, I think, would really get a kick out of getting a Bo Nix jersey for Christmas.
Okay.
But as you know, I am famous for really ruining the career of the guy. The only guy that has actually withstood me getting their jersey has been Cale Makar. Now, it's not for me. It's for my son.
Yeah.
So is there a loophole in the hexing the guy's career?
But the purchase is going to be made
making the purchase
from your account.
It'll be my debit card paying for the jersey.
Okay, because that's risky.
Because I made the crack to you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm worried if I buy this jersey,
like
Bo, like a cricket in the hands of a 14-year-old gets a limb ripped off, and that's it for him. And it's my fault because I bought the damn jersey. Look, one time I just simply wore a Josh McCown replica number, and the guy broke his frickin' thumb that game.
Well, you got the Surtain jersey, right?
Yeah, but
that's been okay.
The tiny 2, I don't wear it. It's never on me. The 2 is so small.
One of the rules of this is what I feel is one of the rules of the jersey world.
Yeah.
Okay, is I don't think you can wear the jersey of a player that's smaller than you. I think that's one of the rules. So
hold on, I can't. Well, how big's Makar? That rules out most of the hockey players. I can't buy another Avs jersey.
I think Makar with skates on is and pads on is roughly about your size.
What does Giovanni Smith go? I might be all right with double nickels there. I think he's got the double nickels.
That's a good looking uniform right there on that guy.
Isn't he like 230? I think he's
large boy.
I think he might be.
Yeah.
Are we talking height or weight?
Could be a fan favorite kind of guy. Once he gets all the gear on, though, you pull it off okay. But yeah, a fellow of your build wearing a cornerback's jersey.
Look, if it had 2 numbers, I'd be okay.
You'd be better off.
Give me an Atwater. Give me a Dennis Smith. Hell, give me Riley Moss.
Right now, your son Hayden is a big boy. Is he bigger than Bo Nix right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty sure. How big is Bo Nix? Anybody know?
6'4", 220, 225.
Maybe has an inch on it.
Okay.
My son's taller than me right now.
Your kid is giant, man. Let's
vote on the text line 303-504-0925.
I mean, I would think the texters would overwhelmingly tell you no out of concern for whatever cosmic power your jersey purchasing seems to do to these guys.
Hey, I rooted for the Bears for one game. Look what happened there. Nobody knew how to call a timeout at the end.
Didn't go well.
Literally one game of my life, I decided to root for them so that you could not be so cocky about their loss. And it cost the coach and the quarterback not to know how to take a time out as they both watched a clock tick down.
Andy, I will tell you this about your Bears fandom. To paraphrase Robin Williams from Good Will Hunting, it's not your fault. They were going to do it anyway.
People are now blaming me for Cale having. Remember, I got the Cale jersey.
Yeah.
In the early going of the Cup season.
It all worked out great.
He won the dang Conn Smythe. Heard of it?
He won a Norris? He's having a great year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't think you did anything to whammy Cale Makar. Russell Wilson, that's on him. That's not on you. That's the failure of Russ and Nathaniel Hackett and Sean Payton all put together into a stew of suck. So I'm not going to blame you on that one.
It is tough, though.
I would say, given your recent track, I think the last 2 jerseys you bought have been the Surtain and the Makar, and I think you're all good. Rule of threes. I roll the dice and go forward and support Bo Nix, quarterback of the Broncos.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? Here's another question. I'm sure people are dealing with this.
Okay.
Who are you buying? We've talked about at the beginning of the year.
We
asked this question.
Who you buying?
What jersey are you buying? And we didn't know a lot of people that were willing to invest in a jersey in this run. Now all of a sudden, Garrett Bowles has a new contract. Nick Benito looks like the second coming of Von Miller. Patrick Surtain has shown you he's the best corner in football and is going to be probably a Hall of Famer. By the way, look for it's not about Surtain, but look for Jeff Legwold's article tomorrow on Travis Hunter. I
Yeah.
think you're going to enjoy that read. He talks to a very, very special guest, and we're going to break it down with him. Who else has got? Cortland Sutton looks like he's back in the good graces. Obviously, Bo Nix. Everybody loves the quarterback. You could get him.
Yeah.
Zach Allen. You thinking about a Zach Allen? Who else defensively are you thinking about? Riley Moss. Riley Moss. I mean, all of a sudden you got a few options, right? Where beginning of the year it didn't look like you had any options.
You can inspire every white cornerback you know and get him a Riley Moss jersey.
How many people own the old offense? I'm not trying to besmirch Tyler Columbus and his peers.
Yeah.
Do you do an offensive lineman jersey? I feel like the O-line.
Oh, I tell you what an O-line jersey is, okay? O-line jersey is for the guy that wants to let everybody know.
He was an O-lineman.
I was going to say the guy that wants to let everyone know I'm really into it, okay? I don't just get the quarterback
that's deep
jersey.
cut, dude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the hey man, I got a minors.
Hey.
Cuz that's you know who really makes the offense go? The O-line. I don't want to hear about your fantasy football.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need to know who you're picking up this week. Start him or sit him. I don't need that nonsense. It's the O-line. It's in the trenches. That's where winning football is made. That's why I got a minors.
All right. Who's the deepest cut jersey you could get on the team?
I mean,
Chris Abrams drain. Showing a lot of faith.
Do they make those? Do you have to custom order those?
I think you'll have to request it.
That's a custom order right there.
Yeah. Who else you got? What about the kicker?
You get a Lutzy. He hasn't missed a kick. Will Lutz has not missed a kick since the block against KC. He's having a great year. Yeah, he'd be great to get.
Let me ask you this. I don't want to reveal any identities, but
Riley Dixon has dropped 4 punts at the 1 yard line this year.
Yeah, you could get a Dixon. So that's where I'm going. I'm friends with a vast number of people that have been around the Broncos organization. We'll just put it that way. If a young lady gets a punter's jersey, you're probably dating the punter, right? And this doesn't have to do with Riley Dixon, but I could put some puzzle pieces together for you.
Okay.
Like if you go to the game in the punter's jersey, you're probably dating the punter, right?
Presumably.
Nobody just goes and gets the punter's jersey unless you're the girlfriend, the dad. Like your brother. Let's say you're the punter.
Right.
Is your brother getting your jersey?
No, my brother would get a cooler jersey than that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's so funny you say that. I remember years ago when the Niners were in town for an inter-squad practice against the Broncos, and I was walking out of practice at the end of the day, and I was behind like a family of like 7 people. Just all rocking Robbie Gold jerseys. It's like, hey, it's Robbie Gold's family.
You're kind of giving it away, folks.
Yeah, you really are. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a family move.
There weren't even this many jerseys in the store.
You gotta get a custom order those. That's okay. Yeah, good call on that one. That's a relative move.
One of our Twitchers, Grim, says, "What if I pass the curse down to Hayden?"
Ooh.
Do we need to find out? Is this like the Bewitched episode where they tried to figure out if their kids were witches and warlocks?
It's a good way of finding out.
He puts it on. I don't want. I told you I still got the OA jersey that I got it for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Proudly pulled that sucker on. They were playing Tampa Bay on Christmas Day. They lost to little Petey the Pirate. At home, no less. Like, they lost to us. This wasn't your John Lynch, Warren Sapp Bucks. These were a bunch of Bucks. I don't even remember who played for him that day. And the Winkin' Pirate with his little Ponce de Leon feather thing going on. They lost to that guy. And I was like, all right, I don't know. This is where this started for me.
Did John have
Broncos were in like a playoff run.
Was there a ligament pop that day?
Nah, he just sucked.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Decided he kept throwing to them and not us.
It's the risk you run when you wear the jersey, right? Sometimes the guy whose jersey you're wearing is butt. That's going to happen sometimes.
He's a Hall of Famer. I feel like I still got him somehow.
Hey. Every Hall of Famer's at a crap game somewhere
on
the resume.
What happens if Hayden dons the jersey and then the next thing you know against the Bengals, I don't know if I can risk this. I don't know if I can handle this. I don't need this kind of. You know what I'll do?
There's a lot of pressure
I'm
on
going to get it for him. Should I wait for the birthday that's in May and then nobody can be affected for months?
Until he suffers an OTA ACL.
Minicamp comes around,
and then we'll
lost
really
for
know.
the season. People are outside the Altitude Studios wanting my blood. You did this.
I say roll the dice. I believe in you.
I may strictly let the vote of the text decide this.
I believe in the good that you are putting out into the world and your concerns for all involved. That's what I believe. I say go for it. It's good to have a quarterback jersey, by the way.
I don't feel like you're invested in Broncos country. You're not the one that's worried. I'm worried about the Broncos country people.
I just need the content.
Yeah, we may need some come June to talk about, and this just all lines up for you.
I just need the content. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air, Denver's HVAC experts that truly do care. Apple Air, family-owned and operated, serving the greater Denver area since 1988, and that matters because you are going to be around well after they have done the work and installed a new HVAC system in your home to make sure they live up to their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Had them out at our house. They installed a new Daikin 2-stage high-efficiency furnace, and I was able to take advantage of their December special, $750 off the purchase of a new high-efficient furnace and AC system. Also, if you need a furnace safety checkup, it's that time of year. You're going to start running that thing an awful lot more. They have a new customer-exclusive offer, $43.95 to get your furnace checked out. Give Apple Air a call, 303-733-2813. Just like I did, you won't regret it. 303-733-2813 or visit appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, hour number 2. We're out at Stoney's 11th and Lincoln today. Thursday night football, Rams-Niners. Have a Tullamore Dew and a cold beer. We call it a Dew and a Brew tonight and watch some Thursday night football. Plus, we got hockey this evening. Connor's calling the Avs and Hockey Club tonight, coming up at 7 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So make sure you are locked in as the Avalanche will face off against Hockey Club at Ball Arena for the first time ever.
Spring, do we know who's starting? Which of the Woods are we pulling out of the old bag?
I believe it's the Wedge.
Wedgwood.
Yes, the Wedge. Blackwood is the backup tonight.
Okay.
He is here, and he is backing up the Wedge
All right,
of the two Woods.
I got a small question for you.
Okay.
Did you see the mug on Blackwood?
The mug.
Are guys missing teeth? I don't think I've ever seen a goalie missing teeth. How does a goalie lose teeth?
They hit.
Is he a fighter?
They hit the puck at him a lot.
I know, but he's of the era of the new. He's not wearing the Jason mask. He's not. You know, Freud LaPeep or whatever the guy was. It played out there with no mask on at all.
What was the name you just said?
I don't know. Freud LaPeep. Trying to come up with something French. So I took a psychologist in a restaurant, and there you go.
Freud LaPeep.
You don't know about Freud LaPeep?
Old Freud
Hey,
LaPeep.
Google it.
Of the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah, I'm positive he holds some record somewhere.
Freud LaPeep. Oh, he was lights out in the original 6 days.
Glove hand could not be beat. Of course, his glove was literally just like a mitten. wasn't even a baseball
just a
glove.
wool mitten.
Just a mitten. No, seriously, how does a guy with the new modern mask go losing that many teeth?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Now, Rachel Toss asked him a couple of questions, and I guess I saw
Tossed
her.
him a few questions.
There you go. Very
Yeah.
well done.
Mm-hmm.
But Rachel had said that he said that I guess growing up he's psyched about the trade. Avs were his favorite team, and he quickly ripped off Joe Sakic as his favorite player, which I don't know, though.
I told you that on the show 2 days ago.
I don't remember that.
That the Avs are his favorite team.
What else did we talk about 2 days ago? Because I promise you I can't remember.
Anyway,
go ahead. What was 2 days ago? Did we have the trade?
What did we do 2 days ago? Yeah, but
Well,
I believe,
that's
yes,
it.
that was the day of the goalie trade.
Fine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We talking about Freud LaPeep?
No, but I'm excited.
You know what? Let's work
I
that
tell you
in.
what, get your kid a LaPeep sweater for Christmas.
And just
this
walk
year.
around.
Uh-huh.
I had a buddy who had a Green Bay pack. My buddy Jeremy that, slaughtered the cow. No more Jersey Mike. It was
Does he have a new cow named Freud?
I'm going to ask him now. Can we get a Freud or a LaPeep? Can you get a pair? Can you put them together?
Yeah.
No, he had a Nita jersey, and he would walk around, and everybody – I took him to a Bronco game once, and everyone was like, hey, who's Nita? When did he play? I was like, just get someone else's name.
Get Freud LaPeep.
Good old LaPeep. Is that 2 E's?
2 E's.
3 E's total in the name?
It's like an accent over the top of it.
A little, yeah. Yeah. You know what? Here's what we need to do now. We need to get Ross Colt or somebody on and ask them about Freud LaPeep and see if they know.
See if they know. Just find out. Find out
Just
everything
see
they know
if they'll
about
play
him.
along. How polite is our guest will become the thing. And just
Um,
act like you know who the hell you're talking about.
What do you know about the greatness of Freud LaPeep? I Googled him, by the way, and it just brought me to the menu of LaPeep. That was all I got.
How about this? Jeff says that he literally just looked it up and he took a puck to the mask and it knocked out 2 of his teeth, but he stayed in the game because he's a hockey player.
Yeah, it's hockey
That's not
tough.
Freud LaPeep. That's Blackwood.
Should get his mask checked out. Like what was wrong with that thing?
Was it too tight?
Could have been. Yeah. It's a rough business, man. I wouldn't do it. No, thank you.
Better catch that puck.
Yeah.
You know those things come in like fastballs.
Sometimes you got to catch them with your face.
That's what I try to remind everybody. I know the batters are sitting there, but you got to stand to the side and try to swing at the thing.
Yeah.
Try now. Yeah, your job's to stand in front of the fastball. I'd rather not.
No, it's unpleasant.
I know you got equipment on and all that. It doesn't always
No,
work.
I bet it still hurts, as we learned with both Blackwood
LaPeep.
and Freud LaPeep, our new favorite hockey player. Do you know when you see that old black and white stuff? There was a time even before the Jason masks. The goalie was just out there, no mask, just standing in front of pucks.
Just acting like it wasn't going to somehow go wide. Now, guys didn't have carbon fiber shafts that bent, broke physics laws as you wound up to take the shot, but it still doesn't seem like a great idea.
It's not worth it to me.
Yeah, are
No.
you sure they're in a rock in the ice? Something's going to send that puck high.
The generation of Freud Lepeep, they were a different kind of hockey goalie back then.
I'm telling you, Freud Lepeep and his kind were one of a kind. But it was around the Depression, so maybe.
Yeah, you had to do whatever it was to put food on the table. In that case, put your face right in front of a hockey puck. 7 o'clock tonight, the Avalanche.
Okay, now hold on. You just said it right there. You had
And
to put
hockey
your
club.
face in front of a hockey puck.
Yeah.
All right? I still ask. Everyone acts like I'm a jerk when I say, can we quit asking guys to go down and block a shot with your face in front of it?
It's the job.
I mean, what do you think? It's not going fast and it comes off the blade?
It sure is. Yep, that's the job, though. Tough business that you're playing right there. I was just reading about Ryan Feltner today. Remember when Feltner took a line drive off the back of the skull?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. Whew. And then you just got to get back in there and, like, hey, doesn't matter how massive these guys are getting, and God knows what they're putting in their bodies, 60 feet 6 inches, man. And why don't you throw the ball as hard as you possibly can so that you're then prone and vulnerable when that guy tattoos one directly back at
He
you.
returns serve to you.
Yeah. Again, the pro athletes, there's something else that's going on out there.
There we go. Jacques Plante. That's the actual name. We like Freud Lepeep.
I prefer
Official hockey player.
I
of
prefer
Kreckman and Lindell.
his main rival, Freud Lepeep. Yes.
He played in Quebec.
See?
Didn't Quebec and Montreal hate each other? Wasn't that a thing?
I think so. Yeah. Freud and Jacques, there was no love lost, Andy. None whatsoever.
They were both writing papers. They had all these weird theories.
How do I somehow steer back to Garrett Bull's contract? I kind of don't want to. That's the problem.
Well, I heard Freud Lepeep after his hockey days became a hell of an agent, and he negotiated the deal today.
He was like the Pierre Lacroix of his time.
And he negotiated Garrett's new contract for $20 million.
Garrett Bowles, though, does get a fat new contract extension today. Okay, Garrett Bowles, we were talking about this when Simmons came to town with Atlanta.
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles has been on the same plan. He showed up a year later than Simmons, never been to the postseason. In fact, for a long time, people looked at Garrett Bowles and said he's emblematic of the struggle of this franchise, using a first-round pick on a guy that doesn't know how to do anything but hold. But he improved, and he got better, and he's established himself as one of the better left tackles in all of the NFL. And yet, he still has never played a playoff game. Now, great chance it changes this year, and he gets an opportunity to be in the postseason for the first time ever. But ultimately, and I know there's still years to write on this story, the legacy of Garrett Bowles, isn't it just kind of the same as Justin Simmons? Very good player in a very bad era of Bronco football?
Well, that's the thought path you've taken me down.
Yeah.
Could Justin and Garrett be your two? Look, if Garrett finishes out this contract, and you laid it out perfectly, it's basically a 2-year deal, and if he plays well enough, he earns the next 2. Because the guaranteed money's in the first 2 years,
Yep.
right? So it'll be back to kind of what he's been living on right now of, all right, we'll be able to get rid of you if you want to.
Yeah. He'll be 34 at the end of that year.
Is he a Ring of Fame candidate if he makes it through this contract?
God, he would be really high
I know
on
that
the list
probably
of-
hits people funny, Nate, but he's going to be one of the longtime Broncos
No,
at this
it's-
point. He'll end up being, a 12, 13-year guy?
And you're going to look at it and you're going to say, okay, all-time games played leaders in franchise history, he's going to be one of the guys that's starting to get a little bit high on that list. He starts to get to that place. Like, yeah, it sounds wild when you first say it, but also he's going to climb on that list. And look, man, durability and availability is kind of, especially that position, is kind of everything.
Garrett has not missed a lot of games.
No.
He really hasn't.
No, he's been really dependable. As of right now, Andy, he's 55th with 112 games played in his career in Bronco history. Let's say he's fully healthy for the next 2 years. I mean, he'll be climbing into, the top 30 probably by then if he plays 3 years on this contract. He could end up, top 15, top 10-ish in franchise history. And again, he will have done it in an era when players don't stay on teams for particularly long times. And you think of all of the upheaval that this franchise has had. Let's see, Garrett Bowles is now on to he would have played for He played for VJ. He was a rookie with VJ. So he played with VJ. He played with Fangio. He played for Hackett. Now he's playing for Peyton. Coach for a minute there. I mean, he's made it through all these different systems, all these different coaches, multiple general managers, multiple ownership groups, and he's been here the entire time. Like the picture of dependability, that's what you're looking for at that position.
Do you know how many games Garrett's played for the Broncos? Because here's
112.
112. All
Yep.
right. So, quick math. At least if you get, so it'd be minimum 34.
Yeah.
That would put him up around 145. Okay, if he were to get to this, here's the territory he's entering, and this is a guy he kind of reminds me of, who is also a tackle for the Broncos, is Kenny Lanier. Now, Kenny Lanier, I don't know if he's ever going to go in the – I don't believe he's in the Ring of Fame. I'm looking at his Wikipedia. I don't believe he's in the Ring of Fame.
Yeah.
Guy was really, really good. He played 100 and I just had the number here. It was 170-some games overall, 179 games overall, started 167. He did spend 1 year with the Los Angeles Raiders in 93. But then came back to the Broncos. So majority of those games are spent for the Broncos. Let's just take 16 off for fun.
Yep.
That puts him down to 163 or whatever. I think Garrett Bowles and Kenny Lanier are great comps. Being a really good player, like, again, really good doesn't get you to the Hall of Fame or Ring of Fame, right? Is Ring of Fame too much?
No, I don't think so.
Is he a legitimate candidate for Ring of Fame?
And especially if, okay, let's say that this Bo Nix thing cranks and Peyton keeps it going. They make the playoffs this year.
Get to a Super Bowl.
Maybe they make the playoffs and win a game or two next year, and this thing just continues to climb, then you get a really nice Bo at the end of his career. Bo Nix and a Bo to put on the gift.
All of it.
Yeah, all of it, yeah.
Yeah.
But, by the way, all-time leader franchise history, offensive lineman games played. You know who it was?
Who?
We're looking for Tom Nalen, 194.
Wow.
Games played.
I would not have guessed that.
Yeah. Paul Howard was at 187. Ken Lanier, 177, like you mentioned earlier. And let's see, Bill Bryan. Hey, Matt Lepsis kind of high on the list as well. There you go. The all-time games played leader, though, in franchise history for an O-lineman, our buddy Tom Nalen, 194. Third most in franchise history, trailing only Elway and Jason Elam.
Well, we got another Bill waiting for us. He's already got the pretty Christmas trees behind him.
All right.
So.
We will talk to our friend Bill Armstrong. He is the CEO of Armstrong Oil and Gas. He's going to join us when we come back. We're going to talk to him about SMU going to the college football playoff and everything happening in the coaching cycle and the transfer portal, in the playoff, and all of that coming up next. All right, the college football playoff field is set. SMU goes in as the 11 seed. They'll open up against Penn State a week from Saturday. And then if they win, it's on to the quarterfinal, and they'll take on Boise State. Joining us right now, we talked to him right at the start of the college football season, and all the SMU Mustangs did was go 11-2 and go to the ACC title game and get themselves to the college football playoff, all while not taking a dime of television money. Our friend Bill Armstrong, he is the CEO of Armstrong Oil and Gas. He is also a noted benefactor of SMU football. Bill, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
Hey, great, guys. How are you doing? Andy, Nate, so fun to be here. Hey, by the way, why do you always have like an erectile dysfunction ad before I go on the air? That's kind of weird.
Because A, it may be a hint. B, it also pays the bills. Whereas SMU gets its funding from billionaire oil guys.
Yeah.
We got to go a different route, Bill. Now, Bill, if you'd like to invest in some sports radio, I got some guys that you can talk to.
Oh, listen,
maybe
hey,
you can
Andy,
do something else. But
Andy, you know you're my favorite babysitter from way back when, and you know my wife, so I don't need ED medication.
All right, we're going to leave it there, Bill.
All right.
Okay.
If your kids are listening, let's not make it uncomfortable.
Stand up and fight, says Bill Armstrong. Okay. Bill, let's start here. Why didn't Lashley go for two? What happened at the end of that game? What did you think about that decision to kick the PAT and risk it and play for OT with Clemson?
Well, first of all, we obviously didn't expect to not kick the ball into the end zone. We didn't think they were going to get that 45-yard kickoff return. And then that kicker just hit that otherworldly 56-yard bullet. Yeah. I got to give him credit. He's a local kid from Charlotte, and it was a really nice win. I mean, let's face it, guys. We had an absolutely abysmal start. We were intimidated. Let me just give you the impression I have. So, I mean, let's face it. We have kind of surprised everybody this year, and including me. I think I said early on we would go 9-3, maybe 8-4, but we run the table in the ACC, and we make it to the ACC championship, and we're in front of 75,000 people. It was a cold day in Charlotte. We're playing frickin' Dabo Sweeney and in the Clemson. And I tell you what, I have done big time deals for billions of dollars, met with presidents, you name it. I got to say, I was down on the field. I was intimidated. And our boys were intimidated that day. And it took us a quarter and a half to settle down. The Clemson fans were out of control. They were loud. Did y'all watch the game? Because if you did,
Jennings he struggled early on, but then he played really well in that second half.
Well, I'll tell you what, and I don't want to be a complainer, but the officiating was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How does a team go an entire game, Clemson go an entire game without one penalty yard? Come on. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. And like that first touchdown, it was supposed to be a draw play and run. The entire offensive line was like 5 yards downfield before that. Anyway, don't get me going. Anyway, we started off super slow. Frankly, I was like really like depressed, and I was like, "What the heck is happening right now?" And I know Andy said, "Don't swear."
No, please don't.
Keep it clean, Bill.
Hey, with WTF, right? So we go into halftime. We're 17 points down. Think about this: we're 17 points down to freaking Clemson. And, there's basically a home game for them. It's cold as all get out. And Rhett gives a beautiful halftime speech, very motivational. I mean, it wasn't quite Saturday Night Lights, but it's really Friday Night Lights. It's really good. And then we enter the fourth quarter. We're 17 points down. Improbably come all the way back, tie them up with 15 seconds to go. We could have gone for two, but Nate, think about it. We dominated that second half. Clemson could not figure out how to stop Kevin Jennings and our offense at that point. So we felt certain that if we go into overtime, we're going to win this game. So
okay, well, here's though, Bill, this is what I want to know is because to me it felt like a no-lose decision right there. If you go for two, you get it, you win. If you go for two and you miss it, well, you're still going to go to the playoff. But that's the question there is what was the confidence level then after the game? How much were you guys sweating it on Sunday morning that the committee was going to put Alabama above SMU?
Well, let me tell you, I had no appreciation for the machine, which is Alabama, because, we didn't have to play in the ACC championship game.
Right.
I mean, because we were 8th ranked. We could have all called in and said we had COVID, and then we're going to the college football playoffs, which, by the way, is a big, big deal for SMU. Now,
Huge.
I mean, there's a lot of schools that kind of go, oh, you better get in. You're kind of your Georgias and your Ohio States and whatnot. But it's a huge deal for SMU. It's like we haven't been there since they didn't have college football playoffs in the 80s, but we haven't been good since the 80s. So we're kind of like this big, I don't know what you call it in America, kind of this come from behind story, this rebirth.
You're Cinderella.
Story. We're Cinderella. We're America's team. We're America's team. And so we could have skipped the ACC championship, but we did not. And we went in there and basically we stunk up the field for the first quarter and a half. And then we got our act together and we seriously dominated the last. I get the call on the 2-point conversion, but the thing is, I think we beat them 9 times out of 10 in an overtime situation. So I don't know. I don't think Rhett made the wrong call. I understand. There's always the boo birds. There's always people that second guess. People that like wake up on Monday morning sitting
That's
in.
what I'm here for.
You're sitting in the couch in your basement, with your boxers.
It's his
on.
living room.
Yeah.
Bill, real quick. Bill, one time when you come back to town, all 3 of us will go to lunch. You can get to know Nate maybe a little bit better. Nate is a numbers guy, though. Nate's not picking on your guy.
Go win the game.
Nate believes go for the 2 when you've got, and look, there is something to be said. You're 2 yards away from victory. Why not go snatch that instead of messing with overtime? Whatever. We're not here to necessarily debate that with you. I am curious because you brought up that point. Bill, we got so many questions people want to know from you, but you brought up something right there. You talked about the championship games. Is this going to become a thing? We're talking about it in the media. You're a guy that's got financial backing in a school. Are we going to get to a point where it's not worth playing the championship game, or do they need to come up with some exception for those that have to play in the championship game to where that does not count for your bowl resume or your playoff resume?
Well, great question. I mean, they're still trying to figure this out. I mean, this is the first year of the 12-team playoff. I think we're going eventually to a 16-team playoff. Hopefully that's a little better situation. But, I love it. I love college football. By the way, our entire country is arguing, debating, and it's so good for our country to have these petty little debates, like Alabama and Nick Saban getting on ESPN and talking about his big wins. He doesn't talk about his big loss to Vanderbilt. Doesn't talk about his big loss, huge loss to OU, to Oklahoma. I mean, both those teams lost 6 games. We ran the table. Our 2 games we lost were BYU by 3 and to Clemson by 3. We lose the 2 games in a season by combined 6 points. Come on, let's get real here.
They got it right.
But here's another thing too, which I really like is this may be the closest year to parity that I've seen in college football in a long time. I mean, do you guys remember a year that was like this?
No.
Yeah.
Not since Alabama hit the scene, not since Nick Saban got to Alabama. But the last time Alabama wasn't like this was when they played CU in the Independence Bowl in Shreveport, Alabama, or Shreveport, Louisiana.
Every great team is flawed this year.
And from that point forward, CU went, and Alabama became the powerhouse that they are.
Every great team is flawed this year.
Hey, you know what? I wish I could tell you stories. We were flying down to the game.
We're here to hear the stories, Bill. Go ahead.
I'm going to only say this is just a teaser for later. Craig James was on the plane, the member of the Pony Express. Eric Dickerson was in our box, Eric and Craig. But Craig James was telling stories about when he came to SMU and how much pressure Bear Bryant put on him to get him to go to SMU, to Alabama. Absolutely solid gold. I can't tell you about it because it's going to be a movie probably. It was unbelievable. So anyway, super fun.
Bill Armstrong, CEO Armstrong Oil and Gas, one of SMU's biggest boosters, biggest donors. They're going to the college football playoff. Bill, you got a new head coach in your conference. Introduced today, Bill Belichick is going to the ACC. He's going to North Carolina. As somebody that is in that conference, what are your thoughts? Do you like it? Do you think this is a good move for Carolina? What right now are people in that conference thinking about that Tar Heel program?
Well, first of all, I really loved Mac Brown. So to see him get pushed into retirement the way he was, I thought was a little bit sad. But let's face it, Bill Belichick is like, he's a magnet, right? I mean, let's get real. The Big Ten and the SEC are trying to be the two dominant conferences. And the idea that Bill Belichick is going to be the coach at UNC, if that helps with the eyeballs and the people that are watching the ACC, I love it. Love it. I think it's a really risky, I think it's a very risky hire by UNC. I mean, it's not cheap. I understand why the boosters and the board and everybody did it, but I mean, he's not the kind of the warm fuzzy guy, is he? I mean, what do they call him? Like, the seaboat captain or something strange. I mean, he's just like, so it'll be really interesting if he can handle the college mentality, because, you just can't be that gristly old guy, I don't think, with these young men nowadays. But we'll see. I mean, I think it's a really, really intriguing pick. If you recall, about 10 years ago, SMU picked Larry Brown to be our basketball coach.
Yeah.
Super controversial, he didn't get everybody in trouble, blah, blah, blah. He turned around our program in 3 years, and we were relevant in 3 years. And I think Belichick, tell me if you're not a young man and you're 18 years old and you're thinking about going to college, you want to either go play for Belichick or Rhett Lashley at SMU, because, by the way, this is just the beginning for us, or you go to Prime at CU. So how do you not? I mean, you're thinking about, I want to go to the show. I want to go to the game. I can go to CU and I can be there with Prime. I can go to UNC and I can be there with Belichick, or I can go on the fastest rising boat out there, which is SMU. So I get it. I get why UNC did it.
All right. Nate's having a laugh. Here's what I need from you.
Got to recruit while you're doing the radio spot. Why wouldn't you?
No, I get it.
Hell yeah.
And listen, Bill just keeps
I tell you
another hour with you. But
I tell you what, if you're in Dallas, Texas, which is, by the way, the hotbed of recruiting in the country, if you're not going to SMU, what the heck are you thinking, Bill?
Yeah, again, making me nervous, Bill. We'd like to keep these interviews going. Real quick, and nothing's real quick on this show, but seriously, how much money is it going to take to fund a college football team? I'm sure you're getting hit up. I know. I asked Nate, I go, how quickly do they have to get on the phone with guys like you at North Carolina to say, hey, we're bringing in Belichick and we're bringing in Michael Lombardi and he's going to be the GM? I mean, you're in the middle of funding this thing. Is SMU turning into, do you have a front office? Do you have a college GM? Is everyone going to have that? How much of these players, you talked about the recruiting, is it all about the paycheck? Is he even going to have to recruit anybody anymore? Is it going to be just more about the funds you have to get players there?
Andy, by the way, that was like about 20 questions, dude.
I told you, because it's like we're back in your kitchen. This is what you're doing. But I need answers to all of them.
This is what we did back in the day when you were like, working at DCC and babysitting my kids, and you were telling me you wanted to be a guy on sports radio, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, really? You might as well go be a barista at freaking Starbucks, bro.
Yeah. So you're telling me my questions sucked. Back to these though. Seriously, do you have a front office? Do you have a front office as SMU? I mean, are you like, what is it going to be about the NIL money and more than anything else, in your opinion?
All right, so let's be real. It's an arms race right now in college football, full stop. And I hate the game. I hate it. But don't hate the player, hate the game. This settlement with the NCAA, I just don't think it's all that great. This whole revenue sharing deal, blah blah blah. But what most viewers, fans that are probably watching the Altitude right now don't appreciate it is literally almost every college football program runs at a loss. And I mean, there's just a few programs that you can think of, Michigan, Ohio State, Texas, maybe Texas, Alabama. The vast majority are running at a loss. So for them to now pick up and share $20 million with their players is extremely difficult. And so I would bet there's maybe 15 schools out of the 70 P4 schools that can even get even remotely close to that number. So I don't know where it's going. It's the wild, wild west. It is fascinating. I think it's awesome that we have a seat. When I say we, and that's not SMU I'm talking about, as a fan, to have a seat at the table at what is happening in college football. Because for the first time, maybe in the longest time I can remember, we have parity. And for the first time, people are watching every single game, because every single game matters to get into the college football playoffs for the 12 and the 16. And it is nothing but awesome for the fans. And I really hope that it continues to go this route. As it relates to your question, I think it was question 14 out of your 20. Do we have a general manager? We have a program in place. It's called the Boulevard Collective, and we're raising money from a bunch of boosters besides just me. There's a bunch of, SMU is small, but it's mighty. And we're trying to, one thing that we're very, very concerned and cognizant of is we want to make sure that these young men get the type of financial education they get. Because all of a sudden you wake up and you're 19 years old and all of a sudden you're making 100, 200 more a year, six figures a year. Mm-hmm. We're going to require them to make sure they go to class, we'll make sure they get their degree, and we're going to educate them for life after ball. Because only about, maybe 2 to 5% of these kids actually go into the NFL, even though probably 95% think they're going to go to the NFL. So it's our obligation as really good trustees of the university and really good stewards of our brand to make sure these young men get the proper attention they get. Let's face it, Andy, you and I were talking about this the other day. When I came out of Arapahoe High School in Denver, I had no idea how to balance a checkbook. Can you imagine coming out of DeSoto, Texas, and saying, they throw a bunch of money at, what the hell are you going to do with it? You know what I mean? It's like, it's super important that I think that all of college football gets around these young men and really educate them on what's coming down the pipe.
Bill Armstrong, everybody, CEO Armstrong Oil and Gas, SMU booster extraordinaire, Penn State and SMU, week from Saturday, and then the winner gets Boise State. Hey, Bill, thank you so much. Congratulations. Great season for SMU. You guys got to be over the moon right now.
Wait, we're not talking about Happy Valley? Are you kidding me? I am going to have a happy ending, and I'm going to have a happy ending in Happy Valley. Come on.
All right. We will have you on after the playoff.
We will.
Game, all right?
Will.
Is that good?
We'll
making
complete
it now. Because I got another 20 questions for you. Somebody wants to know if Landman's real too. How does Land?
Well, I can tell you the answer to that, but you got to wait for the next episode.
There it is. Yeah. Look at Mr. T's all of a sudden.
Stick around. Absolutely.
Professional radio and oil baron.
By the way, that's a real happy ending. Afterwards, you talk to Kreckman and Lindahl. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Bill.
Thank you, guys.
Bill Armstrong, he is the CEO of Armstrong Oil and Gas. A lot of stuff right there, but great conversation. Great season for SMU. Just an unbelievable year that program was able to put together, but Andy, it starts right over, right? It starts over after every single season. I got to retain my roster. I got to retain my coaching staff.
You got to recruit your own guys again.
Exactly. It's
By the way, he's drinking his own wine.
He was.
That was his wine, Epic Estates wine, as he sits in. I know exactly where that apartment. It was that apartment he was sitting in that overlooks Fifth Avenue and the parade route.
Okay.
Where he told me, yeah, I thought I was going to be hiring you to do something because I was positive you weren't going to make it in radio. It's like, thanks for the morale boost.
Hey, you made it all the way to the Kreckman
I'm in
Lindahl
New York
show.
to cover a Super Bowl. It's going to go terribly wrong in 4 days. You take that back.
Good stuff right there, talking about SMU. Always fun to have Bill on the show. We greatly appreciate it. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Well, it's that time of year. Got to get some gifts going now. What are we looking at as far as the day goes? It's December 12th. You got about 8 days, a week and a day. So next Friday, not this Friday, next Friday, to get into Colorado Off-Road and get things ordered in order to get them for Christmas. December 20th is the day. Jerry was telling me I got some videos up on my Instagram page. Go check them out if you want to see some of his displays as far as the bed covers, the step rails. He does a couple videos about that, but he talks about all the different parts and accessories that you can go in there and get, but you do need to order a lot of them specific to your vehicle, and you can get that done by December 20th. So go in and see Jerry. His showroom is just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Again, bed covers, step rails. He can show you all this stuff. I always recommend going in the shop because you want to make sure you know what you're getting. Just don't look at it online and find out later, this isn't really what I wanted. That's something that I would have done had I not gone in to see my guy, Jerry Jones. Colorado Off-Road's the place. Again, I told you where they're located. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call at 303-761-1264.
Stoney's 11th and Lincoln is the place. Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. They got Irish Nog tonight here at Stoney's. Have an Irish Nog with some Tullamore Dew while you watch Rams Niners. What's the injury updates for tonight?
All
Andy?
right, according to the Twitter account of Ian Rappaport.
Okay.
Good news, Isaac Garando, defensive end, the running back Garando, defensive end Bosa, inside linebacker Greenlaw, all active.
All playing tonight for San Francisco.
Now, you were saying that
Trying
they
to
got to do
save their
some at
season.
running back, right?
Yeah. Well, Garendo's going to go, so they're going to be okay. Rams tonight going in to take on the 49ers. Rams coming off one of the best wins of the season against Buffalo. Travis Hunter today, Andy gets the AP National Player of the Year award. 21 of the last 26 that won the AP award, won the Heisman Trophy. Ceremony is coming up here on Saturday. Plus tonight at 7 o'clock is the College Football Awards ceremony. The Home Depot College Football Awards. So tonight, Travis Hunter is up for the Chuck Bednarik Award, Defensive Player of the Year. He's going up against Abdul Carter, the pass rusher from Penn State, and Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State. He's up for the Bolitnikoff for Outstanding Receiver against McMillan of Arizona and Nick Nash from San Jose State.
He probably doesn't win that one, right? Or what do you think?
Nick Nash leads the nation in receptions, receiving yardage, and in receiving touchdowns, but he's only a couple of touchdowns above Hunter. I'd give it to Travis Hunter, but you're right about it. He very well may not get that one. He's up for the Maxwell Player of the Year with Ashton Genty and Dylan Gabriel tonight, and he's not up for the Jim Thorpe, as we covered, for the best defensive back in the country.
Again, I know we've – just tell me out from their point of view.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, why?
I don't know.
Why would you not want to say that was one of the winners? I mean,
don't
to
know.
me,
I don't know.
With all due respect, I know these people fiery, but if I had to subtract him, like I'm not saying he's got to win all the awards. I would have taken him off the Bolitnikoff and put him in the Thorpe because I just feel like he's a better DB than he is a receiver. Does that make sense? I don't understand. I don't understand that.
I don't think he is. Like, he's the best receiver in the country, and he's the best DB in the country.
But if I had to
He's
pick him
both
for
of those
one,
things.
I would have picked him for the DB.
Yeah. Whew. Apparently not. I don't know.
What are those Oklahoma guys? They sitting down there at Mickey Mantle's Steakhouse, just decide nobody's worthy.
There you go.
You ever been to Mickey Mantle's?
I never have been, actually.
That's all right little stop.
Yeah, you been to Mickey Mantle's? That in Norman?
I think it's somewhere. No, it's right outside. Is Oklahoma City right outside? We ate there before a game in Norman on Halloween.
Okay.
Because that's where we were staying.
You went over to the Mix?
Yeah.
It was good?
And then we went over to Mix.
Uh-huh.
And then, we got obliterated the next day on Halloween.
That
it
sounds
was terrible. There was a lot of that going on that last season in the Big 12. Nebraska and Oklahoma very much enjoyed the last meetings against CU in that conference.
That was not a good CU team.
No, that was a Hawkins-led
squad. Not a good era of CU football. Heisman Trophy ceremony coming up on Saturday again. Hunter's still the heavy betting favorite. I don't see any way that he doesn't get it. We spent a lot of time on it yesterday. Genty, unbelievable year, but Travis Hunter is 2 players in 1. He's 2 players in 1, and he's the best player in 2 positions in the country. He's got to win the award.
What if they tied? Some people did send in that they could, in fact, co-win it.
I mean, I suppose. I think Travis is just going to win it outright.
But would you have a problem if they were co-winners?
No, I honestly
Quite
would.
honestly, I don't think I would have.
I've told you this over and over again. Genty has had a year that any other season, if he's not going up against an absolute once-in-a-lifetime unicorn of what Travis Hunter is, if it is any kind of traditional Heisman Trophy race, Genty's going to win the thing. It just, again, this happened to be the year. And he didn't break Barry's record yet. You remember a couple of years ago when Aaron Judge broke Maris's record and for American League single-season home runs, and then it was like, okay, well, even though Ohtani was his usual brilliant self, you got to give Aaron Judge the MVP. You know, sometimes a guy just does something. Like the year Westbrook averaged a triple-double. It was like, no one's done it since Oscar Robertson. He's got to win the MVP. We didn't think we'd ever see it in our lifetime, and yet he was able to do it, and so he wins the MVP that year. You know, Genty came up just shy of Barry Sanders. One of the things I've liked about what Genty did this year is it's reminded people how amazing Barry was. I mean, Andy, over 2,800 yards in 12 games. in 12 games.
Yeah, I know that highlights sometimes don't have the same effect as when you're watching what a play does to the game in game.
Yeah.
But man, just watch some of the electricity of Barry Sanders. He's just one of those guys that when you see him once, you never forget him. Period.
Best YouTube highlight clip that there is Barry Sanders.
Yeah, I watch how many times he should be losing. Sometimes he has a 5-yard run where there was 50 yards of ground covered.
Yeah.
Because he ran to one side, lost 10, ran to the other side, lost 10, ran 20 the other way, finally went forward, got 5, but made 9 guys miss along the way.
Travis Hunter came to Colorado, was the best player on a team for 2 years. Now, I don't want to take anything away from Shedeur and what he did, and there was a lot of good players on that CU team. But Andy, if at the end of Carl Durrell, if somebody would have said, "Hey, Buffs are going to win 9 games in 2 years," you would have said you were insane. And yet that's the place that they got. They finished in the top 25. They were odd one afternoon against Kansas away from going to the Big 12 championship game. That's the kind of season that they were able to have this year, and then you win that game, and you would have moved on. I know Arizona State was playing pretty well at the end of the year. I don't think it would have been a layup or anything else like that, but unreal year that he had. Unbelievable job that he did turning around that program. I think he's going to go down as the greatest player ever to come through the University of Colorado. Travis Hunter's got to win the Heisman. He does.
Do you retire that jersey? Do they
I think they should
do that.
Yeah.
Gosh, in college football, can you afford to do that?
No,
you realize some kids won't come to your school if they can't wear their number.
When you win a Heisman Trophy, it's.
Oh, I'm with you, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Does anyone wear 19 anymore? That's Salam's number.
You would know better than I did. You're the one up there
Can't
covering.
tell you I remember anybody.
Covering the games. So yeah, Craigman and Lindahl. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into Thursday night football. Garrett Bowles gets paid. Plus, we'll get you the rest of the injury updates, everything you need to know going into Thursday night football. We're at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Have a cold beer and a Tullamore Dew tonight, a Dew and a Brew, right here at Stoney's. Time for the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We're live at Stoney's 11th and Lincoln. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Let's dive right after it with football news. Major Broncos contract extension going down today. Back at the shop, Mark Springer.
High five time. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Yes, congratulations to Broncos left tackle Garrett Bowles, who today signed a 4-year contract extension worth as much as $82 million overall, with just over $40 million in guarantees. Garrett Bowles will be 33 years old in May. He talked to the media today. Here is how he opened his press conference.
This is a dream come true. You know, I grew up in the city. I became a man in the city as a football player, as a husband, and get to be here long term with my family means the world to me. I'm just so grateful for the Penner family and what an amazing ownership group we have, and you know, everyone on that team and the love that they have here, and the time I got to spend with them and to see them changing this place with new facilities and everything that I get to be a part of now is amazing. With I love George Payton to death. I think we have one of the best GMs in football. In all the National Football League, and the relationship I have with him and the love I have for him and his family and how grateful I am. I'm grateful for, you know, Coach Payton and the love I have for him. And, you know, he came in here, he could have let me walk, and, you know, he believed in me, and, you know, this offense fits me, and I'm just grateful I get to be a part of him and seeing him turn this around. And, you know, Coach Streif, I'm so grateful for an O-line coach that just lets me be myself. And, you know, it's a humbling time to be, you know, in my family, you know, a place where I've always thought I'd be. And, you know, it wasn't easy. You know, I didn't start off the way I wanted to start off here, but I get to finish how I want to finish, and it's good to be a Bronco for life, and I'm just very grateful.
Yeah, I mean, it was 3 years of being El Busto, and he was brutal to the point where, I mean, John Elway,
Most famous quote
in an interview, said, I don't even know if he knows the rules.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about with Garrett Bowles. Now, you know, you look at some of the penalty numbers this year, they're up a little bit this year, but also he's not giving up sacks. He's given up, according to True Media, he's given up 1 sack on 481 pass block snaps so far this season. He's having a great year. ESPN's pass rush win rate metric has him at 93% right now, which is top 10 among tackles in the NFL. And Andy, you know, when we talked about this, it was like, all right, well, you're paying 3/5 of your offensive line beyond this upcoming season. Is this the time to get younger and cheaper over at left tackle? Because the Broncos have to think about how they're doling out their resources. There is a Nick Bonito extension that they're going to have to be able to do. They already paid Cooper. They already paid Surtain this year. It's like as you dole that money out, but this is one of the advantages that you have of having a starting quarterback on a rookie contract is that you can splurge at other spots, and the Broncos have just decided, you know what? We got one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Let's pay him.
Also, I wanted to recognize this because I've talked to a few people that know. This is also back where the Penner's pocketbooks are coming into play.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't know if the Bolins always could afford to hand out these kind of contracts with these kind of guaranteed numbers and,
Right.
all, and put the money in escrow like you have to once the deal is signed. You know, there's a lot of teams that have to wait for TV
It's
money
not a-
to come
it's
in
not a
before they
factor for
start
the
moving.
Broncos.
Not with the Penners.
Yeah.
So, again, if you want to know, do you have the right people owning the team? A longer period of time will tell. But here's another thing that you can say, all right, this is an advantage of who you got owning the team.
Yeah, it helps to have the deepest pocketed owners in sports.
Because it's not like Cooper and Bowles' contracts are cheap on a year where you started with Miners and Surtain.
Right. 3rd contract for Garrett Bowles. He's had a great year. It's a good offensive line. Keep it together. Keep that group in front of Bo Nix. Sean Payton has decided this is where I want to spend my money, and he's done it on the offensive line. I honestly, Andy, I believe, and they never would have said this publicly, I believe the plan was at the start of the year, this is Bowles' last year as a Bronco.
You and I both thought the same thing.
And I think he was so good, and the group in front of Bo has played so strongly that the organization said, we need to rethink this a little bit. And guess what? Again, at that position, you can age a little bit more gracefully.
Well, and guess what? Here's another sign that they think they got their guy for sure.
Yeah.
Because you believe you're going to get the rookie contract now out of Bo Nix. You're not going to be looking for someone else, or else you're not signing all these guys.
Naturally. No, I don't even
because
think.
this is the benefit now of the growth pattern that Bo is on. And look, he's not all the way there yet, but he's on enough of a growth pattern that you feel good enough that you're signing guys around him and trying to take advantage of a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal.
Core of the offensive line in place. Fantastic. Good stuff. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Broncos Colts Sunday afternoon. Here are today's injury reports. For the Broncos, safety Brandon Jones got hurt in the win over Cleveland. He has an abdomen injury. He was limited in practice today. He was limited yesterday as well. For the second straight.
Should that be what we call it when Andy's got to run off during a segment? He just has an abdomen injury?
No, that I was limited.
Limited with an abdomen? It's just his abdomen is bugging him right
lower
now.
body.
He's questionable to return.
Starts upper body, goes lower body.
Mid-body. Go ahead.
Riley Moss, for the second straight day, did not practice with a knee injury. For the Colts, wide receiver Josh Downs, their leading receiver, he last played. He's been out with a shoulder injury. He last played in the Colts' home loss to the Lions in Week 12. He was upgraded to a full participant in practice for the Colts today. The Colts, though, are likely to be without their starting right tackle, Braden Smith. He is not expected to play in Sunday's game due to personal reasons.
By the way, real quick, I want to read to you some stats because I think that these illustrate Anthony Richardson as a quarterback perfectly. Spring was talking about Downs right there. I want to talk a little bit about Alec Pierce. He was, I believe, a second-round pick out of Cincinnati a couple of years ago. Pierce's numbers this year absolutely wild. Okay? Right now, Alec Pierce is 29 catches on 54 targets.
Okay.
So barely above a 50% catch rate on his targets. And they freaking air it out for this dude. His average yards per reception is 22. 22.
Okay.
Which is just absolutely insane. I believe it's at like 12 just per target that he's getting so far this season. He does have 5 touchdowns. He has a 65-yarder. But Alec Pierce, I mean, those numbers, right, those are nothing like any Broncos receiver's numbers in the slightest bit this season. That right there, it just like it fully illustrates the boom or bust style of offense they play with Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. Now, to be in fairness, to be fair about it, Broncos had a little of that going on at the beginning, right? Short, but then every big drive, I feel like every good drive for the Broncos included some kind of at least catch and run. Maybe not 30 or 40 air yards. Richardson's probably trying.
With Richardson, it's just long.
Right, but
long.
he would have a good catch and run minimum. Now, more lately, he's been getting more air yards for the catch. But
One of the really impressive just adjustments that I think Steichen has made. When you were looking at it early in the year, you were just like, God, man, the efficiency of Richardson is terrible. But when you looked at his average depth of target, it was the deepest in the NFL.
Right.
And when you would listen to the film guys talk about it, they'd be like, there is no short routes. Okay? Like Steichen is really trying to stretch the field, play in and play out with this guy. I think since he's come back, number one, they're calling more design runs. He's up to 7 design runs per game as opposed to 3. JVT talked about that a little bit earlier in the show. And he's hitting some shorter stuff. That's I think the biggest adjustment that offense needed to make is get some easy buttons for Anthony Richardson and get him to actually take them and not just air it out 30 yards down the field on every damn play.
it's kind of funny because it's just kind of the opposite where it was all easy buttons for Bo Nix,
Yeah.
and now he's actually hitting the deep balls.
Push. Yeah, for Richardson, it was almost like 2 quarterbacks had to go in opposite directions. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Bill Belichick was officially introduced as the new head coach at the University of North Carolina today. Before we hear from Bill, Seth Wickersham of ESPN.com wrote today, and he had some unnamed sources close to Bill Belichick.
By the way, and I just want to add, we've had Seth on the show before. He's the Belichick guy. So
sure.
I read this piece today. There was a lot of illuminating stuff in it.
Yeah, Wickersham writing that a Belichick confidant has said that Bill is disgusted by what the NFL has become. And another confidant of Bill told Wickersham that this is a big FU to the NFL. Bill was asked today if he'd ever go back to the NFL.
Pat Welter, WRL. Bill, what do you say to people that fear that if you do succeed here, that you might leave for the NFL again in a year or two?
Yeah, I didn't come here to leave.
Boy, who got that clap going?
I know, right?
Slow clap in the back. Calm down.
Can we get an applause break,
I
please?
felt like that was at my kid's concert last night. You know whose kid it was when they got done because they wanted to make sure, yeah, let me get the clap going.
I also like how he's turned off by the stupidity of the NFL. So of all places, he's going to go to college
The
football.
stupidity of college. Bill, have you seen what they're running in college?
The most broken, corrupt sport in America?
Yeah.
No, the NFL. I can't stand with the politics of the NFL. Yeah, wait till you get a load of college football, my friend.
I believe he's bitter no one offered him a job. I do believe that.
I think there's no doubt about that. I think he was pissed off about Kraft. There was an interesting part of that story where when he was interviewing with Atlanta last year, and Arthur Blank, eventually said no to him, that Belichick was very turned off by the GM Fontenot in Atlanta, talking to him about draft analytics and everything else like that. Bill was just like, this damn know-it-all. What does this guy know? Coming from the world's biggest know-it-all himself, Bill Belichick. I laugh at some of those quotes right there.
Yeah, because I'd look at his draft classes and go, hey, you might need a draft know-it-all.
Exactly.
Bro. Yours did not go well towards the end.
Probably need a little bit of help right there. It's a great piece, illuminating stuff right there. He apparently didn't come here to leave. Okay, Bill, go ahead.
High five. The Lions fan who got into it with Packers head coach Matt LaFleur in the pregame ceremonies a couple weeks ago. His name is Fahad Yusuf. Fahad Yusuf, and he is from Farmington Hills, Michigan, and he has had his season tickets revoked by the Detroit Lions. He told the Detroit News today that he is devastated by this decision. He said, quote, the biggest gut punch, man, just waking up and seeing that email and not being able to talk to somebody in person. It was a terrible feeling. I don't have my chance to give my side of the story or anything.
Look, I don't. All right, go ahead.
Your side of the story was you were being a jackass on the field. What I think is kind of funny about this, though, is it's all about location, right, Andy? If you're in your seat, you can yell whatever vile thing you want to
he did.
at an NFL game. The moment you're on the field and you're flag wavy guy and they let you get a little bit close to the players, now we want you drunks to behave, okay?
I don't condone what he did.
No, he was a jackass.
Maybe keeping him out the last home game or two would be fine, but I don't think this deserves revoking someone's season
It's absurd.
tickets.
It's absurd.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, maybe just kick him up in the nosebleeds.
And I would hope Matt LaFleur have a little empathy for the guy and just be like, all right.
Yeah.
Maybe put a call in and go, look,
Right.
don't let him be flag guy again. But you don't need to kick the guy out of the building. You bring up a hell of a point, Nate. How many people say everything he said just from however many 100 yards away or whatever in the stands? This feels a little heavy-handed to me.
It really does. I'm sure when LaFleur pumps his team up before he goes out there, it's, rip everybody's heads off. But if one guy says anything to him the moment he gets out there, oh, my God, let me clutch my pearls and get him out of here. Come on, it's pro football. Give me a break. Give me a break. I'm sure that there was a protocol that the guy was supposed to follow. To your point, Andy, yeah, kick him out for a couple of games. Let him come back next year.
Yeah.
If you want to make your point so that any future flag waver knows to be nicer when they go out and wave the flag.
Just let him buy him back under a alias.
Or just kick him up to the nosebleeds. Just, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
You're partly responsible for letting fans on the. How do you think they're going to act?
Yeah,
you want them all fired up.
They're fans. These are the people that chant Jared Goff every single game before kickoff. They're Lions fans. Come on, give them a break. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you. We're live here at Stoney's. Have a Dew and a Brew brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Have a cold beer and have a Tullamore Dew here tonight. Another DNP from Riley Moss today, Andy. How concerned do we need to be for this defense going into the Colts game? We'll talk about it next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I know my buddy Bill Armstrong's going to be real disappointed that he missed this part of the show, but let me tell you about testosterone. It's Thursday. We like to talk to maybe a little bit about the low T. How you feeling? It's the holiday season. I'm sure you got a million things to do. Most of us do. How's the energy levels been? How's your sleep been? Maybe your sex drive, your gains in the gym. Do you feel like yourself? Would you like to feel like yourself? All this is possible by heading over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take advantage of the holiday season. As we like to say, give yourself a little bit of a gift. Go by there, have a discussion with the experts over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and just see. Get your T levels tested. See where you fall. See if they can't do something for you. Here's how the first visit goes. You get to talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who reviews your blood test results. Usually they have those in about 30 minutes. He'll discuss the options with you, and you can make the decision together with their medical team if this is the right thing to do. The cost of the appointment is $99, which does include that medical consult, a T and PSA test. If you sign up, though, for testosterone the day of your visit, that appointment is free. Go and get those energy levels back, the gains in the gym, your desire for romance. Go and talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And again, give yourself your own little holiday gift. 5 locations throughout Colorado, including in the Springs and Fort Collins. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, well, I think Levi, obviously I didn't call a great game if he didn't play a great game. So, it falls on me first. It's never on the player. It's my job to make his job easy. I thought we made some nice adjustments in the second half and came out with a win. Obviously, for us guys, every game's the same. If we win, we correct. If we lose, we correct. We're thankful to win a football game, and we can't apologize for that. But the good stuff we'll build on and the bad we'll fix, whoever it is.
Vance Joseph today talking about the play of Levi Wallace. Yeah, wasn't great. He struggled mightily last week against Jerry Jeudy, or I guess 2 weeks ago now, against Jerry Jeudy in coverage against the Cleveland Browns. Now they're about to take on Anthony Richardson and the Indianapolis Colts. And, Andy, we had yet another day of Riley Moss not practicing.
Not good.
Not great at all.
It bothers me because I heard Sean Payton yesterday. We had the cut about – Anthony Richardson is a mobile quarterback. I feel like Sean influenced the decision against Baltimore for them to go a little more zone and a little less man. Now, I think Sean did that because that's what he was comfortable with a mobile quarterback. I don't think he wanted his corners eyeing the receivers and not paying attention to the quarterback because Sean had talked about you got to keep an eye on this guy. Can't let these receivers run you 15 yards downfield and then he breaks contain and you're not looking.
Right.
Now, they might have played as much zone anyway with Levi Wallace or Chris Abrams-Drain or whoever's going to be out there playing corner. Let me ask you this. Indy doesn't really have the receiving core that Cleveland, that's kind of weird to say that Cleveland had, but they don't, right?
Marvin Harrison's pretty good. Downs is pretty, they have some okay skilled
Michael
guys.
Pittman.
They drop the ball.
Yeah, Pittman.
Pittman. Thank you. But
you're right. They have.
Did I get
Marvin
the wrong
Harrison.
junior?
No, you got
Marvin Harrison's on Arizona
in fairness
now.
to you, Harrison was a Colt, just his dad.
Pittman, yes.
Yeah.
The wrong junior.
Hey, listen, you said it and it sounded right to me.
Dude, I have been confusing those guys since they've been in the NFL.
Oh, it's wild. All the
Jr.
sons of these receivers you and I watched are now playing in the league, too.
Right?
It's crazy.
Okay.
But
Pittman.
anyway.
No, the talent's okay. Alec Pierce, like we talked about, is a very good deep threat. Speed guy, deep threat. Like, their talent is okay. The thing is that Richardson's not nearly the thrower of the football that Lamar Jackson is. We know that. I'm really curious as to how they're going to play this, especially without Moss being able to go, because Richardson is a mobile quarterback and is becoming more and more of a mobile quarterback. And is this a rush for and sit back in zone game for the Broncos, knowing that Richardson won't carve you up the way that Lamar Jackson would? Maybe. I don't think they'll blitz as often as they typically do. This is the most blitz-heavy defense in the NFL. You just got to be judicious about it. Make the right calls and get pressure on Richardson where you can. But I think ideally they want to be able to win with 4 in this game.
Well, you're going to have to get the thing we'll have to see, and they haven't been tested by this really this year. Help me out if I'm wrong. Richardson, as you've laid out, he's a tank when you get back there. He's got a little Dante Culpepper in him.
Sure does.
Big Ben Roethlisberger, where your defensive end may be as heavy as the quarterback when he gets home.
Well, you got to remember, too, like Steichen came from Philadelphia. He came from building out that Jalen Hurts quarterback-led run game that they use in Philadelphia. He's trying to do the same thing right now in Indianapolis. And, again, since Richardson has come back in, they're calling almost double the amount of designed runs. Steichen wasn't doing it a lot with him early on in the season. They do it a lot more now, and they'll go heavy personnel. They'll put 3 tight ends on the field, and they'll just they'll run student body left and just send Richardson sweeping to the outside to try and go and make plays, and it's effective because the guy's a damn truck.
Here's what I don't like about what you're describing. Physical game with a quick turnaround. By the way, quick side note, not to change the conversation to this because I want to ask you something about Gus Bradley in particular. But I did see an injury report today that said Justin Herbert still was limited with that ankle injury.
Did practice, but he was limited.
Practice, but limited. Look, he's going to play. But I'm telling you, if he gets beat up again with the quick turnaround Thursday, that could be interesting for the Broncos. Might give you a chance to go get 2 wins and secure your playoff spot. Anyway, back to the Colts. Gus Bradley being their defensive coordinator. Who was it the Broncos played him? Who was he with? Was he there a year ago when they played him with Russ? All I know is, I said this yesterday, if Gus Bradley's going to insist on only rushing 4, I think Bo Nix could have a day again.
No, he very well could. He very well could. They want to sit back in zone. Like that's a Gus Bradley defense is rush 4, sit back in zone, give him a lot of faces to look at. And, yeah, if that means that Bo's just going to have time back there, he can have a great game. Bo Nix's numbers under pressure versus when he's in a clean pocket, he's a completely different player, as are most quarterbacks. I don't mean to just crap on Bo when I say that right there. But when Bo Nix is pressured, he struggled. When he's not, he'll crush you.
Well, and I would also offer for evidence, I said it before, go look at Atlanta and Carolina. Not a lot of pressure that day on Bo. I believe those are two of his best games as a pro.
So let's talk a little bit about what to do if Riley Moss indeed isn't going to go, which right now it kind of feels like a bit of a long shot.
Chris Abrams drain.
Vance Joseph talked about the rookie cornerback today. What did he have to say about old KAD?
Well, when you draft these young players at certain positions, it takes more time for those guys to develop to get ready to play for you. Obviously, corner is a position where if you're not ready, it could be bad, a bad deal for you. But he's practiced well. He's smart. He's engaged in meetings. He's ready to play. He competed well on Monday night. So the more he plays, the more he'll improve.
All right. First off,
the DMAC machine in the background.
No, that, and it could be a bad deal for him. I don't know why I found that kind of funny.
No.
But you know what that was right there? Now I'm nervous. That was a 2024 version of, he had a great day of practice.
He really did.
Now I'm worried. Now I'm concerned.
It's going to be a little tough with these young guys out there.
Am I wrong? Spring, play that cut again. Nate, I really want you to dig in on what he's trying to say without saying it. And ignore the IKEA truck backing up for the 15,000th time in these cuts. Spring, please, by all means, that cut.
Well, when you draft these young players at certain positions, it takes more time for those guys to develop to get ready to play for you. Obviously, corner is a position where if you're not ready, it could be bad, a bad deal for you. But he's practiced well. He's smart. He's engaged in meetings. He's ready to play. He competed well on Monday night. So the more he plays, the more he'll improve.
Engaged in meetings.
If you're a corner and you're not ready to play, that could be a bad deal for you.
That could be a bad deal.
That's true.
It could be a bad deal for a whole lot of people.
Sure could be.
Hey, ended up being a pretty bad deal Monday night for a few people.
It's a good deal for Jerry Jeudy. That's about it, though.
Okay, Coley asks about what about Mathis. I look, man.
He's on the roster.
I don't mean to besmirch. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I've seen enough of Mathis chasing a guy and not being in the right position.
He has a uniform and everything.
Yeah, I hope he's a heck of a special teams player.
I mean, honestly, Andy, I'm not willing to say that anything is the right answer or wrong answer right now if Riley Moss can't go. Number one is if indeed, say Pittman or Down starts killing you, well then Surtain, I have no problem with him traveling, okay? I know you don't want to give up the game and you want to have a disguise between man and zone and everything else like that, and they're going to send a guy in motion and try and get Surtain to move around and reveal everything. You know what? Sometimes that's just got to be what it is.
Yeah, if they've got a dude, go take out the dude.
Right.
I don't want to worry about the other guys.
Exactly. So if somebody is Jerry Judying you and going for 230 yards, well then you're going to have to do something about that.
Make it stop.
Exactly. Like if Jameis doesn't, get not delivered from pick sixes, that Cleveland
could have been a different game.
Could have won that game.
They could have. Here's the thing, though. You know what they didn't do against Jameis that they need to do now? They need to get home. They didn't really get home against Jameis as much as I thought they would.
No, Benito had a great game.
He did, but I'm just saying if you get a pass rush on, then you're not so worried about your secondary as much.
Right. And that's going to be absolutely critical. Richardson's a good player. He's a really, really good quarterback, at least in terms of his physical gifts. He came back after he lost the gig. Steichen adjusted the offense. He's played better of late. It's not lights out, but he's accounted for 6 touchdowns over the last 3 games. He's coming off of the bye. I'm really curious to see what version of him Denver's going up against. This is an excellent Broncos defense. And like you said, Andy, if they can get this guy under pressure, I think he's going to have a tough day. I think he'll make a couple of mistakes. But if he gets a little bit confident and he hits a couple of runs, this could be a challenging game for Denver. This is a 4-point spread. I think that's just about right, meaning this could easily be a fourth quarter game.
Could be. I could see the Broncos opening one up on them.
Mm-hmm.
I could see Indy winning a close one.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see what happens. Are you a little surprised? What is our Sunday night game? It's like Falcons-Raiders or something? Falcons-somebody? I'm a little surprised this game didn't get flexed. This is a playoff game.
Is it because they're playing on Thursday? You can't play on Sunday night? By the way, Green Bay, Seattle.
I'm still a little surprised this isn't a flex game. Two quarterbacks that bring a lot of intrigue.
Green Bay, Seattle's a better game.
Oh, we'll find out.
It's a 9-4 and an 8-5 team. I mean, this is a game that features a team with a losing record. So it's two playoff teams.
I don't care for your attitude. I think this is a better game. Kenneth Walker III, by the way, didn't practice today. How's your game now?
Still better. It's still better than Denver and Indianapolis.
I don't need any more Geno Smith in my life. Thank you.
No Geno Smith, no Jordan Love, no Leonard Williams going 92 yards on a pick six.
No Michael McDonald.
There's good games this week. There really is.
This is not last weekend is what you're telling me?
Pittsburgh, Philly, very good game. That's a combined 21 wins between those two teams, and obviously Buffalo and Detroit is the headline game this week. There's some really good games on the docket coming up here this week.
Wait, when's Buffalo-Detroit?
Sunday afternoon.
How's that not a night game? Somebody protected that one.
Yeah, CBS, I think, hung on to that one. That's the Nance Romo game.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Yeah, they hung on to that one like grim death.
Can we get Romo a slide? I need a Romo slide in with Nance.
Does Nance have
Although
that?
we're not going to see it, are we?
Does Nance have that in his contract, though?
I'd love it if he did.
I don't know if he does.
Hold on,
or
the
not.
Bronco-Colts game, does that cancel out Lions? We won't get that in this market,
You won't.
Lions-Bills, will we?
No, you sure won't. No, you'll have
All
the Bronco
the more
game.
reasons we should have flexed some things.
I like when they're like,
now?
I like when they're like, we'll get you out to your game.
Right.
Yeah. How do you know which game is my game?
I like it when they're just like, hey, we've just talked 30 minutes about this great game. We'll get you to your game.
Yes.
Oh, I've checked your credit score. Let me show you which car you can buy.
We'll get you to your Dallas, Carolina game coming up here in just a moment.
But Carolina's actually favored. We'll get you off to the crew of Scatamadoo and who was my guy earlier? Freud Lapeep.
Freud Lapeep.
Now he's play-by-play.
Is Scatabo the running back from Arizona State also an NHL goalie?
He's already ready to do color before he goes into the pros. Now, we had a guy text in yesterday, and I can't remember his name, but I appreciate him. He said that he did stop by a Vegas Lambo dealership one time for fun.
Yeah.
And asked them about the test drive, and they gave him the confirmation of. Remember, I was asking you, do you test drive a Lambo? And the guy was like, now you order a Lambo. Basically, we're not letting you waste miles on the fine Italian machinery.
Quick credit check. They just run your numbers real quick now.
Do they even take credit? Is that a cash-only deal?
Probably.
Do they have the old 7-year 0% financing on the Lambo? Should ask Bill that.
Does a Lamborghini dealership have a December to Remember sales event?
Can I get a bow? Can I get a big bow on the thing?
Yeah, good stuff. Broncos Colts coming up. This one's going to be fun. Avalanche in action tonight, Andy. They got Hockey Club over there at Ball Arena. The Avs are rolling. They're taking on Utah HC. Wedgwood back between the pipes, but Blackwood is going to be serving as the backup tonight. Man, what a difference a couple of weeks makes. What a difference a couple
of trades make.
Goaltending trades makes, and suddenly you're looking at the Avalanche and going, man, things are good right now. I barely remember that Tampa Bay game. I barely remember that Edmonton game. All is well right now with the Avs.
It does feel that way.
Yeah.
And maybe it's simply because you're not looking at a 2-0, 4-0, something stupid like that deficit when you start off the first 5 minutes of the first period.
Yep.
It is amazing what this team does when they get the lead and they can play with the lead. So, yeah, I'm excited to watch this team again. You know what's interesting? Because I keep trying to remind people, yes, the Avalanche has already beat Utah Hockey Club.
5-1. That was back in October.
But remember, this is the old Phoenix Coyotes. They're not an expansion team.
Mm-hmm.
The Avs have had some mighty struggles in recent years against the Phoenix franchise. So that's why I kind of liked how they handled business last time. Go and handle it again.
So will Blackwood make his Avalanche debut coming up on Saturday against Nashville?
Possibly. I don't know. Look, you could probably still ride the hot goalie, right?
Wait a minute. On Saturday night,
yeah,
could we get a Blackwood versus Juice matchup? Because Onanen's on Nashville now.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well,
that could be juicy. Andy.
When isn't San Jose on the near horizon too?
Coming up next Thursday.
Yeah, we could see both former goaltenders. By the way, one of the Twitchers was saying apparently Georgie told the San Jose media he was surprised by the trade.
I don't think he should have been.
Yeah,
I don't think he should have been stunned.
Yeah, you could read the room a bit.
You've been really bad,
Things
guy.
have been weird.
Yeah.
Things have been weird.
No, you've been pretty lousy. I don't know if you've noticed, but they probably weren't thrilled with the fact that they have two of the three best hockey players in the world, and they were hovering around 500. That probably wasn't gonna keep you in place.
Yeah, I had to know they were probably looking at some things,
Well,
right?
Hey, self-awareness maybe wasn't his gift, I suppose.
By the way, I don't want to ruin anything for anybody. I went to get us our show's big hat today.
Oh yeah,
we ain't getting a big hat.
No big hats.
Big hat was a little more expensive than. There's a certain amount of money I'm willing to pay for a funny joke.
Wait, what does a big hat run?
You don't want to know.
I do.
No, you don't.
Now I'm curious.
I'll tell you in the break.
Hold on, we get an employee discount.
Not enough for me to get a big hat. What's the employee discount? I already used my Christmas gift. What's the employee discount?
Wait a minute.
Is it 20%?
3 figures?
Oh, yeah.
For a big hat?
Yes. I was done with my purchase. I said, oh, hey, how much are the big hats?
Yeah.
And you know how much is the employee discount? 20%? 30%?
Yeah, it's around.
Yeah,
there.
we're looking at $78 still there. I can do that math quick. That tells you what the price was.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, well, we don't need a big hat.
I mean, I guess if you think about it, like honestly, like a decent hat can run you as much as $50 these days.
And
like
it's the size of two.
Like a new era, the big hat it's twice the hat, twice the cost.
You know, once
apparently.
upon a time, you could get the G.I. Joe aircraft carrier for $100. I'm not going down. I know things have changed. I ain't buying a big hat for the same price. I can't land 3 planes on the big hat. Hat ain't big enough.
This is so reminiscent of a debate that I had before I left my house today about something my wife wants to get for our 3-year-old.
Oh, we've all had those debates. Was it a big hat?
It wasn't. But my wife is currently engaged in numerous eBay auctions.
Oh, she's battling?
Battles right now to try and save a few bucks.
Dude, I had one of those aircraft carriers years ago.
Did you really?
I was going to win. No, I had it up. I was going to win the thing.
Oh, on
Then
eBay.
it got out of control. And I think somebody built it up to like $500. I was like, oh, hell no. Came to my senses. Because, I think we've all been there, right, where you get competitive and you forget what you're spending.
Sure. Oh, sure.
You're not taking it from me. You're not winning this thing.
Oh, those closing seconds of an eBay auction, they're like heroin,
Next
man.
thing you know, it's $700. What the hell did I agree to? The seller hits me back up. Yeah, that $500 didn't go. You want to go for $450? I'm like, no, I do not.
No, I don't.
You all saved me from myself. I quit eBay that day forever.
I have sobered up in the morning.
Yes, I don't need an aircraft carrier. I don't even know what I do with it. Those things are like literally. Did you ever see one live?
I did. My friend Eric Grote had one. It took up his entire
Dude,
bedroom.
they're gigantic.
Yeah.
You need like a garage to park it in.
You could like live in the thing.
One last question since I've screwed everything up anyway.
Yeah, might as well.
Remember the original Nintendo Entertainment Center? I sent you guys the old ad of that thing. It was
An
like
NES?
$99. The hell was the robot for? Remember the robot?
I don't.
Yeah, a robot came with it.
I remember the glove.
There was the glove, and then you did the duck hunt.
Plus, there was the little pad you could do like track and field on.
Yeah, but again, what was the robot for in the original NES? What is that?
I don't know. I didn't know it had a robot.
I don't know what the robot does.
You know what I had?
No.
I had a Sega Master System.
What is that?
It was the precursor to the Genesis. The Sega Master System was Sega's 8-bit answer to the NES. They sold it at our local video store, and I think my parents got hoodwinked into getting it for us for Christmas one year. There's like barely any games. The thing sucked. All my friends at Nintendo, they were playing Super Mario Brothers. I was like, you want to come over to my house and play Great Baseball?
And everybody was like, nope.
On my Sega Master System.
You know what my cousin had?
Huh.
ColecoVision.
That's
Bet
pretty
you don't
cool.
know nothing about that, dude.
That's pretty sweet right there.
When you want a knight that's made out of bricks that goes and has a brick sword that knocks other brick dungeons apart, ColecoVision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any other Sega Master System dudes out there? Let me know. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Final segment on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show brought to you by Good Times. The Good Times Bambino burgers are legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino, the Bambino Supremo. Bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all-natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. Oh,
Here's
man.
what I got for you.
Oh, you got a good time for me?
Good time is this Tullamore Dew eggnog.
Yep. There's a frozen eggnog, Irish nog, with Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey, which you can get tonight right here at Stoney's, 11th and Lincoln. Have Thursday night football. It's a delicious beverage
That you can't get enough of.
We sipped on it a little bit.
I'm fighting my hate for actual eggnog, but I
know.
like the whiskey.
The whiskey's real good.
But if you have a couple, 3 of these, you can go get you a Bambino burger, old school style.
Hell yeah!
You know what I'm saying? Old nightcap.
Old school.
How late are the Good Times open? How late can I get a good time?
Andy, with the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, the good times never close. Okay?
Remember when all the places, this is why we're old heads.
Every time's a good time when Sean Brennan is out here at Stoney's at 11th and Lincoln.
Yeah, having a good time. But I'm just telling you, on the way home, quick couple fries.
Why not?
Couple Bambinos.
Why wouldn't you? You absolutely should do that. Enjoy yourself, my friend. We got college football.
Treat yourself to a round of sausage.
Treat yourself a round of sausage. Drop of the year show.
Who said that?
Coming up in a couple of weeks. I don't know. The guy on Wheel of Fortune.
That's right. Okay. No, I was trying to remember where the genesis.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
By the way, we figured out who the robot was.
The answer was give yourself a round of applause. Was the robot Freud Lapeep?
We've had a show.
It's been the weirdest show.
Freud Lapeep was a big eggnog fan, as I understand.
He was. Uh-huh.
They said the robot was absolutely
He didn't have an
worthless.
Irish nog, though. He had a French nog.
No, yeah, that was the problem. That was the problem.
Yeah.
He was trying to put some of that Frangelico in it. You don't use any of that.
There's frog legs and maple syrup in
So
it.
apparently that was...
Go ahead.
Snails.
It's a weird
escargot.
It was a weird drink.
Nog and escargot.
But again,
yeah, that's why Freud Lapeep soon went to Ireland.
He played goalie without a mask. What did you want him to
had
do?
A few Tullamore Dews, and then he barely put his glove on. It was Rob the Robot, and
Rob
the
the
robot
Robot.
was for Gyromite.
All right.
What was Gyromite?
Don't know. There were a few other kids that had Sega Master System, by the way, so I appreciate everybody.
All right, what was worse, Sega Master System or the Sega Genesis?
Oh, Genesis ruled.
No, I'm sorry, Sega Dreamcast.
Oh, okay. I'm going to push back on this, all right?
So you love you some Dreamcast.
I loved Dreamcast. Let me tell you why, okay? So Dreamcast was the more budget of PlayStation and like early Xbox, which was happening when I was in college in the late 90s and early 2000s. But here was the advantage of Dreamcast was that they didn't like have like a copyright infringement block, so you could burn the games on a CD burner. And when we went to college, Andy, that was CD burners were all the rage. You had a Case Logic full of like 8,000. If you wanted to own any album that ever existed, you just got it from a CD burner. I know this is some serious boomer talk for the kids out there, but you could get any album that you wanted. It was incredible. Same with Dreamcast. So like if you got a Dreamcast, you immediately had 150 games as long as you knew somebody else that had Dreamcast games when you were in college. So that's where I will stick up. Plus, Dreamcast had the 2K games, so it was awesome.
Do you still have these burned Dreamcast games?
No, they're long
Because
gone.
I got a buddy with a Dream. My buddy, the guy who's the best man at my wedding, shout out Jay, bought a Dreamcast.
Uh-huh.
Finally broke down and bought a Dreamcast because he was waiting to see who was going to win. Do I get an Xbox? I don't know.
Yeah.
And they quit making games like literally a month later. Like he bought it at the last month of it. He got a hell of a deal on it.
Became obsolete.
And then all of a sudden he figured out, oh, this is why they will make no more games for this.
Yeah.
So if you have the burn